Chapter 1. 1,000 Years of Idleness. Oh my, the Ye family has actually chosen a ways to be the head of the family. The new patriarch of the Ye family collapsed from an excess of blood and energy at the ceremony and remains unconscious. The greatest joke in the history of Yinshao City. The sky was as dark as Ye Suifeng awoke from chaos, his mind clouded. Have I finally succeeded? With each faint breath, he sensed the vital energy of the real world. In that moment, Ye Suifeng felt an overwhelming urge to weep. He had once been a vigorous young man striving for success on Blue Star. Suddenly, one day, he found himself bound to a peculiar entity known as the ultimate idol system, embarking on a journey of transcendence. Little did he know that during this journey, certain unknown forces would interfere, causing him to lose his way in the void. Even his consciousness began to blur. Time passed, and eventually, he caught a whiff of long-forgotten fresh air. Another memory, a different life, surged tumultuously within his soul. After a long while, calmness gradually descended. Ye Suifeng soon grasped his current predicament. His predecessor was the newly appointed head of the Ye family in Yinshao City. However, this patriarch was rather unfortunate. Due to his feeble strength, he was subjected to ridicule from the outside world. On the day of the ceremony, his arch-rival had gifted him an entire box of Qi blood pills as a mockery. Qi blood pills were the most basic cultivation elixirs, suitable only for those at the initial stage of Qi refinement. This was a blatant derision aimed at Ye Suifeng. Furthermore, his predecessor was not one to withstand great trials under such provocation. He suffered a fatal stroke from excessive blood and energy. Why must a useless person be made the head of the family? Ye Suifeng felt a twinge of confusion, but he then delved into the memories of his predecessor and discovered that the Ye family was somewhat different from traditional clans. This family was remarkably united. They did not discriminate against him due to his low cultivation level, nor would they allow any servants to act out of line. Instead, as the heir of the main lineage, they supported his ascension to the position of patriarch. It was a pity that this individual's mental fortitude was exceedingly weak. This is rather intriguing, Ye Suifeng mused as he sorted through the chaotic memories and opened his eyes. Before him stood an ancient and fragrant abode. The soft bed emitted a soothing aroma, akin to medicinal herbs meant for nurturing the body. Nearby, a young girl sat diligently reading a book. Sensing movement, she turned her head, her features bearing a striking resemblance to Ye Suifeng. "Father, you're awake." She was none other than Ye Suifeng's only daughter, Ye Huang, who was 14 years old. Ye Suifeng internally chuckled, realizing he had a daughter of such age without ever having been married. Moreover, his wife had tragically passed away during childbirth. Am I destined to be alone? Ye Suifeng smiled, dismissing the thought what mattered was living life to its fullest. However, his smile nearly left Ye Huang in shock. "Father, you actually smiled, huh?" Ye Suifeng was momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. His predecessor had worn a somber expression ever since the loss of his wife. The essence of a smile has vanished from his lexicon. Ye Suifeng remained silent. Life, after all, presents challenges for everyone, with some enduring calamities far beyond one's own. To proceed with a smile is the very essence of survival. Suddenly, a melodious voice resonated in Ye Suifeng's mind. Ding. Today's idle task has been completed. Please collect your earnings promptly. He was taken aback. Is the idol system still operational? This system was a gift he received prior to his transmigration. Its functionalities were rather straightforward, encompassing merely two aspects. Idol mining, extracting resources from supermine, yielding substantial cultivation materials daily. Idol cultivation, reaping a day's worth of cultivation every day. When he traversed realms, he had activated both functions. However, an unforeseen mishap during the transition plunged him into chaos, where time was irrelevant, leaving him oblivious to how long he had idled. Ye Suifeng accessed the system panel, determined to review his accrued benefits. In an instant, he was astounded. "Xiao Huang, please step outside momentarily." Ye Huang, momentarily puzzled, responded, "Father, what is it?" "Out." Ye Suifeng's tone grew stern. Though confused, Ye Huang obediently exited the room. Once alone, Ye Suifeng took a deep breath, his demeanor solemn. He then revisited the system interface, counting 1, 2, 3. 13 digits. Me math is poor. How much is this? He gazed at the staggering figures, struggling to comprehend. After an extended period, he managed to tally them all. Low-grade spirit stones. Daily extraction of 100,000, currently possessing 356 trillion. Medium-grade spirit stones. Daily extraction of 10,000, currently possessing 36.5 trillion. High-grade spirit stones. Daily extraction of 1,000, currently possessing 3.65 trillion. Spirit crystals. Daily extraction of 100, currently possessing 365 billion. Celestial stones. Daily extraction of 10, currently possessing 36.5 billion. Celestial crystals. Daily extraction of 1, currently possessing 3.65 billion. These figures encapsulate the entirety of his idle mining yield. They were not whole numbers, and Ye Suifeng rounded them down to avoid accusations of inflated word count. Good heavens! Such wealth, it could scarcely fit within a wallet. Ye Suifeng was elated. Never again would he fret over financial matters. Next came the rewards from idle cultivation. This was far more straightforward, totaling an astonishing trillion years of cultivation, currently in a state awaiting extraction. After a moment of contemplation, he silently intoned, "Extract 1 year of cultivation." Instantly, a colossal surge of power coursed through his body. This force was exquisitely pure, devoid of any impurities, rampaging through Ye Suifeng's being. Previously at the 3rd level of qi refinement, he shattered through 5 levels with this impact, ascending directly to the 8th level. Merely a year's worth of cultivation. With renewed vigor, Ye Suifeng continued to extract his cultivation. His strength soared as if aboard the Shenzhou 13 spacecraft, soaring to the heavens. Qi refinement, transformation, foundation establishment, golden body, golden core, nascent soul, out-of body, divine transformation, combination, tribulation. In the brief span of a single incense sticks burning, Ye Suifeng ascended to the pinnacle of the tribulation period. When he attempted to draw upon his cultivation once more, a surge of immense spiritual energy instantly perceived a tumultuous transformation in the skies, as a terrifying energy of lightning began to coalesce, that he was about to face his tribulation. Yet to undergo this trial within the confines of his own home was hardly ideal. Hastily, Ye Suifeng interrupted the extraction process, causing the nascent thunder tribulation to dissipate into nothingness. Oh, how intriguing! He endeavored to extract his cultivation again, and the ominous clouds above began to gather once more, accompanied by the distant rumble of thunder. Each time he interrupted, the impending tribulation would again fade away. Suddenly filled with a playful spirit, Ye Suifeng engaged in a back and forth of extracting and interrupting his cultivation repeatedly. The tribulation was not solitary, it was merely a game. After indulging in this playful exchange with the thunder tribulation for a while, he finally ceased his provocations. Glancing at his cultivation reserves, he noted that he had only consumed approximately 5,000 years, hardly even a fraction. After some contemplation, Ye Suifeng resolved to remain at the zenith of the tribulation period, deeming it sufficient. After all, if memory served him right, the most formidable individuals in Yunshao City were merely at the golden core stage, a veritable dimensional suppression. Having completed these musings, Ye Suifeng chuckled softly. "Ye family, warmly welcome your new patriarch." By this time, it was already late in the night. In the midst of deep autumn, the nights in Yunshao City had turned quite frigid. Yi Huang sat outside the door, her face marked by profound melancholy. Her mother had perished in giving birth to her, leaving only her father as a remaining kin to raise her. Her father had been nominated as the next patriarch by the family, a prospect she should have been overjoyed about. Yet who would have anticipated that this would become the final burden to overwhelm him? If only time could be reversed, she would implore her father to relinquish his position as patriarch. The responsibilities that accompanied this role were far too great for him to bear. "It is all my fault. If only I were a bit more exceptional, I could surely alleviate my father's worries." Yi Huang silently lamented. Suddenly, a creaking sound erupted from behind her as the door swung open, revealing the tall figure of Ye Suifeng. "Father!" Yi Huang quickly rose to her feet. Ye Suifeng inquired with curiosity, "Why are you still here, not off to bed?" "I was just a bit concerned for your health," Yi Huang replied softly. However, upon observing Ye Suifeng, radiant and brimming with vitality, she found it hard to believe he was unwell. In fact, he appeared several times more robust than before. What transpired? Ha! Ye Suifeng laughed heartily. No need to worry, I'm in splendid health now. Feeling invigorated, faced with such a vigorous father, Yi Huang was left in astonishment. Perceiving her bewilderment, Ye Suifeng reassured her, this recent ordeal has allowed me to gain some insights. Rest assured, such incidents shall not recur. He chuckled while affectionately ruffling his daughter's hair. Yi Huang stood momentarily dazed, but eventually nodded in agreement. You should go to sleep now if memory serves. You have alchemy classes tomorrow, so do not delay. The hour was indeed late. Yet, Yi Huang's expression darkened. Father, you may not be aware, but today the family's alchemists, craftsmen, and array masters have all departed. Ye Suifeng was taken aback, unable to fathom the gravity of the situation. The Yi family is substantial in size, encompassing both direct and collateral lines with the younger generation alone, numbering over 100. Consequently, numerous esteemed masters from various fields were invited to serve as instructors. However, a mass exodus of these individuals occurred. It is apparent that they left upon seeing Ye Suifeng ascend as the family head, perceiving a lack of future prospect for the Yi family. Some individuals are destined to miss the historical tide of progress. Ye Suifeng remarked with a chuckle. What do you mean, father? Ye Suifeng smiled. I mean, their departure is a loss solely for them. Please return and rest tomorrow. I shall address this matter. Chapter 2. The Family Crisis. The following day, in the family council chamber, Ye Suifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at a scroll of ancient edicts adorning the wall. These were the 3 ironclad laws of the Yi family. Those who betray the family without cause shall be executed. Those who undermine family unity shall be executed. Those who deliberately oppress their kin shall be executed. These 3 principles serve as the bedrock of the Yi family's unity and their collective stance against external adversaries. Such a family instilled in Ye Suifeng a sense of admiration. Suddenly, the grand doors of the council chamber swung open. 4 dignified, middle-aged men entered in succession. Once Ye Suifeng turned and took his seat, they followed suit, settling into their respective places. They were the family's principal figures, and Ye Suifeng's cousins to his left were Ye Suiyun and Ye Suyu, the sons of his second uncle, primarily overseeing the family's internal and external enterprises, responsible for financial matters and resource allocation. To his right were Ye Suihu and Ye Suibao, the sons of his third uncle, mainly tasked with the family's martial strength, as well as the acquisition and protection of external resources. Ye Suifeng also had a fourth uncle, but his son was still too young to assume a position of responsibility within the family. The second, third, and fourth uncles had retreated in the background, regarded as family elders, only emerging from matters of great significance. Truly, it is a large family. Ye Suifeng cleared his throat and announced, now that everyone is present, let us commence today's meeting. Beside him, Ye Suiyun expressed his concern, elder brother, is your health in order? It is well, and moreover, I have encountered a fortuitous opportunity. Ye Suifeng surveyed the assembly. Our family shall not fear anyone or any challenge. Feel free to voice any concerns, we shall address them collectively. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, Ye Suifeng turned to Ye Suhu and inquired, I have heard that several of our esteemed instructors departed yesterday. Ye Su nodded gravely. Indeed, these ingrates. We have never treated them poorly, yet they all fled. If I see them again, they shall face my wrath. Beside him, Ye Suiyun sighed. This situation is orchestrated by the Li family. They lured away our masters with more generous offers. The Li family is the Yi family's sworn adversary. In Yunshao City, the 3 prominent families are the Yi, Li, and Tang families. The Tang family possesses the greatest strength, often remaining aloof from worldly affairs. Meanwhile, the Yi and Li families are embroiled in relentless conflict, escalating to a near-deadly enmity. The recent abduction of the esteemed teaching masters is akin to adding insult to injury. What are your plans? Ye Suifeng inquired. Ye Suibao responded, at this juncture, it will be prudent to swiftly locate other masters to take their place, otherwise, it will adversely affect the development of the younger generation within the family. A strong youth ensures a robust family. The growth of the younger generation must not be delayed. It is quite challenging, Ye Suiyu remarked. In light of my elder brother's ascension, Numerous rumors have surfaced in the city. I have attempted to engage with masters of similar caliber, yet they all maintain a stance of cautious observation. Even if we were to increase the remuneration, it would remain unchanged. The council chamber fell into silence once more. The group furrowed their brows deeply. This matter is indeed rather troublesome. If all else fails, we may need to lower our standards for the teaching masters, Ye Suifeng suggested. Surely, someone would come forward. This is a measure of desperation. However, Ye Suifeng would not allow such a situation to transpire. If I recall correctly, the three masters who departed were all of 5th rank, correct? Alchemists are categorized from low to high into 9 ranks. A 5th rank master is already considered among the elite in Yinxiao City. What is their hiring fee? Ye Suifeng invited. Well, they are all quite similar. Approximately 10,000 low-grade spirit stones per month. Ye Suifeng replied. It is implicitly understood that this refers specifically to low-grade spirit stones. Nevertheless, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones is a substantial remuneration, sufficient to support his daily cultivation as well as provide a comfortable standard of living in. Yinxiao City. Ye Suifeng glanced at his own purse. He possessed a 20-digit sum of low-grade spirit stones. That should suffice. Have you made contact with any masters above the 5th rank? Ye Suifeng further questioned. The others were taken aback. Elder brother, there are only a few 6th rank masters in Yinxiao City, and they are aloof, refusing any employment. Moreover, even if they were to agree, the exorbitant fees would be beyond our means, Ye Suifeng stated. Ye Suifeng smiled and said, as long as there is a price, it is manageable. Rest assured, I shall present them with an offer they cannot refuse. The group exchanged glances, yet ultimately chose to place their trust in their family head. Aside from this matter, is there anything else? Ye Suifeng invited. Indeed, spoke Ye Suifeng, who primarily oversees the family's resource allocation, appearing somewhat troubled at that moment. Elder brother, concerning the cultivation resources for the clan's disciples, it may be subject to further reductions. Ye Suifeng interjected, raising an eyebrow. What is the reason for this? Ye Suifeng sighed. In recent years, the family's enterprises have not fared well, and the Li family has continuously impeded our progress. Our current financial situation is no longer sufficient to support internal expenditures. The Ye family's industries consist of 2 primary sectors, the resource land outside the city and the shops. In recent years, the yield from the resource land has been poor, frequently disrupted by the Li family's harassment, resulting in significant losses. Relying solely on income from the shops is woefully inadequate. What is the current distribution of resources for the younger generation, and what are the monthly expenditures? Ye Suifeng asked. Ye Suifeng pondered for a moment before responding. Let us first consider those in the qi refinement stage. Direct descendants receive 50 spirit stones and 10 bottles of qi training pills and bone strengthening pills each month. Side descendants are allotted 30 spirit stones along with 5 bottles of qi training pills and 5 bottles of bone strengthening pills monthly. Considering various rewards, their total monthly expenditure surpass 100,000 spirit stones. The resources required for alchemy, weapon forging, formations, and talisman crafting are even more substantial. Moreover, there are martial arts, spiritual artifacts, and training grounds that, in total, the monthly expenditure for nurturing the younger generation amounts to approximately 1 million spirit stones. A staggering figure indeed. This is the reality of affluent families. Behind their formidable strength lies an accumulation of countless resources. However, for Ye Suifeng, financial matters are of little concern. All right, let us proceed as such. The family head spoke, prompting the others to attentively focus. The younger generation is the future of the family. Only by fostering their robust growth can we further elevate our lineage. Therefore, starting today, the fixed resources allocated to everyone will double. Additionally, we must invest in enhanced training conditions, such as an ample supply of herbs for alchemy and materials for forging, achieving a standard of unlimited provision. What do you think? Ye Suifeng concluded. The other four were left in utter disbelief. What had they just heard? They had prepared to cut family expenditures, yet he proposed to amplify benefits several-fold. Was this an act of digging their own grave? Elder brother. Ye Suanyu's expression was on the verge of tears. He felt that Ye Suifeng was merely jesting. If his standards were followed, monthly expenditures would increase at least 5-fold. That equates to 500,000 spirit stones. The family had never spent such a sum even at its wealthiest. He wished to convey to his brother how absurd this notion was. However, Ye Suifeng raised his hand and retrieved a storage bag from his bosom, tossing it to Ye Suiyun beside him. "Oh, not fret. I have 1,000,000 spirit stones here. You may use them for now, and ask me for more if needed," Ye Suifeng said with a smile. Yet, Ye Suanyu, still wearing a pained expression, replied, "Elder brother, did you not hear clearly? Even with 1,000,000 spirit stones, it is insufficient." Before he could finish, a strong hand grasped his arm. Trembling uncontrollably, it was Ye Suiyun. His face flushed as he shakily presented the storage bag to Ye Suanyu and slowly opened it. In an instant, a radiant light illuminated their faces. It was not 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones, but rather 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. When converted, that amounts to 100 billion low-grade spirit stones. The two were left speechless. Even in their management of family finances, they had never encountered such a vast sum of spirit stones at once. "I mentioned that I encountered some fortuitous opportunities," Ye Suifeng remarked nonchalantly, tapping the table. "Remember, from this day forth, the Ye family shall not fear anyone." Chapter 3. He gave too much. As the meeting concluded, Ye Suiyun and his companions wandered out of the conference hall in a daze. They had anticipated a reduction in family resources following this gathering, expecting everyone to tighten their belts. However, to their astonishment, not only were the resources not diminished, but they had also multiplied several times over. Ye Suiyun's generosity was indeed remarkable, bordering on extravagant. Could it be that the allocation was insufficient? Standing by the window, Ye Suiyun pondered this thought. 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones hardly constituted a significant sum. Nevertheless, he decided to proceed as planned. Every endeavor unfolds in stages. The transition from frugality to luxury follows a similar trajectory. To provide too much at once might not necessarily be advantageous. It would be wiser to allow them to acclimatize to their newfound comforts before further increasing the offerings. Zhang Ziming, Hu Chuang, Dong Tianji. Ye Suiyun glanced at the information sheet in his hand. These three were among the few 6th-grade masters in Yunxiao City. Their exceptional prowess rendered them aloof, seemingly indifferent even to the three prominent families, exhibiting an air of arrogance. "I hope you do not underestimate my intentions," he mused. With a flick of his wrist, he crumpled the information sheet and discarded it. Today, he intended to pay each of them a visit. After a brief moment of rest, Ye Suiyun departed from the Yi residence. The family home was situated in the heart of Yunxiao City. Just a short stroll away lay the bustling commercial district. Yunxiao City was indeed a grand metropolis, boasting a permanent population nearing 1,000,000, with streets teeming with life and vibrant activity. Seated in an opulent carriage, Ye Suiyun moved slowly along the thoroughfare. Gazing out the window, the rich aroma of the local culture transported him back to his previous life. He resolved to savor the culinary delights of this world when time permitted. After approximately half an hour, the carriage halted before an extravagant pavilion. Ye Suiyun descended from the vehicle. Danfeng Pavilion, he mused, its name evoking the notion of a brothel. This was the residence of Zhang Ziming, a 6th-grade alchemist. Having resided in Yunxiao City for over a decade, he maintained an air of detachment. Various factions sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with this esteemed 6th-grade alchemist, hoping to acquire exceptional elixirs from him. Few would dare to offend him. Ye Suiyun entered the pavilion. The first floor was dedicated to the sale of ordinary elixirs, bustling with patrons and lively chatter. Lacking interest in the wares, Ye Suiyun approached the floor manager and stated calmly, "Informed Zhang Ziming that Ye Suiyun, head of the Yi family, has come to see him." His demeanor was decidedly unruffled. After all, he was merely a 6th-grade alchemist and held no true authority over him. Yet, this casual attitude provoked the ire of the floor manager. For many years at Danfeng Pavilion, visitors had always shown utmost respect when meeting the master. Even the head of the Tang family was courteous and respectful. What of the Yi family head? The manager cast a sidelong glance at Ye Suiyun and retorted, "Our master is currently engaged in alchemy. You may as well take your leave." Such a response did not surprise Ye Suiyun. Those who linger in positions of power for too long often develop peculiar habits. A colossal consciousness swiftly enveloped the entire loft, and Ye Suifeng immediately discerned an elderly man with flowing hair, leisurely seated at the highest level of the loft, indulging in translucent grapes. "I shall grant you one final opportunity to escort me to Zhang Ziming. Otherwise, do not blame me for my rudeness," Ye Suifeng declared. The manager's expression instantly turned frigid, and with a wave of his hand, a group of formidable men of the Golden Body realm closed in. "Humph, Ye Suifeng, I have heard of your reputation. Without the title of family head, you are but a worthless cultivator of the chi refinement stage. I shall witness how you intend to confront me." His tone was brazen and defiant. A smile graced Ye Suifeng's lips. Then observe closely. With that, he reached out with a powerful hand, seizing the manager by the collar. The nearby golden body cultivators, witnessing this, swiftly launched their assault, intent on subduing Ye Suifeng. "Get lost." Yet, Ye Suifeng merely uttered a sharp command, and an overwhelming force erupted forth. The golden body cultivators felt as though they had been struck by an ancient, rampaging bull, and were sent hurtling backwards, crashing into a multitude of tables and chairs. Panic erupted in the hall below, as onlookers gazed at Ye Suifeng in astonishment. How audacious to cause a disturbance in the Danfeng Pavilion. Such strength. Even the golden body warriors are no match for him. I remember now. That is Ye Suifeng, the newly appointed head of the Ye family. The crowd murmured. Uncertainty etched across their faces. The manager, too, was bewildered. Was it not rumored that Ye Suifeng was merely a chi refinement waste? How could he possess such formidable strength? Yet, Ye Suifeng's demeanor remained unperturbed. "Now, do you see clearly? Let us proceed together." As he spoke, he lifted the manager entirely and ascended the loft. The Danfeng Pavilion consisted of 5 levels, each selling different grades of elixirs. As Ye Suifeng ascended, numerous individuals attempted to obstruct his path, but they were no match for him. The mere aura he exuded sent them flying, their mouths spilling blood. Soon, he reached the top floor. Ye Suifeng pushed open the door. Zhang Ziming sensed the intrusion. But he was not only a 6th-grade alchemist but also a formidable cultivator in the late Golden Core stage. In Yushao City, he feared no one. "You are exceedingly presumptuous." Zhang Ziming's face darkened. Ye Suifeng casually discarded the manager and stepped inside. "Your subordinates are overly arrogant. I am merely here to educate them." "Arrogant?" Zhang Ziming retorted fiercely. "Do you truly believe I can be easily bullied?" With that, he brought his fingers together, pointing them at Ye Suifeng, with a sound akin to a sword's cry. A flying sword, radiating golden light, sliced through the air, carrying with it a tempest of energy, and in an instant, it was poised before Ye Suifeng. This was Zhang Ziming's life treasure. He aimed to obliterate Ye Suifeng in one decisive strike. However, he had chosen the wrong adversary. As the sword approached, Ye Suifeng merely flicked his finger. An invisible wave emanated from his fingertip, rippling outward in all directions. In the latter stages of the Golden Core realm, a formidable personal artifact, upon encountering a surge of energy, swiftly redirected its trajectory and thrust towards Zhang Ziming, ultimately halting just before the skin on his forehead, suspended in midair. Subsequently, apart from the furniture by the window, every other item in the room instantaneously disintegrated into dust, vanishing without a trace. Zhang Ziming's eyes widened, paralyzed by fear. The power of the individual before him surpassed anything he could have ever imagined. "Senior, let us converse calmly." His voice trembled. Ye Suifeng smiled lightly, stepping forward to take a seat opposite Zhang Ziming. The personal flying sword gradually descended, laying flat upon the table. For Ye Suifeng, the artifacts of the Golden Core stage could be obliterated with merely a thought, yet he refrained from doing so. His intention today was to invite Zhang Ziming to join his family as an instructor, and destroying the personal artifact would only result in a backlash, necessitating a prolonged period for recovery. Such an action was unnecessary. Observing Zhang Ziming, drenched in sweat and visibly tense, Ye Suifeng remarked, "I trust you will speak more openly now?" Zhang Ziming eagerly nodded. "Senior, please speak freely. I shall do my utmost." He was genuinely terrified. The methods employed by Ye Suifeng were unlike anything he had ever heard of. Even his master, at the out-of-body stage, would likely be incapable of such feats. What manner of person is this? Zhang Ziming's heart raced with trepidation. Ye Suifeng plucked a grape and popped it into his mouth. Its icy, refreshing flavor was indeed extraordinary, a testament to the fruits of the cultivation world. "It is a trivial matter," he began. "My family is currently in need of an alchemist to instruct the younger generation, and I wish for you to take on the role of a teacher." Zhang Ziming was momentarily taken aback, followed by a rush of anxiety. He had assumed something dire was at hand, but it turned out Ye Suifeng merely sought him as a guest elder of the Ye family. Was it truly necessary to make such a grand display? He thought, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Of course, it would be an honor to serve under you, senior. When shall I begin?" Ye Suifeng, with a hint of amusement, replied, "So eager? Should we not first discuss the matter of compensation?" Zhang Ziming laughed awkwardly. "Ah, senior. You flatter me. This opportunity you present is a fortune. How could I dare to speak of monetary matters?" Internally, he mused, You came in and effortlessly subdued me. How could I have the audacity to negotiate for payment? Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. I am no brigand. I do not engage in the oppression of the weak. This time, I am hiring you as a guest elder of the Ye family. Name your price. Zhang Ziming, puzzled, studied Ye Suifeng for a prolonged moment, attempting to discern his intentions, wary of any possible traps. However, Ye Suifeng remained composed, revealing nothing. In resignation, Zhang Ziming hesitantly extended his hand. Senior, while my strength is lacking, I am nonetheless a sixth-rank alchemist. Under normal circumstances, my fee would be no less than 500,000 spirit stones per month. However, in your presence, this price is negotiable. 500,000 spirit stones each month is not an insurmountable burden for the families of Yunxiao City. Rather, it is deemed unnecessary given their multitude of expenditures. Ye Suifeng nodded and remarked, I shall provide you with 1,000,000 spirit stones monthly. However, you must devote yourself wholeheartedly to the education of the younger members of the Ye family. Zhang Ziming was taken aback. He had anticipated that Ye Suifeng would negotiate a lower price, yet was astonished to find that the reward had been doubled. How affluent are you, esteemed senior? Surely, you jest? Zhang Ziming could hardly believe it. I would never jest with you, Ye Suifeng declared, placing a storage bag upon the table and rising to his feet. This is the remuneration for 3 years. After 3 years, should you wish to leave the Ye family, you may do so at any time. I shall not compel you to stay. Remember, you must commit yourself fully, otherwise, you understand the implications. If there are no objections, you may report to the Ye family today and seek out Ye Suifeng. With that, Ye Suifeng tossed a note aside and departed, leaving Zhang Ziming alone, staring blankly at the vast quantity of spirit stones within the storage bag. After a while, Zhang Ziming's eldest disciple arrived, inquiring about the situation. Upon learning that his master intended to visit the Ye family, he was utterly astonished. Master, did you not refuse the family's invitation? Zhang Ziming remained silent for a considerable time. The offer was indeed exceedingly generous. Chapter 4 Complete Resolution. Ye Suifeng employed Zhang Ziming for a duration of 3 years. In truth, he had similar intentions for the other 2 individuals as well. With their presence, the Ye family would undoubtedly flourish over the span of 3 years. Moreover, he would become well acquainted with the dynamics of this continent. By that time, even if the 3 chose not to remain, he would be able to find even more exceptional candidates. Master Refiner Hu Chuang and Master Arrayist Dong Tianji. After assessing their locations, Ye Suifeng decided to visit Dong Tianji first, as he was closer. Dong Tianji's residence was situated on the outskirts of Yunxiao City. After approximately a quarter of an hour in a carriage, Ye Suifeng arrived at his destination. This place was a stark contrast to the opulence of Danfeng Pavilion, resembling more of an ordinary dwelling, albeit on a larger scale. Ye Suifeng knocked on the door. The head of the Ye family is welcome, but we do not entertain visitors, a distant voice responded. I have come today to invite you as a guest elder of the Ye family, Ye Suifeng replied. My price is beyond your means. Leave, the voice inside responded coldly. What is your demand? We can negotiate, Ye Suifeng offered. Get lost. Yet, his politeness was met with a harsh rebuff. Sighing, Ye Suifeng, who initially did not wish to resort to force, found the arrogance of these individuals intolerable. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. Suddenly, the scene before him transformed. Beyond the door lay a desolate expanse, thick with malevolent energy. Sinister apparitions emerged from the blood-soaked earth, howling as they charged towards Ye Suifeng. It resembled a purgatory, utterly terrifying. An array? Perhaps? Ye Suifeng discerned it effortlessly. This was a killing formation. Even a cultivator at the golden core stage would find little advantage in recklessly entering. Had the former Ye Suifeng been present, he would have likely sustained irreversible injuries within mere breaths. A flicker of anger ignited within Ye Suifeng. Since you treat me thus, do not blame me for my response. With a decisive step forward, an arcane energy erupted explosively, causing the blood-red world to tremble violently. In an instant, the ground cracked, and the sky resembled shattered glass, developing intricate fissures. Subsequently, it shattered completely. As the world shifted, Ye Suifeng reappeared within the dwelling. Before him lay a broad corridor extending into the ruins. At the end of the passage, a middle-aged man, his face marked by disbelief, lay on the ground with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Ye Suifeng advanced, standing before Dong Tianji. You, how is this possible? Dong Tianji exclaimed, panic etched across his features, overwhelmed by Ye Suifeng's formidable presence, leaving no room for resistance. I prefer to engage in rational discourse, Ye Suifeng stated, casually pulling up a chair to sit before Dong Tianji. Now, Shall we discuss your remuneration? If it could be resolved with money, he truly did not wish to bully the weak. It would be far more pleasant for everyone to coexist amicably, rather than feigning superiority before him. At this moment, Dong Tianji's mind was in turmoil. How could Ye Suifeng be so formidable? Hadn't the Li family labeled him a worthless individual? He felt an urge to curse. Have you ever encountered a so-called waste who could breach his own purgatory formation with a single kick, subsequently shattering multiple defensive arrays and injuring himself in the process? Damn the Li family for perpetuating such fabrications. Senior, I must apologize for my earlier transgressions, and I hope Dong's words were abruptly interrupted by Ye Suifeng, who had no desire to engage in empty pleasantries with someone of such a caliber. I have come today to invite you to serve as a guest elder of the Ye family. Let us discuss your remuneration. Dong Tianji's lips twitched, and after a prolonged pause, he tentatively responded, Senior, my teaching methods are quite resource-intensive, requiring substantial materials for the formations. Thus I require at least 500,000 spirit stones each month, he concluded. Without hesitation, Ye Suifeng tossed a storage bag in his direction. You needn't worry about the materials. The family will provide everything. The 500,000 spirit stones encompass 3 years' worth of remuneration. I expect your complete dedication to instructing the Ye family's descendants. Pack your belongings and report to the Ye family today. Seek out Ye Suifeng. Having finished his statement, Ye Suifeng also dropped a note before turning to leave. He was untroubled by the prospect of Dong Tianji absconding. In Yunshao City, no one could elude him. Not even a master of formations. Once Ye Suifeng departed, Dong Tianji stood in a daze for quite some time, gradually coming to terms with what had just transpired. The encounter had felt surreal, akin to a dream. Alas, the prospect of 500,000 spirit stones monthly, without the burden of providing materials, rivaled the compensation offered by those large families. Moreover, the strength of the Ye family's patriarch was utterly terrifying. Working under such an individual was hardly a degradation of his own status. He began to organize his belongings. Meanwhile, Ye Suifeng had arrived at his final destination. After dismounting from the carriage, he exhaled deeply. These so-called masters were exceedingly arrogant, without imparting some lessons, even if they were to be recruited. Their diligence could not be guaranteed. He wondered if this Hu Chuang would be any different. Upon entering, he found himself in a blacksmith shop. Numerous young men, bare-chested, hammered away at glowing iron in the furnace, the atmosphere vibrant with activity. The air was thick with the sense of coal and sweat. Ye Suifeng was puzzled. This so-called weaponsmith appeared more akin to a blacksmith. Greetings, how may I assist you? A young man, dressed appropriately, approached him with an inquiring demeanor. Oh, I am the patriarch of the Ye family and seek Hu Chuang, Ye Suifeng replied. The young man clasped his hands respectfully. Please wait a moment while I inform the master. Ye Suifeng nodded, relieved to encounter someone relatively sensible. After a short while, the young man returned. Patriarchy. The master is in the back. Please follow me. Very well. Ye Suifeng followed the young man to the rear courtyard of the blacksmith shop. Within the yard, 3 massive iron furnaces were positioned, and several older youths were diligently adding materials to the fires. Behind them stood a middle-aged man, clad in simple attire, with his hands clasped behind his back, occasionally offering guidance. Indeed, this resembles a true forging workshop. The young man remarked to the elegantly dressed figure, Master, the head of the Ye family has arrived. It appeared that he was Hu Chuang. Hu Chuang bowed slightly to Ye Suifeng, saying, Please, this way. Subsequently, the two made their way to the living room, where a servant had prepared a cup of fragrant tea for them. You are Hu Chuang? Ye Suifeng inquired. He appeared quite unassuming and slender, making it difficult to associate him with the sole 6th-grade forging master of Yunshao City. Indeed, that is me, Hu Chuang replied, his voice resonating with a cultured tone. You must be Ye Suifeng, the newly appointed head of the Ye family. What brings you here today? Ye Suifeng nodded, stating, I wish to invite you to serve as a guest elder for the Ye family, to impart your knowledge of forging to our younger generation. What are your thoughts on this? A rational individual, Ye Suifeng maintained a polite demeanor. Upon hearing Ye Suifeng's proposition, Hu Chuang could not help but chuckle ruefully. I appreciate your goodwill, but I find it exceedingly difficult to part with these unruly youngsters. The rejection was anticipated. Ye Suifeng inquired, What do you mean by that? Hu Chuang gestured toward the group of young people outside, saying, You must have noticed them upon your arrival. My forge is bustling with activity, filled with numerous apprentices. Their sustenance and well-being entirely depend on me. Should I leave, they would be left to fend for themselves. Ye Suifeng expressed his confusion, asking, Why is that so? Is their tuition insufficient? In this world, pursuing education is an exceedingly costly endeavor, particularly under the tutelage of a sixth-grade master like Hu Chuang, without substantial financial means. Becoming his disciple is virtually impossible. Hu Chuang took a sip of tea, smiling as he explained. These youngsters are all impoverished children I took under my wing during my travels. They possess determination and talent, yet lack opportunities to shine on this grand stage. Hence, I provide them with this chance. Ye Suifeng was taken aback, realizing the depth of Hu Chuang's commitment. It became clear why he felt such a strong attachment to them. Forging is indeed a costly pursuit. Without Hu Chuang, these young talents might regress to their previous circumstances, possessing potential yet destined for mediocrity. Ye Suifeng clasped his hands together in respect, saying, "Your virtue commands my utmost admiration." Hu Chuang waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It is of no consequence. Therefore, I must decline your offer of guest elder," he added with a light-hearted laugh. Ye Suifeng shook his head with a smile, stating, "No, if that is the case, I believe you should accompany me instead." Hu Chuang was taken aback, asking, "Why do you say that?" Ye Suifeng responded, "Tell me, how much do you spend each month to support such a large group of young apprentices?" Well, Hu Chuang had not anticipated Ye Suifeng's persistence. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Including all the materials consumed in forging, this entire group requires at least 200,000 spirit stones each month." Indeed, forging is a trade that consumes vast resources. Ye Suifeng extended his 5 fingers. "Should you become a guest elder of the Ye family, I can offer you a monthly stipend of 5 million spirit stones. Furthermore, if you desire, we can relocate this entire blacksmith shop into the Ye residence, along with all the apprentices. Rest assured, they will remain under your guidance, and I shall grant you complete autonomy. You need only to instruct the young scions of the Ye family in passing. Additionally, the Ye family will supply all necessary materials for forging. Simply inform me of your requirements." Ye Suifeng laid out his conditions. Hu Chuang was taken aback, momentarily questioning whether he had misheard. 5 million spirit stones each month. Alongside the provision of all forging materials, was he truly prepared to sustain such an expenditure? Even the prominent families in the South could hardly bear such a burden. Most crucially, he was being offered complete independence. This level of generosity was beyond description. Why would you do this? With such financial resources, you could easily hire a more accomplished forger. Hu Chuang inquired, puzzled. Ye Suifeng replied with a smile, "While there are many forgers, few possess your caliber. I admire your noble spirit and shall support your endeavors." Hu Chuang fell silent. When he first arrived in Yunshao City, the 3 great families had sought to invite him as a guest elder. But upon learning of his commitment to care for numerous impoverished apprentices, they withdrew their offers. After all, family interests take precedence. Yet Ye Suifeng was the first to express support and offer such extraordinary compensation. "Do you truly feel this way?" Hu Chuang asked. Ye Suifeng nodded affirmatively. "Very well," Hu Chuang declared. "Then according to your proposal, I will relocate the blacksmith shop to the Ye family. However, rest assured, I shall bear all expenses for those rascals. Moreover, 5 million is excessive. I require only what is necessary for daily upkeep. 50,000 will suffice. Not a penny more." Ye Suifeng replied, "You must practice as well. And I hope you will also take in more talented impoverished youths. That is still far too much. Then let it be 499,000. "Very well." Ye Suifeng stood up. "Money should be spent wisely to yield its greatest value. Prepare yourself well. It would be ideal if you could join the Ye family today. I will ensure that the family's affairs are arranged accordingly." With that, Ye Suifeng took out a piece of stationery and, with a respectful bow, took his leave. Left alone, Hu Chuang was filled with tumultuous emotions, unable to find calm for a long while. Chapter 5. The Disordered Leaves of Ye Suifeng. So many spirit stones. How shall I spend them? Ye Suifeng sat in his study, gazing vacantly at a storage bag brimming with spirit stones. His elder brother had bestowed upon him a total of 1 million top-tier spirit stones, and subsequently, the steward of finances, Sui Yun, allocated 5,000 to him, equivalent to 50 million lower-tier spirit stones, designated for the month as cultivation expenses. Good heavens! Previously, he had only 1 million, and now, suddenly, the sum had multiplied 50-fold. He found himself at a loss as to how to distribute this wealth. Well, first and foremost, there were the monthly allowances and cultivation resources for the clan's younger members. According to his elder brother's guidance, he decided to double the spirit stones first, and likewise, the prices for chi cultivation pills and blood essence pills would also be doubled. Yet, this would hardly exhaust his funds. Then, He would procure mid-tier Qi cultivation pills and mid-tier blood essence pills. How fortunate these young rascals were. Moreover, for other resources consumed during cultivation, his brother had indicated that they would be supplied without limit. Let me see. In terms of alchemical materials, the low-grade spiritual herbs were perpetually insufficient, so he would increase the purchase quantity tenfold. That ought to suffice. As for materials for crafting weapons, formations, and talismans, let us also increase those by 10 times. Our provisions should also be elevated, incorporating higher-grade ingredients, as this would aid in enhancing everyone's cultivation levels. After much deliberation, Ye Suifeng calculated that he had expended a total of 20 million spirit stones, but there remained 30 million. What to do? For the first time, he found himself troubled by an excess of funds. Thus, he resolved to acquire high-grade cultivation resources. Stealing his resolve, he took up his brush once more, letting it dance across the paper. Soul-cleansing pills, body-refining liquid, yellow-tier techniques, yellow-tier spiritual artifacts, Qi-refining pills. He wrote for quite a while, his mind swelling with thoughts until he finally managed to spend the remaining 30 million spirit stones. Ye Suifeng slumped back in his chair, releasing a long breath. At last, he had completed the financial planning for the month. As he gazed at the lengthy list of purchases, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. With such financial investment, how could the Ye family not flourish? The Li family, the Tang family. Eventually, they would all be overshadowed by the Ye clan. Just as he pondered this, a sudden knock echoed at the door of the study. Come in. A middle-aged man clad in butler attire entered. Steward Wu, what is it? Ye Suifeng inquired. Third Master. Someone has requested an audience, Steward Wu replied. Ye Suifeng, being the third among his direct siblings, was respectfully addressed as third master within the clan. Who is it? He asked. Steward Wu paused briefly before responding. He claims to be Zhang Ziming, sent by the clan head to assume the role of the family's alchemical master. Who? Ye Suifeng nearly toppled from his chair. At the entrance of the Ye family, Zhang Ziming, accompanied by 2 disciples, lingered at the threshold. After receiving the funds, he had not dared to delay, swiftly gathering his belongings. He entrusted the Danfeng Pavilion to his eldest disciple and brought along his 2 favorite junior disciples to report to the Ye family. He moved with haste, fearing to displease Ye Suifeng. Zhang Ziming? Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated from behind. Zhang Ziming turned to find none other than Dong Tianji, a 6th-tier formation master from Yushao City. The 2 individuals belonged to the same esteemed echelon, thus they were quite familiar with one another. What brings you here? They both inquired almost simultaneously. Zhang Ziming's eyes twinkled as he replied with a smile. I have been invited by the head of the Ye family to visit. And you? Dong Tianji snorted and retorted. Stop pretending. You are here to serve as a guest scholar at the Ye residence, aren't you? Their mutual understanding allowed them to see through each other's circumstances effortlessly. It appears, my brother, that you have inadvertently offended the esteemed Ye elder. Zhang Ziming remarked with a chuckle. His keen observation revealed that Dong Tianji was visibly agitated, evidently having recently sustained internal injuries. Knowing Dong Tianji's temperament, he surmised that he must have spoken disrespectfully in the presence of Ye Suifeng and faced the consequences. He felt a twinge of relief that Ye Suifeng had spared him. With a darkened expression, Dong Tianji coldly retorted, that was merely you elder assessing my array skills. He even offered me some guidance, which you could only envy. He was determined not to concede verbally to Zhang Ziming. Both harbored their own thoughts, standing in a subtle standoff. At that moment, Ye Suifeng emerged from within the door. Master Zhang, please forgive my inadequate welcome. It is truly a grave offense. Ye Su bowed repeatedly, only to be momentarily taken aback upon noticing Dong Tianji beside him. He quickly regained his composure and exclaimed, Master Dong, I did not expect to see you here as well. He felt a tremor of unease. 2 masters had converged. Could it be that they were both summoned by his elder brother? Elder brother, you are truly remarkable. Zhang Ziming smiled and reassured him. No need for concern. I have come in accordance with the head of the Ye family's directive. Indeed, Dong Tianji concurred. The head of the Ye family is both esteemed and respected. To be granted the opportunity to serve as a guest scholar is a blessing that I, Dong, have cultivated over several lifetimes. Ye Suifeng gazed at the 2 masters, who were typically proud and haughty, momentarily at a loss for words. What has brought about this sudden courtesy from you both? He wondered, perplexed. Yet he warmly invited them back inside. Seated in the parlor, Zhang Ziming and Dong Tianji each produced a letter, presenting it to Ye Suifeng. These were tokens left by Ye Suifeng, and both were conscientious enough not to open them. Ye Suifeng extended his spirit to extract the information within. Suifeng, I have procured an instructor. The remuneration has been arranged. With a 3-year contract, please make the necessary arrangements. They are merely common folk, so there is no need for excessive formality. Ye Suifeng was taken aback, glancing at the two formidable masters, struggling to reconcile the term common folk with their presence. He was baffled as to why his elder brother would describe them in such a manner. Masters, I will promptly arrange accommodations for you, along with the information about the family's younger disciples and the teaching schedule, which will be delivered to you shortly. Ye Suifeng, of course, did not genuinely consider them as commoners and spoke politely. Well said, Zhang Ziming replied with a smile. The disciples of the Ye family are undoubtedly exceptional, rest assured. I will impart my knowledge generously. Indeed, I possess unique insights into teaching that will surely surpass certain individuals, Dong Tianji added. What do you mean by that? Just wait and see. Observing the sudden quarrel between the two esteemed masters, Ye Suifeng scratched his head in confusion. How had the world become so incomprehensible so abruptly? After much effort, Ye Suifeng finally arranged for both masters to settle in comfortably. With the alchemist and the formation master taken care of, he pondered whether his elder brother had made arrangements for the blacksmith. Just then, Steward Wu hurried over. Third master, a large group of people has arrived outside, claiming to come to the family as per the patriarch's agreement. Who are they? Hu Chuan. Before Ye Suifeng could even warm his seat, he sprang to his feet. Another 6th grade master. Moreover, Hu Chuang's reputation in Yunjiao City far surpassed that of the previous two. He hurried to the entrance, only to be astounded. Indeed, there was a massive crowd, at least 100 people. Have you brought an entire blacksmith shop with you? Greetings, Third Master Yi, Hu Chuang said, clasping his hands in respect. You flatter me. Ye Suifeng quickly returned the gesture and invited everyone inside. In the living room, Hu Chuang presented a letter. Suifeng, this is the master blacksmith I have invited. The remuneration for 3 years has already been paid. Please provide them with a dedicated space to serve as a new blacksmith shop, ensuring that no one interferes with its normal operations. Remember, Hu Chuang's requests must be prioritized. The contents of this letter were starkly different from those of the previous two masters. It was evident that his elder brother held this 6th grade blacksmith in high regard. Master Hu, I shall arrange your accommodations shortly and present you with the training plan. If you have any additional requests, please feel free to express them. Ye Suifeng said respectfully. Hu Chuang smiled and replied, You are too kind, Third Master Yi. I have no other demands. Merely keeping that group of rascals together will suffice. Thank you for your assistance. Ye Suifeng quickly responded, It's no trouble at all. It's my duty. Then please, follow me. Soon, Hu Chuang and his apprentices were settled comfortably, and preparations for training resources and facilities were underway. The void left by the departure of the 3 masters of the Ye family had been entirely filled. Chapter 6. I want it all. After emerging from Hu Chuang's forge, Ye Suifeng did not rush home. Instead, he wandered through the bustling streets of Yunjiao City, savoring the local customs and culture. Naturally, indulging in the culinary delights was a must. From the tofu dragonfish to the green bamboo phoenix fluff. In the Grand Northern Banquet, he sampled everything, from roadside stalls to the finest restaurants in the city. His astonishing appetite left the carriage drivers wide-eyed in disbelief. After some time, Ye Suifeng arrived before a towering establishment known as the Wanbao Pavilion. As its name suggests, it was a place that offered a plethora of treasures. Rumor had it that this was a formidable force with a vast presence across the continent, boasting remarkable strength and scale. He intended to acquire some martial arts techniques to better understand the cultivation system of this world. Although Ye Suifeng had attained the pinnacle of the tribulation realm and possessed an extraordinary soul power, he still lacked a systematic understanding of the specific techniques. However, this was not a significant concern. With his immeasurable spiritual awareness, he could swiftly comprehend the operational principles of any technique. After some contemplation, Ye Suifeng entered the Wanbao Pavilion. He perused the first floor and discovered a wealth of items. Martial arts manuals, spiritual artifacts, elixirs, talismans, spiritual herbs, and cultivation materials, everything one could desire. Yet, most of it fell below the yellow grade, the lowest tier among the 4 levels of heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow. Naturally, Ye Suifeng regarded them with disdain. He approached the counter and found the person in charge of the first floor. Without hesitation, he opened a storage bag before the individual. Inform your pavilion master that a significant business opportunity has arrived, Ye Suifeng stated succinctly. The attendant's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the overflowing spiritual stones. By my word, this must be worth over 1 million high-grade spiritual stones. Truly a significant business. Not daring to delay, The attendant promptly escorted Ye Suifeng to a private room, offering fine water and tea before hastily seeking out the pavilion master. After a brief interval, an enchanting woman entered the chamber. She appeared youthful, with a curvaceous figure, and her every smile and frown exuded an irresistible charm. "It is my apologies for not welcoming you sooner, esteemed head of the Ye family. Please do not take offense," she said, her melodious voice evoking an immediate sense of goodwill. "Are you the master of Wanbao Pavilion?" Ye Suifeng inquired. The woman took a seat opposite him and smiled. "Indeed, I am Gu Wanqing, the head of Wanbao Pavilion in Yuxiao City." "Master Gu," Ye Suifeng clasped his fist in greeting. "I have come today to procure some treasures, and I trust that with the strength of Wanbao Pavilion, I will not be disappointed." He delved straight into the matter without further ado. "The head of the Ye family is indeed a forthright individual," Gu Wanqing remarked, her expression blooming with intrigue. She retrieved a jade slip from her robe and placed it on the table. "I presume treasures of the yellow grade would not pique your interest. Here is a list of our mysterious grade treasures. Please have a look and see if anything catches your fancy." Mysterious grade treasures, even the lowest tier spiritual herbs, were valued at over 10,000 spiritual stones. Gu Wanqing evidently regarded Ye Suifeng as a wealthy patron. However, her assumption was indeed correct. The individual before her was indeed affluent. Ye Suifeng picked up the jade slip and extended a fragment of his spirit. In an instant, a plethora of treasures' names and descriptions materialized before his eyes. It was akin to the first floor of the Wanbao Pavilion, with an array of items encompassing various domains truly worthy of its reputation. Ye Suifeng focused on browsing through the techniques, martial skills, and cultivation manuals. Sword techniques, fist techniques, staff techniques, body techniques, spell techniques, body refining techniques, alchemy, artifact crafting, formation techniques. Aside from certain unique paths, everything that should be present was indeed included, perfectly suited for Ye Suifeng's exploration of this world. However, upon a thorough review, Ye Suifeng discovered that only techniques of the mid-grade Xian level and below were available. "Are there no higher-grade techniques?" Ye Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. Mid-grade Xian level was already considered high-end merchandise in Yunjiao City, and he was not satisfied? "Master Yi, treasures above the upper grade of Xian level are exceedingly rare. I do not intend to offend you. Their value is immensely significant. Money is not an issue." Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. "If there are any high-grade items, please present them." Gu Wanqing's expression grew peculiar. Was it not said that the Yi family was on the verge of decline? How could this new master exude such opulence? However, as a business opportunity had arisen, she would not turn it away. Once again, she retrieved a glowing jade slip from her bosom and placed it before Ye Suifeng. "This contains our Wanbao Pavilion's treasures of the upper grade Xian level. Please see if anything piques your interest," Gu Wanqing offered. Ye Suifeng nodded and extended his spiritual energy once more. This time, the list was evidently much shorter. After all, items of the upper grade Xian level were not commonplace. Ye Suifeng quickly perused the contents, which were indeed extraordinary. Among them was a superb spirit sword of the upper grade Xian level, exquisitely crafted and immensely powerful, quite suitable for his daughter, Yi Huang. "Ah, I must inquire what my daughter likes when I return, due to the obstinacy of my former self. This child has endured much hardship over the years. Are there no even higher grade items?" Ye Suifeng set down the jade slip, yet more advanced. Gu Wanqing was bewildered. What was this Ye Suifeng's intention, to have such an insatiable appetite? Even the superb treasures of the upper grade Xian level could not satisfy him. Beyond that lay the earth grade treasures, the crown jewels of the Wanbao Pavilion in Yunjiao City. Did he truly possess such financial capability? Gu Wanqing couldn't help but doubt whether this master of the Yi family was merely jesting with her. Yet, observing his composed demeanor, he did not seem like the type to engage in trivial banter. Gu Wanqing discreetly shook her head. No one dared to easily offend the Wanbao Pavilion, and showing him the treasures would be harmless. Subsequently, Gu Wanqing once more produced a golden jade slip and handed it to Ye Suifeng. "Master Yi, this is our crown jewel. If you are still unsatisfied, I am at a loss for what more I can provide," Gu Wanqing stated deliberately. "Oh, very well. Are the highest treasures only of the earth grade? Then let it be as such for now." Ye Suifeng's expression reflected a hint of disappointment. Meanwhile, Gu Wanqing was increasingly perplexed. Reading the nuances of human emotion was her forte, and she could clearly discern Ye Suifeng's disappointment. "Are you not satisfied even with the earth grade items? My goodness, what kind of affluent individual have I encountered?" At that moment, Ye Suifeng had already delved into the treasures. The prized possessions of the collection were naturally limited. Within, there existed merely 5 items, 2 manuals, 2 spiritual artifacts, and a blue stone. The Kanglen technique was an Earth-grade inferior cultivation method, while the God-slaying 9 swords was an Earth-grade medium martial skill. There was also an Earth-grade inferior jade talisman, capable of erecting a robust defensive shield, and an Earth-grade medium alchemy furnace that could autonomously generate alchemical flames, aiding the alchemist in their work. Surprisingly, the most valuable item was that very stone, the Tranquil Heart Stone, an Earth-grade superior treasure that soothes the spirit, enhances cultivation efficiency, and aids in comprehending techniques. Ye Suifeng nodded inwardly. Indeed, these were remarkable items. Are there no higher-grade items? Ye Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanxin, slightly embarrassed, replied, Truly, there are none. Our branch pavilion is relatively small, and thus these 5 items are our prized possessions. Very well, Ye Suifeng conceded. Let us discuss the price. Gu Wanxin's eyes sparkled with excitement. They had finally broached the topic of pricing. It appeared that this head of the Ye family was not one to create disturbances. Which item has caught your eye? Gu Wanxin inquired. Ye Suifeng waved his hand, indicating for her to list them all. As you wish. Gu Wanxin pondered for a moment before stating, You must understand, treasures of Earth-grade quality are rare even in Sioux City. The Kanglen technique is priced at 2 billion spirit stones. The God-slaying 9 swords at 100 billion, the Hongfu Jade pendant at 10 billion, and the ancient apothecary furnace at 50 billion. As for the Tranquil Heart Stone, it requires 500 billion spirit stones. What a staggering price! In the past, the expenditures of the Ye family, including daily sustenance, cultivation resources, commercial investments, and maintenance of resource lands, amounted to approximately 10 billion spirit stones annually. Their income was barely equivalent. They could not even afford the least expensive Hongfu Jade pendant. Throughout the entirety of Yunxiao City, perhaps only the formidable Tang family could procure a prized possession from the Wanbao Pavilion, yet if they did, their clan members would likely have to tighten their belts for years to come. Which one do you wish to purchase? Gu Wanxin asked, her expression brimming with anticipation. These 5 prized items had sat untouched since her arrival, and selling even one would yield substantial commission. More importantly, it would earn her considerable prestige in the main pavilion of Sioux City. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Bring them all to me. I desire them all. Gu Wanxin was taken aback, momentarily doubting her hearing. It seemed most probable that Ye Suifeng would opt for the Kanglen technique, as it was relatively affordable and significantly beneficial to the family. She never imagined he would desire them all. Is that truly your intention? Gu Wanxin felt compelled to confirm. Ye Suifeng smiled and said, Of course it is true, but you must provide me with several larger storage bags. Otherwise, I cannot accommodate so many spirit stones. This time, Ye Suifeng intended to spend some of the low-grade spirit stones. After all, leaving them piled up was hardly practical and rather unsightly. Gu Wanxin, feeling a bit dazed, realized that they had reached this point and no longer worried that Ye Suifeng was jesting. Moments later, Gu Wanxin returned with a multitude of storage bags and then presented Ye Suifeng with a beautiful ring. 5 treasures of our collection are contained within this storage ring. Rest assured, this ring is a gift for you, and from this moment on, you shall be our most esteemed guest at the Wanbao Pavilion of Yunxiao City. Gu Wanxin spoke with utmost respect. For her, Ye Suifeng was not merely a deity of wealth but also the bodhisattva guiding her to greater heights. Imagining the expressions of those back at the main pavilion upon learning that she had sold so many items brought a delightful thrill to her heart. Very well. Ye Suifeng accepted the ring and inspected its contents, confirming that the 5 treasures were indeed present without issue. He then took the storage bags and began to fill them with spirit stones. The storage bags Gu Wanxin provided were quite capacious, each capable of holding 5 billion spirit stones. After completing the task, Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow. It still wasn't sufficient. Huh, Gu Wanxin exclaimed, her face a canvas of confusion. Surely you miscalculated. There are 14 storage bags in total, which can accommodate 700 billion spirit stones. Those items amount to 680 billion. A warm smile spread across Ye Suifeng's face. No, it is you who has misunderstood. When I said I wanted it all, I did not refer solely to the treasures of the shop. I also desire the 2 jade slips that list the profound-level treasures. Gu Wanxin's eyes widened in astonishment. This. Chapter 7. The Thoughts of Yi Huang in the City of Yunxiao. None were aware that Wang Jiagi had suddenly fallen into destitution, reduced to nothing but mere currency. All treasures of the Xian rank and above had been swiftly cleared away. transformed into 10 storage rings, now adorning Ye Suifeng's fingers. As he departed, Gu Wanxian expressed her deep concern, insisting on dispatching all 8 golden core cultivators from Wanjiagi to ensure his safe return to the family. Ye Suifeng graciously declined. No one could seize anything from his grasp. He ambled leisurely, even indulging in 2 sumptuous meals before making his way back home, by which time twilight was nearly upon him. First, he stopped by to visit Suiyun, casually dropping off 9 storage rings while instructing him to distribute them wisely, leaving Suiyun alone in the study, bewildered by the sudden windfall. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng returned to his courtyard. Just as he was about to enter, he heard the sound of thuds echoing through the air. Upon entering, he discovered his daughter, Yi Huang, diligently practicing her punches. Her hands were wrapped in layers of cloth, and in front of her lay a black measuring stone. This stone possessed remarkable resilience, capable of recovering quickly even after sustaining a dent, making it ideal for training. Yi Huang struck the measuring stone with unwavering focus, her every punch resonating with intensity. Sweat dampened her bangs, twisting them into strands that clung to her face. Indeed, she was a diligent and ambitious young girl, and Ye Suifeng felt a swell of pride. In his memories, this daughter had always been exceptionally mature, never causing him worry and often sharing in his burdens. Truly, a child from a humble background learns responsibility early. Xiao Huang, Ye Suifeng called gently. Father, you're back. Yi Huang replied, lifting her head, yet her fist remained in motion. Have you had dinner? He inquired. I've already eaten, she responded, shaking her head. Just a moment longer. I need to complete 200 more punches to reach 1,000. This is my post-dinner training routine. What a stubborn girl she is. Ye Suifeng thought, not wishing to press her further. He stood aside, watching as she diligently pursued her goal, each punch infused with her full strength as she struck the measuring stone, clearly striving to surpass her limits. However, he observed that her method of exertion lacked finesse. With a slight adjustment, she could achieve far greater results. He resolved to provide guidance to his beloved daughter in due course. Upon completing her 1,000 punches, Yi Huang exhaled deeply and flashed a smile at Ye Suifeng. Come inside. She beckoned. The two entered the room. Once seated, Ye Suifeng intended to discuss Yi Huang's cultivation, only to realize he was unaware of her current level of advancement. What an unworthy father I am. Xiao Huang, what stage of cultivation have you reached? Ye Suifeng asked. Yi Huang's expression reflected shock. Over the years, her father had never inquired about her cultivation progress. What had prompted this today? I just broke through to the 7th level of qi refinement a few days ago, Yi Huang said, a hint of shyness in her voice. The process of refining qi consists of 12 levels. Yi Huang, at the tender age of 14, has reached the 7th level of qi refinement, which merely allows her to pass the threshold in a place like Yunxiao City. However, within the Yi family, this accomplishment is hardly noteworthy. If memory serves, several of her peers, possessing exceptional talents, have already transcended the qi refinement stage and entered the realm of transformation. In comparison to them, Yi Huang's abilities appear rather diminutive, especially considering her status as the daughter of the family head. The pressure she endures must be considerable. Do not be disheartened. From today onward, I shall personally guide your cultivation, and you will soon catch up, Ye Suifeng declared. Thank you, father. Yi Huang beamed with joy. She held little expectation regarding the guidance, but the most significant aspect was that her father was finally taking an interest in her. This realization filled her with profound happiness. Very well, I have ventured out today and brought back some gifts for you. Now, tell me, what do you like, or what is your greatest wish? Ye Suifeng inquired. With so many items in his possession, it would be unwise to present them all at once without first understanding her desires. Yi Huang hesitated for a moment. My wish. It is to diligently cultivate and become a powerful individual, so that one day I can. She trailed off, lowering her gaze. The desire to alleviate her father's burdens was a sentiment she had harbored deep within, not easily spoken aloud. So that you can? Ye Suifeng pressed. So that I can participate in the upcoming Yunxiao City battle, Yi Huang confessed, weaving a small fib. The Yunxiao City battle? Ye Suifeng paused, then recollected the event. In Yunxiao City, the 3 prominent families inevitably clash in various aspects. To prevent large-scale bloodshed, the Yunxiao City battle was proposed as a means of resolution. This contest occurs every 2 years, with each family sending forth 5 young members under the age of 18 to compete. The victors claim the shops or resource lands of the defeated. The Yi family has unfortunately been on the losing side in recent contests, resulting in significant losses to their familial assets, which has strained their finances. The next Yinshao City battle is merely 6 months away. It is surprising that his daughter harbors such aspirations to bring honor to the family. What a wonderful child she is. Ye Suifeng nodded. Cultivation was a necessary path. And even without her prompting, he would ensure she advanced further in her training. Aside from cultivation, what else do you enjoy? Ye Suifeng asked. Yi Huang pondered for a moment before replying, beyond cultivation, I suppose it would be alchemy. What draws you to alchemy? Ye Suifeng inquired with curiosity. Because if one masters the art, alchemy can be immensely profitable, Yi Huang chuckled, scratching her head. Ye Suifeng understood now. His daughter was undoubtedly concerned about their financial situation. Before becoming the family head, although he enjoyed a modest stipend from the family, his lack of contributions meant it was not substantial, merely sufficient for daily living. It is no wonder his daughter is so preoccupied with money. Very well. Your father supports you, Ye Suifeng affirmed. It is indeed a rare and commendable thing for the youth to harbor dreams, and naturally, they shall receive unwavering support. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng retrieved the earth-grade alchemy furnace he had purchased that day from his storage ring. This newly acquired furnace surpasses yours. You should take it, Ye Suifeng remarked. His daughter's furnace was of inferior yellow grade and held little significance. Father, you are so wonderful, Yi Huan exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the alchemy furnace. Unbeknownst to her, this item was the treasured relic of the Wandao Pavilion. However, as long as it was a gift from her father, she was immensely pleased. By the way, our family has recently welcomed a new alchemy instructor, but you need not attend classes. From today onwards, I shall personally guide you in the art of alchemy, Ye Suifeng declared. Oh, very well. Yi Huang blinked, pondering when her father had acquired the skill of alchemy. Ye Suifeng contemplated for a moment before inquiring. By the way, do you have an affinity for swords? Yes, quite so. However, our family excels in martial arts, so I chose to practice boxing, Yi Huang replied. Now there is a sword technique, Ye Suifeng said, producing a supreme-grade sword from his storage ring and handing it to Yi Huang. Since you have an interest, let us begin your sword training henceforth. The elegant blade emitted a subtle violet glow, instantly filling Yi Huang's eyes with sparkling wonder. It is simply exquisite. I wonder what grade it is, she mused. I shall provide you with the techniques tomorrow. Oh, and there is this as well. Ye Suifeng then revealed a tranquil stone. The upper-grade tranquil stone, renowned for its significant aid in cultivation, was coveted by all practitioners. Yi Huang stood in awe as she accepted the tranquil stone, still unaware of its true implications. All right, you should return to your room to rest. Cultivation necessitates a balance of work and leisure. One cannot achieve success through relentless practice alone, Ye Suifeng advised. Yi Huang nodded, her heart brimming with excitement as she rose to leave. Ye Suifeng sighed, knowing well that his daughter would likely immerse herself in cultivation until late into the night. Yet, it was no great matter. Young people ought to strive diligently. After completing his evening routine, Ye Suifeng reclined on his bed, retrieving the 2 earth-grade cultivation manuals he had acquired that day. Each of these manuals would stir up a sensation in Yunshao City upon their mere presentation. Their grades were exceedingly high. Yet, Ye Suifeng was not satisfied. He intended to refine them further. There is a clear issue here. The flow of spiritual energy should be directed this way. The pathways were also incorrect. He would replace them with more suitable ones. Millennia of cultivation had rendered Ye Suifeng's spirit immeasurably potent, enabling him to perceive the essence of things. For manuals of this earth grade, it was trivial to identify their flaws and enhance them. He could not afford to be careless regarding his daughter's training. It was only in the early hours of the morning that Ye Suifeng completed the revisions on both manuals. Now, Kangling Gong had been elevated from an inferior earth-grade technique to a supreme earth-grade method. Meanwhile, God-slaying 9 swords had ascended to a mid-tier heavenly grade, capable of slaying true deities upon achieving mastery. Never mind, let's leave it at that for now. I shall temporarily allow little Huang to make do with these 2 books. On another day, I will delve into the study of some celestial arts or Taoist techniques, and then I shall provide her with the opportunity to learn them. Chapter 8. The family's trimmer today marks the day when the young members of the Yi family receive their customary allowances. Groups of young men and women, some in pairs and others alone, make their way to the family's administrative hall. A striking youth clad in white, exuding an air of confidence, strides down the path with a golden spear slung over his shoulder. Long Gu, wait for me. Suddenly, a melodious voice calls out from behind, prompting the young man to turn. 2 individuals of similar height, a boy and a girl dressed in azure garments, are running toward him. Yi Qian, Yi Qian. Yi Long acknowledges. The girl beams as she approaches Yu Long and inquires, when did you emerge from seclusion? 3 days ago, Yulong replies, nodding at the two before continuing on his way. How was your experience during seclusion? Yuqian asks. Not too bad, Yulong responds. I have broken through to the 3rd level of Qi transformation and successfully mastered the dragon hunting spear technique to the minor accomplishment stage. Yuqian's eyes immediately sparkle with admiration. Brother, you are truly remarkable. In the upcoming battle of Yunxiao City in 6 months, we must teach those detestable members of the Li family a lesson, she exclaims, shaking her small fist in indignation. Yulong purses his lips. Among the younger generation of the Yi family, his prowess is unparalleled. If all goes as expected, he will secure a place in the forthcoming battle. However, he harbors little confidence in defeating the Li family. According to reliable sources, Li Qi, the eldest son of the Li family, has already reached the 5th level of Qi transformation, wielding hidden weapons with unparalleled skill. If they were to confront each other now, defeat would likely be his fate. Yulong clenches his fists. Rest assured, I will strive diligently. Yes, I believe in you. Yuqian cheers from the side. You both must also put forth your best effort. The Yi family cannot afford to decline during our generation. Yulong states earnestly. The other two nod in agreement. Long Gu, I heard from my father a few days ago that our allowances are to be reduced again, Yuqian suddenly mentions, her tone serious. The 3 of them are children of Ye Suifeng, with Yulong being the eldest at 15. Yuqian and Yuqian, the 14-year-old twins, are slightly younger than Yi Huang. As Ye Suifeng oversees the family's resources, they are privy to certain information ahead of time. I am aware, Yulong sighs softly. The family is currently facing difficulties, which necessitates our intensified training and unity to help the family weather this storm. Yuqian pouts, while that may be true. With the reduction in allowances, doesn't that make it even harder for us to cultivate? Moreover, with Uncle now as the head of the family, I fear we may have a bleak future ahead, she continues. Just as she speaks, Yulong suddenly halts. Slap. A resounding blow lands on Yuqian's face, leaving a vivid red mark. Who gave you the audacity to speak ill of the family head behind his back? Yulong scolds, his expression grave as he glares at Yuqian and then at Yuqian. Yuqian trembled in fright and quickly said, Brother, we were wrong. You know that. My sister speaks her mind. Speak her mind? Sooner or later, disaster will ensue from careless words. Yulong coldly snorted, regardless of how our uncle is. He is currently the head of our family, the highest authority of the Yi clan. To speak ill of him is to challenge the entire family's authority. Have you forgotten the 3 iron rules of our clan? The 2 chastised individuals lowered their heads, too afraid to utter a word. In this household, the parents hold the utmost power, followed closely by the elder brother. Brother, I was wrong, Yuqian said weakly, covering her face. Yulong cast a glance at her and then turned to Yuqian, saying, From now on, when I'm not around, ensure you take good care of her. And don't let her run wild every day. Yuqian quickly acquiesced. After receiving a stern reprimand, their conversation became noticeably sparse. Moments later, the 3 of them arrived at the Elder Hall. Several young masters, here are your monthly stipends and cultivation resources. Take them well and cultivate diligently. The hall steward said with a smile. The group felt a bit perplexed. Hadn't the stipends been reduced? Why did he seem so cheerful? However, they did not dwell on it and, after receiving their storage bags, turned to leave. Do you all have lessons today? Yulong inquired. Yes, Yuqian replied. The previous 3 instructors have left, and I heard the family head summoned 3 new ones yesterday. This alone speaks to the family head's capabilities, Yulong remarked. Thus, cast aside any unwarranted thoughts. Diligent cultivation is the true path. As they walked, they suddenly noticed Yuqian standing still, motionless. What's wrong? Yulong asked. Yuqian lifted her head, her face filled with confusion and uncertainty. She held her storage bag with both hands, which was now opened. I think my stipend was given incorrectly. Yulong frowned slightly and said, Did we not say that this month's stipends would be reduced? What is so strange about that? No, it's not that. Yuqian opened her storage bag wide. My stipend hasn't decreased. In fact, it seems to have increased significantly. What? Yulong and Yuqian hurriedly stepped forward to examine their sister's storage bag, their eyes widening in astonishment. As direct descendants, they originally received 50 spirit stones, 10 bottles of Qi cultivation pills, and 10 bottles of bone-strengthening pills each month for their daily cultivation. However, the quantities in their sister's storage bag were evidently amiss. Upon careful counting, they discovered there were a total of 100 spirit stones, and both the Qi cultivation pills and bone-strengthening pills had doubled. Furthermore, There were 2 additional items, a bottle of red pills labeled body refining pill and a glossy porcelain pill marked as marrow cleansing pill. Both of these, especially the marrow cleansing pill, were high-grade elixirs. How could they end up in their sister's possession? It must be a mistake, Yi Qian remarked. Such an abundance of resources does not seem intended for us. Let us check our own, Yilong suddenly suggested. Subsequently, the 2 opened their own storage bags, only to be left in stunned silence. They're identical. What is going on? Were they all given incorrectly? The 3 individuals exchanged glances, each perceiving a look of confusion upon the other's face. After a brief silence, Yilong closed the storage bag and spoke in a solemn tone. There must be some mistake. These items undoubtedly belong to someone else, and we cannot accept them. The other 2 nodded in agreement. They would never compromise their integrity by accepting what did not rightfully belong to them. Subsequently, the trio returned to the steward hall, returning the storage bag to the steward. Steward Liao, it seems this is not intended for us, Yilong remarked. Oh, was there a mix-up? Steward Liao took the storage bag, examined it closely, and then handed it back. Young masters, you are jesting. The contents are indeed correct and meant for you, he replied with a smile. The 3 were momentarily taken aback. But the quantity? Steward Liao waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. Did you not notice the family seal within? Yilong's face was filled with perplexity. He then opened the storage bag and discovered an unusual item inside. It was a small seal, and upon opening it, a bold line of text unfolded before them. Resources are abundant. Cultivate diligently. Chapter 9. Guidance and Cultivation. The Ye family was in a state of excitement. No one anticipated that the monthly allowance would increase to such an extent. Good heavens. The qi-nourishing pills this time were of medium grade, as were the bone-strengthening pills. Some individuals, upon consuming the pills, were immediately overwhelmed by the immense spiritual energy contained within. Compared to low-grade qi-nourishing pills, the cultivation efficiency of medium-grade pills was at least 5-fold. To everyone's astonishment, the newly appointed alchemy instructor was none other than Master Zhang Ziming, a 6th-grade alchemist. Some recognized him during the alchemy class and could hardly believe that the family had managed to invite him as an instructor. Likewise, in the courses on weapon forging and formations, others recognized 2 6th-grade masters, leaving them profoundly astonished. The family had truly spared no expense this time. Coupled with the family head's directive, cultivate diligently, and resources are abundant, the Yi family had officially ushered in an era of collective cultivation. Such news rapidly spread, becoming known to the other 2 prominent families. Doubling resources? 6th-grade masters? It seemed the Yi family was betting their fate on the upcoming battle in Yuxiao City in 6 months. I always said that the new head of the Yi family was a fool. This approach was nothing short of undermining their own foundation. How could the elders of the Yi family allow such recklessness? Who knows, perhaps those elders are fools as well. The Yi family is truly on a path to ruin, destined to fall to Ye Suifeng. The Li family scoffed at Ye Suifeng's actions, deriding him for what they perceived as reckless exploitation of resources that jeopardized the family's foundation. A self-destructive endeavor. Could the Yi family truly possess such financial strength? Had they drawn upon their ancestral reserves? Unthinkable. It is hard to believe. As I have seen Ye Suifeng before, he does not seem particularly capable. Perhaps he acted out of folly in making such an absurd decision. Yet, one must question how the 6th-grade masters could have been summoned so easily. One wonders what tremendous cost the Yi family must have borne. Regardless, the Tang family must not be overshadowed by the other 2 families in the battle for Yuxiao City in 6 months. The members of the Tang family were equally perplexed, uncertain of what Ye Suifeng's maneuvers truly signified. The entirety of Yuxiao City trembled at the sudden influx of cultivation resources from the Yi family. Meanwhile, the architect of this upheaval, Ye Suifeng, sat beneath a willow tree in his courtyard, engrossed in a thick, ancient tome while leisurely sipping tea. His daughter, Yi Huang, diligently practiced the fundamentals of swordsmanship nearby. Earlier that morning, Ye Suifeng had provided her with 2 revised manuals. However, due to her inadequate foundation, he decided she must first solidify her swordplay basics. Of course, Ye Suifeng had his unique methods. He meticulously sifted through numerous sword techniques, discarding the dross while extracting the essence, ultimately culminating in the creation of an entirely new swordsmanship style, basic sword technique, Huang. Although the name may seem somewhat whimsical, this technique far surpassed ordinary introductory sword forms in depth and sophistication. It serves to assist an absolute novice in swordsmanship to the fullest extent, while also effectively honing their sword-fighting posture and even enhancing physical fitness and coordination. Most importantly, it has been meticulously tailored by Ye Suifeng to suit Yi Huang's unique constitution. After merely practicing for a single hour, Yi Huang has already developed quite a proficiency, shedding her previous awkwardness when first handling the sword. Once her training fell into a routine, Ye Suifeng seated himself nearby, perusing the martial text he had acquired the day before. The tome in his hands, titled Thunderous Body Refinement Method, is a superior level technique for body cultivation. Indeed, this technique is commendable, Ye Suifeng mused, nodding as he plucked a glistening apple and savored its crispness. Having resolved to cultivate Yi Huang, he would certainly not be negligent. The methods, sword techniques, body refinement, and magical artifacts must at least meet a satisfactory standard. Relying solely on her own efforts is utterly unrealistic. Firstly, Yi Huang is not the prodigious talent one might hope for. She is merely a practitioner of average aptitude. Without his intervention, her future accomplishments would be considerably limited. Secondly, to possess wealth and not utilize it would be a folly of the highest order. Why are hidden families, super sects, and disciples from sacred lands so formidable? Is it solely due to their own efforts? Nonsense. They are all built upon a mountain of abundant resources. In comparison to them, Ye Suifeng's investment in Yi Huang is still quite modest. However, he is not in a hurry. He believes in a gradual and steady approach. After thoroughly reviewing the thunderous body refinement method, Ye Suifeng poured himself a cup of tea and savored it slowly. The technique is promising, with some modifications. It could evolve into a heavenly grade body refinement technique. Yet, as he observed his daughter diligently practicing, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Simultaneously mastering multiple top-tier techniques may not necessarily be beneficial. Perhaps it would be wiser to develop a potent body-enhancing elixir based on this method, a more straightforward approach. With this thought, Ye Suifeng's vast consciousness began to engage in calculations and simulations. Within the span of a single incense stick's burning time, he devised a formula for a body-enhancing elixir. While not the strongest concoction, the materials at hand were sufficient, alleviating the need for him to seek out rare and precious resources. However, one key ingredient was still lacking. Ye Suifeng lifted his gaze skyward. The essence of the thunderous body refinement method lies in the thunderous roar. Consequently, the elixir derived from it requires thunder as its primary ingredient. What could be more potent than the heavenly tribulation of someone at the pinnacle of tribulation? Indeed, Ye Suifeng had his sights set on the Tao of Heaven he had playfully teased a few days prior. A mere borrowing of resources should not provoke much ire from it. Yet, conducting such a ritual here would be rather conspicuous. It would be prudent to seek a more secluded location. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Suifeng rose to his feet. "Xiao Huang, it's time to take a break," he called out, observing his daughter, drenched in sweat. "I'm fine, father. I can keep going," Yi Huang replied, breathless and flushed, yet resolutely swinging the sword according to her father's teachings. Ye Suifeng's expression darkened slightly as he commanded, "Follow my instructions. This sword technique requires a gradual approach. When I instructed you to pause, it was to allow you to sit and practice the Kanglin technique. This is indeed the most opportune moment." Upon hearing her father's words, Yi Huang quickly gathered her composure, steadied her breath, and settled into a seated position, preparing to cultivate the Kanglin technique. Before commencing, she discreetly cast a glance at Ye Suifeng. Her father had recently acquired an aura of authority. In the past, he would never have expressed opinions regarding her training. Yet, this newfound demeanor provided a sense of reassurance. With these thoughts in mind, she closed her eyes and earnestly began her practice. Ye Suifeng nodded slightly and advised, "Remember, for every hour spent practicing the fundamental sword techniques, you must sit in meditation for an hour and then reflect on your progress, identifying any issues and contemplating improvements. Each 3-hour period constitutes a cycle, and you must complete 2 cycles daily, without exception. The remaining time can be arranged at your discretion." He imparted these instructions with care. "Now, take your time to practice. I shall step out for a while and return in the evening." With that, Ye Suifeng's figure gradually faded from sight within the courtyard. Chapter 10. The Tribulation. The Qinggu Jailing stands as a formidable chasm to the north of Yunxiao City. Beyond it lies the northern snowfield, a realm said to be devoid of resources, where life is exceedingly arduous, and the inhabitants exist in a primitive tribal state, clad in animal hides and relying on slash-and-burn agriculture. In essence, it is a land bereft of culture. However, these are merely conjectures of the people from Lingnan. For few have traversed the Qinggu Jailing to behold the northern snowfield's grandeur. The towering heights of Qinggu Jailing impede the progress of nearly all. Its rugged mountains and dense foliage conceal ancient territories seldom trodden by human feet. Countless formidable beasts lurk within its depths, and to venture carelessly into their domain could lead to a swift demise. Yet, this perilous environment draws numerous cultivators seeking to hone their skills. The treasures found upon the bodies of these beasts are enticing, should fortune smile upon them with the discovery of a spirit herb of earthly grade or higher. It would bestow upon them sudden wealth, liberating them from future worries. At this moment, several young cultivators tread cautiously along the periphery of the jailing. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberates in the distance, causing them to freeze in place. Among them, a disheveled young man promptly drops to the ground, straining to listen intently. Instantly, his expression shifts dramatically. "Run! A massive horde of beasts is charging towards us!" He cries in alarm, only to find his companions rooted to the spot. Mouths agape as they gaze skyward. Following their line of sight, the long-haired youth is left dumbfounded. A vast expanse of dark clouds blankets much of the sky, swirling ominously and pulsating with flashes of azure and violet light. The oppressive atmosphere constricts his chest, as if his heart were on the verge of bursting forth. What is that? They tremble, feeling their legs weaken. This scene resembles an omen of apocalypse. As the rumbling intensifies, they witness a multitude of birds erupting from the nearby forest in a frenzy. "It's a beast tide. We must flee." The long-haired youth reacts first, shouting hoarsely as he turns to escape. The others, regaining their senses, hastily follow in his wake, racing towards the mountain's edge, atop a peak deep within the jailing. Ye Suifeng gazes at the encroaching tribulation clouds above, furrowing his brow. The disturbance is surprisingly pronounced. Had he known, he would have ventured deeper into the mountains. His intention in summoning the tribulation lightning here was to avoid impacting ordinary cultivators, yet he did not anticipate the cloud's vast reach, nearly spilling over the mountain's boundaries. "Hurry up, will you? Stop dawdling," Ye Suifeng grumbles, looking up with displeasure. His tribulation lightning is the most fearsome of the 99 heavenly tribulations, comprising a total of 81 bolts, each one exponentially more powerful than the last, with quality increasing correspondingly. Ye Suifeng has been waiting so long to capture the final bolt of lightning. As if responding to Ye Suifeng's provocation, the swirling tribulation clouds accelerate their rotation. With a resounding crash, a bolt of azure-violet lightning descends from the heavens, carrying with it immense celestial might, and in an instant, it is upon Ye Suifeng's head. However, Ye Suifeng merely waved his hand, and the seemingly invincible tribulation thunder was instantly shattered into countless fragments, akin to heavenly blossoms scattering upon the surrounding peaks. In an instant, the earth trembled violently, and several small mountains were cleaved and collapsed. "This is more like it. Let's hasten the pace." Ye Suifeng appeared entirely unharmed. Waves of tribulation thunder continued to descend relentlessly. Yet, before Ye Suifeng, they resembled nothing more than soft cotton candy, utterly incapable of withstanding a blow. At last, the final wave of the 99 heavenly tribulation approached. The ominous clouds of tribulation in the sky began to contract, yet the ferocious energy they harbored surged to unprecedented heights. As the clouds shrank to a singular point, a resounding boom echoed. A great purple lightning bolt descended with tremendous might. "I have awaited your arrival." Ye Suifeng soared into the air, confronting the annihilating thunder head-on. With a flick of his right hand, various arcane energies coalesced within his grasp. In his left hand, he astonishingly produced a white jade bottle. In an instant, Ye Suifeng collided directly with the tribulation thunder. However, the anticipated cataclysmic explosion did not ensue. Instead, it abruptly ceased, akin to the final chord of a pipa. The fierce storm transformed into a clear, serene sky. Ye Suifeng's figure gently descended. In his hand, a sphere of purple energy surged restlessly, rampaging about. "Be gentle now." Ye Suifeng's fingers curled slightly, causing the purple energy to contract until it ultimately transformed into a small droplet of liquid, suspended above his palm. Subsequently, this droplet of purple liquid was sealed within the jade bottle. Finally, it was accomplished. Ye Suifeng gazed skyward, where a magnificent celestial gate manifested in the air, faintly visible. The gate gradually opened, and a golden radiance enveloped Ye Suifeng, with myriad celestial melodies emanating from within. He had successfully traversed the 99 heavenly tribulation and was on the cusp of ascension. There's no rush for such matters. You should return for now." Ye Suifeng dispersed his celestial aura, once again stabilizing his cultivation at the peak of tribulation transcendence. This realm could not accommodate immortals. To ascend, one must rise to the higher realms. Ye Suifeng was unwilling to depart so soon. He had only just arrived and had yet to fully experience the local customs and culture. Moreover, he had a beloved daughter awaiting his return at home. After Ye Suifeng dismissed his immortal aura, the celestial gate in the void seemed to lose its target, pausing momentarily before gradually fading away. Task accomplished. Ye Suifeng stowed the jade bottle into his storage space. The primary elixir was prepared, and at the opportune moment, he could refine body-tempering liquid for Yi Huang. The final bolt of tribulation thunder contained both destructive and transformative energies, and even Ye Suifeng himself could not fathom the immense effects that the body-tempering liquid, forged from it, would yield. Standing atop the mountain, apart from the peak beneath his feet, the surrounding landscape lay in utter disarray, having been ravaged by the thunder, which had cleaved away several dozen meters of elevation. The terror of celestial tribulation reveals itself in stark clarity. He gazes toward the north, where a chilling consciousness extends over countless miles, arriving at a vast expanse of icy plateau. This is the fabled northern snowfield, which indeed appears desolate. Ye Suifeng's awareness wanders aimlessly until, abruptly, a formidable consciousness emerges from the depths of the plateau, rushing forth with great speed. This presence seems to be intertwined with the entirety of the northern highlands, almost rivaling Ye Suifeng's own consciousness, which is but a fraction of its might. Incredibly powerful. Does this world harbor such formidable cultivators? Upon sensing this approaching presence, Ye Suifeng swiftly retracts his own awareness, as he is not yet inclined to engage with the pinnacle of worldly forces. Perhaps another time. Ye Suifeng shrugs. The sun is now setting, and the tribulation has consumed far too much of his time. It is time to return home. In the extreme northern lands, a pair of icy eyes suddenly opens. Peering into the realm of the divine, is this foe or friend? Another thread of destiny lies shrouded in mist. How much longer can we endure? Chapter 11. The rescue figure darted across the sky, fleeting like a shadow. Below, the towering mountains stretched endlessly, receding swiftly behind. Ye Suifeng could have instantaneously teleported back. Yet he chose to savor the beauty of this world, opting not to do so. As he traversed the landscape, he keenly sensed the devastation wrought by beasts in many areas of the mountains, while some timid magical creatures still exhibited signs of panic, evidently affected by his tribulation. Suddenly, not far away, Ye Suifeng detected the tumult of a fierce battle, suggesting the presence of humans. After a moment's contemplation, he altered his course and soared toward the commotion. Hovering in the air, he beheld 4 young individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, engaged in a fierce struggle against a single-horned azure bull. This creature, a second-tier magical beast, was comparable to a human at the late stage of chi transformation. In contrast, the 4 were merely practitioners at the late stage of chi refinement, revealing a stark disparity in strength. It was unclear how long the confrontation had persisted, but among the 4, 2 had already sustained injuries, their movements sluggish, leaving only a long-haired youth and the young woman to continue their relentless assault. Suddenly, the long-haired youth was hurled away by the bull's charge, yet he quickly returned, resolutely restraining the beast's advance. Gritting his teeth, he felt the surge of blood from the earlier blow, realizing he had incurred internal injuries. Attack its lower body, the long-haired youth bellowed. Upon hearing his command, the other 3 sprang into action, wielding their blades as they aimed to strike the azure bull. However, the creature was evidently not easily intimidated. As they approached, it erupted into a frenzied rage, swiftly neutralizing their offensive with a series of powerful kicks. One individual, already wounded, was unable to evade in time and was struck by the beast's iron hooves, sending him crashing through a thicket, blood spilling from his mouth, incapacitated. Ma Fong. The long-haired youth shouted in fury, his eyes ablaze. Gripping an iron rod, he swung it fiercely at the bull's head. Yet, this was the toughest part of the creature's anatomy, rendering his efforts largely ineffective and causing him to stumble back, once again tossed aside by the bull. With a thunderous roar, the horned azure bull repelled all 4 assailants, proclaiming itself as an invincible ancient demon. The ground trembled beneath its iron hooves, producing a resounding thud as it turned its gaze upon the fallen Ma Fong. A flicker of crimson flashed in its eyes as it charged towards him, intent on eliminating a vital human foe before dispatching the others one by one. The azure bull's speed was astonishing. It seemed inevitable that its unyielding horn would collide with Ma Fong. No, the long-haired youth cried out in despair. Was his companion destined to perish before his very eyes? Meanwhile, Ma Fong lay on the ground, eyes closed, resigned to embrace the impending death. Suddenly, from the thicket before Ma Fong, a small seedling sprang upright. While all others overlooked it, it waved its tiny branches and leaves, striking the bull upon its head. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, a colossal figure was hurled from the epicenter of the explosion, cascading through the air while spilling forth a torrent of crimson blood before crashing to the ground. The long-haired youth's eyes widened in shock as he realized that the being flung into the void was none other than the formidable azure horned bull, a creature that had nearly claimed their lives. At that moment, the bull, which had been a terror incarnate, lay defeated, its once invulnerable horn shattered, its skull caved in, and blood flowing profusely, a stark testament to its demise. What on earth had transpired? As if summoned by fate, a towering silhouette gracefully descended from the heavens. Indeed, it was Ye Suifeng who had intervened. Naturally, as a human, he could not stand idly by while his kin perished unjustly. Furthermore, it was evident that the azure horned bull had fled in panic due to his own tribulation earlier, thus he bore some responsibility for the current predicament. A few young souls had suffered an undeserved calamity, and he could not simply turn a blind eye to their plight. "What is your name?" Ye Suifeng inquired of the long-haired youth. "Feng. Feng Ji," the youth replied, still somewhat dazed. The might of this individual was overwhelming. He had effortlessly vanquished a second-tier demon beast, the azure-horned bull, without even laying eyes upon it. Could he possibly be a formidable cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage? "Quickly, go check on your companions," Ye Suifeng urged. Only then did Feng Ji snap back to reality, hastily rising to his feet and making his way to Ma Feng. At that moment, Ma Feng was perplexedly examining a small sapling before him, turning it over in contemplation. "Ma Feng, how are you?" Feng Ji called out. Ma Feng glanced up, then struggled to his feet, a wry smile gracing his features. "This is a significant loss. I'll need at least half a month to recuperate." Feng Ji, observing his condition, let out a sigh of relief. "As long as you're alive, that's what matters." However, he soon furrowed his brow, questioning, "Ma Feng, what is wrong with that sapling? Why do you keep staring at it?" With an odd expression, Ma Feng replied, "Brother Feng, you may not believe this, but it was that sapling that suddenly stood up and slapped the azure bull, saving my life. This sapling could very well be an ancient divine tree. Brother Feng, we've struck gold." Feng Ji, taken aback by Ma Feng's excitement, shook his head. "Brother, don't be foolish. It was that esteemed individual who saved us." He then gently assisted Ma Feng to his feet. The other two companions gathered around, and together they brushed off the dirt and debris from their clothes before approaching Ye Suifeng, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your timely intervention. If you have any requests, we shall do our utmost to fulfill them," Feng Ji declared earnestly. Ye Suifeng, toying with the horn of the azure bull, waved his hand dismissively. It was but a trivial matter. There is no need for concern. The incident had arisen due to his actions, and he was not so brazen as to demand a reward. Yet, to Feng Ji and his companions, the situation felt markedly different. This venerable figure was not only extraordinarily powerful and strikingly handsome, but also possessed a remarkably gentle disposition. They were indeed fortunate to have crossed paths with such a benefactor that day. "By the way, are you all locals?" Ye Suifeng inquired. Feng Ji nodded. "Indeed, senior, the four of us hail from Qinggu Jailing, specifically from the town of Yinyan." "Yinyan town?" "Yes, it is a small town within the territory of Yunshao City," Feng Ji elucidated. Ye Suifeng's understanding dawned. Yunshao City was not merely an ordinary city. It possessed its own sphere of influence. Ye Suifeng recalled that Yunshao City governed an area of approximately 80,000 square kilometers, akin to the size of Chongqing Municipality in his previous life. The sheer expanse of jurisdiction for such a diminutive city was indeed astonishing. However, as per Ye Suifeng's knowledge, this was relatively small compared to other cities of similar standing in the vicinity. "How fortuitous," Ye Suifeng remarked with a smile. "I am the head of the Ye family in Yunshao City." He spoke candidly, choosing not to conceal his identity, deeming it unnecessary. "I have met the head of the Ye family." The others bowed their heads deeper, for to them, Yunshao City was akin to an imperial capital. The person before them was evidently a figure of high status within that realm. "There is no need for formalities," Ye Suifeng said with a smile. "It appears we are fated to meet. Should you ever find yourselves in Yunshao City, do not hesitate to seek me at the Ye residence. I shall provide you with a splendid stage." The group was instantly filled with excitement. A promise from a family head was truly a rare treasure. "Very well. The hour grows late, and there are still many other beasts about. You should return and tend to your injuries," Ye Suifeng concluded, waving his hand as he vanished from sight, leaving Feng Ji and the others in a state of disbelief over the surreal encounter they had just experienced. It is worth mentioning that before departing, Ma Feng insisted on taking the small sapling with him, proclaiming it to be a miracle, the ancient divine tree that had saved his life. Chapter 12. Ye Suifeng's plans as dark clouds threatened to engulf the world and the beast tide surged. Ye Suifeng and Sui Yun sat across from each other in the family study, listening to a report on the situation at the borders of Yunxiao City. Indeed, elder brother. Sui Yun replied, his demeanor anxious. Yesterday, numerous cultivators witnessed the ominous clouds nearly shrouding the entire sky, accompanied by strange and foreboding rumblings. Subsequently, a beast tide erupted, with a multitude of ferocious beasts suddenly assaulting the outskirts of Jailing. Many adventuring cultivators suffered varying degrees of injury, and now these creatures have breached Jailing, heading towards several human settlements at the border. Ye Suifeng, feeling a pang of guilt, rubbed his nose and remarked, even so. Can this truly be deemed a sign of impending doom? Elder brother, you cannot fathom. Sui Yun responded gravely. Those dark clouds have a sinister aura, seemingly manifesting solely beyond the borders of our Yunxiao City. Some have concluded that either a great demon has emerged or malevolence is upon us. Already, some are preparing to flee to other cities, and fear has gripped the hearts of the people. Ye Suifeng wore an odd expression, truly at a loss for how to articulate his thoughts. It was merely the crossing of a heavenly tribulation, yet it had sparked such a monumental chain reaction. The ancient adage echoed in his mind. The lower one's cultivation, the more peculiarities one perceives in the world. The Li and Tang families are already mobilizing personnel to the borders, Sui Yun informed him. They intend to provide support at the borders? Ye Suifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, Sui Yun affirmed. If we remain indifferent, the territories managed by the Yi family, along with our resource lands, may very well encounter dire issues. The governance of Yunxiao City is notably unique. Its realms are collectively overseen by the three prominent families. Each family administers its designated territories, the Tang family predominantly in the south, the Li family in the northeast, and the Yi family in the northwest. These families interlace, balance each other, and cooperate harmoniously. The majority of the Yi family's income, including resource lands, is derived from its own sphere of influence. Thus, any disruption would significantly impact the Yi family. How many individuals are they planning to send? Ye Suifeng inquired. Sui Yun pondered briefly before responding, it should not be too many. In past occurrences of a similar nature, we would dispatch a portion of the family's mid-tier forces to oversee the situation, which generally suffice to avert problems. I see. Ye Suifeng mused for a moment before declaring, then let us also send personnel. However, this time, we shall not only deploy our mid-tier forces, but also send that group of troublesome youngsters from our family. Sui Yun was taken aback and asked, why so? The beasts are savage, and they are still quite young. There is bound to be some mishap. Precisely because they are young, they must venture forth and gain experience. Ye Suifeng asserted, a fledgling that has never weathered storms will never soar high. Furthermore, you must remind them to cast aside any airs of being from a prominent family and to establish good relations with the cultivators of the border cities. Additionally, take ample resources with them. Should anyone be injured, we shall provide free medical care. Ye Suifeng's series of actions left Sui Yun utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? While those matters are undeniably significant to the family, it hardly warrants such an extravagant display, creating such a commotion, fostering relationships, and even providing free health care? Brother, although we have acquired wealth, it is not meant to be squandered in this fashion. Observing Sui Yun's perplexed expression, Ye Suifeng waved his hand and said, Sui Yun, let me ask you, what is the most crucial aspect for a formidable force? Money. Without hesitation, Sui Yun responded. Yes, money is vital. But if one wishes to expand their influence, talent is the most indispensable resource. Therefore, during this reinforcement, we must not only dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly, but also cultivate positive relationships with them. This will ensure a smoother expansion in the future. Do you understand? Ye Suifeng's actions were a foresight for the future. While having money is essential, it is not omnipotent. Indeed, with Ye Suifeng's prowess and wealth, he could easily obliterate the Li and Tang families with a mere breath and attract a multitude of talented individuals. But what comes next? Excluding Ye Suifeng, the members of the Yi family would be significantly weakened, akin to an infant in swaddling clothes, utterly incapable of action. The Yi family is a family, and a family is a complex entity. If Ye Suifeng were to single-handedly protect the entire family, it would indeed spell doom for the Yi clan. He aspired to establish a truly formidable force. I have encountered several young practitioners from the borders. Their potential is not inferior to that of certain scions from our families. Therefore, do not regard them with disdain. they merely lack resources. They represent untapped potential for our family, Ye Suifeng asserted. By the way, what is your current cultivation level alongside who and the others? Suijun replied, we are all at the golden core stage and have been for many years. Since assuming responsibilities in the family, we have had little time to refine our cultivation, and our talents are rather average. Ye Suifeng shook his head. A few days ago, I instructed you all to engage in collective cultivation, and that applies not only to the youth. From now on, you must also enhance your training. My vision extends far beyond the confines of a mere cloud city. Suijun nodded gravely. If there were an opportunity to advance in cultivation, who would wish to live a life of mediocrity? The discussion in the study came to a close. Ye Suifeng's directives were swiftly issued and implemented. In just a day's time, nearly all members of the Ye family mobilized, equipped with abundant resources, setting forth to support the boarders. This astonished the other two prominent families in Cloud City. This is madness, truly madness. Someone exclaimed. The new head of the Ye family has certainly opened our eyes with his approach. If he isn't awarded the Cloud City Sage Award, it would be a disservice to his efforts. What use is a rustic barbarian? Is such grandstanding really necessary? Some scoff at the actions of the Ye family, believing that Ye Suifeng's behavior is merely the result of a saintly impulse, leading to such foolishness. However, the myriad of rumors cannot impede the Ye family's unwavering resolve. They exhibit absolute obedience to their patriarch. At this moment, Ye Suifeng has returned to the courtyard, preparing body-enhancing elixirs for Yi Huang. The final bolt of the 9-9 heavenly tribulation possesses immense power, containing both destructive and regenerative forces. Applying it to Yi Huang, who is still in the qi refinement stage, would not only be a waste, but would also be beyond her physical capacity to endure. Even the slightest contact would lead to her immediate demise. Thus, it requires neutralization. Ye Suifeng extracts a drop of thunder tribulation liquid and swiftly casts incantations. The raging thunder gradually calms under his guidance, ultimately transforming into a pure sphere of energy. Taking out an array of prepared materials, Ye Suifeng conjures an alchemical furnace from thin air, casting all the ingredients within. After a brief moment, all materials coalesce into a vial of golden liquid. Indeed, the body-enhancing process can commence. Ye Suifeng nods in approval. Suddenly, his door is forcefully flung open from the outside. A figure strides in with fervor. Father, why am I not on the list of those sent out for training? Yi Huang demands indignantly. Chapter 13. The refinement of the body all the brothers and sisters have set out. Why am I not allowed to join? I too wish to contribute to the development of our family. I refuse to accept this. In that moment, Yi Huang resembled a furious little lion. Unleashing her wrath within the confines of her room, Ye Suifeng observed her with amusement. It was the first time he had witnessed such a display from Yi Huang. The young girl had finally mustered the courage to assert her rights. This was indeed a positive development. However, it was essential to administer a firm reprimand when necessary. With an impassive demeanor, Ye Suifeng regarded her and asked, do you wish to venture to the borders as well? Absolutely. Yi Huang responded with unwavering determination. Allow me to inquire, do you know the current cultivation level of Yilong? Yi Huang hesitated momentarily before replying. He is at the 3rd level of qi transformation, but let me ask you again, what about Yi Qian and Yi Qian's cultivation levels? They have both achieved the pinnacle of qi refinement. Very well. What about the siblings from your 3rd uncle's family? And what of your 4th uncle's 2 sons and your 5th uncle's 2 daughters? Yi Huang fell silent. Realizing that among her direct siblings of the same age, the weakest had reached the 10th level of qi refinement, while her cousin Yilong and a cousin from her 5th uncle's family had even broken through to the qi transformation realm. She was, indeed, the least accomplished. You, at the 7th level of qi refinement, possess such feeble strength. What purpose would you serve at the borders other than to meet your demise and bring disgrace upon me? Ye Suifeng's words struck without mercy. Yi Huang lowered her head, her hands twisting the fabric of her clothing, biting her lip in silence. Strength was her greatest source of anguish. As the daughter of the family head, the eldest daughter, she found herself overshadowed by even some collateral relatives. Although no one had explicitly said it to her face, it was a burden she had long carried in her heart. Ye Suifeng regarded his daughter. He recognized that his words were harsh and hurtful. He had expected her to break down in tears, yet to his surprise, she endured the onslaught. Her resilience was commendable. Thus, you should obediently remain at home to cultivate. When you are no longer inferior to them, then you may contemplate contributing to the family. Ye Suifeng added with a hint of disdain. Yi Huang bit her lip, clearly affected by his words. Yet, Suddenly she lifted her head and spoke softly, but, if I stay at home, wouldn't that also bring shame upon you? Ye Suifeng paused, taken aback. So this was the source of her concern? With all the family's youth dispatched, only his daughter remained behind. She must have been troubled by the potential discontent of their kin regarding such favoritism. The girl's thoughts were indeed quite intricate. After a moment of silence, Ye Suifeng sighed softly and beckoned to Yi Huang. Little Huang, I understand your sentiments. However, no endeavor is accomplished overnight. If you genuinely aspire to bring honor to my name and make a contribution to the family, then it is imperative that you devote yourself to cultivating and enhancing your own strength. Yi Huang nodded in acknowledgement, though it was evident that she still harbored a sense of defiance within her heart. As the leaves swayed in the breeze, Ye Suifeng shook his head and said, I promise you that if you can cultivate the sword technique, I will teach you to a minor success. I will allow you to venture to the borders and train alongside your siblings. Upon hearing this, Yi Huang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? You wouldn't deceive me? Would you? Ye Suifeng chuckled. Of course not. The God-slaying 9 styles, if you can master it to a minor success, then there will be no hindrance. By that time, your battle prowess will surpass that of all the younger generation of the Yi family. With full force, even Yi Long would be unable to withstand you. However, Yi Huang expressed her concern, but what if they have returned by the time I succeed? That won't happen, Ye Suifeng assured her. This training will require at least 4 months. Do you lack confidence in mastering it within that time frame? I do not, Yi Huang exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Under Ye Suifeng's guidance, she had already grasped some of the principles. Perhaps within 2 months, she could master the sword technique. The mere thought of fighting alongside her siblings thrilled her. I will start right now, she declared, determined to begin her training. Wait, Ye Suifeng interjected, stopping her with a weary expression. Do not rush. First, you must undergo body tempering. Your current physique cannot withstand the power of the God-slaying 9 styles. Half an hour later, a large vat appeared in Ye Suifeng's chamber. If a knowledgeable person were present, they would be astounded. For this unassuming vat was forged from source stones, a material of superior quality, prized for its use in formations. Even a small piece would cost hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. The cost of such a large vat would be no less than 100 million. It was a wasteful extravagance. Get in, Ye Suifeng instructed. Obediently, Yi Huang disrobed and stepped into the vat. Gasp! The deep crimson liquid nearly overflowed, and Yi Huang felt a piercing heat, accompanied by a tremendous surge of energy, crashing upon her from all directions. Furrowing her brow, she understood the nature of the body-tempering liquid. It was an exceedingly rare spiritual liquid, concocted from various spiritual herbs, and generally, the higher the grade of the body-tempering liquid, the greater the energy it contained. She promptly closed her eyes, circulating her energy to absorb the surrounding tempering energy. Such a precious substance must have cost her father a fortune. She could not afford to waste it. Smack! Ye Suifeng delivered a sharp slap to the back of her head. What was that for? Yi Huang asked, rubbing her head in confusion. What on earth are you doing? Absorbing the body-tempering liquid? I haven't even released the body-tempering liquid yet. Are you trying to absorb air? Yi Huang grew more puzzled, pointing at the crimson liquid in the vat. Isn't this the body-tempering liquid? Ye Suifeng shook his head, bemused by his daughter's increasing foolishness. This is merely an auxiliary medicine to facilitate the absorption of the body-tempering liquid. What are you thinking day after day? He then retrieved a vial of golden liquid. Listen, the energy of this body-refining liquid may be rather formidable for you. Henceforth, you must steadfastly guard your heart's gate and operate the Kanglin technique, remaining undistracted by any external upheavals. Do you understand? Yi Huang nodded earnestly, though a hint of confusion lingered. Could this crimson liquid merely be an auxiliary medicine? Just how potent is the true body-refining liquid? Enough. Close your eyes and embrace tranquility, Ye Suifeng instructed, before uncorking the vial of body-refining liquid. Suddenly, a golden divine dragon burst forth from the bottle, soaring and twisting through the air. Go! Ye Suifeng gestured, and the golden dragon spiraled before plunging into the water vat. Instantly, the spiritual liquid within began to whirl rapidly, coalescing into a swirling vortex around Yi Huang. With a golden radiance darting within, cultivate, Ye Suifeng commanded, and Yi Huang promptly commenced the Kanglin technique. At that moment, the golden dragon seemed to sense an extraordinary aura and abruptly surged into her body. Yi Huang stifled a groan, feeling a tempestuous energy erupt within her, crashing through her limbs and bones, nearly shattering her technique. Yet, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Ye Suifeng nodded, his hand shifting the incantation, and the golden dragon emerged once more. However, the golden radiance it emitted had dimmed slightly. Well, the next part is straightforward. Once Ye Huang fully absorbed the previous energy, the golden dragon would delve into her body again. This interchange continued until a full hour had passed. The golden dragon had transformed into a mere apparition, and the spiritual liquid in the vat had nearly become transparent. When they vanished completely, Ye Huang suddenly opened her eyes, a flicker of flame shimmering momentarily within them. Chapter 14. Injustice, how does it feel? After the body tempering was completed, Ye Suifeng inquired. Ye Huang's eyes were still hazy, as if she had yet to fully return from the process of body tempering. It feels as though I am invincible. She struck the water tank with a fist, and a powerful force sent a cascade of water splashing, drenching Ye Suifeng. I'm sorry. Ye Huang giggled, covering her mouth. Ye Suifeng wiped the water from his face. Come out. This daughter is increasingly embodying the essence of a spirited young girl. After adjusting her attire, Ye Suifeng carefully examined Ye Huang's body tempering results, discovering they surpassed his expectations. Both her strength and resilience had experienced a remarkable leap, exceeding 3 times her condition prior to tempering. Moreover, the energy of the tempering fluid had not yet been completely absorbed by Ye Huang. A significant portion remained concealed within her limbs and bones, which would gradually nourish her body through continuous cultivation, once that energy was fully expended. A second round of body tempering could be considered. Unfortunately, due to Ye Huang's poor physical constitution, he could not employ drastic measures and could only proceed step by step. Familiarize yourself with your current strength, Ye Suifeng advised. Ye Huang nodded excitedly before darting outside. Soon, the courtyard was filled with the whooshing sound of swordplay. Ye Suifeng leisurely approached the writing desk by the window, appreciating his daughter's swordsmanship while retrieving a thick stack of books. These tomes contained various martial arts techniques, alchemy and artifact forging manuals, as well as introductions to this continent. It was time to gain a clearer understanding of this world. 1,000 miles away from Yunshao City lay an expansive plain, at the center of which a colossal city rose majestically, towering between heaven and earth. Its scale was several times that of Yunshao City, adorned with lofty pavilions, resplendent and grand. The city walls soared several meters high, a deep crimson hue, evidently crafted from special materials. At the city gate, people formed orderly lines stretching hundreds of meters as they entered the city. Above the gate, 2 powerful characters loomed, instilling awe. Sioux City. Gu Wanxin sat in a carriage, leisurely entering through the city gates. She lifted the carriage curtain, gazing at the vibrant scene outside, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. Since being assigned to Yunshao City, she had only returned once in the past 3 years. That time, she faced harsh ridicule from her colleagues due to poor performance. Since then, she had not returned to Sioux City for the annual guild master meetings, instead sending her deputy as her representative, as the sting of mockery was too painful to bear. However, this time was different. She glanced at the pile of storage bags in the carriage. The humiliation of 4 years would be thoroughly avenged today. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed as a servant lifted the carriage door curtain and asked, "Guild Master, shall we take a moment to rest before reporting to the main guild?" Gu Wanxin looked up. The man was none other than her deputy, Imo Chio, a master at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Indeed, all the servants of the carriage team, including the coachman, are proficient hands from the Wanbao Pavilion, all possessing the formidable cultivation level of the Golden Core stage. The reason for her caution lies in the immense wealth being transported this time. It necessitates the utmost vigilance. No need, let us proceed directly to the main pavilion, Gu Wanxin declared. With hearts racing, they finally arrived safely at Sioux City. She was determined to avoid any unforeseen complications at the last moment. The Golden Core stage is regarded as a pinnacle of strength in Yunshao City, yet merely a mark of high-end power in Sioux City. After approximately half an hour, the carriage halted before a magnificent 9-story pavilion, surrounded by an aura of intricate formations. Standing at its base, one could scarcely discern the view at the summit. Gu Wanxin dismounted from the carriage and took a deep breath. Let us take our belongings and enter. Moments later, Gu Wanxin entered a spacious chamber. Before her sat a dignified middle-aged man. Engrossed in a ledger he was meticulously reviewing. At a side position, a handsome young man leisurely sipped tea. I pay my respects to the Lord Envoy Luo, Gu Wanxin said respectfully. This middle-aged man was none other than Luo Qing, the master of Wanbao Pavilion in Sioux City, who held the specific title of envoy within the pavilion's hierarchy. The Wanbao Pavilion is vast, spanning the continent, and features a distinct classification of positions, including steward, envoy, deputy envoy, and master. In strict terms, among the high-ranking positions, the master holds the lowest status. Envoy Luo manages several cities, including Yunxiao City. Luo Qing put down his ledger and looked up, saying, it is Master Gu. It has been many years since I last saw you. Gu Wanqing clasped her hands in a gesture of respect. I have been occupied with my duties. I hope the Lord Envoy will forgive my absence. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from the side. Just say it outright. What busy affairs could there possibly be in a backwater like Yunxiao City? The speaker was none other than the young man, who casually crossed his legs and scrutinized Gu Wanqing with a brazen gaze. Gu Wanqing's expression darkened. This young man was none other than Song Shuang, the one who had insulted her most grievously in the past. This is none of your concern, Envoy Song. Gu Wanqing replied curtly. Song Shuang chuckled lightly again. Wanqing, I fear you will soon be addressing me as Deputy Envoy Song. Gu Wanqing remained silent, casting a glance at Luo Qing. Luo Qing smiled and remarked, Indeed, Song Shuang has brought significant profits to the Wanbao Pavilion in recent years. I intend to promote him to the position of Deputy Envoy. He will take over the management of Yunxiao City. Gu Wanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. To appoint Song Shuang as the manager of Yunxiao City? Given their past enmity, this would surely spell her doom. Lord Envoy, this may not be appropriate. Gu Wanqing urged anxiously. Luo Qing, toying with a jade pendant in his hand, replied coolly, Are you questioning my judgment? Gu Wanqing was taken aback and hurriedly responded, No. No. Wanbage has always relied on merit to speak for itself. How could I dare to question your decision? I merely feel that Yunxiao City is fully capable of self-governance and does not require the appointment of a deputy envoy. What a joke. Song Shuang chuckled lightly. You, Gu Wanqing, have not returned to the main pavilion for 3 years, with annual profits being exceedingly meager. You were even outperformed by second-tier cities. On what grounds do you claim independence? Gu Wanqing was preparing to retort when she was interrupted by Luo Qing. Ms. Gu, he said calmly. Though Yunxiao City is not prosperous, it is still a small principal city. Your recent performance has been, frankly, disappointing. In contrast, Huangye City, where Master Song resides, generates nearly 10 billion spirit stones in profit each year. Allowing him to manage Yunxiao City would be a valuable learning opportunity for you. Gu Wanqing's heart sank gradually. It was clear that these two had reached some form of agreement. Indeed, her achievements in recent years had been lackluster, but it was well understood that this was due to geographical constraints. Yunxiao City was not affluent, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, its annual income would remain modest, no matter the effort expended. Huangye City, on the other hand, was a grand principal city, second only to Su City within a radius of 1,000 miles. The multitude of families within the city and the frequent conflicts with various sects outside created a constant demand for resources. To be candid, generating a profit of 10 billion spirit stones annually was within her grasp. Now, with Luo Qing comparing Yunxiao City to Huangye City, it was hard to believe there were no ulterior motives at play. One could not help but wonder how Luo Qing had ascended to the position of master of Wanbage in Huangye City if there were no hidden agendas between him and Song Shuang. They had clearly set their sights on her. However, Gu Wanqing was not one to retreat easily. Master Luo, should my disparity with Song Shuang truly be significant, I would have no objections to your arrangements. However, she gestured to Mo Chiu, who understood and promptly produced a storage bag and a jade slip. Recently, I sold goods valued at 1,438 billion spirit stones, netting a profit of 192 billion spirit stones. Gu Wanqing proclaimed with conviction. The two across from her were momentarily stunned. Luo Qing furrowed his brow as he examined the jade slip, then meticulously scrutinized the contents of the storage bag. His expression grew increasingly grave. This cannot be. Song Shuang suddenly stood up. 1,400 billion? Unless you sold half of Wanbage. It is absolutely impossible to amass such a sum. With an air of derision, Gu Wanqing replied, Not half, Master Song. I sold every treasure of Xian level and above, including 5 prized possessions. Do not presume that other branches are as affluent as Huangye City. You. Song Shuang's face flushed with anger. Enough. Luo Qing intervened to prevent further conflict, his brow furrowed. Even he found it hard to believe that Gu Wanqing could sell such an enormous quantity of goods. Before him lay the spirit stones, accompanied by meticulous accounts, compelling him to accept this undeniable reality. Master Gu, could you enlighten me on how you accomplished this? Luo Qing inquired kindly. Gu Wanqing, feeling a sense of vigilance within, replied, Master Luo, our Wanbao Pavilion does not adhere to such practices. Should it come to light that there are affluent individuals like Ye Suifeng in Yushao City, I fear it would not be long before I find myself inexplicably supplanted by others. Yet, he underestimated the depth of human greed. After a moment of silence, a smile gradually graced Luo Qing's face. Indeed, Master Gu, your contributions to Wanbao Pavilion have been substantial. I shall report this accurately to the higher-ups. However, the appointment of Song Shuark as deputy has been finalized, and you shall serve under him henceforth. Gu Wanqing's countenance darkened. She had not anticipated that her efforts would still leave her at the mercy of others. A surge of indignation welled up within her. This is unfair, she exclaimed. Luo Qing regarded her with indifference. Abundant resources must be managed by someone with greater experience to maximize benefits. Master Gu, do not throw a childish tantrum. You are infringing upon my rights. Gu Wanqing protested. Gu Wanqing, Luo Qing's tone turned grave. It is only due to your merits that I have allowed you to remain thus far. Should you dare to challenge my authority again, you may as well select another city to hone your skills. Faced with this blatant threat, Gu Wanqing clenched her teeth, realizing she had limited options. I will report this matter truthfully, she declared. Do as you wish, Luo Qing replied, unperturbed. Gu Wanqing said nothing further and turned to leave. Once she had departed, Song Shuang approached Luo Qing, speaking in hushed tones. Uncle, what if she truly reports this? Perhaps we should. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Luo Qing cast him a glance. How many times must I remind you that not every issue can be resolved through violence? Gu Wanqing is still a pavilion master. Should anything happen to her, the higher-ups will surely investigate, leading to even greater complications. Song Shuang lowered his head in acknowledgement. For now, focus on your role as deputy. With me present, she cannot stir up significant trouble. Luo Qing scoffed. To those above, over 100 billion is trivial. A person with no background is merely our plaything. You must accompany her to Yunshao City and ascertain how she managed to sell so many items in such a short span. Then, take control into your own hands. Chapter 15. What use are you if you cannot spend? A month has elapsed since Ye Suifeng arrived in this world. During this time, he has begun to grasp the circumstances of this vast continent and its overall cultivation methods. This land is immense, spanning countless miles. An ordinary cultivator could spend an entire lifetime traversing it and still not fully explore its expanse. The location of Yunshao City lies in the central northern region of the continent, slightly to the north. This central area is governed by a formidable organization known as the Nine Cities Alliance. Su City is one of these 9 cities, overseeing 5 main cities, including Yushao City, as well as numerous subordinate towns. Every 3 years, Yunshao City is required to pay a substantial tribute of resources to Su City in exchange for its protection, akin to a protection fee. Without these tributes, other towns would unleash unrestrained attacks on Yunshao City, and even Su City might intervene out of sheer boredom. In such scenarios, Yunshao City would swiftly meet its demise. This arrangement is quite reasonable. One must contribute to enjoy the benefits provided by the organization. Ye Suifeng harbors no objections to these protection fees, as he favors order and rules, which lend an element of intrigue. Otherwise, it would devolve into a brutal struggle for survival, reminiscent of primitive times, devoid of any semblance of civilization. As for the cultivation system in this world, it aligns closely with his expectations. There are 12 levels of qi refinement, followed by foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, divine transformation, integration, and tribulation, each consisting of 9 tiers. The tribulation stage represents the pinnacle of power in this realm. However, rumors abound of certain extraordinary beings who have evaded heavenly tribulations, concealing their formidable strength beyond that stage and manipulating the world from the shadows. Such tales are common among the populace, yet Ye Suifeng knows them to be true. For one, he himself embodies such a being. Moreover, during the last tribulation, the immense consciousness emanating from the northern snowfields clearly surpassed the tribulation stage. It is but a matter of time before they cross paths. Ye Suifeng remains unhurried, his current ambition being to elevate the entire Ye family into a top-tier force within the continent. Today marks the day of the family's regular meeting. Ye Suifeng and several family leaders convene in the conference hall, reviewing the family's affairs over the past month. The beast tide along the northern border has been severe, impacting many of our resource sites. However, with significant investment of manpower and material resources, the situation has greatly improved. Our shops have stabilized for the time being, and we can now consider expanding our scale. Thanks to the resources allocated, many young members of the family have advanced in their cultivation. Our achievements this month nearly rival those of the preceding 3 months. Excitement fills the air as Ye Suifeng and his companions discuss their progress. With the 1 billion spirit stones bestowed by Ye Suifeng, they have enjoyed an exceptionally comfortable month. In 4 words, it can be described as thriving. Once their discussion concludes, Suijin hands the month's account books to Ye Suifeng. Elder brother, due to our substantial resource investments, this month's expenditures have also reached unprecedented heights. Please take a look, he says, somewhat sheepishly. No matter, money is meant to be spent. Ye Suifeng took the account book and scrutinized it thoroughly. Suddenly, a surge of anger welled up within him. He tossed the account book onto the table and glared at Suiyun. You spent 15 billion spirit stones last month? The others fell silent instantly. Suiyun, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, replied, Elder brother, this is my first time handling such a substantial amount of spirit stones. So there were some minor miscalculations in the planning. But rest assured, I will allocate the resources meticulously going forward. And next month's expenditures will certainly be kept under 10 billion. Indeed, Elder brother, Suihu chimed in, we acquired an excessive amount of resources this month. And even with enhanced benefits, we only utilized a fraction. Things will surely improve from here. The other 2 nodded in agreement, assuring that future expenses would not be so substantial. Ye Suifeng, observing their reactions, let out a deep sigh. He realized they had clearly misunderstood. It wasn't he that he was upset about excessive spending. Rather, he was frustrated by the paltry amount they had utilized. Given 100 billion spirit stones, they had only spent 15 billion. He glanced at the 20-digit sum of low-grade spirit stones in his wallet, with over 80 million in change alone. How long would it take to exhaust that change? Truly a bunch of fools. Ye Suifeng rapped the table a few times. Suiyun, let me ask you, how long do you think the 100 billion spirit stones I provided you would last? Suiyun blinked in confusion. Isn't it for a year? Certainly not. Ye Suifeng slammed his palm on the table. I gave you 100 billion to be spent within a month. And you only managed to use 15 billion. What on earth were you doing? Faced with the patriarch's fury, the few responsible individuals were left bewildered. Had they misheard? Was that truly a monthly budget? Suiyun was even more dumbfounded, as it was his first time being reprimanded for spending too little. Elder brother, are you serious? Ye Suifeng glared at him. Do I appear to be jesting? The group exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Elder brother, you are being excessively extravagant. Only Suiyun, with a troubled expression, murmured, Elder brother, spending such a vast sum in a month is indeed quite a challenging task. And why is that a challenge? Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. Suiyun explained, the resources provided to the clan are limited. We are essentially at saturation point now, and any surplus would be of little use. He felt exceedingly awkward, unable to fathom that he would one day fret over not being able to spend enough money. Ye Suifeng shook his head. You are constrained by your own limitations, still trapped within your former mindset. Let me ask you, does only the younger generation require resources in the clan? What about the clan's affairs? What about you all? Do the elders not need to cultivate? The higher the cultivation level, the greater the demand for resources. Don't tell me you can't spend 100 billion. Even instructors and patrons could be compensated to ensure they dedicate themselves more fully to their tasks. If it truly comes to that, we might as well absorb those talented individuals from the grassroots. They lack nothing but resources. It is quite frustrating, truly, if you cannot even spend money wisely. What purpose do you serve in managing the finances? Under the reprimand of Ye Suifeng, Suiyun instinctively shrank back. Indeed, he had not considered such matters before, as he had never engaged in them previously. In the past, they had to stretch every piece of spirit stone to its limits, never experiencing such abundance as they did now. Even if he was at a loss as to how to allocate resources, surely purchasing would suffice? Wanbage is right there. Filled with treasures, that 1 billion is scarcely enough to fill the gaps. Ye Suifeng remarked. Suiyun scratched his head and replied, Elder brother, have you forgotten? Wanbage was completely emptied out last time you visited. Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow slightly. Have they not restocked? It has been a month. Their efficiency is rather poor. No, Suiyun explained. Perhaps this is their first encounter with such a situation, and they require time to prepare. Very well, Ye Suifeng said. Let us not dwell on this for now. I shall investigate the matter later. By the way, is the younger generation returning from the border soon? Ye Suifeng inquired. Suihu nodded and replied, yes, they return once a month to collect cultivation resources before setting out again, until the impact of the beast tide has been completely eradicated. Good, Ye Suifeng said. You may adjust the resources based on their achievements on this journey. Those who have made significant contributions must be well rewarded. Furthermore, I brought back an abundance of techniques and spiritual tools from Wanbage last time, so let us not be stingy. They should all be made available. What good are excellent techniques if they remain unused, gathering dust at home? Additionally, encourage them to actively engage with grassroots talents. It would be best to recruit them under our banner to bolster the family's strength. A series of commands were issued, and the responsible parties quickly took note. Finally, Ye Suifeng tossed down a storage bag filled with spirit stones. This is 1 billion, coupled with the remaining spirit stones from last month. If you still cannot spend it all, I shall seek someone more adept in this area to manage the family's finances. With that, Ye Suifeng stood and departed, leaving Sui Yun staring at the 2 large bags of gleaming spirit stones, his head spinning. Chapter 16. Reaching an agreement. Song Shuang had arrived in Yushao City for over 10 days, in his quest to uncover the identity of the enigmatic affluent individual. He had visited numerous dignitaries within the city, including the heads of the Tang and Li families. Both families possessed remarkable financial strength, particularly the Tang family, which had long established itself in Yushao City and amassed considerable wealth. However, based on his assessment, neither family was the mysterious benefactor. The Li family's financial resources were somewhat lacking, rendering them incapable of procuring such a substantial amount of spirit stones to acquire resources at once. As for the Tang family, there was simply no justification for them to do so. His investigation had encountered significant obstacles. Deputy Envoy, perhaps we should visit the Ye family? Suggested a middle-aged man to Song Shuang. Furrowing his brow, Song Shuang pondered for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. No need. According to our intelligence, the Ye family is merely a clan that has risen to prominence in the past century. Their ascent is attributed to familial unity and a fierce tenacity, allowing them to join the ranks of the 3 prominent families, yet their foundation is exceedingly shallow. They could not possibly be behind this. Furthermore, from my discussions with the Li and Tang families, it is evident they hold the Ye family in contempt, claiming their new head is nothing but a fool. We need not waste our time there. The middle-aged man nodded, refraining from questioning Song Shuang's judgment. They understood well that, for any faction, foundational strength was a crucial criterion. Throughout history, many illustrious families and sects had flourished, yet only those that could endure were truly formidable. Then we shall have to focus on Gu Wanqing, the middle-aged man remarked. Song Shuang nodded, letting out a huff. That wretched woman is far too wary. Since her return from Su City, she has made no movements whatsoever. Even the supplementary goods she has released are minimal, clearly to prevent us from discovering her clientele. The middle-aged man frowned. Deputy Envoy, Gu Wanqing is merely a pavilion master. Can we not employ force? After all, her actions have already disrupted the normal operations of the Wanbao Pavilion. Song Shuang shot him a glance. Of course not. Although I am the deputy envoy, the one in charge of this branch pavilion is still Gu Wanqing. Regardless of her actions, I cannot intervene directly. I can only report and await directives from superiors. The Wanbao Pavilion upholds strict regulations that cannot be challenged, designed to protect those who are powerless. Very well. Song Shuang sighed. Let us keep a close watch on Gu Wanqing. I refuse to believe she can hide indefinitely. If new goods are not placed on the shelves within a month, I shall find a way to deal with her. At that moment, the door swung open abruptly, and a guard rushed in, breathless. Deputy Envoy, it's bad news. Gu Wanqing has suddenly vanished. In the luxurious Zuiming Tower, the finest establishment in Yunshao City, Ye Suifeng sat across from Gu Wanqing in a private chamber on the top floor. Why must this transaction take place here? Pavilion Master Gu? Ye Suifeng inquired. After concluding the meeting yesterday, he arrived at the Wanbao Pavilion today, intending to inquire with Gu Wanqing about the delay in restocking. However, before he could dismount from his carriage, Gu Wanqing's maid approached Ye Suifeng, informing him that Gu Wanqing was at the dreaming drunken tower and subsequently led him there. Gu Wanqing greeted him with a smile, stating, as the most esteemed guest of the Wanbao Pavilion, it is only fitting that I extend you a warm welcome. With that, she clapped her hands, and a group of graceful maidens appeared, bearing the finest delicacies and wines from the dreaming drunken tower, setting a lavish feast before them. Ye Suifeng regarded Gu Wanqing, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as she portrayed, and that there were likely hidden circumstances. Yet, he was uninterested in delving deeper. His purpose was solely to procure items. I appreciate your efforts, but I am here merely to inquire if there are any new treasures available at Wanbao Pavilion. He stated directly, maintaining his customary straightforwardness. Gu Wanqing, still smiling, retrieved a jade slip from her bosom and handed it to Ye Suifeng. I have indeed brought back new merchandise. Please take a look. Ye Suifeng accepted the jade slip and skimmed through its contents. The items listed were largely akin to those he had purchased last time, predominantly of mid-tier quality or lower, with only 4 treasures of Earth tier or above. This was even fewer than before, leaving Ye Suifeng somewhat disappointed. Is this all there is? He inquired. Seemingly sensing his dissatisfaction, Gu Wanxin replied, I beg your understanding. Ye family master, the supply of goods at our branch is determined by the main pavilion. Although you made a generous purchase last time, acquiring nearly all the stock, the main pavilion remains unaware of your subsequent purchasing capacity, hence they were reluctant to allocate too many items. Ye Suifeng was at a loss for words. Such caution seemed excessive. Very well, please provide an estimate, he said. You are truly forthright, Ye family master, Gu Wanxin exclaimed with delight. The total value of this batch of goods amounts to 12 billion spirit stones, but as you are my most esteemed guest, I shall extend a 10% discount. Thus, the total comes to 108 billion spirit stones. A 10% discount translates to a reduction of 12 billion spirit stones, a considerable gesture of goodwill. Ye Suifeng nodded, accepting this offer. Bring forth the storage bag, he instructed, extending his hand. Gu Wanxin's smile widened as she promptly produced a storage bag that had been prepared in advance. This particular bag was exceptionally large, capable of holding up to 200 billion spirit stones. In no time, the two efficiently completed the transaction. Would you care to experience the specialties of the Dreaming Drunken Tower? Gu Wanxin hinted with a knowing glance. No, thank you, Ye Suifeng replied, not inclined towards such indulgences. I have but one request. Please, go ahead, Gu Wanxin responded, sitting up straight with attentiveness. Ye Suifeng continued. In the future, please expedite the restocking process. Once items arrive, deliver them directly to the Ye family. I would prefer to avoid making another trip myself. Additionally, ensure that the proportion of heavenly materials and earthly treasures is maximized. I wish to acquire as many as possible. Additionally, I require treasures of at least the earth grade. Inform those individuals in the main pavilion. I possess an abundance of spirit stones, so fret not about my capacity to procure them. Gu Wanxin nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, I shall return to the main pavilion today. And within a fortnight, I shall bring back resources. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures pose no issue. However, for treasures of earth grade and above, I can only endeavor to secure them for you, as such esteemed artifacts are beyond my authority to command. Ye Suifeng nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. I shall await your favorable news. With that, Ye Suifeng rose to depart, casually taking a roasted duck with him, much to Gu Wanxin's surprise and dismay. After a while, the door to the private room was unexpectedly pushed open from the outside. Gu Wanxin, what are you doing here? Song Shuang entered with a stern expression. Gu Wanxin casually crossed her legs and chuckled. Vice Envoy Song, don't you think you're overstepping your bounds? Must I report even my eating and drinking to you? You. Song Shuang felt a surge of anger, but was unable to take any action against Gu Wanxin. Humph, I merely came to remind you that as the pavilion master, you ought to be diligent and not lounge about idly, neglecting the merchandise. If this continues, I shall certainly report to Envoy Luo. Gu Wanxin took a sip of fine wine and stood up. Then it would be unnecessary for you to trouble yourself, Vice Envoy. Coincidentally, I too must return to the main pavilion today. Would you care to join me? Song Shuang's brows furrowed in response. What business do you have at the main pavilion? Gu Wanxin giggled. Of course, it is to replenish the stock. Everything I brought last time has been sold out, yielding over 1 trillion spirit stones. In just a month, I have sold over 2 trillion worth of goods. Surely, Envoy Luo's steward would be intrigued. Leaning closer to Song Shuang, Gu Wanxin smiled sweetly. By the way, given the substantial sum of spirit stones involved and the long journey to Sioux City, I hope you will fulfill your duties and dispatch guards to escort me safely. I would be immensely grateful. With that, Gu Wanxin left the private room. Song Shuang stood there, his expression dark as thunder. How did that wretched woman find such affluent clients? He kicked the chair beneath him in frustration. Chapter 17. The Return of Experience in the Ye family. A slender figure danced gracefully through the air, her movements a mesmerizing blend of elegance and power. At times as light as a swallow, and at others as formidable as an eagle, she weaved through the sky. With a soft command, she unleashed a sword strike upon the black measuring stone before her. Instantly, a massive surge of sword energy coalesced in the air and struck the stone with tremendous force. Boom! The resilient measuring stone was instantly marked with intricate cracks, which subsequently shattered into a myriad of fragments. Well done, Ye Suifeng observed from the side, nodding with satisfaction. Father, Upon spotting Ye Suifeng, Ye Huang hurriedly bounded towards him. Her cheeks flushed, breath labored, and sweat-soaked hair clinging to her face. Yet, her spirit radiated a pinnacle of vitality. "I have mastered the 9 styles of god-slaying," Ye Huang declared, striving to temper her excitement. Ye Suifeng affectionately ruffled her hair, fully aware of her diligence and growth. Previously, he had promised that if she could cultivate the 9 styles of god-slaying to a minor accomplishment, she would be permitted to accompany the clan's youths to the border for training. Since then, Ye Huang had devoted herself to relentless practice, immersing herself completely in her training, save for meals and sleep. Moreover, with the aid of the Tranquil Stone, she remarkably advanced to mastery of the technique within a mere month. Additionally, she had progressed through 2 levels of cultivation, reaching the 9th layer of Qi refinement, nearly catching up to the standards of the clan's elite members. Her progress was indeed astonishing. "Father, may I?" Ye Huang gazed at Ye Suifeng with eager anticipation. "Ye Long and the others will return tomorrow. You may accompany them," Ye Suifeng replied, fully cognizant of his daughter's thoughts. "I love you, father," Ye Huang exclaimed joyfully, leaping with delight. All her hard work was in anticipation of Ye Suifeng's approval, and now it was all worthwhile. "Look at your happiness," Ye Suifeng chuckled, shaking his head. "Come here. Let me assess your body refinement progress." He placed his hand atop her head, his consciousness sweeping over her. During the previous refinement, most of the energy had settled within Ye Huang's body, nourishing her gradually as she practiced. After a month, she had absorbed nearly all that energy, resulting in her strength and physical prowess improving nearly tenfold compared to a month ago. To his astonishment, Ye Suifeng also noted a slight enhancement in Ye Huang's cultivation aptitude. It seemed the transformative power of the tribulation lightning had indeed played a role. "Go rest for a while. I will conduct your second body refinement tonight. Afterward, you may revel in your exuberance as you please," Ye Suifeng instructed. "Thank you, father," Ye Huang replied, elated. That evening, Ye Suifeng performed her second body refinement. This process was gentler than the last, as he had altered the formula after discovering the refining liquid's capacity to enhance aptitude, focusing on that aspect. Most of the energy was concealed, destined to slowly stimulate her potential as she grew. This was a long-term strategy. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng bestowed upon his daughter the amulet he had purchased for the first time. The reason for not giving it previously was quite simple. He had forgotten. The next day, the Ye family was suddenly bustling with activity. The descendants of the Ye family, having returned after a month away, were brimming with vitality following their experiences. They exchanged stories of their adventures and the peculiar sights they encountered during their journey. Such an opportunity had never presented itself before. "Brother, you were truly impressive, taking down that second-tier wolf demon with a single shot," exclaimed Yi Qian, one of the 3 siblings, Yi Long, Yi Qian, and Yi Qian, returning to their family. "Did you know? The name of young Master Long has become renowned along the border, and everyone speaks of him with great admiration," Yi Qian said excitedly. Yi Long, however, remained composed, stating, "Such accolades are merely fleeting. What truly matters is to become stronger." Yi Qian nodded thoughtfully and then added, "By the way, I heard that Yi Xiaoxiao managed to break through to the Qi transformation realm just a few days ago." "Fifth uncle's little sister?" Yi Long raised an eyebrow. "Fifth uncle Yi Suibao has 2 daughters. The elder, Yi Qinyo, who is only a few months younger than Yi Long, has also recently entered the Qi transformation realm and is currently at the 3rd level of it, marking her as another prodigy of the Yi family. Yi Xiaoxiao, however, is merely 13 years old and has astonishingly achieved the same breakthrough. The talents of these 2 sisters from Fifth Uncle's family are truly remarkable." "Indeed," Yu Qian remarked. "She is even younger than I am, yet so formidable. Moreover, Sister Qi now performed exceptionally well during this expedition and earned the title of Fairy Qiao." Yi Qian pouted slightly, feeling uneasy that her brother Yi Long was being compared to Yi Qinyo, who shared a similar renown. "That is a good thing," Yi Long chuckled, advising. "Do not let the excellence of others incite frustration, nor should you feel disheartened. You have been at the peak of the Qi refinement stage for some time now. With a little more effort, I am confident you will soon break through to the Qi transformation realm." Yi Qian nodded earnestly in agreement. After a moment, she suddenly turned to Yi Qian, asking, "De Qian, what is wrong with you today? You haven't said a word." Yi Long also glanced over. Yi Qian appeared somewhat peculiar, and after a moment of silence, he sighed softly, saying, "I was merely reflecting on those impoverished children, feeling a bit during this journey. I finally grasped the reality of life in remote areas. For those individuals, mere survival is a struggle, teetering on the brink of death just to exist. Having lived in comfort, he found it hard to fathom. "Oh dear, your saintly heart is overflowing again," Yu Qian teased. "Not at all," Yu Qian quickly responded. "I was contemplating that for our family, people are also a form of wealth. If we possess the means, perhaps we could take in some individuals with promising talents and nurture them. Given time, they could become a strength for our family." "Oh, you just pity them. Your heart is overflowing with compassion." Yu Qian rolled her eyes. "I truly am not," Yu Qian insisted. "Enough." Yi Long intervened to prevent the two from continuing their dispute. He turned to Yi Qian and inquired, "Is this truly your sentiment?" Yi Qian replied, "Indeed, I believe that for a power to flourish, it is imperative to possess talented individuals." Yi Long nodded in agreement, stating, "What you say is not without merit. To expand one's influence, one must have a sufficient pool of talent. However, the cultivation of such talent is an exceedingly resource-intensive endeavor, fraught with complexities. You might consider speaking with our uncle to express your thoughts and discern how he might respond." Yi Qian nodded earnestly. "Wow, brother. You are truly impressive to have considered this relationship. Unlike certain individuals who are perpetually overwhelmed by their altruistic sentiments," Yi Qian remarked with admiration. Yi Qian immediately widened his eyes, exclaiming, "Hey, I'm discussing the same matter with my elder brother. No, my brother is contemplative, while you are merely sentimental." Chapter 18. The Patriarch's Golden Opportunity, Adopting Orphans? Ye Suifeng sat in his study, observing his refined nephew with a hint of surprise. "No, it was not merely about adoption." Yi Qian, clearly somewhat hesitant, articulated his intention. "I wish to transform them into a future strength for the family." Ye Suifeng stroked his chin, finding his nephew's thoughts rather intriguing as they aligned with his own. "Indeed, it is acceptable," he replied. Yi Qian was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he asked, "Uncle, have you agreed?" Ye Suifeng chuckled softly, responding, "Yes, why wouldn't I? This is a commendable endeavor." Yi Qian was momentarily stunned. He had mustered considerable courage to present his idea. He recognized that such a notion was rather peculiar in a world governed by the survival of the fittest. Squandering family resources to nurture unrelated individuals would likely invite ridicule. He had mentally prepared himself for a harsh reprimand upon his arrival, yet unexpectedly, his uncle had readily acquiesced with such ease and tranquility that he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Uncle, you truly do not oppose this?" Yi Qian still could not believe it. "Certainly," Ye Suifeng reaffirmed with unwavering certainty. Yi Qian inhaled deeply, expressing, "Uncle, your support fills me with encouragement." Amidst universal dissent, Ye Suifeng's affirmation bestowed upon him immense confidence. "Haha," Ye Suifeng laughed. "Well then, proceed with your plans. Should you encounter any insurmountable challenges, feel free to seek my counsel." Adopting orphans and cultivating influence is indeed a complex undertaking. While resources are a secondary concern, the primary focus lies in managing human emotions, a delicate art. Yi Qian was still quite young, yet Ye Suifeng would grant him ample space and time. "Thank you, uncle," Yi Qian earnestly declared. "I shall commence my preparations forthwith." "Very well," Ye Suifeng nodded, "but it is advisable to formulate a plan beforehand. Tell me, how many do you intend to adopt initially, and how will you nurture them?" Yi Qian furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, then replied, "During this recent venture, I encountered numerous individuals, many of whom possess significant potential for development. I plan to adopt the 3 with the greatest talent and highest cultivation levels. Subsequently, we will retreat to the high mountains for training, while also reaping considerable benefits. Once we accumulate sufficient resources, we shall gradually expand our numbers. Uncle, what do you think?" He promptly provided his answer. Ye Suifeng nodded inwardly. Under ordinary circumstances, this arrangement was indeed commendable, with a high margin for error. "However, I find it rather far-fetched," Ye Suifeng remarked calmly. "Huh?" Yi Qian blinked in surprise, not expecting such a critique. "Your vision is too limited." Ye Suifeng shook his head. "If you follow your plan, how long will it take to truly establish a scale that can benefit the family? 10 years? 20 years? I cannot wait that long." Upon hearing Ye Suifeng's words, Yi Qian's face instantly reflected a look of distress as he remarked, "Uncle, if we broaden the recruitment scope, my limited resources will utterly fail to sustain it. This endeavor demands considerable financial investment." It was only after observing the recent increase in exemplary cases that Yi Qian dared to propose such an idea. Expanding the scale was a notion he had scarcely dared to entertain. However, Ye Suifeng chuckled and said, "What a foolish boy you are. Do you think my support is merely verbal? Of course not." Yi Qian blinked, bewildered. Ye Suifeng shook his head, continuing, there is something you are yet unaware of. The family has resolved to support you in harnessing external forces alongside your own, integrating them within the family. Moreover, resources will be allocated according to the circumstances. Upon your return, devise a plan detailing the number of spirit stones required and the types of resources needed. Present it directly when the time comes. Since you were the first to propose this idea, feel free to report any future needs directly to me. I have but one request. Execute it with full freedom. Dazed, Ye Qian exited the family head study. Outside, Yulong and Ye Qian awaited him. So, did uncle agree? Yulong inquired. Ye Qian turned to him, appearing as if in a trance. Noticing his dazed expression, Ye Qian smirked. Tisich, I knew uncle would never consent to such an outrageous request. It's not as if we have an excess of wealth lying around. Uncle agreed. Ye Qian interrupted her, then produced a lightweight golden token from his robe. The token was entirely golden, inscribed with a large character for wind. The family head's golden medal. Yilong gasped in astonishment. As a direct descendant of the Yi family, they were well aware of what this item signified. The family head's golden medal possessed but one function. It allowed for unconditional access to family resources. Be it spirit stones or techniques and spiritual artifacts, anything could be procured. Such a token was likely possessed only by a select few direct family officials. Now, it had been bestowed upon Ye Qian. Was the family head out of his mind? Yi Long felt a tumult of emotions. Ye Qian, what exactly did you discuss with uncle? Nothing much, Ye Qian replied. I merely shared my ideas with him, and he expressed his strong support before giving me this golden medal. Yi Long and Ye Qian exchanged incredulous glances, at a loss for words. This was far too hasty. Were they not concerned that Ye Qian would squander the medal recklessly? If that is the case, does this mean we no longer need to worry about resources? Ye Qian gazed at the medal, her eyes nearly glazing over. For them, this symbolized boundless resources. Yet, Ye Qian carefully tucked away the medal. With a solemn expression, he stated earnestly, for me, uncle's support is the most invaluable asset. I must ensure this endeavor succeeds. I cannot betray uncle's trust. I shall not wield this gold medal for personal gain. With those words, he strode away with resolute steps. I hope that lad, in his stubbornness, can wisely leverage the medal to enhance himself. In the room, Ye Suifeng shook his head, engaging in self-reflection. His conversation with Ye Qian today unveiled a concern. The young individuals in the household are indeed remarkable, yet they possess one flaw. They are overly rigid. Alas, it seems there is no remedy. These children have grown accustomed to frugality. It appears that a more vigorous approach to policy is required. Chapter 19. Contribution points. What is the aspiration of a cultivator? It is to possess a suitable and profound martial art, a high-quality spiritual artifact, and ample resources for cultivation. Most conflicts and skirmishes arise from these desires, with many individuals even willing to sacrifice their lives for them. Thus, from a certain perspective, the majority of cultivators find themselves in a state of poverty. The former Yi family was particularly impoverished, lacking cultivation resources, relying on singular and inferior techniques, and daring not to aspire to spiritual artifacts above the Xian level. Such destitution significantly constrained people's innate talents and limited their potential for strength. Ye Suifeng's vision was straightforward: to eliminate these constraints and allow every member of the Yi family to fully realize their talents in an environment brimming with resources. Suiyun, you are to devise a contribution point system, establishing a martial arts hall, a spiritual artifact hall, and a treasure hall. Everything within should be linked to contribution points, allowing family members to exchange these points for what they desire. Ye Suifeng summoned Suiyun to his study. Suiyun noted diligently, saying, I understand. This is akin to the practices of those great sects, which can serve as an incentive for our kin. Ye Suifeng nodded in agreement. Precisely. However, as a family, our approach must differ from that of sections. Their motivations stem from fostering cohesion and a sense of belonging, while also leveraging numerous disciples for their own gain. We, however, seek a different end. My objective is to alleviate the worries of our kin regarding resources, allowing them to concentrate on their cultivation. Thus, the acquisition of contribution points warrants careful consideration. Achieving breakthroughs in cultivation levels shall count as contributions. Attaining accomplishments in specific areas shall also be recognized. Aiding fellow clan members will be noted as contributions, and even marrying and having children should be acknowledged as part of the contribution system. Suiyun's eyes widened in surprise. Even having children counts? Ye Suifeng responded with a huff. A thriving lineage is a hallmark of a family's robust development. Not only should it be counted, but it should also carry significant weight. In summary, all endeavors beneficial to the family must be incorporated into the contribution system. After you return, discuss the specific evaluation criteria with Sue Yu and the others. Ye Suifeng delegated the specifics to the family officials, focusing solely on policy formulation and financial support. After returning, Sui Yun and the others deliberated late into the night, swiftly establishing a preliminary set of contribution point guidelines. Subsequently, the Martial Arts Hall, Spiritual Artifact Hall, and Treasure Hall announced their permanent opening to the clan. The members of the Ye family soon learned of the methods for acquiring contribution points. I have 1,000 initial contribution points. I wonder if that is a lot or a little. I also have 1,000. It seems most people have an initial amount of 1,000. Young individuals gathered to discuss the newly implemented policies, contemplating how to accrue contributions. Oh, it seems that for every breakthrough in the Qi refining stage, one can earn 100 contribution points. Indeed, breaking through to the Qi transformation realm grants one an immediate reward of 3,000 contribution points. To my astonishment, even becoming a first-grade alchemist yields the same amount. Assisting an elderly lady across the street earns merely 10 contribution points? Recruiting a genius for the family brings in 500 contribution points, while giving birth to a child awards 5,000 points. This, as onlookers observed, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. Some were familiar with the sect's contribution point standards, which typically accompanied a task system. Only upon completing specific tasks could one earn corresponding points or contributions. Yet, the rules of the Ye family are astonishingly comprehensive. Never before had they heard that childbirth could be considered a contribution. They foresaw an unprecedented surge in the Ye family's population in the near future. But let's not rejoice too soon. We still do not know how many contribution points are required to exchange for those precious resources. Someone doused the excitement with a bucket of cold water. The crowd fell silent. Indeed, if the costs are exorbitant, the points would serve little purpose. Let us take a look. Sigh. I hope my 1,000 contribution points can be exchanged for a medium-grade yellow-level martial technique. The crowd began to surge toward the newly opened 3 halls. Upon seeing the marked prices inside, everyone was left astounded. My goodness! A low-grade yellow-level technique costs only 10 contribution points. To my amazement, there are even profound-level techniques available for a mere 1,000 contribution points, though sadly, each person is limited to 2 exchanges. Let us be content. Such an opportunity was previously unheard of. And after all, one cannot chew more than they can handle. A low-grade yellow-level spiritual sword merely costs 50 contribution points. Oh, at last, I too possess a spiritual sword. The crowd was electrified. The prices of those precious resources were astonishingly affordable. It felt as though they were being given away. Everyone began to sing praises for the family and their beloved head of the household, Ye Suifeng. Sister, our uncle is truly magnificent. Outside the spiritual artifact hall, a girl with 2 long braids exclaimed excitedly. She held a radiant longsword, gently caressing it as if it were the most exquisite object in the world. Shushao. That is a profound-level spiritual artifact. Be careful not to injure yourself, another slightly older girl warned helplessly. Dear Yo Fairy, I would never… Before she could finish, Ye Xiaoxiao cried out as a drop of crimson blood welled from her fingertip. She hastily placed her finger in her mouth. Yi Qi now shook her head in exasperation. We only have 1,000 contribution points, and you've already spent it all. That is quite wasteful. Yu Xiaoxiao, sucking on her finger, whimpered, not wasteful. It is destined to be mine, and it will surely radiate its utmost brilliance and warmth in my hands. If only I had broken through a few days later, I could have earned another 3,000 contribution points. But that matters little. I am Yu Xiaoxiao, and I can still make great strides in the Qi transformation realm. With ample contribution points to spare, Yu Xiaoxiao chattered incessantly, her excitement spilling over. Yi Qi now remained relatively quiet, merely listening to her prattle on. By the way, sister, Yu Xiaoxiao finally remarked, my finger has stopped bleeding. I heard that Yilong has quite a formidable reputation at the border, and many clansmen have gathered around him, forming a substantial power. With just the 2 of us, perhaps we should seek some allies. Otherwise, we will surely be overshadowed by him. Yi Qi now cast her a glance and shook her head, responding, we are all fighting for our family. There is no need to compare ourselves against one another. We should focus on doing our best. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaoxiao immediately pouted and said, you are simply too indifferent to fame and fortune. Compared to the Yi family, a nunnery might suit you better. Forget it. If you want to seek me out, I will find others. I think we could first win over Sister Huang. Although her strength is lacking, she is still the daughter of the family head. Given Uncle's current generosity, We might even acquire a profound great spirit soared through her. Cousin Zihan from fourth uncle's family is also quite remarkable. At just 13, she has reached the 10th level of Qi refinement, nearly matching my prowess. Hee. We could form a Yi family women's group to overshadow Yulong and his gang. However, let us not include Yu Qian. She is merely infatuated with her brother and cannot bear to be apart from Yulong. Chapter 20. The primordial skill after a brief respite. The younger generation of the Yi family set forth once more on their journey to the borders of the Jialing region. Yi Huang accompanied them on their departure. Just days prior, Yi Xiao, the young lady from the Ye Suifeng family, had taken the initiative to invite Yi Huang, fervently assuring Ye Suifeng of her unwavering commitment to guarantee Yi Huang's safety, imploring him to rest easy. She even went so far as to extol Ye Suifeng's increasing handsomeness with lavish praise. Naturally, Ye Suifeng discerned her intentions but chose not to expose her, gifting both her and Yu Qinao a high-grade mystic bracelet each. Yu Xiao was nearly overcome with joy, as if she might soar to the heavens. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng pulled the two aside, advising them not to harbor any reservations regarding Yi Huang's status and to allow her to engage in whatever activities deemed necessary for her development. Only in this manner could they achieve a more profound experience. After their departure, Ye Suifeng returned to his study, perusing ancient texts. Having engaged in trade with Gu Wanxin on 2 occasions, he had acquired an extensive array of martial arts techniques and insights into cultivation. He had begun to form a comprehensive understanding of the cultivation system in this world. In ancient times, mortals bathed in the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, becoming the first humans endowed with extraordinary powers. In that era, innate talent was paramount. Subsequently, as humanity's ancestors faced wars against demons and beasts, they gradually uncovered a path to self-cultivation. By emulating the training methods of these creatures, they inhaled and exhaled the spiritual energy of the universe, thereby enhancing their own capabilities. It was from that moment that the existence of spiritual energy, a transcendent force, formally entered the consciousness of humanity. As time progressed, the path of cultivation underwent further refinement, with distinct and detailed classifications of cultivation levels emerging. Moreover, the various trades stemming from cultivation, such as alchemy, formations, and talismans, experienced significant advancement. It was a flourishing era, akin to a sky adorned with countless stars. Yet, amidst this abundance, a grave issue arose. The sheer variety, complexity, and intricacy of practices lacked a universal standard suitable for all learners. Ye Suifeng shook his head in contemplation. Each individual in this world is unique. Differing people practicing various techniques would inevitably encounter disparities. This necessitated that each person seek out the cultivation method most compatible with their own nature. If one could find such a method, they could fully unleash their potential. However, failure to do so, or making erroneous judgments in selecting a technique, could lead to a lifetime of mediocrity. The uneven distribution of resources exacerbated this prevalent issue. Were there to exist a more universally applicable technique that everyone could cultivate, then the potential of every individual in the world would be boundless. This world might indeed become even more wondrous. Ye Suifeng pondered deeply, drawing from his experiences in a different realm, shaped by distinct perspectives and beliefs. In his time, a concept known as foundational education prevailed, wherein all individuals received equal knowledge instruction up until high school, engaging with a myriad of subjects. During high school, students are categorized into distinct paths of arts and sciences. Upon entering university, these paths become further refined, leading to a myriad of specialized disciplines. After pursuing graduate studies, the distinctions become even more pronounced. Much like the numerous branches and leaves of a grand tree, each branch holds infinite possibilities for the future. The essence of this magnificent tree lies in its trunk. Ye Suifeng, inspired by the wind's gentle caress upon the leaves, seeks to forge such a trunk. He begins with the very essence of spiritual energy. With a flick of his wrist, a soft, white aura manifests in his palm, transforming into various forms. Fundamentally, spiritual energy is a unique form of energy. It can be absorbed by any object, and if that object possesses wisdom, it will harness this energy to augment its own power. In the Qi refinement stage, the focus is on absorbing spiritual energy, opening the meridians, and initially tempering the body. The Qi transformation stage further refines this energy, forming a cloud of Qi within the Dantian, allowing mastery over its power. Ye Suifeng intends to initiate changes starting from these 2 stages. All cultivation methods are essentially variations of how spiritual energy circulates within the body. The pathways through which it flows can differ subtly, yet these minor variations can lead to vastly different outcomes. Some methods are rigid and domineering, while others are gentle. Some possess unique attributes altogether. Moreover, each individual's meridians exhibit slight differences, resulting in an extraordinarily intricate system. Ye Suifeng smiles slightly. Complexity is the bane of universality. Although the human meridians resemble an intricate web, there are 9 principal meridians that every person possesses. By building upon these 9 primary pathways, there exists a substantial probability of creating a cultivation method applicable to all practitioners. Each of these 9 meridians is exceptionally broad, akin to a grand thoroughfare that embraces all. However, this inclusiveness also implies that the absorbed energy will be remarkably diverse, necessitating the existence of a refined system. Contemplating this, Ye Suifeng waves his hand, conjuring a vast luminous screen before him, where the 9 principal meridians of the human body are vividly displayed. Above them lies the connection to the soul's center, and below, the link to the Dantian's core. Behind them, a faint green energy pulses, representing the essence of human life. Any misstep could jeopardize this essence, which is why no one has dared to simultaneously engage all 9 meridians. Yet Ye Suifeng is different. His immeasurable soul allows him to easily discern the fundamental truths. The first stage involves unblocking these 9 principal meridians, corresponding perfectly with the qi refinement stage of traditional cultivation systems. Subsequently, he will utilize these meridians to nourish the physical body, refine the dantian, and extract and store energy, paralleling the qi transformation realm. Suddenly, a glimmer radiates from Ye Suifeng's eyes. Upon closer inspection, it appears as if a dazzling galaxy is swirling within, constantly fading and being reborn. He has commenced his calculations. Time flows gently onward. Ye Suifeng had remained in the study of the family head for nearly 2 months. The last time he elevated the 9 swords of God Lang by a significant degree, it only took a brief moment. This time, however, the difficulty was immense. During this period, Suijun had sought him out several times, and Yi Huang had returned once, eager to see Ye Suifeng. But both were thwarted by an invisible force that rendered them unable to enter the study. They speculated that Ye Suifeng was in seclusion. After 2 months, the starlight in Ye Suifeng's eyes gradually faded, and the luminous screen before him transformed into a glowing tome, gently closing its final page. With a sigh of relief, he finally completed it. He had not anticipated that the creation of this technique would consume so much of his time. Now, to bestow it with a name. With a smile, Ye Suifeng gazed at the tome, akin to a parent admiring their child. This technique represented a novel cultivation system. It harnessed energy that transcended mere spiritual essence. The quintessence of heaven and earth, the essence of all things, even the energies of monsters and demons, could all be absorbed and utilized. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Suifeng extended his finger and inscribed 3 grand characters upon the tome, Primordial Art. Chapter 21, The Art of Business Within the Family Study. Suiyun was reporting to Ye Suifeng on the recent developments. After 2 months of seclusion, there have been no significant events within the clan. The beast tide in the border regions had largely subsided, and the core members had mostly withdrawn. Only the younger generation remained, engaged in the extermination of the demon beasts and adhering to Ye Suifeng's directives to foster amicable relations with ordinary cultivators. As this had not been attempted before, the results were remarkably evident. In less than 3 months, the reputation of the Yi family within the cities under their management had risen several notches, with some places even venerating the Yi family as if they were sacred. Sacred? I have no desire to transform the Yi family into a holy land, Ye Suifeng mused, his lips curling in disdain. His ambition was to establish a sufficiently formidable power. Reputation was merely secondary. Are there cultivators choosing to ally with the Yi family? What are their capabilities? Their talents? Ye Suifeng inquired. Oh, indeed. There are already over 100 cultivators who have made their way to Yunxiao City, eager to join our ranks, Suiyun replied with a smile. Most are at the qi refining stage. As for their talents, they vary considerably. Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. Inconsistencies are acceptable. We are not a sect that must strictly evaluate talents. This world equally requires the weaker to undertake ordinary tasks. Ensure that their responsibilities are well defined, striving to place each individual in their rightful position. Suiyun frowned. Elder brother, are you suggesting we accept them all? Certainly, we shall accept them all, Ye Suifeng affirmed. Provide them with a conducive environment for cultivation, and be generous with resources. A strong foundation will lead to smoother progress in the future. Sui Yun nodded in understanding. Grinning as he remarked, I anticipate that in the coming years, the overall population of our family will multiply significantly. From what I gather, some of the younger members are doing quite well, attracting numerous followers. Some younger members? Ye Suifeng chuckled. You must be referring to that lad from your family. Before the family announced this policy, Yi Qian had approached him, expressing similar intentions. Ye Suifeng held a favorable opinion of this nephew. Haha. Sui Yun laughed heartily. It's not just Yi Qian. Yi Long, Yi Qinyao, and others, due to their exceptional prowess, have also garnered many followers. Ah, and let's not forget Yi Huang, he added. Yi Huang, Qinyao, Xiao Xiao, Zihan, and several other young women from the clan have formed an organization called the Tianluan Hall, which currently wields considerable influence and fame in the border regions. The leaders are Qinyao and Yi Huang, but as you know, Qinyao is naturally indifferent to fame and fortune. So Yi Huang primarily manages affairs. They have successfully attracted a substantial following of loose cultivators owing to their remarkable strength. Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. He had not expected this group of young women from the family to possess such competitive spirits. The fact that his daughter could become their leader suggested that, apart from her status, she must have made significant progress in her own strength. My dear brother, I would like to inquire about the sudden enhancement of Xiao Huang's strength. In just over 2 months, she has remarkably advanced to the 12th level of qi refinement, which is truly astonishing. Furthermore, her combat prowess is formidable. I have heard that even Yi Long is uncertain of victory against her. It seems that in the upcoming battle at Yunshao City months from now, she must be taken into consideration. With an expression of disbelief, Sui Yun reflected on Yi Huang's outstanding performance, which was indeed remarkable. Great talent emerges later in life, remarked Ye Suifeng. Is that truly the case? Sui Yun chuckled, winking playfully at Ye Suifeng. Perhaps other young members of our clan also possess the potential for late blooming. I believe you should keep an eye on them. Clearly, he did not fully trust Ye Suifeng's words. After all, the change in Yi Huang was too evident. It would be hard to believe that it was not due to Ye Suifeng's influence. Look at you, acting like a monkey. Ye Suifeng shook his head. Let us wait until the training concludes. Then we can assess who possesses the potential for nurturing, and I shall treat them accordingly. Sui Yun grinned, agreeing wholeheartedly. After all, his eldest son, Yi Long, would certainly secure a position. By the way, I have been in seclusion for 2 months and have not provided you with this month's spirit stones. Has there been any issue? Ye Suifeng inquired. Oh, no. Not at all, Sui Yun replied. You entrusted me with a total of 2 billion spirit stones. Fortunately, you were in seclusion. Otherwise, I would have truly struggled to expend such a vast amount within a month. Ye Suifeng had assigned him the task of utilizing those spirit stones in that time frame, which had caused Sui Yun considerable distress. There's simply no place to spend them. Look at your lack of ambition. Ye Suifeng decided not to pressure him further, allowing him to take his time. Nevertheless, this issue made him aware of a potential problem should he suddenly enter seclusion again for an extended period. The family's financial chain would undoubtedly suffer. It would become impossible to develop according to his vision. After some contemplation, Ye Suifeng handed Sui Yun a storage bag. Here are 10 billion superior-grade spirit stones. Take good care of them and manage them as you see fit. I have but one request, to provide the clan with an exceptional cultivation environment within reasonable limits. Cultivation and expansion shall be our focus for a considerable time. You must be prepared to manage this. Ye Suifeng spoke earnestly. Trembling, Sui Yun accepted the storage bag. 10 billion superior-grade spirit stones equate to 100 trillion spirit stones. He had never encountered such immense wealth in his life. Rest assured, brother, I shall maximize their potential, Sui Yun declared with utmost seriousness. He understood that the spirit stones within this bag not only represented wealth, but also symbolized Ye Suifeng's trust in him, along with the heavy responsibility that accompanied it. Ye Suifeng nodded gently. By the way, has Gu Wanxin from Wanbao Pavilion sought you out recently? Ye Suifeng asked. They had previously agreed to procure a batch of supplies every fortnight, but just as the arrangement was made, he had entered seclusion. Yes, she has visited. As Sui Yun presented 3 rings, he remarked, she left these behind, instructing me to pass them on to you. They bear a formation seal that I cannot unlock. Ye Suifeng accepted the rings, effortlessly dispelling the seals. Within lay a bountiful array of treasures, accompanied by their corresponding valuations. Congratulations on emerging from seclusion, Master Yi. A playful trace of her consciousness lingered within. Amused, Ye Suifeng's lips curled into a smile. They had previously struck an agreement for Gu Wanqing to deliver resources every fortnight. Unexpectedly, he had been in seclusion for 2 months. He never anticipated that this woman would adhere to their pact and deliver the items ahead of schedule. It was noteworthy that, as merely a pavilion master, the immense quantity of resources would surely have placed considerable pressure upon her, akin to a mountain. She possessed a knack for business. Ye Suifeng perused the price list, which still bore a 10% discount, totaling over 430 billion spirit stones. He emptied a storage ring and, utilizing the residual trace of Gu Wanqing's consciousness, crafted a new formation, a seal that only she could unlock. Subsequently, he handed the rings back to Suiyun. These two contain resources. You may manage them as you see fit. Then arrange for someone to visit Wamao Pavilion and deliver this ring to Gu Wanqing. Suiyun nodded, accepting the 3 rings. Upon witnessing the considerable resources within, he felt no surprise. This was not his first encounter with such abundance. His mindset had matured significantly. After discussing various trifles, Suiyun rose to depart. Yet, shortly after leaving, he returned. I almost forgot, over a month ago, 4 young individuals came seeking you, claiming you had encountered them at the outskirts of Qingdu jailing. Suiyun informed. Did I? Ah, yes, Ye Suifeng recalled, realizing that on the day of his tribulation, he had saved several youths who were nearly trampled by a bull. Feeling a sense of destiny, he had offered them a promise. Make proper arrangements, they are quite capable. Ye Suifeng advised. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Wait, have them come to find me. He mused, stroking his chin. The newly forged path of cultivation requires some individuals to trial its tangible effects. Chapter 22. Ambushed by the tiger in the courtyard, beneath the willow tree. For young individuals, a trio of men and a woman stood timidly before Ye Suifeng, their faces reflecting a mixture of apprehension and respect. Are you accustomed to life here? Ye Suifeng inquired, seated leisurely at a stone table, sipping tea. Accustomed, absolutely, stammered the long-haired youth. Fengji. The Ye family has treated us exceptionally well, truly. They provided us with lodging and meals, and just the other day, while working within the family, we received ample resources for our cultivation. Ye Suifeng smiled reassuringly. There is no need to be anxious. In fact, I am yet to learn your names. Fengji quickly responded, I am Fengji. This is Ma Feng, the one who nearly perished last time. He is Yupingyi, and she is Lu Hong. The 4 bowed respectfully. We have the honor of meeting you, esteemed senior. With a wave of his hand, Ye Suifeng replied, Our encounter in Gaoling is a matter of fate. There is no need for excessive formality. I have summoned you today to request your assistance with a particular endeavor. Fengji clasped his hands and declared, I am indebted to you for saving my life. If you have any task, please command us. We shall not hesitate to venture through fire and water. Their gazes were resolute, embodying the spirit of adventurers. Very well. Ye Suifeng paused, then continued. You all are at the qi refinement stage, correct? Fengji nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I possess a cultivation technique known as the Yuan Shigong. It is an entirely different path from the current cultivation system. I have great faith in its potential for the future, yet as no one has practiced it before, the outcomes remain uncertain. In essence, I require individuals to serve as test subjects. Please contemplate this. Should you choose to accept, I will personally guide your cultivation journey. Of course, if you decline, you may remain in the Ye family and continue your current pursuits. Ye Suifeng candidly expressed his intentions, wishing to maintain transparency with these young cultivators. He had no desire to conceal anything from them. Even if they declined, he could find others within the family. There was no need for subterfuge. However, upon hearing his forthrightness, Fengji and the others fell silent. The prospect of altering their cultivation methods was a formidable decision, especially given Ye Suifeng's clear indication that this was a completely different path. The risks were monumental. Should anything go awry, their lives could be irrevocably altered. Ye Suifeng remained unhurried, leisurely sipping his tea as he awaited their decision. After a long pause, suddenly, one stepped forward and knelt on one knee. It was the young man named Ma Feng. Esteemed senior, you saved my life, yet my humble status leaves me uncertain of how to repay your kindness. Now that you are in need, I should not hesitate. I am willing to attempt your new cultivation technique. Ma Feng's expression was resolute, having made his decision. Following closely, Fengji also stepped forward, smiling. A true man must honor his word. I have just proclaimed my willingness to do whatever it takes. How could I speak contrary to my actions? Esteemed senior, I too am willing to try. After their conversation, Lu Hong and Yupingyi stepped forward, joining the others in solidarity. Their intentions were unmistakably clear. Ye Suifeng wore a smile, feeling a sense of camaraderie that is often elusive to those from prestigious families. You certainly won't regret this, will you? Absolutely not. Feng Zhi replied with conviction. Very well, let us commence without further ado. Ye Suifeng rose, his vast consciousness enveloping the group, revealing every secret concealed within their beings. Feng Zhi, 8th level of Qi refinement, with moderate talent. Ma Feng, 6th level of Qi refinement, with low talent. Lu Hong, 6th level of Qi refinement, with low talent. Yu Pingyi, 7th level of Qi refinement, with moderate talent. The foundational skills of Feng Zhi and Lu Hong were quite solid, while the other two were somewhat lacking. However, to Ye Suifeng, their abilities appeared disorganized and chaotic, a common plight among wandering cultivators. Feng Zhi and Ma Feng, you both need to relinquish all your cultivation and start anew. Lu Hong and Yu Pingyi, you will maintain your original cultivation methods while simultaneously practicing the Yuan Shigong. Ye Suifeng declared, I shall impart the essence of Yuan Shigong to you, and you may explore its practice independently. Rest assured, I will oversee your progress personally, so you need not worry about any life-threatening dangers. Ye Suifeng swiftly arranged their training, dividing the four into two groups, one starting from scratch and the other integrating traditional methods. The initial phase of their cultivation would be left to their own exploration to yield more precise experimental data. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng granted them a profound insight, instilling the fundamental principles of the Yuan Shigong into the depths of their souls, thus bypassing the need for individual comprehension of the technique. The four began their initial training in the courtyard, while Ye Suifeng stood by, safeguarding them and meticulously observing the flow of spiritual energy and various bodily changes during their practice. Based on these transformations, he further confirmed and refined the intricate details of the Yuan Shigong. This new path of cultivation became increasingly discernible. Their first session concluded only when night fell. Return home and rest well, reflecting on any issues encountered during your practice. Do not attempt anything rash on your own to avoid complications. I will arrange a more convenient location for you as soon as possible, Ye Suifeng advised. Everything was progressing smoothly until later that night, when Sui Yun rushed in. Urgency etched across his face. Brother, trouble has arisen, he exclaimed. You instructed me to send someone to Wanbao Pavilion for a transaction, so I dispatched Sui Hu. However, after the transaction was completed, they were ambushed on their return. All the supplies brought back from Wanbao Pavilion have vanished, and Sui Hu is gravely injured and unconscious. The sudden news caused Ye Suifeng to furrow his brow. It seems that the transaction with the Wanbao Pavilion has drawn the attention of certain individuals. Resources worth billions have indeed attracted their covetous gaze. Where is Sui Hu now? Ye Suifeng inquired. At home, Sui Jun replied. His dantian is shattered, and all his meridians are severed. Master Zhang Ziming has already assessed the situation and stated that his spirit is damaged, and recovery is nearly impossible. We must find the culprit. Sui Yun's expression was filled with rage. After all, he was the most vital pillar of the family, their dearest brother. Let us not be hasty. We should go and see, Ye Suifeng suggested. As long as there is breath left in him, he will find a way to rescue Sui Hu. As for the perpetrator, since they dared to bare their fangs, they should be prepared for annihilation. Chapter 23. Awakening at the Yi family's longevity hall. Numerous key members of the family gathered, some with grave expressions, others filled with wrath. Who did this? Damn it, I'll make him pay. Need I say more? It must be that vile Li family. I cannot coexist with them. Hold on, we cannot yet ascertain who the culprit is, nor do we understand why they targeted fourth master. Who else could it be but the Li family? Are you afraid? I merely wish to clarify. Who claims I am afraid? The crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices. What is all this noise? At that moment, Sui Yun and Ye Suifeng entered, prompting an immediate silence among the assembly. Tone down your reckless fervor. The family head will make the decisions. Sui Yun shot them a glare before he and Ye Suifeng proceeded into the inner hall. Inside, Ye Suiyun and Sui Bao waited them. While Sui Hu lay pale upon a bed, his wife beside him, her eyes swollen and red from tears. Upon seeing Ye Suifeng enter, Zhang Ziming quickly rose. Head of the Yi family, he said respectfully. Ye Suifeng nodded, signaling Zhang Ziming to step outside. Elder brother, family head, several others chimed in, their expressions filled with sorrow and indignation. The impetuous Sui Bao's eyes were bloodshot. What are you all doing, looking like mourners? Ye Suifeng remarked, exasperated. Do not worry. I will bring him back. Aside from Ye Suiyun, the others were momentarily taken aback, having already resigned themselves to the thought of Sui Hu's demise. Sui Bao blinked in confusion, saying, "Elder brother, Master Zhang just mentioned. He is merely a sixth-tier alchemist, of little significance," Ye Suifeng interjected. Sui Bao was momentarily speechless. A sixth-tier alchemist was the most formidable in Yushao City, yet to Ye Suifeng, he was deemed insignificant. After finishing his words, Ye Suifeng ignored Sui Bao and sat at the bedside. He extended a finger, pressing it against Sui Hu's forehead, his consciousness probing swiftly to assess his current state. It was dire, truly dire. His dantian was shattered, his meridians completely destroyed, even his bones were fractured into fragments. Most alarming was the grievous injury to his soul, which was over half damaged, with the essence of life swiftly ebbing away. It was evident that he had encountered a being of at least the nascent soul stage. That he still drew breath was a miracle. Ye Suifeng shook his head, pressing once more on Sui Hu's forehead, silently intoning, "Return to your soul." Instantly, a vast aura erupted from his fingertip, exploding outward and enveloping the surroundings in an instant, spreading far beyond their immediate vicinity. Suddenly, it seemed as if ethereal melodies filled the air, shimmering with azure and white light. Sui Yun and the others stood dumbfounded, watching as tendrils of azure smoke surged forth from the void, swiftly entering Sui Hu's forehead. This method was absolutely unprecedented. When the final wisp of azure smoke entered Sui Hu's brow, his eyes snapped open, and he gasped, awakening. "Husband!" His wife was the first to react, collapsing onto Ye Suihu, tears streaming down her face like blossoming pear flowers. Meanwhile, Sui Yun and the others stood in stunned silence. After Zhang Ziming had already concluded that there was no hope, Ye Suifeng astonishingly managed to bring Ye Suihu back to life in mere moments. What extraordinary power this was! How formidable was Ye Suifeng! After a long while, Sui Yun pulled Ye Suihu aside and whispered, "Go outside and inform them that our third brother is safe. Let them continue with their affairs." Ye Suifeng's strength remained an enigma, a closely guarded secret he wished to keep hidden for a while longer. Ye Suihu nodded and departed. At that moment, Ye Suihu had fully regained consciousness. "Suihu, do you remember what transpired?" Ye Suifeng inquired. Ye Suihu took a sip of water and began to recollect the events that had unfolded. He had arrived at Wanbage with 3 rings, seeking Gu Wanxin. They quickly engaged in a transaction, and he acquired the resources Gu Wanxin had brought. As he was about to leave, she offered to send someone from Wanbage to escort him, but he declined. He felt that a larger entourage would only expose his secret of possessing such valuable treasures. Thus, he chose to journey alone. However, he had not anticipated that trouble would ensue. The assailants were 4 formidable cultivators at the nascent soul stage, and as a mid-stage golden core practitioner, he stood no chance against them. In just a few breaths, he was utterly defeated and lost consciousness. "Brother, it was my fault. I should have listened to the pavilion master and allowed her to send escorts," Ye Suihu lamented, guilt etched across his face. "After all, those resources were worth billions." "Do not speak foolishly. What matters is that you are alive," Ye Suifeng replied. "For nascent soul practitioners, in our Yunshao city, which family could possibly muster such formidable strength?" Sui Yun furrowed his brow. The pinnacle of combat power in Yushao City was at the Golden Core stage. Perhaps a family harbored 1 or 2 ancient monsters who had broken through to the nascent soul stage. But such beings typically remained in seclusion and would not act unless necessary, much less form a 4-member team. Therefore, the assailants were unlikely to be from the Li or Tang families. Could it be Wanbage? Ye Suiyu suggested. Wanbage has always been a mysterious force, and no one can ascertain its true strength. It is certainly plausible they could dispatch 4 nascent soul practitioners. "Brother, what should we do? If it truly is Wanbage, we are in serious trouble. What to do?" Ye Suifeng rose to his feet. "Do you remember what I once told you? The Yi family fears no one. Should they dare to extend their hand, we shall sever their claws." Looking at Ye Suihu, he continued, "Leave this matter to me. You all focus on nurturing Suihu's body with the finest resources. In due time, I will assist him in repairing his dantian and restoring his strength." With that, Ye Suifeng prepared to depart. "Brother, are you truly going alone?" Sui Yun still felt a twinge of unease. Ye Suifeng nodded slightly, reassuringly stating that there was no need for concern. They should focus solely on their designated responsibilities, regardless of the adversary, whether they be insignificant or formidable. The present state of affairs rendered them as inconsequential as a dead cat or dog. With that, Ye Suifeng elegantly waved his sleeve and vanished from the room. The remaining individuals exchanged glances at a loss for words. Second brother, has the transformation of eldest brother not been rather extreme?" Ye Suiyu murmured. First, there was an overwhelming fortune that could induce faintness, followed by the miraculous rescue of Ye Suifeng from the brink of death with a mere gesture. Now, he exuded an air of authority, dismissing even 4 nascent soul cultivators without a second thought. Was this truly the same taciturn eldest brother they had known, who had only reached the chi refining stage? Regardless of the changes, he remains our eldest brother, Ye Suifeng declared with a grave expression. In recent months, we have all witnessed the family's transformations quite clearly. Should he cease to exist, everything would revert to its former state. Therefore, he turned to Ye Suifeng and spoke solemnly. Such sentiments should not grace my ears again. Chapter 24. The Pursuer in the Vast Sky. Ye Suifeng traversed the clouds with his hands clasped behind his back. A slender gray line guided his path, a manifestation of the causal laws extracted from the aura of Ye Suifeng. With the aid of this causal principle, he could locate the site of the conflict. Soon, he arrived above a secluded path in Cloud City, where the traces of battle were unmistakably evident, along with remnants of formation arrays. It appeared that the opposing party had come well prepared with hidden formations. What is she doing here? On the path, several figures seemed to be searching for something. Among them was Gu Wanqin, the head of the One-Out Pavilion. Ye Suifeng gracefully descended. Who goes there? Several golden core cultivators instantly assumed a defensive stance. However, upon recognizing Ye Suifeng, Gu Wanqin hurriedly halted their actions. Head of the Yi family, Gu Wanqin approached, her expression somewhat conflicted. I sincerely apologize. I did not anticipate that they would strike in Cloud City and harm Third Master. She bowed her head in apology. They? Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. So you know who is responsible then? Gu Wanqin pursed her lips and replied, I cannot be entirely certain, but judging by the situation at hand, it could only be 4 formidable nascent soul cultivators who would deploy such a powerful formation. Speak freely. Ye Suifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, clearly sensing that Gu Wanqin was not entirely uninvolved in this matter. With a sigh, Gu Wanqin confided in Ye Suifeng about recent events. It turned out that after their last transaction, she had established a connection with the stewards of the Wombat Pavilion. The steward's position was above that of the initiator. Upon meeting the steward, she reported the illicit dealings between Song Shuang and Luo Qing. Given the substantial profits Gu Wanqin had recently brought in, the steward took this matter very seriously. After conducting an investigation, the steward directly revoked Song Shuang's deputy qualification and warned Luo Qing against any similar antics. Thus, Gu Wanqin's crisis was averted, and Song Shuang and Luo Qing received their due punishment. Yet, they would not accept this lightly. Although Song Shuang had been stripped of his deputy position, he continued to operate within Cloud City. Gu Wanqin was aware of his intentions. His objective was to find that mysterious wealthy patron. What would happen once he found them, Gu Wanqin did not know and could not intervene. As it fell within the normal regulations of the Wombat Pavilion, even if a client were to be taken, it would merely reflect her lack of strength. However, Gu Wanqin never imagined that Song Shuang would choose to take such a reckless risk, directly eliminating Ye Suifeng, who had come for a transaction, and seizing the vast resources he possessed. Such audacity was astounding. With a client harmed on her territory, Gu Wanqin could not escape culpability. Consequently, the cooperation that had just been established between the two parties would likely shatter in an instant. Head of the Yi family, I take full responsibility for failing to protect Third Master. Rest assured, I shall employ every means at my disposal to provide you with an explanation. Gu Wanqin vowed. Ye Suifeng remained silent, astonished to learn that Ye Suifeng's assault was merely a consequence of internal strife within the Wombat Pavilion. It was a classic case of celestial beings clashing while mere mortals suffer. This individual, named Song Shuang, exhibited an alarming level of tyranny and malice, utterly disregarding the sanctity of human life. Why did you not inform me sooner? Ye Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanqin's expression turned grave as she replied, Master Yi, you are unaware of the full extent of the situation. Behind Song Shuang lies Luo Qing, the mastermind of the Wandao Pavilion in Suching, protected by formidable beings at the transformation stage. I could not disclose this to you. I could only strive to navigate the situation. A hint of derision flickered across Ye Suifeng's face. You merely wish to preserve this trading channel, do you not? Ultimately, Gu Wanqin is, at her core, a merchant, driven by profit. In her pursuit of self-interest, she concealed the conflict between herself and Song Shuang, which resulted in Ye Suifeng enduring unwarranted calamity, nearly losing his life. Had it not been for this, perhaps the one engaging in trade with the Yi family would have been Song Shuang instead. However, for Ye Suifeng, resources are paramount. The identity of those who provide them is inconsequential. Thus, Gu Wanqin bears undeniable responsibility in this matter. Ye Suifeng comprehended her intentions, but could not extend forgiveness. I truly apologize, Master Yi. Given the circumstances, I do not wish to argue. I can only exert my utmost efforts to provide you and the late third master with an explanation. Gu Wanqin asserted resolutely. Ye Suifeng gazed into her eyes. Frankly, this woman was remarkable. She had adeptly maneuvered her way through with her intellect, even managing to outwit her superiors despite her lack of connections. Alas, she had underestimated the potency of overwhelming strength. The third master is not dead, Ye Suifeng stated calmly. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I shall handle it personally. However, there must not be a next time. Regardless of the circumstances, should anything arise that poses a threat to the Yi family, you must inform me at once. Do you understand? He chose not to cast blame upon her. First and foremost, Gu Wanqin's business acumen was indeed commendable, and she approached her duties with commendable diligence. He still required someone of her caliber. Secondly, replacing her could lead to unforeseen complications. Hearing Ye Suifeng's words, Gu Wanqin was momentarily taken aback. Master Yi, I do not fully grasp your intentions. There is nothing particularly convoluted in my words, Ye Suifeng replied. Our agreement stands. As for Song Shuang, I will deal with him personally. Gu Wanqin opened her mouth to speak. Master Yi, I implore you to reconsider. Song Shuang has amassed a vast fortune and will undoubtedly seek Luo Qing's aid. On Luo Qing's side, there are numerous Yuanian cultivators providing protection, along with formidable beings at the transformation stage. How do you intend to confront them? She simply could not fathom how Ye Suifeng dared to utter such a statement. The pinnacle of combat power in Yunxiao City barely reached the Yuanying stage. However, Ye Suifeng shook his head and spoke nonchalantly. Yuanying, Huashan, Mirance. Very well. Come with me, lest you find yourself hesitant to share any future encounters with me. With that, Ye Suifeng reached out and grasped at the void. Suddenly, the entire expanse of heaven and earth shifted in hue. The great Dao, resonating as a brilliant river of stars, unveiled itself before the onlookers. Time rewound. The world transformed. The surroundings began to whirl and spin. Amidst Gu Wanqin's astonished gaze, the scene solidified on a single figure, Ye Suihu. He was striding briskly along a narrow path when, out of the blue, silhouettes descended from the sky, blocking all his routes. Among them was a slender figure, a resplendent jeweled sword hanging at his waist. His striking brows soaring towards the heavens, none other than Song Shuang. Gu Wanqin gasped in astonishment. Chapter 25. Kneel before me in the upper levels of Wanao Pavilion in Suching. Luo Qing and Song Shuang sat facing each other. In Luo Qing's hand, he toyed with a delicate ring. Uncle, rest assured, I have successfully lifted the mental seal imposed by that wretched Gu Wanqin. Even if she suspects me, she can do nothing, Song Shuang declared with a triumphant air. After several months of lurking in Yunxiao City, he finally reaped considerable rewards, an immense bounty worth billions, a fortune that would take him a century to amass through ordinary toil. It was, indeed, a case of overnight wealth. Furthermore, this maneuver would surely shatter the connection between Gu Wanqin and the Yi family, perhaps even branding her as incompetent, leading to her inevitable downfall. How could a peasant-born wretch like her possibly contend with him? Luo Qing, having stored away the spatial ring, inquired. Are you certain that the Yi family is not a prominent clan and lacks significant power? Absolutely, Song Shuang replied with a grin. After spending nearly 3 months in Yunxiao City, I have thoroughly investigated the local factions. The most powerful cultivators there barely reach the Yuaning stage, and most are in seclusion. The Yi family is the weakest among the 3 major families in Yunxiao City. They probably don't even have a single Yuaning cultivator. And their head is a newly appointed fool. We need not worry about any retaliation from them. Song Shuang's tone was resolute. He had conducted both overt and covert inquiries in Yunxiao City and had even found the alchemists and artifact craftsmen of the Yi family. According to them, they had only joined the family due to generous compensation. Thus, he orchestrated this ambush to claim the vast resources for himself. But if the Yi family is so weak, how do they possess such wealth? Luo Qin asked. Song Shuang chuckled. The world is vast and full of wonders. It is not uncommon for people to stumble upon treasures and become wealthy overnight. In my estimation, the Yi family is no different. They likely acquired their riches by chance, but squander them recklessly instead of exercising prudence. Even if I had not intervened, others would undoubtedly target the Yi family. Don't you agree, uncle? Luo Qing nodded slightly, sharing his sentiment. The Yi family's behavior undeniably resembled that of nouveau riche. He had witnessed many such individuals, and none met with a favorable fate. You have done well this time. Rest assured, once the dust settles. I will find a way to restore your position as deputy. We only need to avoid detection by the Ye family, Luo Qing remarked with a smile. Song Shuang burst into hearty laughter. Naturally, there is no way the Ye family could ever find me. However, as he chuckled, he suddenly noticed Luo Qing's expression had turned rigid. They have found you. A ghostly voice echoed from behind him. Startled, Song Shuang turned around, nearly toppling from his chair. Before him, a pitch-black portal materialized in the void, gradually widening as several figures emerged. Gu Wanqing. Song Shuang recognized the woman and, overwhelmed by fear, emitted a piercing scream, akin to that of a woman. You all, how is this possible? His face was a mask of terror as he tore open a portal in the void. What a remarkable feat. What kind of powerful cultivator could achieve such a thing? His legs began to tremble. At that moment, Ye Suifeng, accompanied by Gu Wanqing, stepped through the void door, arriving before Luo Qing and Song Shuang. Is this Song Shuang? Ye Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanqing nodded, still looking visibly shaken. She could hardly fathom that Ye Suifeng had grown to such an extent. Casually opening the river of time and tracing back to the origin. With just a gentle wave of his hand, he followed an inexplicable gray trajectory, directly piercing through the void to locate Song Shuang himself. It was utterly terrifying. Song Shuang, neither of us anticipated the formidable existence you have entangled with. Who are you? Song Shuang stammered, his legs quaking. The person before him was evidently formidable and had come specifically for him. I am Ye Suifeng, the head of the Ye family. Ye Suifeng's expression was impassive as he spoke with a detached tone. Who granted you such audacity to assassinate my family's key members and seize our resources? Upon hearing this, Song Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He is the head of the Ye family? The heads of the Li and Tang families had assured him with utmost certainty that the new head of the Ye family was merely a waste at the qi refinement stage. He felt an overwhelming urge to seize their collars and demand answers. How could a qi refinement cultivator open a portal in the void? Please, let me explain. Song Shuang attempted to articulate his thoughts, yet Ye Suifeng afforded him no opportunity. Raising his hand, he delivered a resounding slap. A force akin to divine wrath descending upon him, striking his face with tremendous impact. Instantly, Song Shuang collapsed to the ground, one side of his face swollen grotesquely. Teeth mingled with blood, spraying everywhere. Ye Suifeng's demeanor remained cold. He had no interest in engaging in trivial conversation with Song Shuang. He was here to dispense judgment. He had come to kill. Bang! Ye Suifeng once again placed his foot upon Song Shuang, unleashing a torrent of chaotic spiritual energy that surged violently into Song Shuang's body, wreaking havoc within. Meridians, dantian, bones, all were shattered by this single strike. A howl of agony escaped Song Shuang as blood and foam covered his face. Luo Qing observed the gruesome spectacle, his body involuntarily trembling. Hesitantly, he spoke, Master, perhaps we could discuss this calmly. Ye Suifeng cast a cold glance at him. Who are you to address me as master? With that, he stepped forward. A terrifying aura enveloped Luo Qing's head, and then erupted with a deafening roar. Boom! A massive wave of energy exploded from Ye Suifeng's center, shattering the protective formations as if they were mere paper. Debris flew, wood splintered. The upper structure of the Wandao Pavilion was obliterated, reduced to a mere open platform. Heavens! What is happening? Everyone, flee. Downstairs. Numerous cultivators and customers seeking to purchase goods were taken aback by the sudden explosion, causing widespread panic as they fled from the Wandao Pavilion. Shen Xingju gazed in shock at the flat roof above. On that very roof, Luo Qing trembled uncontrollably. How terrifying! That surge of energy, had it been directed at him, could have instantaneously evaporated him, reducing him to nothing but fragments. Song Shuang, what kind of existence have you provoked? Master Yi, he is our instigator. And also Song Shuang's uncle, Gu Wanqing whispered. Ye Suifeng cast a glance in her direction. Oh, so you have a part in this. Luo Qing, wide-eyed, hastily interjected, no. There's nothing between Song Shuang and me. However, before he could finish his words, Ye Suifeng exerted a slight pressure with his hand, and Luo Qing felt as if a divine mountain had crashed upon him. Blood spurted from his mouth as he crumpled to his knees. Who dares to cause trouble in the Wandao Pavilion? Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the lower level of the pavilion. An elderly man clad in a brocade robe slowly ascended, his expression grave and his demeanor extraordinary. That was the imposing presence of a cultivator at the transformation stage. Yet, a mere glance from Ye Suifeng nearly made him lose control of his senses. It is I. What can you do to me? Ye Suifeng replied with indifference. Senior, let us speak amicably. The elder from the transformation stage quickly clasped his fists in respect. Ye Suifeng lowered his gaze. You may remain kneeling for now. Chapter 26. Summon your ancestors. The Wanbao Pavilion in Sucheng stands as one of the most iconic structures in the city, towering 7 stories high. It is enveloped by a formidable array of formations. Particularly at night, the uppermost levels emit a hazy purple glow, exuding an air of opulence. However, on this day, the pinnacle of the pavilion had been violently breached. Splintered wooden tiles erupted, scattering across the ground. A solitary figure stood calmly, while several prominent individuals of the Wanbao Pavilion seemed to have succumbed to him, kneeling before him in submission. Who could this person be? Could he possibly be a higher-ranking figure of the Wanbao Pavilion? It would be foolish to assume that a member of the family would destroy their own property, clearly. This individual bore enmity towards the pavilion. My heavens, did he not realize the treacherous depths of the forces behind the Wanbao Pavilion to act with such audacity? Whispers filled the air as onlookers expressed their curiosity about the figure cloaked in white. What could be his source of confidence? Ye Suifeng's only reliance was himself. In this world, no one could rival him, not even the mightiest of heavenly sovereigns. Senior, the venerable elder at the transformation stage of the Wanbao Pavilion knelt, gazing at Ye Suifeng with trepidation. I did not permit you to speak. Silence yourself, Ye Suifeng replied coolly. Then with a single hand movement, 3 strands of gray causal lines floated from his fingers. 2 drifted toward the lower levels of the pavilion, while 1 ascended toward the distant heavens. They are running far away, he mused. Yet it was futile. Ye Suifeng smirked coldly, clenching his fist. Instantly, 2 cries of alarm echoed from below. With a resounding crash, a gaping hole appeared in the lower wall, and 2 figures surged upward. Accompanied by their agonized screams, they collided forcefully with the floor, kneeling in panic alongside Song Shuang and the others. Upon recognizing their faces, Gu Wanqing's eyes widened in astonishment. The 2 were indeed the assailants who had attacked Ye Suifeng. But why were there only 2? At that time, besides Song Shuang, there had been 3 formidable cultivators at the nascent soul stage. As she pondered this, a voice filled with terror echoed from the horizon. Gazing into the distance, she spotted a small black dot soaring through the air, propelled by the final gray causal line extending from Ye Suifeng's hand. With a loud thud, it crashed to the ground. It was the last remaining nascent soul cultivator. His expression was one of bewilderment and panic, his upper body completely bare, with only a tattered cloth serving to shield his modesty. The aura emanating from him suggested he had been engaged in unsavory activities before being seized by Ye Suifeng. Such a method was simply terrifying. Gu Wanqing gazed at Ye Suifeng's silhouette, and in that moment, the figure of this man loomed larger than life, reaching heights beyond her imagination. Enough, Ye Suifeng said coldly, surveying them. You, driven by avarice, brazenly attacked a principal member of my clan, leaving him with shattered meridians and on the brink of death. I, as the head of the Ye family, hereby sentence you to death. Upon concluding his words, Ye Suifeng raised his hand slightly. In the terrified gaze of those around him, he wielded his palm like a blade and decisively struck downwards. A sickening sound echoed as 4 heads, accompanied by a torrent of hot blood, were violently hurled into the air, rolling down from the Wanbao Pavilion to land amidst the crowd on the street. The onlookers gasped in shock, and upon recognizing the identities of the severed heads, they were gripped by a chilling horror, scattering like frightened birds, desperate to avoid the impending calamity. After dispatching the 4 culprits behind Song Shuang, Ye Suifeng turned his gaze towards Luo Qing. Luo Qing could no longer contain himself, exclaiming loudly, Senior, I had no knowledge of their actions. I only learned of it later. Had I known beforehand, I would have undoubtedly intervened. Please, spare me. Fear was palpable in his voice. The head of the Ye family before him possessed unfathomable strength, and his actions were strikingly decisive. He killed without hesitation. Luo Qing was truly terrified of losing his life due to Song Shuang's folly. Ye Suifeng remained silent, merely extending his hand. A smooth ring gradually floated out from Luo Qing's grasp. Upon seeing the ring, despair washed over Luo Qing's face. The incriminating evidence was nestled in his possession. There was no way to cleanse himself of this stain. Check to see if everything is intact, Ye Suifeng instructed, passing the ring to Gu Wanqing. She nodded eagerly and took the ring, noting, they have erased my spiritual mark. With a huff, she examined it closely and nodded slightly at Ye Suifeng. All is here. It seems they did not have the chance to use it. Ye Suifeng nodded in response, then turned his attention back to Luo Qing. In this world, every individual harbors greed, and I can understand that. However, Your grave mistake was provoking me. His gaze sharpened. Two beams of fierce light penetrated Luo Qing's mind in an instant. Luo Qing let out a muffled groan as blood streamed from his eyes. In that fleeting moment, all the meridians in his body shattered, his dantian was reduced to powder, and even his soul was cleaved in half. He had been rendered a complete invalid. The expression on Luo Qing's face resembled that of dead ash. His eyes were vacant, lips parted slightly as he rasped, Ye Suifeng. Your tyrannical actions will surely attract the retribution you deserve. You cannot fathom the terrifying power hidden behind the Wanbao Pavilion. You and your family will undoubtedly vanish from the annals of history in the near future. All of this is your doing. As he spoke, blood spilled from his mouth. Ye Suifeng gazed at him coldly, then suddenly smiled. So, the little ones are dealt with, and the elders are coming to retaliate? He chuckled. I relish such narratives. Here is an opportunity for you. Swiftly contact your ancestors, or even your ancestors' ancestors. I shall have a heart-to-heart with them. Ye Suifeng released the pressure upon Luo Qing. Eager to witness whom he would summon, it would be a fitting opportunity to suppress them all at once, to avoid future troubles. He certainly does not have the time to indulge such individuals. You will come to regret this. Luo Qing nearly screamed. Hasten to call him, he urged. There is no need to call. I have already arrived. Suddenly, a gentle voice resonated. It belonged to a remarkably handsome youth, donned in a purple robe. Holding a pristine jade fan, he gracefully descended beside Luo Qing. Ye Suifeng cast his gaze upon the young man, who indeed possessed a certain dignity. Are you his ancestor, or perhaps his ancestor's ancestor? Ye Suifeng inquired. Head of the Ye family, he is the steward of Wanbao Pavilion, Lord Shen Tianming. Whom I mentioned to you, Gu Wanqin interjected, then respectfully bowed to Shen Tianming. Lord Shen, this individual is exceedingly arrogant. He came forth to demolish our Wanbao Pavilion and cruelly slaughtered Song Shuang and the others, rendering my cultivation null. You must avenge me. Upon seeing Shen Tianming's arrival, Luo Qing clutched at him like a lifeline, shouting fervently. Hush, hush. Shen Tianming placed his hand on Luo Qing's shoulder and spoke softly. Do not worry. I shall certainly handle this impartially. After saying this, Shen Tianming turned his attention to Ye Suifeng. With a snap, a crimson line appeared along the edge of the white jade fan. Luo Qing, with disbelief etched across his face, collapsed to the ground. A mere cripple is unworthy of making such an impertinent demand. Shen Tianming wore a warm smile. Head of the Ye family, would you not agree? Ye Suifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back. What does this have to do with me? Chapter 27 Intensification. Shen Tianming appeared remarkably youthful. Yet he had already attained the cultivation level of the transformation stage, a quintessential prodigy. Unlike the elderly figure of the same stage, Shen Tianming exhibited an unshakable calmness in the presence of Ye Suifeng, as if he possessed some hidden assurance. Ye Suifeng's gaze drifted towards the distant void. He could keenly sense that behind the empty expanse, a formidable presence lay concealed, observing the unfolding events. Merely a cultivator at the late stage of integration. Was this the source of his confidence? Ye Suifeng felt a twinge of impatience and remarked, if you are here on behalf of Luo Qing and the others, then do proceed. Alternatively, you could summon more individuals. Shen Tianming casually pushed Luo Qing's corpse aside and smiled. Misunderstanding, Ye family head. I am not here to champion anyone. Wanbao Pavilion has always upheld a principle of fairness, both internally and externally, particularly towards our guests. It is an egregious offense for Song Shuang to target the guests of Wanbao Pavilion, and thus, he deserves his fate. Though Luo Qing did not directly partake, he is complicit, and his previous acts of unfair competition have led to his expulsion from Wanbao Pavilion. Therefore, Shen Tianming shrugged. I must express my gratitude to you, Ye family head, for eliminating these nuisances on our behalf. Ye Suifeng responded with an acknowledging sound, sensing a hint of perceptiveness in Shen Tianming. If that is the case, feel free, he said, preparing to open the void gate. Wait. Shen Tianming hastily called out to Ye Suifeng. What is it? Ye Suifeng inquired. With a smile, Shen Tianming replied, your wealth has attracted the attention of the upper echelons of Wanbao Pavilion. I previously heard from Pavilion Master Gu that you seek more, and even more precious resources and treasures? Ye Suifeng nodded, indeed. Very well, Shen Tianming continued. I have come today to discuss the specific categories of treasures you desire. Perhaps we could find a quieter place to deliver it in detail? Shen Tianming maintained a pleasant demeanor, and his handsome visage easily endeared him to others. However, Ye Suifeng was disinclined to engage further. He harbored a distaste for those who appeared amiable yet harbored malice, exemplified by the fallen Luo Qing. I reiterate, regardless of how many resources you wish to sell, Simply bring them forth without concern for my ability to pay in spirit stones. As for the particulars, you may negotiate with Gu Wanxin. I only require the items." With that, Ye Suifeng waved his hand and turned, vanishing without a trace. Shen Tianming opened his mouth, but no words escaped. He could only offer an awkward smile. A person of character indeed. Shen Tianming then turned to Gu Wanxin and remarked, "Pavilion Master Gu, it seems he regards you as his spokesperson." "I am honored," Gu Wanxin replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. As the leaves sway with the wind, the words spoken serve as a form of protection, imparting significant information to her. Shen Tianming nodded in agreement. "If that is the case, you shall remain in Yunxiao City, serving as the liaison between Wanbage and Ye Suifeng. I must caution you, however, that under Wanbage's regulations, this arrangement will confine you to the position of a branch leader indefinitely." Gu Wanxin pressed her lips together and replied earnestly, "That is of no consequence. Today's events have provided me with clarity. To remain in Yunxiao City is, in a certain sense, a blessing. What do titles such as deputy, principal, or steward matter? For individuals like Ye Suifeng and Shen Tianming, they can take a life with a mere thought. Only strength is the foundation of existence in this world. I have seen through it all." "Very well, I respect your perspective," Shen Tianming responded. "Let us proceed, as Ye Suifeng suggested. We shall find a suitable place to discuss the resource allocation in Yunxiao City." Thus, this episode drew to a close. The deceased were treated as if they were mere lifeless dogs, disposed of by Shen Tianming without ceremony. The damaged Wanbage was restored to its former glory within an hour, thanks to the collective efforts of numerous cultivators. Everything unfolded with remarkable tranquility. Moments later, Shen Tianming reappeared in the newly repaired upper chamber, accompanied by a diminutive elder. "Elder Mu, what is your impression of Ye Suifeng?" Shen Tianming inquired softly. "I cannot fathom him," Elder Mu replied, his expression slightly grave. "He appears unremarkable. Yet upon closer examination, he is profoundly inscrutable. His every word and action seems to resonate with the essence of the Dao. I have never witnessed such a phenomenon in any other elder. Young master, I advise a calm demeanor and to refrain from any conflict with him for the time being." Shen Tianming nodded in acknowledgement. "Haha, how curious that such a figure could emerge from a mere Yunxiao City. No wonder those ancient beings speak of an impending upheaval in this realm. I wonder if this so-called upheaval pertains to the individual we just encountered. I hope not. I have no desire to become the epicenter of a storm, a tragic pawn in the hands of those who scheme." After dealing with Song Shuang, Ye Suifeng returned to his family. Sui Yun and Sui Yu remained in Ye Suihu's chamber, having successfully dispersed the family officials lingering outside. "Elder brother, how did it go?" Sui Yun asked, her face etched with concern. "It has been resolved," Ye Suifeng replied, glancing at Ye Suihu, who lay on the bed. He retrieved a delicate porcelain vial from his pocket and handed it to Sui Yun. "Inside are some medicinal pills. Administer one to him every 10 days. And after 100 days, his body will naturally recover." This vial of pills was concocted by Ye Suifeng during his journey back. In truth, he could have restored Ye Suihu's injuries within a few breaths, but such methods were far too unsettling. Moreover, he did not wish for others to perceive his existence as a license to recklessly disregard life and death. Allowing Ye Suihu to lie idle for 100 days was perhaps a minor admonition for his careless approach to matters. "Thank you, head of the family," Ye Suihu's wife wept. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng summoned Sui Yun to the study. "Pray tell, what manner of genius does one possess at the age of over 20? In the realm of transformation?" he inquired. Upon encountering Shen Tianming, Ye Suifeng discreetly assessed his bone age, merely 27. This prompted him to ponder the possibility that if the imminent powers of this world were filled with prodigies akin to Shen Tianming's, then the youth of the Yi family paled in comparison. Faced with this notion, Sui Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. How could such a genius possibly exist? That is absolutely inconceivable. His reaction spoke volumes. With Sui Yun's limited perspective, he could not possibly fathom such heights. Ye Suifeng shook his head. "Very well, I understand. From this day forth, you shall employ every conceivable means to expedite the cultivation of our clan's disciples. Arrange for training chambers, spirit-gathering formations, body-refining liquids, procure everything that can be arranged. Intensify the efforts. Do you comprehend?" Chapter 28. The struggle in the forest in the remote region of Qingyu Jailing, within a deep and secluded jungle. There lies a pool of emerald green water. Beneath a large azure stone at the water's edge, a massive python coiled languidly. Its scales glistening as sunbeams filtered through the leaves, casting a mosaic of light upon its form. It appeared to be in a state of feigned slumber. Unbeknownst to the creature, several figures concealed within the dense underbrush were stealthily advancing towards it. These were 3 young cultivators, 2 women and 1 man, wrapped in a gossamer veil. Accidentally brushing against a droplet of dew, the moisture rapidly crystallized into ice. The frost garb, originally designed for the sweltering summer, was discovered by astute cultivators to possess a unique capacity to obscure their presence from serpentine beasts, even at close proximity. It was challenging for the creatures to discern their presence. Clearly, these 3 cultivators harbored intentions to hunt the python nestled beneath the azure stone. With utmost caution, they gradually approached the creature, nearly attuned to its faint breaths. The foremost female, her expression solemn, exchanged a nod with her companions. In an instant, she surged forward, her sword slicing through the air, aimed directly at the python's head. Yet, her movement did not go unnoticed. The python awoke, narrowly evading the lethal strike, retaliating with a swift bite. Clang! The python's razor-sharp fangs clashed against the blade, the force of the impact sending the woman hurtling backward. Yet, her eyes sparkled with determination. Now was the moment. She commanded, and the other 2 sprang from the underbrush, their swords poised to strike at the serpent's body. The python, distracted by the initial assault, had unwittingly exposed its vulnerable spot, falling squarely within the range of their attack. It was a cunning stratagem. Swish! The swords met the python's flesh with ferocity, inflicting 2 deep gashes, blood gushing forth. Wei Yuan, what are you doing? The other woman exclaimed, her brow furrowed in discontent. My apologies, Hu Jie, I miscalculated. The young man replied, embarrassment etched across his face. Their plan had been for the first woman to divert the python's attention while the others aimed to sever its vital point, ensuring its demise. However, perhaps due to the tension of the moment, Wei Yuan's strike went awry. Though the python seemed grievously wounded, it was evidently not fatal. It merely bore 2 new wounds. You. Be careful. The woman named Hu warned, but her expression shifted dramatically as she rushed to shield Wei Yuan. The python's colossal tail swung towards them. Bam! Hu intercepted with her sword but underestimated the serpent's strength, causing her to spit blood midair as she was thrown back. Hu Jie, Wei Yuan cried out in alarm. Forget her for now. Focus on dodging and seize the chance to strike down this beast. The initial female cultivator shouted urgently, her sword weaving a brilliant arc as she charged directly at the python. Clang! Clang! In the briefest of moments, she struck the colossal python numerous times, inflicting several shallow wounds upon its body. The serpent let out a furious roar, redirecting its attention to the woman before it. Steady your mind. Remember how we usually instruct you, she commanded as she continued her assault. Upon hearing her words, Wei Yuan inhaled deeply, momentarily setting aside thoughts of the injured woman named Hu and concentrating all his energy on the formidable python before him. Die! At last, he seized a rare opportunity. Swiftly advancing and with a surge of wrath, he plunged his sword into the creature's vital spot, aligning it with the previous wounds. With a resounding crack, the python, as thick as a barrel, was severed, and blood splattered across Wei Yuan. The serpent let out a piercing cry, thrashing violently upon the ground, prompting both of them to leap away to safety, allowing it to thrash in its frenzy. They understood that the python was doomed. Huwen. At that moment, Wei Yuan recalled Huwen and quickly located her amidst the underbrush. She was coughing blood, one arm awkwardly cradled across her chest, clearly broken. This is all my fault. I'm so sorry. Wei Yuan's face was etched with guilt. At that instant, another woman approached. Having engaged in direct combat with the python, she appeared drained, her complexion pale and her forehead beaded with sweat. I'm fine. Your inexperience is to be expected, Huwen managed a strained smile, adding, it's merely a broken arm. A month of recuperation will suffice. It's all my fault. Wei Yuan persisted in his self-reproach. Enough, the other woman interjected, assisting Huwen to her feet while addressing Wei Yuan. Injuries during battle are commonplace. Rather than wallow in guilt, reflect on where you can improve. Otherwise, you shall never grow. Huwen cast a resigned glance at her and said, Jiang Fei, don't be too harsh. This isn't Xiao Yuan's first battle. Jiang Fei remained expressionless, offering a slight huff as she replied, I merely do not wish to lose any more companions from the beggar temple. The group fell silent, taking a moment to regroup before returning to the edge of the pond. By now, the python had exhausted its fury, lying on the ground, blood pouring from its wounds, lifeless. Oh, there are some eggs here, Wei Yuan suddenly exclaimed. Jiang Fei and Huwen hurried over. There. Nestled beneath the large stones in the grass lay a cluster of white eggs, quietly resting. Upon counting, they discovered a total of 7 python eggs. Weavy struck it rich. Huan exclaimed with delight. In the market, a complete python egg can fetch at least 50 spirit stones. This is a tremendous fortune for us. Jiang Fei's expression brightened as well. Quickly, gather them up and dispose of the python's carcass. The scent of blood can easily attract. Before she could finish, a voice interrupted. Ah, python eggs. Our luck is splendid. Moments later, 5 cultivators emerged from the woods, directly approaching Jiang Fei and her companions. Each was adorned in luxurious attire, exuding an air of distinction that clearly set them apart from mere wandering cultivators. Indeed, it is the azure python egg. Just this vital ingredient is missing. A woman at the forefront displayed a smile, completely disregarding the presence of Jiang Fei and her companions. Jiang Fei's expression darkened as she stepped forward, clasping her fists in a gesture of respect. Esteemed friend, this formidable python was slain by us, and we were the first to discover the python egg. Her tone was courteous, yet the woman paid her no heed, striding onward. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Fei prepared to advance once more, but another cultivator obstructed her path, producing a crimson token. Hey, what are you? Wei Yuan began, but was halted by Jiang Fei's grasp. The token bore a prominently inscribed character, Li. The Li family of Yunshao City governed that region, a force not to be trifled with. At that moment, the woman from the Li family had already seized the azure python egg. Approaching Jiang Fei, she spoke with an expression devoid of emotion. I am Li Qingearth, a direct descendant of the Li family. Rest assured, I shan't take advantage of you. Someone, present him with 100 spirit stones. A small pouch landed at Jiang Fei's feet. A common python egg is worth 50 spirit stones. How much more valuable is this azure python egg? Yet, they were left with a mere 100 spirit stones, and the woman displayed an air of condescension as if bestowing charity. Jiang Fei and her companions could only swallow their indignation. They dared not offend a prominent family like the Li clan, choosing instead to endure their humiliation in silence. Li Qing'er, evidently well-versed in this manner, prepared to leave with an air of arrogance. Suddenly, a voice emerged. Li Qing'er, as a direct descendant of the Li family, how can you engage in such despicable acts of oppression against scattered cultivators? For figures leaped from the forest, the leader adorned in a purple cloak, exuding an aura of confidence, with a cerulean long sword hanging at his waist. Tianluan Palace, Yi family, Yi Huang? Li Qing'er raised an eyebrow. Chapter 29. The Wrath of Yi Huang. Yi Huang, you have overstepped your boundaries. In the face of Yi Huang, Li Qing'er displayed no hint of fear. Standing opposite her, she spoke languidly. I do not care about your illustrious reputation in the Tianluan Palace. This mountain range falls under the jurisdiction of the Li family. Yi Huang crossed her arms defiantly. And what of it? What will you do about it? Li Qing'er furrowed her brow. Your reach is too long. Do you not realize that? Intruding into the territory of another family and flaunting your might. Is this the style of the Yi family? Yi Huang chuckled softly. The style of my family is to intervene when we see something that displeases us. What can you do to stop me? Li Qing'er attempted to escalate the discourse to a familial level, yet Yi Huang was evidently unfazed by her tactics. The Yu family had always been prudent and cautious in their dealings. When had they ever been so brazen? She found herself utterly perplexed. Yi Huang, do you not fear igniting a conflict between our two great families? Li Qing'er demanded, her face darkening as she spoke. She still wished to leverage her family's power to subdue Yi Huang, but Yi Huang merely smiled once more. Are you foolish, or am I? Do you think that familial disputes can be resolved so easily? Yes, there is a possibility. For instance, if I were to kill you today, or if you were to kill me, then perhaps war could ensue. Do you wish to test that? Confronted with Yi Huang's provocation, Li Qing'er's complexion turned ashen. This individual was not adhering to the expected norms. Moreover, she was pressing forward relentlessly. She had never encountered a member of the Yi family behaving in such a manner before. Do not assume I fear you. Li Qing'er glanced at those surrounding Yi Huang and coldly declared, do not think I am unaware that the reputation of your Tianluan Palace was built by Yi Qinao alone. With both Yi Qinao and Yi Xiaoxiao absent, how dare you, a mere qi refinement stage practitioner, speak so brazenly in my presence? Recently, Li Qinao had just broken through to the transformation stage. Although she could not contend with Yi Qinao, she felt uncertain against the prodigy Yi Xiaoxiao. Yet, Yi Huang was merely at the qi refinement stage, rumored to be on par with her ineffectual father, around the 7th or 8th layer of qi refinement. How could she possibly fear such a person? Observing Li Qing'er's fierce countenance, Yi Huang shook her head. So, You only bully the weak and fear the strong? You dare challenge me only because Qin Yao and Xiao Xiao are not here. How pitiable. Allow me to show you how members of the Ye family handle such situations. With that, she stepped forward, advancing toward Li Qing'er. Li Qing'er was momentarily taken aback. What was this person doing? What did she intend? In her hesitation, she unconsciously took a step back. This retreat ignited a surge of indignation within her, and she shouted, "What do you want from me?" Yi Huang revealed a playful little tiger tooth and replied with a smile, "Nothing much. I simply find you displeasing and wish to give you a beating." With that, she unleashed a powerful punch, the sheer force creating a gust of wind as it hurtled toward Li Qing'er. Li Qing'er had never anticipated a direct attack, and she hastily raised her arms to block, her aura of the transformation stage erupting forth. Boom! A resounding crash reverberated through the air, unleashing a surge of formidable energy between the two individuals that nearly caused the Qi refinement stage cultivators, including Jiang Fei, to stumble. Upon regaining their composure, they were left utterly astounded. Yi Huang, at the Qi refinement stage, remained unperturbed, while Li Qing'er, at the transformation stage, was forced to retreat several steps, leaving deep imprints in the ground beneath her feet. How could this be possible? Li Qing'er gasped in disbelief. Following the recent clash, her arms felt numb. How could Yi Huang possess such immense strength? The transformation stage was merely a facade. Yi Huang advanced once more, launching a flurry of strikes. The wind from her punches whistled through the air, leaving behind illusory trails. It was evident that her martial arts had reached an impressive pinnacle. In her panic, Li Qing'er could only passively endure the onslaught, retreating repeatedly as she found herself under relentless pressure. The onlookers were utterly transfixed. Having never witnessed a Qi refinement stage cultivator overpowering a transformation stage practitioner so effortlessly, when had the Yi family produced such a prodigy? With a sudden strike, Yi Huang landed a kick to Li Qing'er's chest, sending her crashing to the ground, leaving a muddy footprint in the center. "Stop! How dare you!" Li Qing'er's companions rushed forward, encircling Yi Huang and blocking her path, their voices laced with authority. However, those behind Yi Huang quickly stepped up to confront them. Standing tall and proud, Yi Huang raised her hand, signaling them to retreat, and stepped forward alone. "I want to say much. Return what you've taken from others, and I shall refrain from causing further trouble. Otherwise, I am more than willing to spar with all of you." As she clenched her fist, the members of the Li family instinctively recoiled in fear. They had witnessed the recent battle. If even Li Qing'er at the transformation stage was no match for this prodigy, how could they hope to contend with her? Yi Huang. Suddenly, a voice filled with rage erupted from behind the Li family. It was Li Qing'er, her voice hoarse, nearly gnashing her teeth as she called out Yi Huang's name. "You've pushed me to this," she shrieked. In an instant, a powerful aura surged forth, prompting the Li family to hastily evade. A gray whip, shimmering with an ethereal light, shot towards Yi Huang at lightning speed. Yi Huang's gaze sharpened, and her sword was drawn with fierce determination. With a resounding clash, the blade met the whip head-on. Boom! Another wave of immense energy erupted, even more violent than the last. The towering trees above were instantaneously stripped of countless small branches and leaves, which cascaded to the ground. Deep sword marks radiated outward from Yi Huang, carving through the earth in all directions. One particular mark sliced through a large stone, leaving a smooth, mirror-like edge. The azure sword hummed in the air, while the whip lay in several shattered segments, scattered across the ground. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone stood frozen in place, their faces etched with terror as they gazed upon the enigmatic purple shadow, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Meanwhile, Li Qing'er lay half-reclined on the ground, clutching the severed whip in one hand, her expression dazed and her eyes brimming with disbelief. "How could this be? How could this be? My thorn of poison is a mystical artifact of the Xian rank. Why?" she murmured incoherently. Yi Huang slowly sheathed her longsword. After more than 2 months of rigorous training and countless battles, she was acutely aware that the spiritual sword bestowed upon her by her father was far from an ordinary possession. "Produce the green python eggs, and I shall grant you a path to survival," Yi Huang stated with an air of indifference. After a moment of silence, Li Qing arose from the ground. Although she had not sustained significant injuries, the psychological burden and humiliation inflicted by Yi Huang weighed far more heavily upon her than any physical wounds. Li Qing'er retrieved 7 green python eggs and cast them onto the ground, casting a glance at Yi Huang before huffing. "If you possess true skill, then participate in this year's Battle of Yuntu City. At that time, my brother Li Qi will surely avenge me." With that, she dared not linger. Hastily departing from the scene, observing her retreating figure, Yi Huang murmured softly, "Li Qi, the eldest son of the Li family. Is it? We shall cross paths." Chapter 30. The Pact of Li and Tang. Gratitude to Fairy Yi for her assistance. Jiang Fei and Hu Wen, along with a few others, approached Yi Huang and bowed deeply. She never anticipated that during their oppression by the Li family's descendants, someone would emerge to champion their cause. Such individuals are indeed a rarity in this era. To speak frankly, those with such courage seldom enjoy long lives. Naturally, she refrained from voicing her true thoughts. "It is of no concern," Yi Huang replied. "I merely acted upon my inclinations." Jiang Fei was momentarily taken aback, though the statement seemed simple, in a certain sense. It encapsulated the very essence of what everyone has been striving for. To wish to act, and then to act. What emboldened her to speak and act so fearlessly? "Here is the Qing Mang egg. Take good care of it. It can fetch 200 spirit stones," Yi Huang said, handing the egg to Jiang Fei. A common giant python egg is worth 50 spirit stones, but the creature they had slain was a Qing Mang, which bore a trace of the wild essence, thus rendering its egg quite valuable. "We only need to keep 3, Jiang Fei quickly interjected. Yi Huang smiled gently. "Take it. I am not in need of this trifling amount. The Yi family is quite affluent now. A few hundred spirit stones are inconsequential. It is worthwhile to cultivate good relationships. By the way, where do you hail from?" Yi Huang inquired. Jiang Fei clasped her fists and replied, "We are all from Daka Town. Daka Town is quite distant. Having been under the Li family's jurisdiction for many years, I notice some of you are injured. Why not accompany me to Wudong Town? There are skilled healers there, and their prices are reasonable," Yi Huang suggested, glancing at Hu Wen. Jiang Fei hesitated. "But we are under the Li family's jurisdiction, and Wudong Town is. Well, it's under the Yi family. Conflicts among the upper echelons often ripple down to the lower levels. The long-standing strife between the Li and Yi families has fostered various tensions in their respective jurisdictions. Typically, cultivators from the Li family's domain would not venture into the Yi family's territory lightly." Yi Huang shook her head. "What does it matter, the Li or Yi family? Fundamentally, we are all cultivators of Yunxiao City. You may be distant, thus unaware of the changes. Presently, many towns between the Li and Yi jurisdictions are beginning to merge, striving towards common goals. Nearly half of the cultivators in Wudong Town hail from the Li family's domain." Jiang Fei was taken aback. What was this situation? When did cultivators become so harmonious? "Come, you will understand once we go," Yi Huang beamed, revealing her charming little fangs. Yi family. Head of the family study. Ye Suifeng held a letter, a slight smile gracing his face. After a moment, he set down the paper and remarked, "Quite impressive. Exuding a commanding presence, very much in my style." Across from him, Shui Yun was equally beaming. "Elder brother, Xiao Huang's recent prominence is remarkable. Her reputation in Tianwan Palace has nearly eclipsed that of Yilong." The children were merely engaging in playful antics. Ye Suifeng leisurely savored a cup of fragrant tea. From the contents of the letter, it was evident that his daughter was no longer the pensive girl she once was. This transformation was anticipated, for he understood that within Yi Huang's heart resided a phoenix, awaiting its moment to rise from the ashes. He had merely ignited the flame. Recently, the situation at the borders had been remarkably promising. Thanks to the family's active endeavors and favorable policies, numerous wanderers from distant lands were drawn to them. Many gifted individuals contemplated joining their ranks, as Sui Yin remarked. Ye Suifeng nodded, recognizing this as one of his objectives. Only by amassing sufficient talent could the family truly evolve into a formidable force, otherwise, they would remain merely a secluded clan, which held little appeal for him. After his moment of joy, Sui Yin's expression turned contemplative. "Elder brother, I wish to mention that our recent exuberance has attracted a plethora of cultivators, including many from the jurisdictions of the Li and Tang families. Notably, several smaller sects from the Li family have relocated entirely to our side. Is this not somewhat concerning?" Sui Yin inquired. Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. "What is there to be concerned about? The mass exodus of cultivators may provoke thoughts from the Li and Tang families." Sui Yin replied. Setting down his teacup, Ye Suifeng gestured for him to come closer. "Tell me, do you find the current situation of our family to be unsatisfactory?" Sui Yin paused, then responded, "Of course not. The younger generation is vibrant, and the family's reputation is flourishing. I have dreamt of this countless times. Then that is sufficient." Ye Suifeng replied with a smile. As Yi Huang once said, "If you wish to achieve something, pursue it. As long as we remain on the right path, there is no need to worry about trivial matters." The Li and Tang families, having been born in Yunxiao City, have already sealed their fate. If they comply, we shall offer them a gentler outcome should they dare to cause trouble. Well, I shall ensure they understand that the Ye family has long since transcended its former self. Suiyun nodded. In recent months, Ye Suifeng's actions had instilled unwavering confidence in him. Even if Ye Suifeng decided to declare himself emperor and establish a dynasty, Suiyun would harbor no doubts. Let us look further ahead, Ye Suifeng said with a smile. Do you remember the 27-year-old genius at the transformation stage I mentioned before? Let us set a modest goal to nurture our younger generation to reach that level. We, the Ye family, shall strive to become a powerful force capable of cultivating such talents. Do you understand? Listening to Ye Suifeng's modest aspirations, Suiyun's eyes sparkled with hope. Such a vision had never even graced his dreams. Was there truly a possibility of realization? He glanced at the leisurely Ye Suifeng, silently nodding in agreement. Under the auspices of the illustrious Ye family, led by a formidable elder brother, it is destined to become a super family that leaves an indelible mark in the annals of history. Your current task is to judiciously allocate resources and lavishly invest in providing an opulent cultivation environment for the family members. Naturally, do not neglect your own cultivation. I hope that within a year, alongside Hu and the others, you will transcend to the golden core stage and formally step into the nascent soul realm, Ye Suifeng stated. Suiyun nodded earnestly in agreement. Subsequently, they engaged in discussions regarding family matters, after which Suiyun took her leave. Ye Suifeng sat by the window, gazing into the distance, as if he could see the charming figure blossoming at the border of jailing. I simply wish to spar with you. What can you do to stop me? Haha. This little girl is indeed becoming increasingly intriguing. As for the Li family and the Tang family, I hope they can discern the prevailing circumstances. Ye Suifeng, for the time being, had no desire to engage with those two families. It was truly unnecessary. To him, both the Li and Tang families were far too feeble, so weak that he could hardly bring himself to acknowledge their existence. Engaging in conflict with them would merely be a waste of time. However, as the saying goes, while the tree desires tranquility, the wind does not cease, such is the wondrous nature of the world. A few days later, Suiyun returned to the study. Brother, both the heads of the Li and Tang families have sent invitations, requesting your presence at the Drunken Dream Tower for a gathering. Chapter 31. The reckless Ye Suifeng at the Drunken Dream Pavilion in the Elegant Chamber. There were only two individuals, Ye Suifeng and Ye Suibao. Initially, Ye Suifeng intended to come alone, but Suiyun and the others insisted on bringing additional company, claiming it would enhance the atmosphere. Ultimately, they dispatched the most formidable among them, Ye Suibao, to serve as his bodyguard. With his late-stage golden core cultivation, it was questionable what protection he could truly provide. I thought the Li and Tang families had invited us. Why have we become the ones waiting for them? Ye Suifeng remarked. All the guests have arrived, yet the host has yet to show up. This is utterly disrespectful. Brother, those two families have always treated us this way. They look down upon us. Ye Suibao retorted, his voice a harsh rasp, his ire seemingly more fervent than Ye Suifeng's. As he appeared on the verge of smashing the table, Ye Suifeng quickly interjected, calm down. Fifth brother, there's no need to get worked up before they arrive. Just then, the door finally swung open, revealing two figures, one stout, the other slender, each accompanied by a graceful young woman, exuding charm and elegance. Ye Suifeng observed that both men were at the golden core stage, and the four women behind them also shared this cultivation level, albeit their auras were notably feeble, a clear indication of their reliance on elixirs to bolster their strength. Look at their display, he mused, and then cast your gaze upon us. Here stands a rugged man with a stubbled face, a stark contrast to their polished appearance. Apologies for making you wait, young Master Yi, the portly middle-aged man said with a jovial smile. Ye Suifeng regarded him with a puzzled look. And who might you be? The middle-aged man momentarily faltered, realizing Ye Suifeng was not jesting. His eyes twitched slightly as he replied, young Master Yi, you certainly have a sense of humor. Brother, that is Li Lushu, the head of the Li family, Ye Suibao interjected from the side. Oh, Ye Suifeng acknowledged, having no intention of causing trouble. Simply unaware of the heads of the Li and Tang families. While his household possessed portraits and information about them, he had been too indolent to review them. And you must be Tang Zheng? Ye Suifeng directed his attention to the other man. Tang Zheng merely snorted, choosing silence as he dismissed the inquiry and settled into his seat. This reaction prompted Ye Suibao to widen his eyes and exclaim, Hey, my brother is speaking to you. Tang Zheng's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Ye Suibao, evidently offended. Fifth Master's temperament remains as forthright as ever, Li Lushu commented, attempting to diffuse the tension. Do not take offense, Master Tang. Fifth Master is simply impulsive, haha. Tang Zheng grunted again, opting not to pursue the matter further. Meanwhile, Ye Suifeng sat back, leisurely observing the unfolding drama. Within mere minutes, he discerned several truths. In Yushao City, the Tang family wielded the greatest power and influence. And it was clear that Li Lushu sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with them, all the while subtly undermining the Yi family. This stratum of society was rife with social intricacies, schemes, and machinations, a realm where Li Lushu appeared well-versed. Yet, Ye Suifeng found himself utterly disinterested. You invited me here today. What is the matter? He inquired directly. Li Liusu chuckled and said, Oh, there is no rush. Let us first serve the dishes. I must tell you, the cuisine at Zuaming Tower is truly exceptional. No need, Ye Suifeng interjected, halting his feigned enthusiasm with a nonchalant tone. If there is something to discuss, please do so now. I am rather pressed for time. For a moment, Li Liusu was taken aback. Is it not a fundamental courtesy to discuss matters over a meal? This head of the Yi family, how could he be so oblivious? Ye Suifeng indeed. At this juncture, Tang Zheng finally spoke, looking down at Ye Suifeng with a condescending gaze. As the fourth-generation head of the Yi family, you are the most intriguing one I have encountered. Tang Zheng's words were laden with condescension, as if he were elevating himself by invoking the first 3 generations of the Yi family. I find it rather unremarkable, Ye Suifeng replied. If you have matters to address, please do so swiftly. I would prefer not to waste anyone's time. He felt no obligation to extend courtesy to the two before him. After a brief silence, Li Liusu chuckled lightly. In that case, I shall be straightforward. Brother Yi, your family's recent activities along the border seem rather excessive, do they not? Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. It was indeed about this matter. Yes, quite active, he admitted candidly. Li Liusu paused, then continued, since you do not deny it. Might you owe me and Brother Tang an explanation? Ye Suifeng scratched his head, feigning confusion. What does my family's activity at the border have to do with you? Why should I owe you an explanation? Li Liusu opened his mouth, momentarily rendered speechless by the question. Of course it is relevant. Are you not aware that your family's influence has encroached upon the territories of the Li and Tang families? I am aware, Ye Suifeng responded. Then why do you claim it is irrelevant? Li Liusu exclaimed, his voice rising in frustration. Ye Suifeng's demeanor, so unfazed, was exasperating. Yet, Ye Suifeng remained composed, leisurely sipping his tea as he replied, And what of it? Li Liusu's expression darkened, his voice low and serious. Ye Suifeng, are you jesting with me and Brother Tang? The wrath of our two families is something you may not easily withstand. As Li Liusu finally shed his pretense, revealing his fangs, Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. Allow me to inquire first, what precisely have our Yi family members done at the border? Li Liusu was momentarily taken aback. Are you feigning ignorance? Your family has exploited the recent surge of the jailing beasts to recruit wandering cultivators, plunging our territories into chaos as they flock to your side. What is your intention? To amass an army? To challenge the Li and Tang families? Regarding Li Liusu's barrage of accusations, Ye Suifeng shook his head and asked, Let me ask you again, what means have we employed? Enough. Let me enlighten you. Li Liusu retorted, As soon as the beast tide began, we dispatched a considerable force to assist the border cultivators in combating the rampaging beasts. Subsequently, we devoted substantial resources to provide free medical care for the injured cultivators amidst the beast tide. We then compensated the scattered practitioners generously, and together, we united in our efforts to overcome this fierce onslaught. I ask you, which of these so-called methods contravenes the Yunshao Agreement? The 3 prominent families of Yunshao City established a codex known as the Yunshao Agreement to ensure their coexistence. The stipulations within this codex were designed to prevent severe conflicts among the 3 families. The actions of the Yi family presently do not indeed violate the Yunshao Agreement. Perhaps at that time, no one anticipated that someone would be so reckless as to set their sights on the vast number of scattered practitioners. I, for one, am a staunch adherent of the rules. Therefore, since I have not transgressed any regulations, why should I be obliged to provide you with an explanation? Ye Suifeng inquired. Li Liusu and Tang Zheng both wore grim expressions. Ye Suifeng appeared utterly unyielding. The dynamics among the great families are hardly child's play. A mere agreement cannot govern every matter. Ye Suifeng, if you persist in this mindset, we shall be unable to proceed with our discussions, Li Liusu stated solemnly. Ye Suifeng rose to his feet. Difficult discussions? Then let us cease our negotiations. He suppressed the urge to overturn the table and declared, "Our Ye family conducts affairs in this manner. If you possess the means, invest resources to encourage those scattered practitioners to return voluntarily, if funds are lacking. I can extend you a loan. In essence, I am operating within the bounds of propriety. Should anyone breach the rules and resort to underhanded tactics, they need not blame me for being ruthless. That is enough. You may continue your meal at your leisure." With that, Ye Suifeng signaled to his companion, Sui Bao, and departed the private chamber. Li Liusu's face reflected discontent as he glanced at Tang Zheng, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. However, Tang Zheng shook his head slightly. "It is futile. We are well aware of the Ye family's capabilities. They cannot stir up any significant upheaval. I refuse to believe that the Ye family possesses an abundance of spirit stones sufficient to satisfy that insatiable crowd of scattered practitioners," Tang Zheng asserted. Li Liusu sighed. "I understand. Yet, his persistent actions are exceedingly distasteful." Tang Zheng sipped his tea, stating, "One must endure minor grievances to achieve greater strategies. Observe Ye Suifeng. He is merely a naive youth. Appointing him as the head of the family is akin to embarking on a path of self-destruction. Soon, the Battle of Yunshao City will commence. At that time, the Ye family will either appoint a new patriarch or meet their end here." Li Liusu paused, saying, "But the Yunshao agreement, the agreement is immutable." Tang Zheng replied, his gaze steady and unperturbed. "For the strong, the notion of breaking an agreement has never existed. It is merely a revision of the rules." Chapter 32, Preparation and Progress. "Brother, you are truly formidable." On the way home, Sui Bao flashed a broad grin, revealing a mouthful of large yellow teeth, and began to chatter excitedly beside Ye Suifeng. These two families are nothing but a pair of insufferable nuisances. One is perpetually hypocritical, while the other maintains an air of superiority that is utterly infuriating. Today has truly been exhilarating. Sui Bao's enthusiasm was palpable. "Calm down, it's just a small matter." Ye Suifeng replied with a hint of exasperation. "Calm down? How can I possibly remain composed?" Sui Bao exclaimed, his face flushed. "You have no idea. Back when I followed the old patriarch, every encounter with those two families was nothing short of infuriating." As he spoke, Sui Bao abruptly realized that his words were inappropriate and quickly fell silent. The old patriarch referred to Ye Suifeng's father, Ye Guang, who had tragically lost his life to a demon beast earlier this year while investigating the Qingdu jailing. Following his demise, Ye Guang's brothers had retreated from public life, and in accordance with ancestral traditions, Ye Suifeng ascended to the position of head of the Ye family. "Brother, I am truly sorry for my thoughtless words," Sui Bao said, his face filled with embarrassment. "There is no need for concern." Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. He held no vivid memories of his father, Ye Guang, nor did he harbor any profound feelings towards him. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that this individual was, after all, a close relative of this body. "How is the investigation progressing?" Ye Suifeng inquired. Since Ye Guang's untimely death, the Ye family had been diligently investigating the circumstances surrounding the incident. However, due to the perilous and intricate terrain of Qingdu jailing, rife with formidable demon beasts, the investigation had faced considerable challenges. "There is a dearth of useful information," Sui Bao lamented. "From the remnants at the scene, it appears that the old patriarch inadvertently encountered a blood fiend tiger, which led to his demise. The blood fiend tiger, a top-tier 6th-grade demon beast, possesses strength comparable to that of a cultivator beyond the nascent soul stage. Naturally, Ye Guang, at the golden core level, was no match for such an adversary. Furthermore, it was implausible that the Li or Tang families were involved. They lacked the capability to command a blood fiend tiger. Thus, this incident seemed to be nothing more than a tragic accident. The only anomaly was that the location Ye Guang ventured to was generally not known to harbor blood fiend tigers, prompting the Ye family to continue their meticulous investigation. "Let bygones be bygones," Ye Suifeng stated. "I shall personally visit the site one day to uncover the truth. Brother, please reconsider. We have only just begun to see some progress. You cannot afford to put yourself in danger." Sui Bao exclaimed emphatically. Ye Suifeng sighed. "Do not worry. It is merely a blood fiend tiger." In an effort to steer the conversation away from the precarious topic, he quickly shifted gears. "By the way, Sui Hu is currently bedridden, so I need you to keep a close eye on the training of the younger generation at home." "Of course. No problem at all," Sui Bao replied. "A few days ago, our second brother sent us ample training supplies. We plan to construct a body tempering pool. 10 training rooms adorned with spirit gathering arrays, a plethora of combat puppets, shadow training stakes for agility practice, a myriad of sword formations, and a heart-refining illusion array. My goodness, if this continues, I feel as though the Ye family is on the verge of becoming a sacred ground. Ye Suifeng curled his lips in disdain. The sacred land was far from shabby. They ought to keep themselves occupied. In just over a month, the border matters would come to a resolution. They must not be allowed to languish. They require rigorous training. Ye Bao, with a smirk, assured, rest assured, I shall not go easy on them. The two leaders of the Ye family, Ye Suihu and Ye Suibao, generally played the roles of the stern and lenient figures, respectively. With the one usually playing the benevolent role now bedridden, the returning youngsters would likely be subjected to rigorous discipline, perhaps to the point of tears. Ah, what an amusing spectacle that would be. As time passed, Yinchao City became increasingly vibrant. Numerous cultivators flocked to the streets, creating a cacophony of voices. The taverns and inns were overflowing, and businesses thrived. Even the fireworks alley and underground casinos were teeming with patrons. An immense flow of wealth circulated within Yinchao City. Many were puzzled by the sudden influx of cultivators, as there were no significant events occurring during this period. Some, privy to the underlying circumstances, directed their attention towards the Ye family. It turned out that the Ye family's activities across various regions had galvanized these cultivators to converge here, all eager to seek their fortunes. However, this strategy of the Ye family was questionable. I harbor doubts about their approach. Indeed, a miscalculated move. One that has been seen throughout history, squandered spirit stones recklessly. Once their financial resources dwindle, those cultivators who had come to offer their allegiance might swiftly turn into adversaries. The young head of the Ye family has underestimated the treachery of human nature. There were those who expressed significant skepticism regarding the Ye family's maneuvers, while others held contrasting views. Pa, what do you know? The vision of the Ye family cannot be comprehended by the short-sighted among you. This was the voice of a fervent supporter of the Ye family. Cough, my friend, do not flatter excessively. The greatest benefit of the Ye family's actions is the acquisition of a resounding reputation and the ability to win hearts. Even if they cannot embrace all, they can still select a group of exceptionally talented individuals. Overall, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, mused a rational observer. Hee, I am indeed grateful to the Ye family. My household trades in spiritual herbs, and last month our sales nearly doubled. This perspective came from a speculator. In summary, opinions varied widely. Currently, the names Ye family and Ye Suifeng were synonymous with fervor in Yinchao City. Moreover, two other names were gaining recognition: Tianluan Hall and Jinlong Pavilion. Yi Huang, Yi Qinyao, and Yi Long, the three leaders, were frequently mentioned. Purple phoenix soaring to the heavens, divine might resplendent. Fairy Qinyao, strumming ethereal melodies. The true dragon descends to the world, with grace akin to jade. These three were hailed as the hope of the new generation of the Ye family. After Ye Suifeng's third body refinement for her, Yi Huang successfully broke through to the Qi transformation realm. The transformative power within the thunder tribulation liquid had ignited a divine flame within her dantian. Once unleashed, it would wreak havoc upon the heavens and the earth. When it comes to true combat prowess, Yi Huang could be deemed the strongest among the younger generation. Certainly, concerning his two nephews, Qinyao and Yi Long, Ye Suifeng generously imparted his knowledge, providing them each with a body-tempering session to further solidify their foundational skills. Additionally, there were Ye Xiaoxiao, Yi Qian, as well as the siblings Ye Zihan and Ye Haoran from the Suiyu family, and the brothers Yi Wei and Yi Ba from the Suihu family. This group of direct descendants received special attention from Ye Suifeng, resulting in a significant enhancement of their capabilities. They represent the future of the Ye family. Over the span of a month, Wanbage finally delivered the first batch of resources above the heavenly grade. 3 items were procured: a low-grade heavenly ruler with several marvelous functions, which Ye Suifeng entrusted to Sui Bao for the discipline of the Ye family's younger generation; 10 pieces of lapis lazuli, reputed to be a premier construction resource; and a small vial of Qilin blood, an exceptional material for body tempering, which Ye Suifeng allocated to the construction of the tempering pool. The mere value of these items amounted to an astonishing 20 trillion. Ye Suifeng's reserves of low-grade spirit stones experienced a minuscule decrease of 0.00005, and he scarcely noticed any alteration in the figures. In addition to these developments, Ye Suifeng's experiments finally yielded results from the first phase. Feng Ji, Ma Feng, Lu Hong, and Yu Pengyi each made varying degrees of progress in their cultivation of the Yuan Shigong. Chapter 33. The 4 guardians in the courtyard. 4 figures, each positioned in a distinct direction, sat cross-legged in mutual contemplation. Their eyes were firmly shut, embodying an aura of solemnity. Surrounding them was a bowl-shaped, translucent light barrier, enveloping them entirely. Outside this luminous shield, two individuals stood side by side, their gaze fixated upon the seated guardians. It was Ye Suifeng and his daughter, Ye Huang, recently returned from her trials. "Father, are these the children you found in the mountains? I heard you intend to adopt them as your sons," Ye Huang inquired, pointing at the four. "What?" Ye Suifeng replied, bewildered. "Who told you that?" "Everyone is saying it," Ye Huang explained. "They say you are the reincarnation of a sage, compassionate and benevolent, which is why you are so kind to the wandering cultivators and have voluntarily taken in these four impoverished orphans." Ye Huang spoke earnestly. Yet Ye Suifeng's expression darkened with incredulity. "Who are these people? Their imagination is too vivid. I merely acted on a whim that day, and my care for the wandering cultivators was a strategic consideration for expanding influence in the future. How did it morph into the notion of a sage's reincarnation? Absurd. Your father is not a sage, and this world does not accommodate such unfettered benevolence," Ye Suifeng admonished. "Little Huang, remember this. You may be kind, but do not be naive. You may engage in battle, but do not lose your essence. Everything is founded upon strength. Do you understand?" Ye Huang nodded. Though her comprehension was still nascent, she had yet to navigate the complexities of right and wrong. Ye Suifeng chose not to elaborate further, for his daughter's future lay in her own hands. "Father, what is that?" Ye Huang asked, gesturing toward the transparent dome. The spirit-seizing illumination array, Ye Suifeng elucidated. "It is an ancient formation that can significantly expedite the cultivation process." Ye Huang looked up, her curiosity piqued. "Can I use it?" This formation certainly sounded impressive. Yet Ye Suifeng shook his head. "There is no need. This array has its flaws. It is best for you to proceed with caution." The spirit-seizing illumination array was, in fact, a pseudo-temporal formation, with subtle loopholes in the laws of the celestial path. Such vulnerabilities might manifest as issues upon achieving great success and ascending. He had no desire to subject his daughter to such risks. Upon hearing this, Ye Huang nodded, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. "Father still loves me, by the way. How have your trials been? I've heard your reputation is quite illustrious." "Not at all," Ye Huang replied modestly. "I simply do not wish to tarnish your name, Father." A smile adorned Ye Suifeng's face. Even though he was at home, matters, both great and small, from the border would be reported to him. His daughter's endeavors could easily be described as that of a relentless warrior, always at the forefront. The renown of the Tianwan Palace was, in no small part, forged by Ye Huang's own efforts. It was for this reason that Ye Xiaoxiao and Ye Qiniao had elevated Ye Huang, who was still in the qi refinement stage at the time, to a position of leadership. Ye Huang's relentless efforts were motivated solely by the desire to preserve her father's reputation. Truly, she is an endearing little creature. The two engaged in light conversation for a while, when suddenly Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. "It's coming out." As soon as the words left his lips, the transparent light barrier gradually dimmed, and the four individuals seated in meditation slowly opened their eyes. A peculiar aura emanated from them. "Master, Miss." They respectfully greeted upon noticing Ye Suifeng beside them. Over time, they had grown accustomed to his role as a servant and had encountered their young master, Ye Huang, several times. Ye Suifeng lifted a hand, signaling them to remain seated. Subsequently, he extended his formidable spiritual power, revealing all the mysteries within their bodies. Feng Zhi had successfully opened 9 primary meridians, his muscles dense and radiating a stellar brilliance, concealing immense strength. Ma Feng had opened 8 primary meridians, exuding a profound aura. Lu Hong and Yu Pingyi had completely transformed their spiritual energy, both having opened 9 primary meridians. However, in Ye Suifeng's view, Yu Pingyi's overall condition was significantly superior to Lu Hong's. Over the course of more than a month of cultivation, Ye Suifeng gained a deeper understanding of the efficacy of the Yuan Shigong. Compared to traditional cultivation methods, Yuan Shigong offered a more comprehensive and formidable effect. Whether it be pills, spiritual fruits, spiritual stones, or the inner cores and blood of beasts, even malevolent or demonic energies could be directly absorbed and converted into usable original force. This greatly alleviated the resource limitations inherent in traditional cultivation methods, rendering it more accessible to the general populace. Moreover, the enhancement of physical attributes through Yuan Shigong was unparalleled by conventional practices. Its comprehensive effects met Ye Suifeng's expectations. Additionally, the transition of Lu Hong and Yu Pingyi to this technique proceeded smoothly without any backlash, facilitating future promotion efforts. Ye Suifeng was exceedingly pleased with this outcome. It seemed that the 2 months of seclusion had not been in vain. Yuan Shigong could now be fully established as a foundational technique for dissemination, but the time for that had yet to arrive. Yi Huang engaged them in a spar. Ye Suifeng suddenly suggested. Ah? Yi Huan exclaimed, surprised. Although the 4 before her possessed a unique aura that obscured their exact cultivation levels. Her experience led her to believe they were at most at the late stage of qi refinement. Now that she had reached the transformation of qi realm, wouldn't it be akin to a father battling his son? Restrict your cultivation to the qi refinement realm, Ye Suifeng instructed. Yi Huang acquiesced with an O, though she still doubted that these 4 could pose a challenge to her. Soon, the battle commenced. Having undergone 3 rounds of body tempering, Yi Huang had undergone a qualitative transformation. Even when restricted to the qi refinement phase, she possessed the strength to contend beyond her level. Moreover, after her experiences, her practical combat skills were exceptionally rich. Logically, for ordinary individuals at the peak of qi refinement should not be her match. However, Fengji and the others were evidently different. Their prolonged auras and profound spiritual energy were palpable. Although her strength fell short of Yi Huang's, it greatly surpassed that of ordinary cultivators at the same level. Under the relentless assault of the 4, Yi Huang found herself struggling to defend, consistently being pressed into a corner. After a fierce exchange of blows, Fengji seized an opportunity, rolling on the ground to grasp Yi Huang's ankle, thereby restricting her movements. Though she swiftly retaliated, kicking him away, the attacks from the other 3 had already arrived, with a long sword poised at her throat. The outcome was clear. My apologies. Miss, said Lu Hong, retracting the sword. Yi Huang stood momentarily stunned. Over the past few months, her training had led her through countless battles, including several encounters with cultivators of the transformation realm, all without defeat. Although she concealed it well, a sense of pride lingered within her. She had harbored no doubts about besting Fengji and his companions, yet she never anticipated her swift defeat. It's nothing, Yi Huang replied, her expression a mix of emotions. Observing from the sidelines, Ye Suifeng wore a slight smile. Young ones should occasionally face setbacks, lest they become deluded into thinking themselves invincible. Very well, Ye Suifeng continued. Fengji, you 4 shall persist in cultivating the Yuanshi technique, striving for a breakthrough to the Tongmai realm and subsequently the Danfu realm. Furthermore, starting today, you will follow Yi Huang as her protectors. Is that understood? In unison, Fengji and the others responded, understood. Turning to Yi Huang, Ye Suifeng added, I also assign you a task. Defeat these 4 at the same level. Can you accomplish this? Yi Huang pursed her lips, determination radiating from her petite face. I will certainly do it. Chapter 34. Integrating the family. The tumultuous beast tide of Gao Ling lasted approximately 5 months. With the conclusion of this challenge, the younger generation of the Yi family returned to the fold. Before their departure, they had been sheltered fledglings, untouched by the storms of adversity. Yet upon their return, they had transformed into fierce beasts. The entire Yi family was infused with a vibrant energy. In the study, Sui Yun radiated with exuberance as he reported the recent developments within the family to Ye Suifeng. The young ones had undergone a remarkable transformation. Where they once trembled at the mere mention of the 5th brother, they now charged forward, roaring with fervor. A few even mocked the training methods of the 5th brother, deeming them fit only for the faint-hearted, which incensed him to the point of contemplating more rigorous training regimes. The vitality of youth was precisely what the family leaders cherished most, symbolizing a promising future. Let them settle for a while. Prolonged exposure to bloodshed inevitably breeds some resentment. Ye Suifeng remarked. Sui Yun nodded in agreement, fully aware of the principle of moderation, and they had already prepared appropriate measures. What of the training facilities? Ye Suifeng inquired. They are nearly operational. The spirit-gathering formations, meditation chambers, training rooms, puppet arenas, and heart-refining arrays are all in place. I must admit, I find myself somewhat envious of them, Sui Yun mused. In his youth, even a single low-grade spirit stone had to be used with utmost consideration. He could scarcely have fathomed such luxurious resources for cultivation. Only the body-refining pools remain unopened, as the refining liquid is exceedingly precious. We are still deliberating the standards for its use. And brother, are you truly prepared to utilize that vial of Qilin blood? Sui Yun asked, a twinge of regret evident in his voice. Qilin blood was a celestial resource, worthy of being passed down as a family heirloom through generations. Of course we shall use it. It is merely ordinary mortal blood, Ye Suifeng replied. Shall we let it languish as a treasure? That would be utterly absurd. He continued, however, the Qilin blood is to be reserved for the direct descendants of the Ye family. Should there be any surplus, it shall be awarded as a reward to those who make significant contributions to the family. I must remind you, he added, the more affluent the family becomes, the more essential it is to delineate the various tiers within. Chaos must be avoided at all costs. The direct line is the foundation of the family. Their resources must be prioritized. Resources denote strength, and strength denotes status. The position of the direct line must not be easily challenged. Furthermore, those who contribute to the family should be promoted with discernment. Generosity in rewards and penalties serves as an excellent incentive. Lastly, we ought to exert some pressure on the collateral branches. With many wandering cultivators entering the family now, we should closely observe those with potential, integrating them into the core to stimulate some of the lethargic elements within the collateral branches. The larger a family grows, the more intricate its dynamics become, interwoven and complex. Thus, the differentiation of status is of paramount importance. To transgress against the hierarchy is a grave taboo. If even the servants dare to bully the masters, then that family has truly reached its end. The direct line is fundamental. Its status must remain unassailable. The Ye family excels in this regard. Their ancestral teachings are strict, and the family structure remains remarkably stable. However, due to the substantial presence of collateral branches, certain issues inevitably arise. Some individuals harbor inflated egos and grand ambitions, seeking to infiltrate the core of the family, even aspiring to usurp certain direct lines. Others, feeling secure in their connections, brazenly suppress outsiders, flaunting their authority despite lacking true capability. Ye Suifeng will not tolerate such behavior. I am aware, some individuals indeed require a firm reprimand, said Suiyin. He is well acquainted with the family's internal dynamics, having previously refrained from taking action against them. By the way, elder brother, recently there have been some unsettling murmurs within Yushao City. Suiyin's expression turned serious as he continued. Some claim that the Ye family has depleted its resources and will soon reveal its true nature. Others assert that our family lacks strength yet acts ostentatiously, destined for eventual downfall. There are even whispers suggesting that our recruitment of loose cultivators is part of a nefarious scheme, with these recruits intended as sacrifices. Such rumors have rapidly spread throughout the city, deterring many cultivators who initially wished to join the Ye family. Should we investigate or clarify these matters? Suiyin expressed his concern, recognizing the potential impact of such gossip on the family's current plans. However, Ye Suifeng merely chuckled and shook his head. No need for an investigation. This is undoubtedly the work of those two families. I never anticipated they would resort to a campaign of public opinion to undermine us. Suiyin frowned. Are you suggesting that the Li and Tang families are deliberately slandering us? Ye Suifeng nodded. Who else could be so petty? Nonetheless, this presents an opportunity for us to leverage the situation to identify those who genuinely wish to ally with us, which is a positive outcome. Suiyin acknowledged this. By the way, in a month, the battle for Yunqiao City will commence. I suspect that their despicable tactics aim to influence this conflict, he remarked. The battle for Yunqiao City pertains to the allocation of resources and territory among the three major families. Each family selects 5 young members under the age of 18 for a ranking battle. The overall ranking determines the division of benefits. This method is quite astute. It resolves family conflicts in a relatively peaceful manner while igniting the competitive spirit among the younger generation, fostering a win-win situation. Have we finalized our candidates? Ye Suifeng inquired. We are still deliberating, Suijin replied. Yi Huang, Yu Long, and Qin Yao are likely to participate. We are still observing the performance of the other two. Ye Suifeng nodded. Let us expedite the selection. Once decided, have them come to me for some special training. It is time to alter the Yi family's current standing. Suiyin smiled, aware of his elder brother's capabilities. The Battle of Cloud City will undoubtedly mark the rise of the Yi family. Well, you should attend to your tasks and ensure the new members of the Yi family are settled. It has been 5 days since Jiang Fei and her companions arrived at the Yi family. After their encounter with Yi Huang at the jailing, they proceeded together to Wudong Town. The circumstances in Wudong Town exceeded her expectations entirely. She had never witnessed how practitioners from different regions could unite and collaborate harmoniously. She had never seen a scion of a prominent family garner such support from numerous rogue cultivators. Yi Huang's actions captivated her imagination. Consequently, after deliberation, Jiang Fei resolutely joined Yi Huang's team and accompanied her to the Yi family in Cloud City. The initial days were indeed pleasant. The resources here were abundant, and every individual brimmed with vitality. It was akin to a dreamlike sanctuary for cultivation. However, yesterday, the very incident she had feared transpired. The younger Wei Yuan encountered a conflict with a young man from the Ye family while exchanging a green python egg for contribution points. The individual, named Dao Will, was reportedly a relative of the Ye family's second elder. By the time Jiang Fei and Huan arrived, Wei Yuan had already been seized by Dao Will, who asserted that Wei Yuan had disrespected the Ye family and intended to deliver him to the enforcement team. Such a person as Dao Will was beyond the reach of their group of rogue cultivators. Contemplating Wei Yuan's dire predicament, Jiang Fei felt an internal pang of regret for wading into the murky waters of a powerful family. Today is the day of Wei Yuan's judgment. Jiang Fei and Huan arrived at the Ye family's enforcement hall, their hearts heavy as they awaited the final verdict. They could only hope that Dao Will might show leniency and spare Wei Yuan's life, or that some other favorable outcome might arise. Fei Jia, perhaps we should seek out Fairy Huang, Huan suggested. Enough, Jiang Fei shook her head. That is the family of the second elder. It would not be easy for Fairy Huang to intervene. It is better not to burden her with troubles. Huan fell silent, acknowledging the depths of the family's intrigues. A seemingly trivial matter could exact a significant toll on Ye Huang. They could not afford to act recklessly. They could only blame themselves for being overly protective of Wei Yuan, who remained oblivious to the harsh realities of the outside world. The two anxiously waited outside the enforcement hall for over half an hour. Just then, a plump figure emerged from the hall. It was Dao Will. Upon seeing him, Jiang Fei hurriedly approached and implored, "Young Master Dao, we were in the wrong. I humbly ask you to show mercy and spare Wei Yuan. If you find us displeasing, we shall leave the Ye family at once and never set foot in Cloud City again. Young Master Dao, I truly beseech you." As Jiang Fei spoke, she suddenly felt someone tugging at her sleeve. Turning to look, she found Huan staring at Dao Will with an odd expression. Jiang Fei furrowed her brow and glanced over, instantly rendered speechless. Dao Will's face, already round, had swelled to nearly spherical proportions. His eyes were red, unmistakably having wept, and a streak of mucus clung to his lips. A prominent handprint marred one side of her face, clearly visible. Jiang Fei was bewildered. What had transpired? As they stood in a daze, Dao Will opened his mouth, uttering a simple apology before rubbing his eyes and fleeing. The two were left utterly astonished. What was going on? At that moment, two individuals emerged from the law enforcement hall. One was Wei Yuan, and behind him stood a stern middle-aged man. Jiang Fei hurriedly approached, grasping Wei Yuan and anxiously inquiring, "Are you all right?" "Of course I'm fine. I've already stated that I was in the right regarding this matter." Wei Yuan replied with a grin. Jiang Fei gazed at him with a complex expression before suddenly striking his face. "Do you have any idea of the trouble you've caused? Do you comprehend how worried we were? If you dare act impulsively again, you shall go alone." Wei Yuan covered his face, looking at the furious Jiang Fei, and murmured, "Sister Fei, I understand my mistake. I've been too indulgent with you." Jiang Fei remained seething with anger. Youth, with a heart full of innocence, can indeed be a virtue. The middle-aged man interjected unexpectedly. Jiang Fei glanced at him and sighed. Innocence often serves as the key to one's demise. If he continues this way, he will inevitably lose his life. The middle-aged man remained silent, merely stroking his beard with a slight smile. "May I inquire who you are?" Jiang Fei bowed respectfully. "I am the law enforcer presiding over Wei Yuan's judgment," the middle-aged man replied. Jiang Fei was taken aback and quickly expressed her gratitude, saying, "I truly appreciate your oversight. However, Dao Will possesses a remarkable background. It is said he has deep connections with the second elder of the family. You must exercise caution." The middle-aged man paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "I am merely executing my duties impartially. It hardly qualifies as oversight. Furthermore, I am indeed the second elder of the Ye family you mentioned." Jiang Fei. Oh. Chapter 35. Above the Nine Heavens in recent days. The Ye family has encountered two significant events. The first arose from an altercation involving Wei Yuan, following his conflict with Dao Will. Most external cultivators offered silent condolences for him, having witnessed similar situations far too often. An untamed cultivator, who had just entered a prominent family, offending a powerful figure, such a scenario seemed to beckon calamity. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Wei Yuan emerged unscathed, while Dao Will, who had relied on his connections to act arrogantly, faced severe repercussions. It was rumored that even his half-yearly allowances were confiscated. This shattered their preconceived notions. The Ye family, it seemed, prioritized justice over kinship, something they had never imagined possible. Moreover, in the wake of Wei Yuan's incident, several collateral branches within the Ye family faced strict punishments for their transgressions. Conversely, certain outstanding external cultivators were notably promoted, ascending to high positions. Enthusiasm surged among the cultivators, who devoted themselves wholeheartedly to their tasks. In a matter of days, numerous cultivators began to identify themselves as members of the Ye family, taking pride in their association. The second momentous event is the battle in Yushao City. Scheduled for a month hence, the Ye family will select 5 of the most exceptional young talents under the age of 20 to represent them in this contest. Ye Huang, Ye Long, and Ye Qinyao were undoubtedly chosen. The competition for the remaining 2 spots ignited fierce rivalry within the family, as no one wished to relinquish such honor lightly. Among the young members of the Ye family under 20, those in the Qi refinement stage were not considered, while 19 in the transformation stage vied for selection. Most had achieved breakthroughs during recent trials, including Ye Xiaoxiao and Ye Suiyu's sons, Ye Wei and Ye Ba. After intense battles, 2 candidates were ultimately confirmed. One was Ye Xiaoxiao, who had notably broken through during the first trial. Her exceptional talent and keen understanding propelled her to the 3rd level of transformation, decisively defeating all other challengers. The other selection, however, came as a surprise to many. Ye Qian. His talent and strength had never been particularly remarkable, having only recently managed to break through to the transformation stage. His only noteworthy trait was his amiable nature, which attracted a considerable following of external cultivators, almost rivaling the scale of Tianwan Palace and Zhenlong Pavilion, making him the 3rd major force among the younger generation of the Ye family. Typically, he shied away from seeking the limelight. Yet, during this selection, for reasons unknown, Ye Qian fought fiercely, gradually overcoming challengers, and narrowly defeated the 2nd-level transformation cultivator, Ye Wei, to secure the final spot. Thus, the 5 representatives of the Ye family were finalized. At this moment, they stood in the courtyard of Ye Suifeng. The young men, indeed, would become the first dragon soaring to greatness for the Ye family. Ye Suifeng regarded their cultivation levels with keen insight. Ye Huang. At the 3rd level of Qi transformation, her strength can be described as remarkably advancing. This girl spends her days dining at Ye Suifeng's hearth. It would be suspicious if her progress were slow. Ye Long. 5th level of Qi transformation with a solid foundation. Ye Qinyao. 5th level of Qi transformation with an ethereal demeanor. Ye Xiaoxiao. 3rd level of Qi transformation, her eyes darting about, exuding a quirky charm. Ye Qian. 1st level of Qi transformation, with bruises adorning his mouth and face, and he seems to have sustained internal injuries. Why are you exerting yourself so much for merely a selection? Ye Suifeng inquired. Ye Qian, with a steady gaze, responded, Father told me that for this competition, you will provide personal guidance, uncle. Therefore, I cannot let this opportunity slip away, as I do not wish to be known as the director of an orphanage for the rest of my life. Director? Ye Suifeng asked, perplexed. Father, Ye Huang interjected. During this trial, many of the individuals Ye Qian has taken under his wing are orphans. Thus, others behind his back have bestowed upon him the nickname of orphanage director. Ye Suifeng understood. A few months prior, this nephew had approached him, mentioning this very issue. He recalled that he had been quite supportive of him then, and of course, he remains so now. Then strive diligently. Reputation is earned through one's own efforts. Ye Suifeng encouraged. His attention then shifted to the 5 individuals. From today onward, I will conduct specialized training tailored to each of your circumstances. I must emphasize one point. No matter what you encounter, do not panic, and refrain from asking too many questions. Focus solely on enhancing your abilities. Ye Suifeng proceeded directly to the matter at hand. Uncle, won't you offer me some encouragement or pressure, like insisting on winning and forbidding defeat? Ye Xiaoxiao jested. Ye Suifeng chuckled softly. Why should I say such things? Because when my father trained us, he always insisted that I defeat cousin Ye Wei and my sister defeat brother Ye Long, Ye Xiaoxiao remarked. Ye Qinyao and Ye Long exchanged awkward glances. This girl certainly knows how to choose her moments. Ye Suifeng burst into hearty laughter. Given Sui Bao's nature, such remarks were indeed to be expected. No wonder both his daughters excelled so remarkably. I shall not utter such words, for, after this specialized training, when facing the formidable Li and Tang families, you shall surely prevail, Ye Suifeng declared. The group stifled laughter, seemingly intrigued by the term cattle and horses in reference to people. Is it appropriate to describe them in such a manner? I only ask that you never forget, regardless of what lies ahead, your roots are here. Ye Suifeng gestured to the ground beneath them. Now let us begin. Ye Suifeng turned his gaze toward Ye Huang, as he was acutely aware of his daughter's situation. Ye Huang had already taken a small step forward in the way of the sword. She had integrated the fundamental sword techniques, achieving minor success with the 9 swords of godlaying. What she currently lacked was intention sword intent. Only by honing her sword intent could she truly take the first step in the realm of swordsmanship. There exist myriad ways to hone one's sword intent, such as engaging in combat with masters well-versed in the art of swordplay or cultivating within formidable sword formations. Many great powers employ such methods to nurture their core disciples. However, Ye Suifeng would naturally refrain from resorting to such trivial tactics. Yi Huang, come with me. You few may wait here for a moment. With a flick of his sleeve, Ye Suifeng and Yi Huang vanished from the courtyard. Unbeknownst to anyone, their figures had already materialized tens of thousands of miles above the ground. Viewed from the perspective of a prior existence, they found themselves within the atmosphere. At such heights, fierce winds raged like blades, and even a gold core practitioner would likely be reduced to dust in an instant. A transparent shield enveloped the two, standing steadfast amidst the howling winds. This is the first heaven, Ye Suifeng remarked. Yi Huang's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She had never ascended to such heights before. Father, am I to cultivate here? She inquired. Cultivating at such an altitude is truly magnificent. Certainly not. This is merely the beginning, Ye Suifeng replied, lifting his head slightly and gesturing for them to ascend further. As they rose, they traversed vast seas of clouds, shrouded mists, golden realms, and terrifying storm-laden territories. Ultimately, they arrived in a resplendent world of vibrant colors. It resembled a fairy tale realm, where hues of light danced unpredictably, akin to a dreamlike scene. Father, where are we? Yi Huang asked. Ye Suifeng smiled gently. This is the 9 heavens, also known as the edge of the world. Beyond lies boundless chaos. Yi Huang's mouth fell open in astonishment. Is this truly the edge of the world? Ancient texts state that the edge is limitless, devoid of anything but endless destruction and turmoil. Yet, it seems otherwise. It appears almost like the realm of immortals. The splendor before you may not be as enchanting as it seems, Ye Suifeng chuckled, then extended his hand, capturing a flicker of purple light within his palm. The violet glow hovered serenely, seemingly harmless. He then retrieved a black staff from his storage ring. This was a weapon of the highest grade, forged from the heart of the earth's black gold, reputed to be indestructible and eternally unblemished. Observe, Ye Suifeng proclaimed as he tossed the black staff into the spatial realm of his palm, allowing it to gently graze the purple celestial light. At the moment of contact, the staff hesitated briefly. Then, before Yi Huang's horrified gaze, the black staff disintegrated into countless minuscule particles, vanishing entirely. This is the power of annihilation, Ye Suifeng explained. Yi Huang swallowed hard, her expression contorting into a grimace. Father, I cannot possibly train with such a thing. It is far too terrifying. Ye Suifeng beamed with a smile. You must. However, rest assured, I will reduce its power to 1/1,000,000th of its potential based on your current strength. As you grow, it will gradually intensify. I eagerly anticipate the day you conquer and master them. Yi Huang's expression was complex, and she remained in a daze for a considerable time before finally nodding in agreement. I assure you, I shall not disappoint you. Chapter 36. The Ancient Arena. After ensuring Yi Huang's comfort, Ye Suifeng returned to his own courtyard. Merely a quarter of an hour had elapsed. The 3 individuals remained in their positions, awaiting Ye Suifeng's return. Only Ye Xiaoxiao was surreptitiously indulging in the grapes that Ye Suifeng had placed beneath the willow tree. Upon spotting his return, she hurriedly dashed back to her spot, bowing her head obediently. Ye Suifeng couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was indeed quite spirited. Nonetheless, he paid little mind to it. Each person possesses their own unique character. If everyone were as taciturn and meticulous as Yi Qian, life would be rather dull. Let us not be overly restrained. We are family, after all. Feel free to be a bit more relaxed, Ye Suifeng remarked. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoxiao immediately lifted her head, grinning as she playfully patted Yu Qinyao beside her. See, uncle is very easygoing. Yu Qinyao wore a helpless expression. All right. Ye Suifeng scanned the room before finally settling his gaze on Yi Long. For a considerable time, Yi Long had been the most outstanding junior in the family. His tenacity, diligence in training, and steady demeanor, coupled with his handsome appearance, made him the most dazzling star of the Yi family, their sole pride. However, recently, Yi Huang and Yi Qinyao's rising reputations had begun to overshadow him, putting Yi Long's leading position to a rigorous test. Yet, based on Ye Suifeng's observations, this junior did not seem to harbor jealousy or other negative sentiments. Rather, he appeared to have grown more cheerful. Perhaps the title of the family's future prodigy was not merely a compliment to him, but also a considerable burden. now that someone was finally sharing the pressure with him. Yilong's mindset had shifted in a remarkable way, contributing to his successful breakthrough to the 5th level of Qi transformation. Yilong, your foundation is solid, and you have embarked on the right path in your cultivation. Therefore, I do not wish to interfere excessively with your journey. Speak up. What kind of training method do you desire? Think big, Ye Suifeng encouraged. Yilong possessed his own understanding of cultivation, believing that excessive external involvement could be detrimental. Thus, Ye Suifeng decided to grant him the autonomy to choose. Yilong was evidently taken aback by this unexpected response, momentarily lost for words. Ye Xiao, witnessing his hesitation, grew anxious and incessantly gestured for him to speak. Ultimately, she dashed over to Yilong, nudging him and exclaimed, "Don't be foolish. Quickly ask for a technique. Your current inferior grade gun technique is outdated." Ye Suifeng, overhearing this, chuckled. "The gun technique you are currently practicing is of inferior grade?" "Indeed." Yilong nodded. "The Dragon Hunter gun technique was procured by my father for me a year ago, and I have now fully grasped it." "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Ye Suifeng replied. "I recall that there is a superior grade gun technique in the family's treasury. You should go retrieve it later and simply say I sent you." Your father, knowing this, failed to inform you how utterly antiquated of him. That technique must have been the one sent by Gu Wanqin last time, Ye Suifeng thought with a hint of recollection. "Thank you, uncle." Yilong's countenance was filled with excitement. Who wouldn't desire to possess a high-level martial art? A top-tier ground-level technique was something he had never dared to dream of. After speaking, Yilong proceeded towards the door. "Hey, where are you going? You haven't mentioned what you want yet," Ye Suifeng called out to him. Yilong paused. "That martial art, doesn't that count?" "Of course it doesn't count. It's not a precious item," Ye Suifeng replied, shaking his head. "I told you to think bigger." The others fell silent. Could a top-tier ground-level technique truly be deemed unprecious? What, then, was truly valuable? Yilong found himself at a loss for words. Ye Xiao peered curiously at the spear in his hand. It was a premium yellow-grade spear, once regarded as a treasure in the Yi family. "Spirit weapons don't count either," Ye Suifeng interrupted her thoughts, saying, "I'll get you something more formidable soon. Just consider what you lack the most in your current cultivation. You all should reflect on this." The group fell into contemplation, pondering their respective paths. After a moment, Yilong finally spoke. "Uncle, I have always harbored a dream." "Go on," Ye Suifeng encouraged. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Yilong's eyes. "When I was very young, I read a book called Biographies of Extraordinary Individuals. It recounted the numerous top-tier geniuses that have emerged on this continent over the millennia. Their strength was extraordinary. Upon their arrival, they shook the very foundations of history, igniting my fervent admiration. Back then, I wondered what it would be like to battle alongside them in the same era. Could I ever hope to defeat them?" Yilong tightened his grip on the spear and continued, "Childhood dreams often seem so ludicrous. As I grew older, I came to realize that the chasm between them and me was vast, akin to a deep abyss, no matter how hard I tried to chase them. I could never glimpse their shadows. Yet, I refused to surrender. Even if I cannot catch up, I still wish to discover where my limits lie. I shall fight, to the death." Yilong raised his head, his eyes brimming with determination. "Uncle, if possible, I desire a puppet that is of my level yet possesses strength far surpassing my own. When I conquer it, perhaps I will draw closer to those extraordinary individuals of history." After Yilong finished speaking, the others were taken aback. No one had anticipated that this seemingly flawless elder brother harbored such an obsession. But could the puppet he spoke of truly be realized? "Yes, I promise you," Ye Suifeng swiftly responded. Yilong was instantly astonished. "Really? Does such a puppet truly exist?" Ye Suifeng smiled and shook his head. "It does exist, but a puppet is ultimately an inanimate object. Even if you conquer it, there is no guarantee you will triumph over a practitioner of equal strength." Yilong's expression grew complex. "But you said you would promise me." "I did promise you," Ye Suifeng affirmed. Ye Suifeng remarked, however, "This is not about finding you a puppet, but rather, helping you realize your first wish. To battle against the great figures of antiquity, what audacity that entails." Naturally, Ye Suifeng was more than willing to assist. Yet, the others were left in disbelief. Such a wish seemed utterly unattainable. "Well then, let us depart." Ye Suifeng waved his hand, and together with Yilong, they vanished from sight. Once the two had left, Ye Xiao leaned closer to Ye Qiniao and murmured, "Sister, uncle is joking, right?" Ye Qiniao pressed her lips together and shook her head. "I do not know. I cannot fathom how such a thing could be accomplished. Perhaps when our turn comes, we will understand." A silvery river stretched infinitely, flowing from the void to the void, unchanged since time immemorial. Suddenly, two dark specks appeared above its surface, Ye Suifeng and Ye Long gazing down at the boundless river and the vast, empty expanse that surrounded them. Ye Long felt a profound shock within, yearning to inquire about their location. However, recalling Ye Suifeng's earlier admonition to refrain from asking questions, he stifled his curiosity. "We meet again," Ye Suifeng spoke softly. "I noticed something peculiar about you last time. It seems you belong solely to this world. Nevertheless, it suffices. For the talents of this realm are ample." With that, Ye Suifeng flicked his finger, and the surrounding world transformed instantaneously. Beneath their feet emerged a colossal arena, intricately inscribed with countless complex runes, nearly overwhelming Ye Long to the point of near unconsciousness. Fortunately, Ye Suifeng swiftly executed a hand gesture, causing the runic formations to shimmer and fade, leaving behind only a vast expanse of smooth stone. "From this day forth, you shall battle and cultivate here," Ye Suifeng declared. Ye Long furrowed his brow. "But what of my opponent?" "Right here," Ye Suifeng replied with a faint smile, extending his fingers and gently grasping. In an instant, numerous gray lines erupted forth, surging toward the shimmering silver river. Before long, one of the gray lines began to tremble. Soon after, a white figure, akin to a fish hooked on a line, was drawn forth from the gray line and landed upon the arena. It was a young man radiating an aura of chill, his brow furrowed in confusion as he seemed unaware of the circumstances. Upon turning, he caught sight of Ye Suifeng and Ye Long, who in turn beheld his visage with astonishment. Ye Long recoiled 2 steps, collapsing onto the ground, his eyes wide and fixed in horror as he stammered, "Be back." The white-clad spear god, Feishui. His voice quavered, for Feishui was the paragon of a millennium ago, a single spear rendering him invincible. Once, he had stormed into a millennia-old sect, and overnight, bloodshed reigned, leading to its obliteration. Subsequently, Feishui had challenged the strongest tribulation in history, enduring until the very end. However, the will of heaven is not to be defied. The final thunder tribulation was overwhelmingly powerful, resulting in Feishui's demise, leaving nothing behind. Yet why was he here? Ye Long's mind buzzed with questions. What on earth had his uncle done? Who are you? Why am I here? Feishui's gaze turned icy, unleashing an earth-shattering intent. Yet, Ye Suifeng merely waved his hand, conjuring a thin veil of light mist around Feishui's form. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and succumbed to slumber. "It is not your turn to speak." Ye Suifeng turned to Ye Long, a smile gracing his lips. "Did you not express a desire to challenge them? Why are you so frightened upon first encounter?" Upon hearing these words, Ye Long was momentarily taken aback, then took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within, and managed to rise to his feet. "That's more like it," Ye Suifeng remarked, deftly moving his fingers as silhouettes were drawn from the silver river and landed upon the arena. To prevent a repeat of the earlier incident, they were forcibly silenced upon their arrival. Among them were the celestial prodigy Xia Yuan, the knight assassin Tong Mia, the foremost scholar Fu Ruhua, the son of the heavenly path Jin Lin, and the legendary figure Long Outyin. Ye Long gazed at each familiar face, murmuring to himself, his mind blank. His uncle had truly summoned all the paragons from the annals of history. There were even many he did not recognize. It was only after hundreds of figures had appeared that Ye Suifeng finally ceased. Make do with them for now. Within the eternal arena, their cultivation is equivalent to yours. Simply meditate on whom you wish to battle. Should you break through, their prowess will also elevate accordingly. Hone your combat spirit well, for I shall return to retrieve you in 1 month. With that, Ye Suifeng's figure gradually faded away. Chapter 37. The Old Turtle. This young lad possesses an intriguing aura of masochism. In the void, Ye Suifeng leisurely glides above the Milky Way. He had not anticipated that Ye Long's aspiration was, in fact, to engage in battle. However, given Ye Long's current prowess, contending with those legendary figures from antiquity would merely invite suffering, and it would be an excruciating ordeal indeed. One can only hope that this young man does not emerge from such trials with psychological scars. The river of time feels somewhat peculiar, almost devoid of vitality. This Milky Way serves as the temporal river of this realm. The last time Ye Suifeng traversed the threads of causality to pursue the assassin of Ye Suihu, he briefly harnessed the power of the river of time. But this time, he has come in person. Logically, the river of time is an inanimate entity, perpetually flowing through the void, unchanging through the ages. Yet, Ye Suifeng senses an absence of certain life forces, leaving an impression of stagnation. Suddenly, he detects an unusual energy signature, causing him to furrow his brow before vanishing from sight. When he reappears, a colossal black peak looms before him. The mountain is terrifyingly immense, reaching heights beyond perception and depths unfathomable, resembling a wall that obscures all vision in this expanse of emptiness. How could such a phenomenon exist here? Ye Suifeng is perplexed. The location of the river of time is an authentic void, devoid of anything aside from the passage of time itself. How could a mountain be situated in such a place? This defies the laws of the cosmos. No, that cannot be right. Ye Suifeng's brow furrows even more. The entity before him does not appear to be a mountain. He distinctly perceives a faint essence of life emanating from the black mass. Yet, what kind of life could be so colossal? After a moment's contemplation, he extends his index finger and gently touches his forehead. Instantly, his soul power, which far surpasses the limits of the world, erupts with vigor. His soul solidifies, transforming into a phantom that rapidly expands from the center of Ye Suifeng's being. 1 fold, 10 folds. In no time, the soul phantom has grown to over 1,000,000 times the size of his corporeal form. Through the vision afforded by this phantom, Ye Suifeng finally discerns the true nature of the black peak. Goodness gracious, that is a toe! Ye Suifeng exclaims, utterly astonished by the revelation. The massive entity is not a mountain, but rather an extraordinary toe. Adjacent to it are 4 other toes, and above them lies an expanse of an immeasurable foot. At this moment, Ye Suifeng's phantom is merely level with the toe itself. My word, what on earth is this creature? It seems to rival the size of the world itself. I am eager to uncover what your true form is. Ye Suifeng steadies his emotions and once again expands his soul phantom. After an indeterminate increase in size, he finally perceives its shape. An ancient tortoise? He opens his eyes wide, meticulously studying its form. Ultimately, he confirmed that he was not mistaken. It was indeed a grotesque black old turtle. The creature had withdrawn its neck, leaving only its glistening head exposed. Its limbs hung limply in the void, while beneath its belly lay the river of time, which, from this perspective, had transformed into an almost imperceptible white line. Most striking was its tail, which, though short, exhibited a curious bifurcation at its tip. As if forcibly torn apart, Ye Suifeng felt a surge of perplexity. What manner of being could inflict harm upon such a formidable old creature? This aberration should not exist in this world, save for himself, of course. It seems there are many secrets within this realm awaiting discovery. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin. Such intrigue was indeed delightful. Otherwise, prolonged monotony would compel one to ascend to the celestial realm and engage in battles with the celestial emperor for amusement. This old turtle was certainly extraordinary. Ye Suifeng's spirit had already swept across the entirety of the turtle's form. He discerned that every corner of its body was intertwined with the principles of the great Dao. Each breath resonated with the vibrations of the rules, utterly terrifying. With such might, why would it still choose to seal itself? Initially, when Ye Suifeng first beheld the old turtle, he assumed it was merely in slumber. Yet, upon closer inspection, he realized it had imprisoned all its essence within this colossal shell, revealing only occasional flickers of vitality that prevented it from being perceived as a mere inanimate object. Upon further contemplation, Ye Suifeng extended his hand and placed it upon the turtle's crown, intending to delve into its depths with his spirit to uncover the truth. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow as his spiritual projection gradually faded from view. In that moment, several powerful presences traversed the void, probing inward. They lingered before the turtle's head, seemingly puzzled by the recent events. Ye Suifeng counted 5 distinct presences, each exceeding the limits of this realm's power. Among them was one he had encountered before. Driven by curiosity after his tribulation, he had extended his consciousness into the northern snowfields. Just as he arrived, a powerful presence emanating from the far north surged toward him. That individual had now arrived here as well. The 5 presences coalesced into luminous orbs, hovering in stillness, facing one another. "Do you wish to shatter the rules?" queried the presence from the northern snowfield, taking the initiative to speak. As their exchange occurred on the plane of spirit, it was impossible to discern gender or even humanity. "Shouldn't you be the one eager to break the rules, considering you are on the verge of defeat?" Another voice interjected. "If it comes to battle, let us engage. I am weary of these trivial games." A third voice, notably more irritable, chimed in. "Patience. The fracturing of this world benefits no one," cautioned a more composed presence. "Ladies and gentlemen, the matter at hand is this. What transpired moments ago? Something has stirred." The last individual swiftly redirected the conversation. After a brief exchange, they all claimed innocence. Yet, this poses a conundrum. If not these 5, Who else possesses the capability to penetrate this realm? A profound silence enveloped them. Ye Suifeng, merging with the void, yawned and inquired, "What is the matter? Why the sudden silence?" "Perhaps it is that entity," suggested the inhabitant of the northern snowfield. "Strange indeed. For not long ago, I ventured into the realm of fate and discovered a fragment that abruptly shrouded itself in mist. Ah, I too have observed that a new star, one that does not belong to this world, has arisen. I was asleep, entirely unaware," grumbled the irritable fellow, ever the tempestuous one. Three among them noted some peculiarities of late. However, the inhabitant of the northern snowfield claimed to have noticed nothing amiss. At that time, Ye Suifeng boldly traversed the snowy expanse, entirely unmasked. He must have sensed something. Yet, he chose to veil his awareness, the intent behind which remains a mystery. As time passed, the group still found nothing out of the ordinary, prompting them to alter their course and depart from the realm of the void. Following their exit, Ye Suifeng too dissipated his ethereal form, revealing his true self above the river of time. An injured old turtle. 5 individuals with disparate thoughts. A game? Or merely a chess match? Congratulations to all participants. It appears someone has brought an advantage to the table. Chapter 38. The celestial slaying sect Ye Suifeng departed from the realm of nothingness, having inadvertently stumbled upon a certain secret of this world through his recent experiences. Nevertheless, he chose to set this matter aside for the time being, as he was still enjoying his time in Yushao City. When the moment arrived to confront those individuals, he would engage them in a thorough discussion regarding the matter of purchasing talismans. After all, 3 adorable companions awaited his return at home. After a while, Ye Suifeng made his way back to his courtyard. His prolonged visit to the realm of nothingness had taken more time than anticipated, and upon his return, he found Yu Qinyao and the others seated beneath the willow tree. They promptly stood up upon seeing him. "How did it go? Have you made any decisions on what you wish for?" Ye Suifeng inquired. All right. I want a plethora of spirit stones, a mountain of spirit stones. I want to buy whatever I desire." Yu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with an unmistakable desire for wealth. "It's not your turn yet. Let Qi speak first." Ye Suifeng interjected, bypassing her enthusiasm. "Behave yourself," Yu Xiaoxiao retorted with a pout, returning to her place in line. With a gentle smile, Qi addressed him, saying, "Uncle, I have given it some thought as well. I hope you won't laugh, but I do not possess the grand aspirations of my cousin Yi Long. Even in my cultivation, I lack significant motivation. If it weren't for my father's stringent demands, I fear I would not even be standing here today." Yu Qinyao candidly expressed her innermost thoughts, unafraid of inciting Ye Suifeng's ire, which could potentially jeopardize her qualifications for the Yunshao City competition. After all, representing the family required a fighting spirit. Without it, how could one achieve victory? However, such a scenario was unlikely to unfold. Indeed, everyone's perspective on life is unique. "Your tranquil disposition and thoughts are understandable," Ye Suifeng replied. "Humans are creatures rich in emotion and diversity. If everyone were the same, what would distinguish them from mass-produced tools?" "Now, do share what you desire," Ye Suifeng prompted. Yu Qinyao hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Uncle, my aspiration may seem somewhat ethereal. If you find it unsuitable, I can change it at any time." "Go ahead then," he encouraged. Taking a deep breath, Yu Qinyao continued, I seek a direction." Upon hearing this, the other two were momentarily taken aback. What does that even mean? Yi Long at least articulated his childhood dreams. Yours is merely an abstract concept. Yu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, bewildered. "Are you certain you're not intentionally perplexing uncle?" Yet, Ye Suifeng grasped Yi Qinyao's sentiments. Her calm demeanor belied the pressures of being born into a prominent family, particularly under the watchful eye of a father who viewed cultivation as essential to life and imposed rigorous expectations upon her. From a young age, she had been bound to her father's aspirations, endlessly striving to grow stronger, surpass Yi Long, and defeat all adversaries. For someone averse to conflict, such an existence could indeed be psychologically tormenting, making the feeling of being lost all but inevitable. Fortunately, Yi Qinyao is still young. If this continues for a few more years, she might inadvertently fall prey to her inner demons. Such occurrences are not without precedent. However, the path of life is something one must seek for oneself. Qinyao, I ask you, do you truly believe that I can provide you with a direction that would satisfy you? Ye Suifeng countered. Yi Qinyao fell silent. She was inherently astute. How could she not comprehend that what she desired, although it sounded simple, was in reality profoundly challenging? Your future can only be decided by you. Ye Suifeng stated, I can indeed offer you an opportunity to choose, yet, it may require a significant sacrifice on your part. After much contemplation, Ye Suifeng eventually nodded. I am willing to give it a try. If I continue to drift aimlessly, I fear I will truly disappoint my father. Ye Suifeng nodded in agreement. To some, Ye Suifeng's thoughts might seem naive. Yet, who among us has not harbored naivety? Moreover, she found herself ensnared in a perplexing predicament. Then follow me. With that, Ye Suifeng led Ye Suifeng and they vanished into the courtyard. When they reappeared, they had reached the pinnacle of a mountain. The peak was lush and verdant, yet strangely, the neighboring mountain bore the scars of devastation, riddled with deep chasms and charred earth. Ye Suifeng looked on in astonishment. What has transpired here? Uncle, is this perhaps the burial ground of great demons? She recalled a passage from a peculiar tale. Ye Suifeng cleared his throat, bemused by the child's choice of words. This is merely the site of my tribulation. Have you forgotten my admonition? Do not inquire, he said, his expression stern. Ye Suifeng promptly ceased her questioning, though her eyes remained alight with curiosity. Ye Suifeng paid her no heed and instead gazed upward. Gradually, a profound aura emanated from him. Moments later, a grand portal materialized in the heavens, a golden radiance cascading from within, illuminating Ye Suifeng's shoulders. Behind that door, a magnificent celestial sound resonated, stirring the very soul. Ah, once more, we meet. Indeed, the portal in the sky was the celestial gate that appears after a cultivator's tribulation. That light was the bridge of ascension. After Ye Suifeng's last tribulation, he had no desire to ascend, thus dissipating the aura of immortality surrounding him, causing the celestial gate to vanish without a target. This time, however, he deliberately summoned the celestial gate, seeking something within its embrace. The celestial sound. The sound of the celestial realm is vast. It is not merely a melody, but the whispers of all beings. It embodies not only the essence of ascension and the power of creation, but also a most peculiar force, the essence of the mortal realm. After enduring the trials of heaven, the celestial gate possesses this power in its most formidable form. Ye Suifeng required this essence as a material. Therefore, I apologize, but I am not quite ready to ascend just yet. With a faint smile, he raised his hand as if wielding a sword and resolutely swept it towards the celestial gate in the sky. The entire world seemed to pause for a fleeting moment. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the very fabric of the heavens and earth quaked violently. The colossal celestial gate in the sky trembled incessantly, emitting a resonant sound, as if lamenting its fate. Moments later, the golden radiance upon Ye Suifeng's shoulder abruptly contracted. To his astonishment, the celestial gate, after a fierce oscillation, plummeted from the heavens. Its vast shadow enveloped Ye Suifeng, and from a distance, the area obscured by the gate appeared to span dozens of mountain peaks. Ye Suifeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated the sheer size of this entity. Beside him, Ye Suifeng was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? How could there be a door in the sky? How could it emit light? Such an absurdity. And his uncle could simply bring it down with a mere flick of his finger? Who am I? Where am I? She was completely disoriented. Come, Ye Suifeng beckoned, extending his palm. Instantly, the colossal celestial gate shrank rapidly, transforming into a petite golden door that hovered in the palm of his hand. He then deftly manipulated it, reshaping the door at will, until it lost all semblance of its former grandeur. Ultimately, it morphed into a beautifully crafted mirror. I shall name you the Mirror of Mundane Dust. This mirror was created primarily from ethereal sound, supplemented with materials from the celestial gate, infused together with the principles of the great Dao. Its primary function was to refine the heart. Once one gazed into the mirror, it was akin to stepping into an entirely different world, embarking on a journey of a life distinctly apart from one's own. Ye Suifeng glanced at the still-dazed Ye Suifeng and gently touched her, restoring her clarity. Are you prepared? Once you enter, everything will depend solely on you, he said. Ye Suifeng gazed at the mirror before her and nodded earnestly. Then let the training commence. Remember, no matter what transpires, do not forget who you are. After Ye Suifeng spoke, the surface of the Mirror of Mundane Dust transformed into a rippling expanse of water. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng's figure gradually faded from view. Your path is yours to tread, Ye Suifeng mused, turning his gaze skyward. The cosmos had regained its tranquility. Where the celestial gate had appeared, only faint golden traces remained, soon to vanish entirely. It seems I may have overstepped, he pondered. First, I toyed with the heavenly tribulations, then seized the 9-9 thunder tribulation, teased the celestial gate. And now I have even severed it. It seems I have no enmity with it. Ye Suifeng blinked, then chuckled lightly. Well? The heavens are meant to be defied. Otherwise, one risks being out of step with the times. At worst, Once I ascend to the celestial realm, I shall make amends." As he spoke, Ye Suifeng suddenly froze, his expression shifting to one of deep distress. "Oh no, I have severed my own celestial gate. How shall I ascend to the celestial realm now?" Chapter 39. The aggrieved Ye Xiaoxiao. With a somber expression, Ye Suifeng returned home, bearing the red dust realm crafted by his own sect. This time, he truly acted in haste, inadvertently severing his path to immortality. What should he do now? Should he seek out someone who has successfully traversed the tribulations and seize their celestial gate during their ascension? That might not be entirely implausible, though it lacks a certain chivalrous spirit. Never mind, such matters can be discussed later. Having composed himself, Ye Suifeng reappeared in the courtyard. Now, only Ye Xiaoxiao and Ye Qian remained. It took nearly an entire morning to settle Yi Huang and the others. Reflecting on his efforts, he realized he had indeed labored tirelessly for their sake. "Well then, it is your turn." Ye Suifeng extended a finger, landing it upon Ye Xiaoxiao. Instantly, her face lit up with joy, ready to speak. However, the finger began to move, curving around before ultimately pointing at Yi Qian. "Yi Qian, it's your turn to speak." "Ah? Oh." Yi Qian was evidently taken aback at being called upon first. Among them, he was the weakest in strength. Nevertheless, he did not feign modesty and stepped forward to declare, "Uncle, my choice is to completely follow your guidance." Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. Indeed, these young individuals exhibited their own distinct personalities. Each one's choice was remarkably different. "Why?" Ye Suifeng inquired. Yi Qian quickly responded, "I merely wish to grow stronger. Yet my knowledge and experience are regrettably too shallow. Thus, allowing you to decide is the best choice for me." Ye Suifeng nodded. His decision was not without merit. Though it was not the ultimate answer, it was undoubtedly the most prudent and sagacious choice. "Very well." Ye Suifeng continued. "However, if I am not mistaken, you desire not only to strengthen yourself, but also to empower those who follow you, correct?" Yi Qian chuckled sheepishly and scratched his head, not denying it. "Educating the masses is no simple task," Ye Suifeng remarked. "I am willing to put in the effort for this," Yi Qian asserted resolutely. "Then let us proceed." Ye Suifeng pondered for a moment before asking, "You must enjoy reading, do you not?" "Indeed. Which book do you favor the most?" Perhaps the Tao Te Ching," Yi Qian replied. He was being disingenuous. At that moment, Ye Xiaoxiao interjected. "I heard from cousin Yi Qian that he actually adores reading tales of the bizarre, particularly those involving fox spirits and scholars and romantic entanglements." "Oh, how embarrassing." With his secret exposed, Yi Qian's face flushed crimson as he murmured, "I truly love the Tao Te Ching. And that book contains more than just fox spirits." Such a flimsy defense fell flat. Ye Suifeng extended his hand with a smile. "Let me see what novel it is." After a moment's hesitation, Yi Qian obediently retrieved a thick tome from his storage pouch. "The Shanhai Tulu." Ye Suifeng casually flipped through the pages, discovering numerous tales of fox spirits, floral sprites, and enchanting demons, though none were excessively outlandish. The content can easily pass scrutiny, akin to a tomato. Moreover, such tales comprise merely a fraction of the whole. The majority delve into the records of strange sea and mountain, recounting extraordinary occurrences and deriving profound lessons on humanity. These are indeed matters of significance. Please allow me a moment. Ye Suifeng, holding a book, seated himself beside a stone table under the willow tree. Subsequently, he conjured a brush from thin air, along with a blank tome, and began to write with remarkable speed. After a duration comparable to the burning of an incense stick, a brand new illustrated records of the mountains and seas emerged, fresh from the creation. Ye Suifeng rose and handed both volumes to Yi Qian. "Since you have an affinity for them, peruse them at your leisure. I trust you will glean much wisdom. Though the extent of your growth ultimately rests upon your own endeavors," Ye Suifeng remarked with a smile. Yi Qian, puzzled, accepted the books. He understood that reading could bestow knowledge, but how could it enhance his strength? Did the volumes conceal some unparalleled technique? He placed the two books side by side. Their covers were identical, displaying no alterations. The sole distinction lay in Ye Suifeng's script, which appeared more vigorous and powerful than the original. As Yi Qian gazed intently, he suddenly noticed the characters for mountains and seas on the new book beginning to distort. Soon, an overwhelming gale seemed to roar in his ears, accompanied by a faint, briny scent that infiltrated his nostrils. Yi Qian was momentarily paralyzed, perplexed by the occurrence. Abruptly, the tempest subsided, and the flavor of the ocean vanished. His vision gradually regained clarity, revealing that Ye Suifeng had shielded the characters on the cover with his finger. "Once you return, ponder it thoroughly." Ye Suifeng advised with a smile. The tome he had personally transcribed was undoubtedly extraordinary, a product of the convergence of profound truths. Each character, each phrase, each narrative within was a portal to a distinct realm, a unique path of cultivation. Essentially, this book served as a premier guide to enlightenment. If categorized by the level of techniques, it would be considered an exquisite celestial art, infinitely approaching the essence of Taoist practice. Unfortunately, time was of the essence, and this was as far as he could reach for now. Utilize it for the time being. I am grateful for your nurturing, uncle. After experiencing the recent events, Yi Qian grasped the book's exceptional nature and, after a respectful bow, departed the courtyard. Now, only Yi Xiaoxiao remained. Clearly, she could hardly contain her impatience. Uncle, I truly desire spirit stones, an abundance of spirit stones. Could you grant me some? Yi Xiaoxiao blinked her large eyes, attempting to charm Ye Suifeng with her adorable demeanor. What do you need so many spirit stones for? Ye Suifeng inquired. They can accomplish anything. Ye Xiaoxiao replied. Is there anything in this world that spirit stones cannot achieve? If so, it must simply be due to a lack of enough spirit stones. Ye Suifeng couldn't help but give a thumbs up. I wholeheartedly agree with your perspective. Then, does that mean you consent? Ye Xiaoxiao exclaimed with delight. No, I must decline. However, the answer took her by surprise. Why not? You have clearly acquiesced to their requests. Ye Xiaoxiao's face was a portrait of grievance. She felt that Ye Suifeng was deliberately targeting her. You are different. They all possess a clear understanding of their paths. What about you? All you do is play. Ye Suifeng remarked. If you manage to succeed in this trial, I might contemplate rewarding you with some spirit stones. Ye Xiaoxiao pouted. What trial? This. Ye Suifeng snapped his fingers, and instantly, the environment around them transformed dramatically. A gloomy haze enveloped the surroundings, teeming with countless gray insects scuttling about, while an occasional shadow darted swiftly through the murk. Where are we? Ye Xiaoxiao inquired, astonished. The dream void realm. A world suspended between reality and illusion, where you are free to indulge and play. Ye Suifeng had actually devised this for Ye Xiaoxiao during their journey. She loved to play, so he thought to let her enjoy herself. Sometimes, the ability to play is itself a skill. But what is there to enjoy here? Ye Xiaoxiao questioned. Good question. Unfortunately, I shall not provide you with an answer. Ye Suifeng chuckled. Your trial is to learn how to play here. All right. Give it your all. With that, Ye Suifeng slipped away, leaving Ye Xiaoxiao alone, gazing blankly at the distant gray insects. Uncle, you are biased. Chapter 40 Visitors. After expending considerable effort, I have finally settled these 5 new stars within my household. If all proceeds as expected, their future accomplishments shall undoubtedly rival those of the extraordinary talents chronicled in the annals of history. Ultimately, however, the extent of their journeys will depend upon their individual destinies. Upon exiting the dream void realm, Ye Suifeng treated himself to a delightful feast at a roadside stall before returning to his study. Throughout the many days spent in this world, the majority of his time has been devoted to the sanctuary of his study. He has immersed himself in the classics of martial arts, biographies of remarkable figures, accounts of landscapes, and ancient legends. Through this extensive reading, he has begun to form a rough outline of the composition of this continent. The continent is known by many names, with various locales bearing differing titles. However, one designation has persisted throughout the ages, Dao realm. The expanse of this world is vast beyond measure. No one has ever traversed from one end of the continent to the other. Even the legends of distant lands are but fragmented whispers. Through diligent study, Ye Suifeng has gleaned that the location of Yunxiao City lies within the northern reaches of the continent. This region is replete with sects and noble families. Most areas coalesce around a major city, supplemented by numerous smaller towns. The Jiucheng Alliance stands as the most formidable power governing this territory, with the city of Su being a member of the alliance. To the north of the alliance stretches a colossal chasm that meanders for 1,000,000 miles, Qingyu Jialing. Further north lies the northern snowfields. To the east of the alliance is a collection of smaller nations, embroiled in constant warfare, yet when external forces threaten, they unite to fend off their common foes. According to texts, the language and culture there starkly contrast with that of the Jiucheng Alliance. Ye Suifeng has resolved to explore that region when time permits. Conversely, to the west of the alliance lies a vast, desolate expanse, arid and sparsely populated, yet shrouded in mystery. It is said that the inhabitants there have a peculiar penchant for wrapping themselves in yellow cloth, leaving only their eyes visible, a most intriguing sight. To the south of the Jiucheng Alliance, the landscape presents an entirely different narrative. The culture mirrors that of the alliance, yet the organizational structure stands in stark opposition. While the alliance revolves around cities, with powerful families wielding control over them, sects possess minimal influence within the alliance. Take Yishao City, for instance. Despite the presence of numerous sects, the most prominent leader boasts only foundational cultivation. In the southern territories, however, the balance between sects and noble families is entirely reversed. Here, the core consists of super sects nestled within the towering spiritual mountains. All power and governance are subordinate to these sections. When disciples from these sects venture forth, it is akin to the arrival of a prince from a grand empire, their presence commanding immense respect. Ye Suifeng privately vowed to visit these captivating regions when the opportunity arises. Upon arriving in the grand universe, it would be a disservice not to traverse its every nook and cranny. Through literature, he garnered a general understanding of the organizational structure of this realm. By delving into various tomes of martial arts, Ye Suifeng developed a profound comprehension of the cultivation system within this world. It can be said that he had entirely grasped the essence of these techniques. With but a single glance at any martial art, he could achieve mastery instantaneously, even modifying it to create more formidable spells. Indeed, he possessed such remarkable prowess. Remaining composed, Ye Suifeng quelled his arrogance, preparing to refine the primordial technique further. Through experiments on 4 lab rats, he discerned some intricate details that required adjustments. However, this time, he did not need the luxury of 2 months nor to enter a seclusion. Within 3 days, he completed the new technique and imparted it to the 4 individuals through a bestowal of enlightenment. They did not disappoint his expectations. Within a few days, they each broke through to the second major realm of the primordial technique, the Danfu realm, akin to the Qi transformation stage of traditional cultivation. The focus of this realm lies in the Dantian, yet the primordial technique is more domineering and versatile. To celebrate their efforts, Ye Suifeng, in a moment of joy, bestowed upon them a set of swordsmanship, a low-grade heavenly skill, the Slaying Immortals sword array. Slay the immortals, eradicate the immortals, ensnare the immortals, annihilate the immortals. Once mastered, it could cleave through immortals. Of course, this was merely a counterfeit version. The true Slaying Immortals sword array could not possibly be executed in this world. Yet, even as a replica, it remained a fearsome art. Ye Suifeng's decision to impart such a technique was not solely for commendation, but also for the sake of Yi Huang. After all, the 4 were now Yi Huang's protectors and sparring partners. Their growing strength would naturally enhance her training. My dear daughter, do not blame me. I do this for your own good, Ye Suifeng said with a mischievous grin. A few days after the breakthroughs of Feng Zhi and the others, the family finally received long-awaited good news. Ye Suiyun and Ye Suibao, 2 key members of the family, had finally attained the nascent soul stage. A few months prior, Ye Suifeng had advised them to diligently cultivate and not to lag behind in their progress, even setting a requirement for them to break through within a month. However, reality often diverges from expectation. Due to the family's recent activities, their schedules were overwhelmingly busy, leaving little time for focused cultivation. Fortunately, they still prioritized this matter. The breakthroughs of Suiyun and Suibao undoubtedly reassured the other family members. After all, Ye Suifeng's strength was generally unseen, whereas these 2 interacted with them daily. One could assert that, aside from Ye Suifeng himself, the presence of these 2 nascent soul cultivators would render the Yi family unafraid of the Li and Tang families. However, after much deliberation, they ultimately decided to remain discreet for the time being, waiting for the opportune moment to reveal their intentions. Ye Suifeng had no objections. As long as they were content, that sufficed. Time passed gradually, and before long, only 10 days remained until the Battle of Yangxiaking. It was then that the Yi family unexpectedly welcomed a familiar guest, Gu Wanqing. Chapter 41. A gesture of goodwill. The head of the Yi family has become increasingly handsome. Haha, I truly appreciate your unadorned flattery. Please, have a seat. In the family's reception room, Ye Suifeng and Gu Wanqing sat side by side, while several maidservants had already presented fragrant tea. I speak from the heart, Gu Wanqing remarked with a smile. It seems that each time we meet, you appear to grow younger. Perhaps it is merely my imagination. Or is there some joyous occasion in your life recently? Ye Suifeng scoffed slightly, shaking his head. What joyful event could there be? I have an abundance of spirit stones yet cannot spend them all. It is a constant source of vexation. Gu Wanqing chuckled. Head of the Yi family, your words are quite an affront to my profession. With that, she produced a storage ring and placed it upon the table. Ye Suifeng picked up the ring and inspected its contents. As before, it contained a plethora of cultivation resources, and notably, the quality exceeded that of the previous occasion, with no less than 8 items classified as heavenly grade. There were various techniques, materials, sacred medicines, and spiritual tools aplenty. The price list was already prepared, and Ye Suifeng, ignoring the detailed enumeration, glanced at the total. An astounding 32 trillion low-grade spirit stones. Such a sum could easily purchase several cities akin to Yinxiao City. Bring forth the storage bag. Ye Suifeng wasted no time and requested a colossal storage bag from Gu Wanxin, promptly depositing the 32 trillion spirit stones within. Even after witnessing such scenes multiple times, Gu Wanxin could not suppress her astonishment. Just how many spirit stones does he possess? Has he secretly unearthed a bountiful vein of spirit stones? In truth, the higher-ups at Wanbao Pavilion had conducted extensive analyses regarding Ye Suifeng, their esteemed client. Yet they remained unable to ascertain the source of his wealth. The most plausible theory suggested he had fortuitously stumbled upon a hidden realm housing a high-grade spirit stone vein. However, this notion seemed far too ludicrous. Ultimately, Wanbao Pavilion chose to abandon the investigation. Such distinguished clients are rare. They did not wish to provoke Ye Suifeng out of mere curiosity and jeopardize their collaboration. Suddenly, Gu Wanxin recalled something. "Ah, head of the Ye family," she said. "Given the staggering sums involved in our transactions, the upper echelons of Wanbao Pavilion would like me to inquire if it would be possible to conduct trades using medium-grade or high-grade spirit stones. Of course, if that is not feasible, it is entirely understandable. It is merely for convenience. Each transaction amounts to hundreds of trillions, and merely tallying the figures necessitates the presence of individuals at the out-of-body stage. If we were to trade with high-grade spirit stones, the quantity per transaction would be reduced by a factor of 10,000, making it manageable for those at the golden core stage. Well, let me exhaust my low-grade spirit stones first, Ye Suifeng replied. That would be splendid. Gu Wanxin nodded in delight. Every transaction thus far had employed low-grade spirit stones, and she firmly believed that Ye Suifeng's reserves would not be overly abundant. A few more exchanges should suffice. Ye Suifeng sipped his tea, observing Gu Wanxin, puzzled by her inexplicable merriment. Indeed, Ye Suifeng remarked, I have a question for you. I have observed that the Wanbao Pavilion is, relatively speaking, a rather pure commercial organization. Correct? Gu Wanxin nodded in agreement. Indeed, the foremost tenet of Wanbao Pavilion is to maintain unwavering neutrality, never engaging in the conflicts of other factions. Our sole interest lies in spirit stones. Curiosity piqued, Ye Suifeng continued, if you refrain from participating in disputes, what purpose do you have for acquiring such a multitude of spirit stones? This inquiry genuinely perplexed Ye Suifeng. The Wanbao Pavilion was an expansive entity, with its presence felt in nearly every corner. The sheer volume of spirit stones circulating through such a formidable organization was undoubtedly staggering. Thus, the question arose, where did the spirit stones they accumulated ultimately go, and for what purposes were they utilized? This was a matter of great concern for Ye Suifeng, as he now faced a similar dilemma. Money, when confined to a wallet, remains merely a figure. It is the expenditure of that money that holds true value. In response to Ye Suifeng's question, Gu Wanxin appeared momentarily taken aback. Ah, head of the Ye family, I must admit I hadn't contemplated that. However, no matter the means we employ to acquire spirit stones, isn't it all ultimately for the sake of spending? Ye Suifeng slightly shook his head. Yes. The question of how to spend money might seem trivial, yet when the figures surpass a certain threshold, it indeed becomes a source of considerable headache. He felt the burden keenly. Utilizing it solely for resource acquisition feels rather trivial, he remarked. Perhaps I should investigate further on your behalf. I recall there are indeed some extraordinary items that consume spirit stones at an alarming rate, Gu Wanxin suggested. Very well, I entrust this task to you. It is my utmost honor, Gu Wanxin replied, accepting the responsibility. After a brief pause, she added, head of the Ye family, in addition to our transaction today, I also bring you a piece of news. Oh? Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow, extending his hand for her storage bag. Gu Wanxin, taken aback, quickly gestured, No. This is complimentary. Internally, she was sweating. It seemed he truly had an excess of funds at his disposal. This concerns the Li and Tang families, Gu Wanxin stated. Ye Suifeng nodded. Very well, do share. 10 days from now marks the biannual grand event of Yunxiao City, the Yunxiao City Battle. The list of participants from the 3 major families was announced a few days ago. You must be aware of the contestants from the Li and Tang families, correct? Ye Suifeng's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, for he was unaware. A few days prior, Sui Yin had indeed brought the list, which lay unopened on his desk. However, as the head of the Yi family, not knowing who the enemies were seemed rather foolish. Why, Gu Wanxin? Are you suddenly broaching this topic? Ye Suifeng's expression fluctuated, unsure how to respond. Yet, to Gu Wanxin, his reaction conveyed an entirely different sentiment. It seems that the head of the Yi family has also heard the news. The eldest son of the Li family, Li Qi, has experienced a meteoric rise in cultivation, having broken through to the 8th level of the transformation stage. Meanwhile, the Qilin child of the Tang family, Tang Xiaoqing, has achieved a remarkable feat, advancing 4 levels in just 3 months, and is now at the 10th level of the transformation stage. Ye Suifeng nodded gravely. He was indeed unaware of this information until now. What do you wish to convey? He was unclear about Gu Wanxin's emphasis. Gu Wanxin leaned closer to Ye Suifeng and whispered, "Head of the Yi family, their cultivation levels are not merely as rumored outside. The Li and Tang families have suddenly gone to great lengths, investing substantial resources into their combatants. The extent of this effort is almost on par with nurturing a golden core stage cultivator. I suspect that their intentions this time either stem from the significance of the upcoming battle in Yutian City, or they are entirely aimed at your Yi family." With that, Gu Wanxin produced a small jade slip and placed it on the table. "Due to my position, I have managed to gather some insights on those 10 individuals," she remarked, looking at Ye Suifeng with a knowing smile. Ye Suifeng smiled slightly and picked up the jade slip. So that was the case. Gu Wanxin was extending a gesture of goodwill towards him. "Did you not just say that the Wanbao Pavilion never intervenes in the conflicts among other factions?" Ye Suifeng replied with a playful smile. "Haha, what you say is amusing," Gu Wanxin chuckled. "Between friends, what does intervention mean? Wouldn't you agree?" Ye Suifeng nodded gently, accepting Gu Wanxin's goodwill. After completing their exchange, Gu Wanxin departed with satisfaction. Ye Suifeng toyed with the jade slip, turning it over a few times before tossing it into the nearby trash bin. The Yi family no longer required such traditional methods of conflict. Chapter 42. Departure from seclusion. As the days draw nearer to the battle at Yunxiao City, the atmosphere in this city becomes increasingly vibrant. Many young prodigies from various other cities flock here to witness this grand event that occurs biennially, eager to gauge their strength against one another. Indeed, Master Li Qi is extraordinary, having reached the 8th level of Qi transformation by the tender age of 18. He would surely be among the elite in our Black Rock City. A dark-skinned youth from Black Rock City expressed such sentiments. Truly a product of a remote backwater. Although the 8th level of Qi transformation is commendable, he would hardly stand a chance to lead in our illustrious Huangye City, scoffed a noble young lady from Huangye City, her disdain evident as if she were observing a country bumpkin. Nevertheless, Huangye City, under the jurisdiction of Su City, stands as the most prosperous and formidable among the surrounding cities, possessing ample grounds for their condescension. What of Master Tang Xiaoqing, who reached the 10th level of Qi transformation at just 17? How does he fare in Huangye City? Someone from Yunxiao City inquired, attempting to salvage their pride with the mention of the more exceptional Tang. Yet the young lady merely chuckled derisively. "I will say this, in Huangye City, there are at least 5 individuals who broke through to the foundation establishment stage by the age of 16. Silence fell over the crowd. 16 years old. At the foundation establishment stage, what a prodigy. It is no wonder Huangye City is heralded as the closest rival to Su City. Yunxiao City and Black Rock City still have a considerable gap to bridge." At this moment, the noble young lady spoke again. "Are there not 3 prominent families? Why do I only hear of individuals from the Li and Tang families? What are the other families' talents?" She had come to enjoy herself, fortuitously passing through Yunxiao City upon learning of the biennial festivities and decided to partake in the revelry. Yet, the news circulating these past few days predominantly featured the youthful prodigies from the Li and Tang families, while the third family seemed conspicuously absent. That would be the Yi family, the weakest of the 3 prominent families. If the Li and Tang families cannot rival the families of Huangye City, then the Yi family stands even less chance, someone remarked. "You speak nonsense. Our Phoenix Fairy, our Rhyme Fairy, and the Dragon Master are all still in seclusion. Should they emerge, they would undoubtedly leave Huangye City reeling." A newly joined practitioner from the Yi family retorted loudly. With only 3 days remaining until the battle at Yunxiao City, they remain in seclusion? Are they waiting until the festivities conclude to make their appearance? Indeed, tomorrow marks the Suifeng gathering. If the Yi family members have yet to arrive, I suspect they are preparing to concede. The Suifeng gathering is a grand assembly for young prodigies preceding the battle at Yunxiao, organized by the owner of Suifeng Tower to facilitate early encounters among the youth of the 3 prominent families and to build anticipation for the impending conflict. They will certainly return. The Yu family practitioner made a bold declaration before slipping away, provoking laughter from the others. However, the noble young lady from Huangye City displayed a glimmer of interest. Phoenix Fairy, Rhyme Fairy. It seems the female practitioners of the Ye family might be rather exceptional. In the future, let us observe the quality of the contenders. Perhaps we may even discover a suitable candidate for a maidservant. Humph, consider yourselves fortunate. The discussions regarding the Ye family's warriors in Yunshao City have grown increasingly fervent. Sui Yun has personally visited Ye Suifeng several times to inquire about the current status and cultivation levels of a few individuals, which has become quite bothersome for Ye Suifeng. Well, it seems sufficient for the initial phase of cultivation. It is time to assess their progress. Having made this decision, Ye Suifeng's figure vanished from the study. He first arrived at the Nine Heavens, where he beheld Yu Huang still immersed in her training within a bubble of energy. Surrounding the bubble were ever-changing rays of radiant colors, each imbued with boundless, formidable power and principles. These luminous threads gradually permeated the bubble, transforming into wisps of mist that spiraled around Yi Huang's form. At this moment, Yi Huang wore a solemn expression, her eyes firmly shut. Flecks of purple mist were slowly drawn into her body. It appears she has a particular affinity for the color purple. The 7 hues of light each contain distinct energies. The purple represents annihilation. As Yi Huang continually inhaled the purple mist, a slender, petal-like purple mark flickered at her brow. Indeed, she has already established a connection with the path of destruction. It seems I must nurture her temperament further to prevent her from inadvertently wreaking havoc upon Yunshao City in a fit of rage. Ye Suifeng smiled. The path of destruction is truly terrifying. Its power is essentially the pinnacle among all offensive techniques. Even the most exquisite celestial-level techniques pale in comparison before it. Her progress from the 3rd to the 7th layer of Qi transformation has been slightly slower than anticipated, evidently. Her focus this month has predominantly been on the path of destruction. In just 1 month, Yi Huang has made a remarkable leap from the 3rd layer to the 7th layer of Qi transformation. However, this is merely due to the effects of the purple mist. Had she concentrated solely on enhancing her cultivation, she would likely have already reached the foundation establishment stage. That is sufficient. She can easily overpower her peers. Ye Suifeng's form flickered as he appeared before Yi Huang and gently awakened her. Yi Huang opened her eyes, and the purple petals at her brow gradually faded, leaving behind only the faintest trace. Father. Yi Huang rose, joyfully gazing at her father, having witnessed the highest levels of power in this world. She appeared far more composed than she had a month ago, her once sharp demeanor now tempered with tranquility. Time is up, Ye Suifeng stated. Must our training conclude here? Yi Huang asked, her expression tinged with reluctance. She was acutely aware of how immensely beneficial this training had been for her growth. What are you thinking? Ye Suifeng couldn't help but chuckle as he produced a 7-colored flower cord and presented it to her. Since you cherish this place, it shall be your exclusive training ground. This cord serves as a key. As long as you silently recite it in your heart, you may return here at will. Ye Suifeng had invested considerable thought into this, ensuring it was not merely a one-time arrangement. He had prepared the key in advance. Thank you, father. Yi Huang felt a surge of joy, instinctively wishing to rush into Ye Suifeng's embrace as she once did, yet she ultimately restrained herself. The trials of the past 6 months had indeed fostered her growth. She understood that to attain true independence, she must not cling to the comforting embrace of her father. Ye Suifeng sighed softly and stepped forward, enveloping Yi Huang in his arms. Little Huang, your future is destined to be extraordinary. Walk boldly ahead. I shall always watch over you. Yi Huang buried her head against Ye Suifeng's chest, nodding gently. After a brief moment, they parted ways. Then, Ye Suifeng produced a light purple velvet robe adorned with a golden-red phoenix, draping it lovingly over her shoulders. Let us go forth and carve out your own splendid destiny. Chapter 43. Wishes in the Void Space. The vast river of time stretches infinitely, originating from the ancient past and flowing toward an endless future. Suspended in the air above this river is a grand arena, entirely composed of dark slate, hovering mysteriously. Within the arena, 2 figures clad in white engage in a fierce battle. Both wield long spears, their movements bold and dynamic, each clash resonating with immense power. Bang! With a resounding impact, one combatant is struck hard and sent flying. He crouches, struggling to regain his footing, crimson blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. I told you, you could never be my match. Surrender? Wu Feishue stands with his spear, his demeanor indifferent. Ever since he inexplicably arrived in this place a month ago, he has been locked in combat with this young adversary. The boy possesses commendable insight, rapidly evolving through their encounters. Yet, alas, their strengths remain worlds apart. I have already declared that I will never give up. Ye Long wipes the blood from his lips, rising with unwavering resolve and fervor. Let us continue the fight. He shouts, preparing to charge forward once more. However, a radiant light halts his advance. Ye Suifeng gracefully descends before him. Uncle? Ye Long queries. A hint of confusion in his voice, soon realizing that the time must have come. Indeed, it seems you have made significant progress, Ye Suifeng observes. Noting the remarkable transformation in Ye Long over the past month, his cultivation level has ascended from the 5th to the 8th layer of Qi transformation. More crucially, he now embodies the essence of a divine spear, exuding an overwhelming desire for battle. It appears that Ye Suifeng's earlier concerns were unfounded. Uncle, could you grant me a little more time? I am on the verge of success. Ye Long implores, anxious that he might never return if he leaves now. Ye Suifeng smiles and presents a small token to Ye Long. Do not be so hasty. Progress gradually. This is the key to the ancient arena. You may come to train here whenever you wish. Ye Long trembles with excitement as he accepts the token, elated at the prospect of battling legendary figures from antiquity. Thank you, Uncle. Ye Suifeng nods. Now, let us depart. He glances at Bu Feishui, raising his hand to seal him once more. Senior, Bu Feishui exclaims urgently. Ye Suifeng raises an eyebrow, pausing. Bu Feishui exhales in relief and continues, if I am not mistaken, this is your domain for cultivating successors, is it not? Seeing Ye Suifeng offer no denial, he presses on, your prowess is truly awe-inspiring, leaving me in deep admiration. Ye Suifeng responds coolly. Let us skip the pleasantries and address the matter at hand. Bu Feishui clears his throat. Senior, I merely wish to inquire when you might allow me to return. He found himself inexplicably brought to this place, training alongside a foolish little brat. Given his pride, it would be disingenuous to claim he was not angered. Yet for a month, each time he awakened, he sought a way to escape this realm, only to realize he had discovered nothing at all. Gradually, Bu Feishui came to understand that the creator of this arena possessed abilities far beyond his imagination. To escape, he could only rely on himself. There was no turning back. However, Ye Suifeng provided an answer he could not accept. Bu Feishui's expression darkened. Senior, is it not a bit excessive of you to act this way? Do you not fear the karmic repercussions of casually imprisoning others? Ye Suifeng chuckled. Oh, so you comprehend karma. Of course, Bu Feishui retorted coldly. I once read an ancient text stating that those with great fortune are entangled in significant karma if one forcibly interferes. Even a mighty being may not meet a favorable end. Moreover, I must inform you, I am not alone in this. His voice was a chilling threat. Yet he spoke the truth. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the karmic entanglements. Between karma lies tremendous terror. Thus, those powerful enough to govern the heavens often remain in the shadows, manipulating pawns to shape the world. Bu Feishui indeed possessed considerable insight, but this time he was mistaken. Ye Suifeng spoke slowly. I do not care who stands behind you. My refusal to release you will not invoke karma. It is your return that would incur it. Since you claim to understand the way of karma, you should grasp the meaning of my words. Bu Feishui furrowed his brow, while Ye Long beside him remained perplexed. Suddenly, Bu Feishui's expression shifted dramatically. He stumbled back, nearly falling to the ground. Pointing at Ye Suifeng, his voice trembled incessantly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ye Suifeng nodded gently. Indeed. You have already perished. I have merely extracted your memories and cultivation, recreating another version of you within this ancient arena. Should you exit this arena, chaos will ensue. Do you understand? The person behind you has already abandoned you. Bu Feishui's countenance turned frantic. He could hardly believe that he was, in fact, dead. Ye Suifeng observed him quietly. In truth, these words were not meant for Bu Feishui. They held little significance. Ultimately, he was merely a tool. However, it mattered little. This memory could be forcibly erased. Ye Suifeng slowly raised his hand. Senior, a hoarse voice emerged. Could you do me a favor? If possible. In the days to come, I will do my utmost to assist your successor in transforming into a true paragon of the world. Bu Feishui's gaze was unwavering as he spoke. After a moment of silence, Ye Suifeng nodded. Speak. He wished to see what a deceased individual yearned for the most. Bu Feishui lifted his head, his eyes filled with nostalgia, murmuring, I wish to taste the soil of my homeland. May I? Ye Suifeng and Ye Long were momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a request from Bu Feishui. I thought your desire would be related to Shui Yinner, Ye Suifeng remarked. Shui Yinner was Bu Feishui's former beloved. She is but a woman, not worthy of my deep affection, Bu Feishui replied. Yet you once massacred an ancient sect out of rage for her. Ye Long exclaimed. The Chouxiao sect? Wu Feishui chuckled softly. If they killed my woman. Do you expect me to spare them? Yi Long's face was one of disbelief. Was reality truly so? There were no noble sentiments or heart-wrenching love stories. The downfall of the Chouxiao sect was merely a consequence of provoking the wrong individual. Very well, I shall grant your wish, Ye Suifeng declared. This task is but a trifling matter. Primarily, he found Bu Feishui quite intriguing. Thank you, esteemed elder. Bu Feishui expressed his profound gratitude. Subsequently, a beam of light enveloped him, lulling him into a deep slumber. Ye Suifeng waved his hand, and he and Yi Long vanished without a trace. On their return journey, noticing Yi Long's taciturn demeanor, Ye Suifeng inquired with a smile, "What is the matter? Is the shattering of your idol's image difficult for you to accept?" Yi Long scratched his head. It is somewhat surprising. However, it cannot be said that I find it unacceptable. I only care about his strength and whether I can conquer him. Ye Suifeng nodded. Indeed, individuals like Bu Feishui possess unwavering resolve and a life of brilliance. If he could remain by your side, it would greatly benefit your future path. Yi Long replied with a thoughtful mm. Suddenly, he raised his head, astonished, and gazed at Ye Suifeng. Uncle, do you mean? Ye Suifeng smiled faintly, saying nothing. It was merely about resurrecting the deceased, about the hidden machinations, about the path of causality. As long as he wished to do so, no one could intervene. Chapter 44. The five of the Yi family, Yi Huang and Yi Long, were personally escorted back by Ye Suifeng. There was no need for Yu Qinyao to venture outside, as she remained within the realm of the red dust mirror. In the courtyard, Ye Suifeng produced the red dust mirror and gently tapped its surface. A beam of light flashed, and Yu Qinyao's figure slowly materialized in the courtyard. Her gaze appeared somewhat dazed, as if she had not yet fully returned from her trials. After a considerable time, she gradually regained her clarity. Uncle, Yu Qinyao softly spoke. How was it? Did you find your direction? Ye Suifeng inquired. Yu Qinyao remained silent, merely nodding gently. She stood there, serene as an ethereal being. Her bright eyes were remarkably clear, yet unfathomably deep, like a still ancient well. It was evident that she had undergone a complete transformation. Uncle, I may need to revisit that place for further cultivation, Yu Qinyao declared. She was the first to proactively suggest continuing her training. Is your direction still unclear? Ye Suifeng asked with keen interest. No, Yu Qinyao replied. In the first layer of time, I had already discerned my future path. I wish to enter the second layer of time once more. Oh, Ye Suifeng exclaimed, surprised. The realm of red dust encompassed 3 layers of time. In the first layer, a single day equated to a year. Ye Suifeng had originally intended for her to cultivate for a month in the first layer, which would amount to a full 30 years, ample time to discover her direction. However, he did not anticipate that Yu Qinyao sought more than that. In the second layer of time, a single day is equivalent to 10 years. Uncle, I wish to enter and complete my red dust melody. As she spoke, Yu Qinyao extended her delicate fingers, and a phantom of an ancient zither gradually took form before her. As she gently plucked the strings, an extraordinary melody instantly filled the entire courtyard. The willow trees above them began to sway gently, as if moved by an unseen breeze, harmonizing with the tune. A single willow leaf descended onto Yu Qinyao's shoulder. Once faded, it began to regain its vibrant green hue, ultimately bursting with life. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Yu Qinyao. Her cultivation surged dramatically, instantly breaking through to the 6th tier of Qi transformation. This momentum did not cease there. She ascended to the 7th, 8th, and 9th tiers. It was only upon reaching the 12th tier of Qi transformation that she gradually came to a halt, subsequently containing her energy. Observing this scene, Ye Suifeng nodded with a smile. He refrained from probing into what direction Yu Qinyao had discovered. Such notions are inherently illusory. Finding one's true heart is of utmost importance. The red dust mirror has many functions. After you return, take your time to ponder its significance. Ye Suifeng bestowed the mirror upon Yu Qinyao, as it had been prepared specifically for her. Let me remind you. Do not venture into the 3rd layer of time lightly unless you are fully prepared. One misstep there could lead to being lost within. Yu Qinyao nodded. Rest assured, uncle. I am well aware. Very well, Ye Suifeng waved his hand. Return and take some time to consolidate your thoughts, and prepare diligently for the battle in 3 days. Having driven her away, Ye Suifeng pondered for a moment before turning and vanishing from sight. He soon found himself in a realm of gray, the dream void. He wondered how the little girl, Ye Xiaoxiao, was faring in this place. HM? Ye Suifeng gasped softly as he scanned his surroundings, only to discover that Ye Xiaoxiao was nowhere to be seen, replaced instead by countless gray wriggling insects. Suddenly, a blue circle materialized behind him. A slender hand emerged from the circle, wielding a colorful dagger, and lunged toward his back. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as the colorful dagger shattered upon barely touching Ye Suifeng's body. The small hand recoiled in fright, swiftly retreating as the blue circle shrank and vanished. Yet, at that very moment, another circle appeared above his head. A brick painted with a pig's head came hurtling toward his face. Ye Suifeng shook his head, grasped the small hand, and discarded the brick, saying, "Enough of this. Stop playing." With a petulant huff, the blue circle expanded, gradually enveloping Ye Suifeng entirely. The environment around him transformed completely. Here lay a wondrous world. The flowers and grass underfoot were made of candy, and the nearby stream flowed with rich, fragrant juice. Before him stood a small room crafted entirely from pastries. Beneath a giant gardenia, Ye Suifeng swung leisurely on a swing, surrounded by plump, white bunnies hopping about adorably. In Ye Suifeng's hand, he held an absurdly comical monkey. Squeak! Ye Suifeng tossed the monkey aside and approached Ye Suifeng, smiling, quite impressive. It seems you have learned how to play. The dream void, a realm straddling the line between illusion and reality, allowed one to create anything one desired. Clearly, Ye Suifeng had grasped the basics. Humph, big liar. Yet, in response to Ye Suifeng's praise, Ye Suifeng turned her head away in annoyance. Ye Suifeng chuckled at her demeanor. After spending a month here, her appearance had also changed. Her twin ponytails had transformed into a cascade of lush bluish-purple hair, nearly as long as her body. Gently curling and swaying with the swing, a hint of gem blue adorned her lips, giving her an enchanting yet mischievous appearance. "All right, once we leave, I will give you 100 million spirit stones as pocket money," Ye Suifeng remarked with a grin. This girl was undoubtedly still dreaming of spirit stones. However, having made a promise, he would not retract it. Ye Suifeng tumbled down from the swing, looking up at Ye Suifeng with wide eyes. "How much?" 100 million. Ye Suifeng sprang up with a leap, embracing Ye Suifeng. "Uncle, you are so handsome. I love you so much." Ye Suifeng emotionlessly pushed her away. "Don't flatter me. Just a moment ago, you wanted to hit me with a brick." "Hee, I'm just teasing you. It's all made of sugar," Ye Suifeng chuckled. "All right," Ye Suifeng replied, rolling his eyes. "The Battle of Yunxiao City is about to commence, so muster some spirit. I have rewards to earn. Piece of cake? I'll sneak into the Li family's storeroom and see what they can fight with," she declared boldly. "And that annoying Tang Yingying from the Tang family, if I run into her. I'll strip her of her pants and see how arrogant she remains." Ye Suifeng continued to rattle off her grandiose plans in rapid succession. Ye Suifeng, with his hand pressed to his forehead, suddenly regretted allowing her into the dream void realm. He had inadvertently nurtured a little whirlwind. Upon returning home, Ye Suifeng sought out Yu Qian once more. After a month of diligent study, Yu Qian had transformed into a veritable teacher. Naturally, the manuscript of mountain and sea records, penned by Ye Suifeng himself, had significantly enhanced Yu Qian's prowess. He had ascended to the 6th level of Qi transformation. As for the other 4, Yi Huang stood at the 7th level of Qi transformation, Yi Long had reached the 8th level. Yi Qiniao had attained the pinnacle of the 12th level of Qi transformation, and Ye Suifeng was at the 7th level. Thus, the 5 combatants of the Yi family officially emerged from their seclusion. A storm was imminent. Chapter 45. The Dreaming Gathering. The Dreaming Garden. An expansive recreational area constructed by the Dreaming Tower is situated at the very heart of Cloud City. On ordinary days, those who traverse the Dreaming Garden are invariably individuals of high status and formidable cultivation. However, on certain significant occasions, the garden opens its gates to a broader audience, particularly during the biennial Cloud City tournament. In the 3 days leading up to the competition, countless youthful prodigies are granted entry into the Dreaming Garden, transforming this practice into a cherished tradition known as the Dreaming Gathering. Today marks the inaugural day of the Dreaming Gathering. A throng of young cultivators eagerly enters, hoping to catch a glimpse of the core descendants of the 3 prominent families, whom they seldom encounter in their daily lives. Naturally, forging connections with these illustrious individuals would be most advantageous. Anticipating such a scenario, the garden's organizers have prudently divided the area into 2 distinct zones. The outer layer accommodates ordinary cultivators, while the inner sanctum is reserved for those of noble lineage or slightly more renowned young practitioners, alongside exceptional talents arriving from distant lands. Notably, a dark-skinned youth from Blackstone City and an arrogant maiden from Huangye City are among the esteemed guests. Accompanied by friends and attendants, they each occupy a pavilion, indulging in leisurely conversation. Suddenly, an exclamation pierces the air. The Li family has arrived. The crowd turns, and several young cultivators are seen strolling gracefully. At the forefront is a striking figure, exuding an undeniable aura, Li Qi. Alongside him are Li Ran, Li Ming, and Li Xueping, all four of the Li family's combatants. Except for Li Xinga, have gathered. Recognition dawns on the crowd. Just days prior, the three prominent families had unveiled their respective lists of competitors. This is a customary practice, designed to generate anticipation and showcase the family's influence. The 15 participants have already become well known among the assembly. As the Li family approaches their prearranged pavilion, a voice rises above the murmurs. My goodness, Li Qi's presence is overwhelming. He must have received some extraordinary fortune. The youth from Blackstone City nods gravely, sensing considerable pressure emanating from Li Qi. In contrast, the maiden from Huangye City merely casts a fleeting glance before dismissively turning her head. Not even close, she states unabashedly. This provokes a sense of indignation among some cultivators from Cloud City, yet they find themselves unable to retort, recognizing that Huangye City possesses greater prestige. Look, the Tang family is here. That must be Tang Xiaoqing. Moments later, another voice calls out, seemingly aimed at the girl from Huangye City. Nevertheless, it indeed captures her attention. The Tang family arrives with all 5 combatants present. Leading them is a round-faced youth of modest height, wielding a folding fan and donning a warm smile. The other 4 are Tang Nian, Tang Mengxian, Tang Wuhua, and Tang Yingying, 3 males and 2 females in total. Our Tang Xiaoqing is a genius of the 10th layer of Qi transformation. A young girl from Huangye City was deliberately taunted by someone. Rather mediocre, she remarked. Yet, such a display of skill failed to stir her emotions. However, no one anticipated that after the Tang family settled in, Tang Xiaoqing would stride directly toward the girl. Several young male cultivators beside her immediately stepped forward, positioning themselves between the two. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely wish to extend a greeting, Tang Xiaoqing said calmly, a light smile gracing his lips. If I am not mistaken, you are the little princess of the Nie family from Huangye City. Nie Xiaoyin, correct? You know me? Nie Xiaoyin raised an eyebrow. I have merely heard of you, Tang Xiaoqing replied with a grin. Half a year ago, I had the fortune of an encounter with your sister, Nie Fengfei, and have since been hoping for another opportunity to meet. Upon hearing this, Nie Xiaoyin narrowed her eyes. Are you trying to pursue my sister? No, I simply don't dream. Nie Xiaoyin scoffed, a mocking smile on her face. Do you have any idea how many people in Huangye City are lining up to pursue her? Among them are exceptional talents who have broken through to the foundation establishment stage before the age of 18. What do you count as? Faced with Nie Xiaoyin's unabashed derision, Tang Xiaoqing opened his mouth but ultimately only shook his head and smiled. We are merely friends. When you see her again, do remind her that she still owes me a drink. With that, Tang Xiaoqing clasped his hands and took his leave. Nie Xiaoyin huffed twice, her expression filled with pride. This scene further irked the cultivators from Yunxiao City. Could it be that even Tang Xiaoqing could not garner the attention of this girl from Huangye City? Who then could? What of the Yi family? Why had they not yet arrived? Even if they did, what difference would it make? If the Li family and Tang family could not measure up, how could they regain their standing? Perhaps the prior rumors held truth. Was the Yi family truly prepared to forego their participation in the Yunxiao City battle? The crowd engaged in heated debate. At that moment, a group slowly entered. They've arrived. But why are there only 2 of them? Yi Huang and Yi Long walked at the forefront, followed by a throng of their own followers. The group casually found a pavilion and took their seats. Meanwhile, discussions erupted among the others. This was the Dreamer-esque gathering, a segment for families to showcase their influence. Why had the Yi family sent only 2 representatives? What of the Fairy of Rumors? I came today specifically to see her. Alas, many had hoped to rely on the Yi family to regain their standing, but now it seemed all was lost. Nie Xiaoyin too wore a face of disappointment. She had come to observe the 3 young women from the Yi family to determine if they were worthy of becoming her attendants. Yet only one had appeared. And aside from her beauty, there was nothing particularly remarkable about her. It was truly disheartening. The reactions of those around were not lost on Yi Huang and Yi Long. Yi Huang shook her head and remarked, Sister Qi now is wise. She wisely avoided such scenes. One can't help but feel like a rare beast on display, Yi Long chuckled. One grows accustomed to it. Individuals like us frequently encounter similar situations. The name young prodigy embodies both honor and a form of shackles. Yi Huang nodded, realizing this sentiment as the Tianluan Palace began to gain prominence. Yet, she still found it somewhat unfamiliar. Sister Qin Yao's transformation was striking, as if she had suddenly morphed into an elder sister. Xiao Xiao too startled her when they met yesterday, resembling a mischievous sprite. Yi Huang remarked. Is she planning to pilfer your sword? Yi Long chuckled. I encountered her as well. She attempted to steal the spear my uncle just gifted me, but I apprehended her. After a month of intensive training, everyone had undergone significant changes. Take you for instance, you are becoming increasingly inscrutable. Yi Huang smiled. Likewise. They shared an understanding glance and clinked their cups together. Suddenly, Yi Long was taken aback to discover that Yi Huang's cup contained wine. In the Yi family, particularly among the core disciples, alcohol was strictly regulated to prevent indulgence and excess within the family's elite. Cousin, this, he began. It was a gift from my father. Yi Huang gently sipped, savoring the flavor. He said, I have grown up. I truly envy you. Yi Long sighed, glancing at his tea, which instantly lost its appeal. However, an exquisite wine jug was presented before him. Father said we have all matured. Yi Huang smiled. Yi Long exchanged a knowing smile, emptied his tea, and filled his cup with wine, clinking glasses with Yi Huang once more. The fine wine flowed down his throat. Refreshing and invigorating. This is exceptional spirit wine. Yi Long felt a jolt within, but soon came to his senses. After all, gifts from his uncle could hardly be ordinary. By the way, Brother Long, Yi Huang inquired after finishing her drink, what exactly is the purpose of this drunken dream gathering? Are we merely going to sit idly? Yi Long belched softly, reluctantly placing his cup down. Certainly not. Each drunken dream gathering serves to showcase the influence of various families. How is this demonstrated? It varies each time. He pondered before continuing. Sometimes it's a display of wealth, other times it's about treasures or the capabilities of followers. We shall see how they choose to present themselves. Yi Huang pouted. How tedious. It sounds like a child's game. Yi Long laughed. Who says otherwise? Yet, everyone indulges in it. There is no other option. We simply await the proceedings. At that moment, a young cultivator suddenly approached the pavilion where the Yi family was gathered. Fengji dutifully blocked his path. What business do you have? Fengji inquired. The young man, with an air of arrogance, ignored Fengji entirely. Gazing upwards as he proclaimed, You must be Yi Huang of the Yi family. My young mistress requests an audience with you. Yi Long furrowed his brow and addressed him. May I inquire about your family? But before he could finish, a loud clap echoed as Yi Huang slammed her palm on the table. Without turning, her voice was icy. This is Yunxiao City. You wish to meet me? Have her come in person. Chapter 46. In a frantic state, dreaming within the garden. As one of Nia Xiaoying's followers approached the Yi family, nearly every gaze was fixated upon him. They were unaware of Nia Xiaoying's intentions. Nor did they comprehend how the Yi family would respond. When that follower extended an invitation to Yi Huang, hearts collectively raced. Would this encounter unfold like the earlier humiliations inflicted upon the Li and Tang families by this proud young woman? However, Yi Huang's reaction had defied all expectations. This is Yunxiao City. If you wish to see me, come forth in person. Such audacity. The cultivators of Yunxiao City felt a surge of warmth in their chests. This was indeed the voice of a true prodigy from Yunxiao City. Yet, some harbored deeper concerns. If they incited Nye Xiaoying's wrath, misfortune would surely follow. All attention was riveted on the unfolding drama. After Yi Huang's refusal, the young follower stood momentarily frozen, seemingly unable to process the rejection. What did you say? He uttered. Incredulous. Since their arrival in Yunxiao City, they had seemed to wield an overwhelming authority, with none daring to challenge their supremacy. Yet now, they have been publicly disregarded. Is my message unclear? Yi Huang replied calmly, still not sparing him a glance. Clang. At that moment, Fengji stepped forward, drawing his sword with a formidable presence that erupted like thunder. Under Ye Suifeng's guidance, the prowess of the four guardians had reached the 6th layer of the Danfu realm, approximately equivalent to the 9th layer of the Qi transformation stage. Yet they sought to grow even stronger. The follower of Nia Xiaoyan had merely just entered the Qi transformation realm and could not withstand such overwhelming pressure. In an instant, he staggered back several steps. Impressive. It seems he has stumbled upon a formidable opponent. Let us see how he maintains his arrogance. The crowd erupted in approval. The young cultivator's face oscillated between shades of blue and red, a portrait of humiliation. I hope you comprehend that my lady is the little princess of the Nye family from Huangye City. He attempted to intimidate Yi Huang with the weight of Nye Xiaoying's name. At this juncture, Yi Huang finally turned, casting a sweeping glance his way. He puffed out his chest, prideful, believing that Nye Xiaoying's name would once again wield power. I also hope your lady understands that this is not Huangye City. Her status holds no value here, Yi Huang retorted, turning her back once more to indulge in her drink. The young cultivator's expression darkened, threatening to spill with fury. I hope you do not come to regret this. With that, he stormed away, his sleeves swirling in indignation. Yi Long observed Yi Huang with a complex expression, remarking, "Cousin, are we perhaps being a tad too arrogant?" Yi Huang chuckled lightly. Yi Long nodded. His reputation had long preceded him. He had witnessed many similar spectacles. Generally, in such situations, an unspoken understanding prevailed. Even in the face of enmity, decorum was typically maintained. Instances like Yi Huang's, where one openly tore the veil of civility and acted on displeasure without hesitation, were exceedingly rare. He believed that Yi Huang might be somewhat inexperienced. Huang Yecheng's Ye family, as I have heard, is an exceptionally powerful clan. There is no need for us to become enemies over trivial matters, Yi Long explained. However, Yi Huang merely shook her head gently. "Cousin, times have changed. Have you not observed the recent movements within our family? My father's intention is to enhance our strength to the greatest extent possible, to expand our influence, to broaden our territory. In such circumstances, how can we afford to remain patient?" Yi Huang asserted. Yi Long fell silent. Indeed, the recent changes in their family were so rapid that he found it hard to adjust. Yet, he still harbored concerns about provoking a formidable foe like the Ye family. Yi Huang sighed slightly. "Cousin, have you forgotten what father said? Our Yi family no longer fears anyone. Do you not believe in him? Or do you merely wish to live a life of caution, avoiding conflict?" Yi Long was momentarily taken aback. Who would he desire to settle scores with satisfaction? Yet reality often does not permit such whims. A slight misstep could lead to an endless abyss, dragging one's loved ones down with them. Unless, of course, one possesses a powerful ally, fearless of heaven or earth. As Yi Long pondered this, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. His uncle, was he that very ally? His might was beyond comprehension. Even someone as formidable as Bu Fei Xue was merely a tool in his uncle's hands. What was there to fear then? A long-dormant aura, belonging to the youth, began to rise slowly from Yi Long. "Perhaps I am still unaccustomed to such a life. Thank you for awakening me," he smiled, raising a toast to Yi Huang. Yi Huang responded with a smile, regardless of who Ye Suifeng is. "We have no reason to fear. Otherwise, we would greatly disappoint father." The two drank their fine wine, laughing heartily. Suddenly, a sharp rebuke echoed from nearby. "What a useless fool." Ye Suifeng slapped her follower across the face, rendering him dazed and disoriented. "Miss, that Yi Huang is exceedingly arrogant. I mentioned your name, and she paid me no heed," the young cultivator said, his voice trembling. A glint of coldness appeared in Ye Suifeng's eyes. "Are you suggesting that my lack of prestige caused you to be struck?" The young cultivator shivered, quickly kneeling on the ground, repeatedly asserting, No, it is my incompetence. My incompetence." With a disdainful huff, Ye Suifeng rose and approached the kneeling follower, her expression one of disgust. She gestured with her hand, and two other followers helped him to his feet. "Come, I wish to see just how audacious a mere Yi family can be." With that, they all headed towards the Yi family. A crowd soon gathered, eager to witness the confrontation and its outcome. Ye Suifeng and her entourage swiftly arrived at the Yi family's side, where Yi Huang and Yi Long also took note of their presence. As they stood firm, Ye Suifeng suddenly struck her follower in the back with her palm. The strike was exceedingly forceful, causing the follower to immediately spew forth a copious amount of blood and collapse onto the ground. "Hey, Yi, how dare you injure my servant? What punishment shall you face?" Ye Suifeng exclaimed loudly. The onlookers erupted in a frenzy. To frame another in such a blatant manner was utterly outrageous. Having connections was indeed remarkable. How infuriating. I have never witnessed such audacity. The crowd murmured in discontent, their hearts ablaze with indignation. They couldn't help but gaze at Yi Huang, pondering how she would navigate this predicament. Behold, this was the arrogant manner of those born into prominent families. Yi Huang smiled at Yi Long and rose to her feet. From her elevated position, she looked down upon the diminutive figure before her. Despite merely possessing the cultivation of the second layer of qi refinement, he managed to command the respect of many who were more powerful than she. Truly, having connections allowed one to act with impunity. "Is he your servant?" Yi Huang inquired. Ye Suifeng squinted at Yi Huang, who appeared unfazed, and replied, "Indeed, now tell me, what shall we do?" Yi Huang chuckled softly. "Since you have acknowledged it, very well." She slowly descended and continued, "Your servant is arrogant and impertinent. His every word indeed is utterly revolting. So much so that all the cultivators from Yunshao City present here can hardly stomach their meals. Therefore, since he belongs to you, you shall compensate him on his behalf. 100,000 spiritual stones, as compensation for emotional distress. Otherwise, you shall not leave here today." With that, Yi Huang waved her hand, and her companions, led by Feng Zhi, swiftly encircled Ye Suifeng and her group. drawing their swords with a menacing aura. Ye Huang stood with her hands clasped behind her back. This move was a tactic of returning the favor in kind. You dare to slander me to my face? Then I shall extort you right back. I will be audacious. What can you possibly do about it? Chapter 47. The distinction surrounded by a group of ruthless individuals. Ye Suifeng found herself momentarily at a loss. Throughout her life, she had always been able to convict anyone she wished, never having encountered such audacity as immediate extortion. This was a bitter pill for her to swallow. Ye Huang. How dare you slander me? Ye Suifeng exclaimed loudly. Slander? Ye Huang shrugged nonchalantly. I believe everyone present can testify that you have spoken recklessly, exhibiting contempt and brazenly insulting the cultivators of Yinshao City. Would you not agree? Ye Huang turned to the surrounding practitioners. Indeed. Absolutely. It is utterly disgusting. Yes. We can all bear witness. Such arrogance, daring to be insolent before the pride of Yinshao City. Humph. Unworthy of pity. The onlookers echoed in unison. Ye Suifeng's recent actions had long ignited a fire of resentment within them, but they had merely awaited an opportunity to express their grievances. With Ye Huang standing boldly before her, they felt emboldened to reprimand Ye Suifeng vociferously. Ye Huang smiled faintly. You see, this is the wrath of the people. Therefore, without 100,000 spirit stones, you truly cannot leave. Listening to the clamor, Ye Suifeng's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. In all her years, she had never encountered such brazen behavior. 100,000 spirit stones were inconsequential to her, yet conceding here would be a blow to her pride. Ye Huang. Are you serious? Ye Suifeng asked, her tone grave. Hige, what do you think? Ye Huang replied, drawing her sword and positioning it menacingly at Ye Suifeng. The cold gleam of the blade flickered in her eyes. If you dare to harm me, I will ensure your Ye family is erased from this world. Ye Suifeng declared loudly. Then let us see, Ye Huang said, her smile fading as she advanced step by step toward Ye Suifeng. With each step, her aura grew increasingly formidable. An almost palpable sword intent surged forth, enveloping Ye Suifeng in overwhelming pressure. In a moment of panic, Ye Suifeng realized this adversary was indeed intent on violence. Flustered, she produced a delicate jade talisman and crushed it with force. Elder Wu, come quickly, she cried out. In a private chamber on the upper floor of the dream-shattering building, an elderly man with kind eyes was leisurely sipping wine, admiring the graceful dance of the beauties below. Suddenly, he felt a stirring in his heart, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Who dares to harm my lady? As he spoke, his body soared into the air. However, just as he broke the horizon, he began to descend slowly. Alongside him, another figure appeared. A hand lightly resting on the old man's shoulder, seemingly delicate yet instilling a profound terror in his gaze. Let the children handle their own affairs, came the voice of Ye Suifeng. The elder was struck with astonishment. He had never imagined that within the small confines of Yinshao City there existed such a terrifyingly powerful cultivator. His own out-of-body strength felt utterly futile before her. The two individuals resumed their seats by the observation window. Ye Suifeng casually picked up a spirit fruit from the table, observing the dancers below. Senior. The elderly man struggled to swallow, perplexed by the seemingly youthful figure before him, unable to fathom his origins or affiliations. Those are the four renowned courtesans of Zui Minglu, performing simultaneously, a rare sight indeed. Let us relish the view, Ye Suifeng remarked, gesturing towards the enchanting women below. The old man, however, was anxious. He had little inclination to appreciate the performance at that moment. Ye Suifeng had shattered her talisman, undoubtedly confronting a formidable adversary. If she were to falter, he too would bear the consequences. Senior, I must intervene. I am her protector, he finally asserted, steeling his resolve. Ye Suifeng cast him a glance, a smile gracing his lips. I strongly advise against it. The presence behind that individual is both refined and inscrutable, often with a volatile temper. Should you approach, it would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, it would be prudent for you to remain here and enjoy the dance. The old man regarded Ye Suifeng with skepticism. Are you certain you are not referring to yourself? Yet, regardless of his doubts, he lacked the courage to act. The possibility of provoking that temper was too daunting to contemplate. Meanwhile, Ye Suifeng, after breaking her talisman, awaited the arrival of her protector, yet he did not appear. She watched as Ye Huang approached her step by step, the aura emanating from him overwhelming, making it difficult for her to breathe. He exuded a murderous intent. Fear gripped Ye Suifeng, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. As Ye Huang closed the distance to merely 3 steps, she finally broke down, collapsing onto the ground. Wu-Wu, you were bullying me. To her astonishment, she wept openly. Ye Huang was taken aback, awkwardly rubbing his nose. What happened to your previous bravado? If I were to strike you now, wouldn't that be akin to bullying a young girl? Yet, I am merely 15 myself. He shook his head, sheathing his sword. Ye Suifeng was simply a spoiled girl. I shall not bully you. Present me with 100,000 spirit stones, and you may leave. Through her sobs, Ye Suifeng frantically rummaged through a storage pouch and handed it over. This is all my pocket money. Ye Huang inspected its contents, discovering well over 100,000 spirit stones within. Truly, she hailed from a prominent family, and such lavish allowances explained her reckless behavior. At an indeterminate location, Ye Suifeng suddenly sneezed several times. Ye Huang extracted 100,000 spirit stones, returning the remainder. Very well, as I have compensated for your emotional distress, I shall not impose further. You may go. Ye Suifeng, head bowed, rose from the ground, refraining from uttering another word as she turned and squeezed through the crowd, disappearing from sight. Her followers, likewise, wore expressions of humiliation, hastily retreating. Haha, how satisfying. Return to Huangye City. Yunshao City is no place for you to flaunt your power. This is the brilliance of the Ye family. Indeed, they are extraordinary. The other cultivators erupted in exclamations of delight, many vocally applauding Ye Huang for her resolute stand amidst the humiliation inflicted by the Li and Tang families. With a formidable display of prowess, she restored the reputation of Yunshao City. This, indeed, was the epitome of a true young hero in their eyes. Praise flowed in torrents. Observing this, Ye Huang waved her hand grandly, declaring that the 100,000 spirit stones belonged to them as well. Thus, all expenditures incurred today would be charged to Ye Huang's account. Upon hearing this, the crowd was instantly agitated, marveling at the exceptional nature of the Ye family's core descendants. In stark contrast, the Li and Tang families appeared rather dismal, with only a handful of individuals maintaining favorable relations with them. After concluding these matters, Ye Huang returned to her pavilion, witnessing the lively scene around her. Ye Long chuckled and remarked, "It seems this dream-drunken gathering is destined to conclude ahead of schedule." How so? Ye Long gestured towards the cultivators surrounding the pavilion. Did I not mention that the competition in the dream-drunken gathering revolves around familial influence? The victor is already discernible. I must say, your earlier handling of the situation was truly commanding. You flatter me, cousin. I merely rely on my father's support. Ultimately, I'm not so different from that injured Ye Suifeng, Ye Huang replied, shaking her head. Not at all, Ye Long countered, pointing to the injured follower of Ye Suifeng, abandoned and neglected, and then glancing at those standing beside Ye Huang. This is where you differ. Chapter 48. He is so handsome within the intoxicated dream pavilion. As the final notes of the melody faded, thunderous applause erupted. Ye Suifeng joined in the clapping. The dance of this world is indeed unparalleled. A few naturally beautiful maidens, with their exquisite figures, captivated hearts with every subtle smile, every graceful movement, all enchanting without pretense. How splendid they danced, remarked Ye Suifeng. Beside him, an elderly man hurriedly concurred, yet he was already drenched in sweat, restless, completely unable to appreciate the beauty before him. What a dull fellow! Ye Suifeng shook his head. All right, you may take your leave. The old man, as if granted a reprieve, dashed out of the intoxicated dream pavilion, soaring towards Ye Suifeng's position. Ye Suifeng settled into a more comfortable posture, continuing to savor the next dance. With his presence, no one could harm his daughter. In the intoxicated dream garden, due to Ye Suifeng's appearance, this year's intoxicated dream festival had almost transformed into a private affair for the Ye family. The vast majority of the cultivators from Yunshao City had aligned themselves with the Ye family. This was a gesture of goodwill and a sign of optimism. With such formidable core disciples, the future development of the Ye family was undoubtedly promising. In stark contrast, the other two families found themselves nearly deserted, their members engaging in solitary indulgence. How tiresome it was. After all, they had no means to contend with Ye Suifeng. Lacking both the strength and the resolve to oppose the Ye family of Huangye City, they were left powerless. As the day swiftly passed, a minor incident occurred as the event drew to a close. Tang Yingying of the Tang family, at the tender age of 18, possessed a voluptuous figure and an alluring demeanor. In her daily attire, she was utterly unreserved, often wearing garments that required minimal fabric, brazenly revealing a considerable portion of her assets, captivating all who beheld her. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among a group of cultivators, gasping and whispering, pointing fingers, while the bolder ones even whistled. Tang Yingying glanced down, only to discover that her delicate undergarment had mysteriously vanished, nearly leaving her entirely exposed. After a brief moment of shock and embarrassment, An overwhelming fury surged within her, vowing to capture the pervert who had stolen her garment. Yet, after an exhaustive search, she found nothing. As twilight descended and everyone prepared to depart, Li Qi stood up, and from his embrace fell a vividly patterned garment. Indeed, it was Tang Yingying's. At that moment, the thief was revealed. Tang Yingying's fury erupted, and she was ready to confront Li Qi with fierce determination, almost triggering a conflict in Yuxiao City. But fortunately, she was restrained by Tang Xiaoqing. Li Qi, bewildered, desperately insisted he was innocent. Meanwhile, in the pavilion of the Ye family, a girl with long crimson-purple hair chuckled heartily. "You've been absent all day, engaging in such antics?" Yi Huang remarked, exasperated. "Indeed, how delightful." Yi Xiaoxiao, blowing a large bubble with her candy, candidly admitted, casting a mischievous gaze towards Yi Huang's developing figure. "You may want to try," Yi Huang replied, her expression darkening. Smack! The bubble burst, and Yi Xiaoxiao giggled. No, we are united as one, standing strong against all odds." Beside her, Yilong instinctively tightened his belt. His cousin was now remarkably uncanny. It was primarily her extraordinary abilities that left him bewildered. He could only wonder what their uncle had taught her. The dream of drunkenness had all but concluded after the first day. The core disciples of the three great families had not returned. Only other cultivators gathered to discuss the events of the first day and the impending Battle of Cloud City. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the Battle of Cloud City finally commenced. The city was bustling with cultivators, as many from nearby cities flocked in, eager to witness the contest of talents from the prominent families. Must it be this way? Ye Suifeng observed the extravagant garments before him, feeling a twinge of headache. Suiyan and Yi Wang stood nearby. "Brother, this is a grand occasion. Everyone is watching. You must bear with it," Suiyan urged. The heads of the three great families would indeed make an appearance at the Battle of Cloud City. Ye Suifeng usually donned simple attire. If he were to present himself in such a manner, he would inevitably attract whispers. While some might see his casualness as a lack of decorum, the majority would judge a person's first impression based on appearance. All right. Ye Suifeng finally conceded to the local customs. It was hardly a matter of great significance. There was no need to present himself in a disheveled state, nor to engage in any charades. A short while later, Ye Suifeng emerged in his new attire. Yi Huang and the others gaped in astonishment. Typically, Ye Suifeng lived up to his name, exuding an air of nonchalance. Aside from his handsomeness, he was rather unremarkable. However, after his thoughtful ensemble, he appeared transformed. Coupled with his increasingly youthful demeanor, even the most handsome man in Cloud City would pale in comparison. "If you keep looking at me like that, I might just walk over bare-chested, gnawing on corn," Ye Suifeng said darkly. The others quickly averted their gazes, aware that he was not one to jest lightly. The thought of such a spectacle was too much to bear. As the sun rose high, 5 exquisitely adorned carriages set off slowly. The venue for the Battle of Cloud City was at the Cloud Combat Arena, situated near the center of the city. In truth, it was merely a 10-minute walk from the Yi family residence. The use of carriages was purely for show. Upon the arrival of the Yi family's procession at the arena, the audience above was already packed. Their entrance immediately drew all eyes. As was customary, the Yi family was the first to arrive. The Yi family is the weakest. It is only right to wait for the other two families. Otherwise, it would be uncomfortable for them, and they would surely suffer greatly, remarked an older, long-faced cultivator, stroking his beard. "Silence. Who are you calling weak? Repeat that." Suddenly, several sharp rebukes echoed from the surroundings. The long-faced cultivator was taken aback and glanced around. He noticed a number of young cultivators rising in unison, their eyes ablaze with anger, seemingly ready to pounce at the slightest provocation. He was startled. What was happening? Was it not customary every year to jest at the Yi family? Why had it suddenly become taboo, akin to provoking a tiger? Faced with the ire of the crowd, he fell silent, repeatedly clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, afraid to utter another word. "Look, there stands the new head of the Yi family, Ye Suifeng." At that moment, someone called out loudly, and everyone turned to look. A young cultivator was gracefully ascending the steps towards the platform, exuding an aura as if he had descended from the celestial realm into the mortal world. How handsome he is! Is this truly the head of the Yi family? He seems far too youthful. I hereby declare that the title of the most handsome in the village of Goa in Qidong Town, Yinxiao City, shall be relinquished. In a corner of the audience, several young individuals clad in simple blue garments observed the bustling arena with fascination. Indeed, this is a world that values appearances. One must admit, Ye Suifeng does exude charm and possesses an extraordinary demeanor. We should pay closer attention to their talents. Perhaps we might recruit one or two into our academy. I doubt it. This place is too small for genuine prodigies to emerge. We must not overlook anyone, lest we return with ridicule. Fear not. With Senior Zhang Dong here, we shall not miss any opportunity. In front of them stood a young man in deep blue attire, hands clasped behind his back. Chapter 49. Ye Huang takes the stage at the Celestial Cloud Combat Arena at the pinnacle of the arena. A lofty viewing platform offers a sweeping vista, serving as the ideal location for observing the battles below. Upon this platform, 3 plush chairs are arranged side by side, complemented by a table adorned with fruits and fragrant tea. This is the exclusive domain of the 3 clan leaders. The proximity is rather intimate, which causes Ye Suifeng to frown slightly. He would rather not be so close to those 2 individuals. With a gentle flick, the 2 adjacent chairs swiftly shifted several meters apart. Only then did he leisurely take his seat in the central position. As for whether the other 2 clan leaders would harbor any thoughts about it, he deemed it of no concern to him. As the sun ascended to its zenith, the carriages of the Li and Tang clans finally made their grand entrance. Their procession far surpassed that of the Yi clan, even featuring an ostentatious honor guard. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, moments later, Tang Zheng and Li Lusu made their way forward. Upon noticing Ye Suifeng seated in the center, they paused momentarily. Tang Zheng's displeasure evident, for that position had always been his. However, with the crowd gathered, they would not stoop to squabbling over such trivialities in front of onlookers, lest they become the subject of ridicule. Li Lusu greeted Ye Suifeng with a smile and allowed Tang Zheng to select his seat first before taking her own. With a resounding chime, the Battle of Celestial Cloud City commenced. Naturally, such an event warranted an opening ceremony, presenting an excellent opportunity for certain individuals to enhance their reputations. Notable powers of Celestial Cloud City, such as Zue Meng Lu, Wan Baogo, and Mi Xiang Yuan, showcased their distinctive performances. To Ye Suifeng's surprise, Guan Xin was appointed as the host for this battle. Facing an audience of over 10,000, she displayed no signs of intimidation, engaging in witty banter. And with her exquisite beauty and graceful figure, she ignited immense enthusiasm among the spectators. Following the opening, the focus shifted to the main event. Guan Xin began to announce the rules of the Celestial Cloud Battle. The regulations were meticulously detailed, ensuring fairness, with family rankings determined by performance. Yet, Ye Suifeng found little interest in the specifics, knowing that the offspring of those 2 clans were unlikely to pose any challenge to Ye Huang and her companions. After reading through the rules, Guan Xin, with fervor, proclaimed, "Now, let us extend the warmest applause to welcome the contestant from the Yi family, Ye Huang." The applause thundered. A tidal wave of cheers erupted. A figure clad in a purple robe ascended the stage with grace. Though still youthful, she confidently faced the multitude of gazes. "Fairy Huang, I adore you. Fairy, look at me. We've met at Zue Meng. Go for it, crush them." The crowd's fervor surged. And following the events at Zue Meng, Ye Huang's name had become the most fervently celebrated among all the competitors. With a gentle smile, Ye Huang raised her right hand. The entire arena fell into a swift silence, captivated by her gesture. Suddenly, she clenched her fist, and a surge of battle spirit erupted. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, their calls for Ye Huang echoing, nearly dispersing the clouds above. "Hiki, dear Yi, your daughter exudes an impressive aura," Li Lusu remarked with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. The scene just witnessed had startled even him. He had never encountered a young person with such a formidable presence and charisma. "Indeed, I find it quite gratifying," Ye Suifeng replied with a cheerful demeanor. Li Lusu's facial muscles twitched. "According to custom, shouldn't you be a bit more humble? Why such an admission? This is not the usual protocol." "Humph. Too much rigidity can lead to a fall," interjected Tang Zheng from the side. Indeed, yet I remain unfazed," Ye Suifeng retorted nonchalantly. Both families found themselves in a state of discomfort, each silent and withdrawn. "Uncle Wen, she is Ye Huang," a dark-skinned youth remarked to the middle-aged man beside him. "Truly extraordinary," the middle-aged man nodded lightly. "Yes, she is the most captivating woman I have ever encountered." The dark-skinned youth gazed at Ye Huang in the center of the arena, his eyes filled with admiration. "Haha, Mi Feng, you have finally gained some insight." The middle-aged man chuckled. Mi Feng felt a bit shy, but his expression soon shifted to one of melancholy. "But she is truly too exceptional, Uncle Wen. I am unworthy of her. What is there to fear?" The middle-aged man patted his shoulder. "After all, you are the son of the Lord of Blackstone City. And within merely 3 years of cultivation, you have already reached the 8th level of Qi transformation. In terms of talent, you are not inferior to Yi Huang. But Mi Feng wished to say more, but the middle-aged man interrupted him. Enough. Once this grand event concludes, I shall speak with the head of the Yi family, he stated. Mi Feng turned to glance at the figure on the stage, ultimately nodding in agreement. The clamor in the arena persisted for quite some time. When it finally began to subside, Gu Wanqin, wearing a smile, continued, "Now, it is the turn of the Li family, ranked second last time, to decide who will face Yi Huang. This is one of the rules of combat." "No need for that," Yi Huang suddenly interjected. She surveyed the Li family's preparation area, her sword sheath pointing toward one individual among them. "I choose to challenge Li Qi of the Li family." Li Qi in the audience was momentarily stunned. They had originally intended to send out the weakest, Li Suifeng, to gauge Yi Huang's capabilities. However, they had not anticipated that Yi Huang would choose to initiate the challenge herself. Gu Wanqin was also slightly taken aback and said, "Are you certain? According to the rules, should you challenge proactively, regardless of success or failure, you must engage in the subsequent battle." "It matters not," Yi Huang replied with a confident smile. "Today, I aim to demonstrate that the Yi family is no longer what it once was." The uproar resumed once more. Choosing a series of battles requires more than mere courage. It is essential to recognize that this pertains to the future development of one's family for the next 2 years. Caution is never excessive. Observing Yi Huang's resolute expression, Gu Wanqin sighed softly. "Very well then. Let us welcome the prodigy of the Li family, Li Qi." Li Qi in the audience experienced a whirlwind of emotions. A few days ago, within the enchanting dream garden, he caught a fleeting glimpse of Yi Huang, who unmistakably possessed an extraordinary aura, leaving him perplexed. However, recalling the progress he had made in recent days, Li Qi tightened his grip on his sword and stepped onto the arena. "Go, brother Li Qi. Defeat this arrogant fellow." Li Qinger exclaimed loudly, still smarting from her previous encounter with Yi Huang atop the Qinggu Heights. She had vowed then to have Li Qi confront Yi Huang, and today, her wish was finally realized. She held unwavering confidence in Li Qi. Emboldened by the cheers behind him, Li Qi calmed his mind and advanced. Thus, the first battle of the Yunshao City competition commenced. Yi Huang and Li Qi faced each other, amidst a thunderous uproar, both exuding an escalating aura. Yi Huang ultimately stabilized at the 8th level of Qi transformation, while Li Qi astonishingly surpassed the rumored realms, surging toward the 10th level of Qi transformation. Gasps of astonishment echoed among the crowd. Li Qi has concealed his cultivation level. This could spell trouble for the Phoenix Fairy. Concern rippled through the spectators for Yi Huang. Yet, standing opposite Li Qi, Yi Huang remained composed as ever. "Prepare yourself," Li Qi declared, drawing his sword in a flash. His form flickered across the arena, creating a dazzling array of phantoms that left onlookers awestruck. This was the flickering shadow step, a technique of the profound grade. Li Qi had chosen to employ such formidable skill right from the outset. Some recognized the technique he utilized. Amidst the myriad astonished gazes, several of Li Qi's silhouettes simultaneously unsheathed their swords, launching a coordinated assault from all directions toward Yi Huang, seemingly intent on defeating her with his first strike. Clang! The clash of metal resounded. Li Qi's phantoms gradually dissipated, leaving only his true form. Yet, his attack was effortlessly thwarted by Yi Huang, who had yet to draw her own sword. "How extravagant," Yi Huang remarked with a cold smile. "This isn't over yet," Li Qi shouted. As his sword erupted in a violent blaze, 3 fire dragons soaring into the air, roaring as they charged toward Yi Huang. This spectacle evoked memories of her training in the 9 heavens, where the violet celestial light, seemingly gentle, was composed of countless diminutive divine dragons. The 3 fire dragons before her, when compared to those divine beings, resembled a flea beside a great rock. With a deliberate motion, she thrust forth a palm. Boom! A tremendous shockwave reverberated throughout the arena. The fire dragons roared defiantly, yet a thin veil of luminous mist appeared in Yi Huang's palm, effortlessly blocking all flames. Steadfast as a mountain, the searing inferno swiftly engulfed half of the arena where Li Qi stood. He hurriedly retreated, but the flames soon subsided, leaving several large holes in his clothing and marking his once handsome face with charred streaks. Li Qi's expression turned ashen, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear. "How could this person be so formidable? It appears you have yet to fully master this sword," Yi Huang remarked with a calm demeanor. The fire dragon that erupted moments ago was indeed a manifestation of the sword's inherent abilities, belonging to the spirit weapon itself. This sword, originally of the highest grade within the Xin category, had been elevated to a true treasure of celestial grade. albeit after Ye Suifeng had casually refined it not long ago. Do not let your pride overwhelm you, Ye Huang, Li Qi retorted, wiping the soot from his face. His voice laced with anger. It was one thing to be repelled, but it was utterly intolerable that this younger woman dared to critique his cultivation. Then exert yourself more. Ye Huang replied coolly. Li Qi's ire surged. You said it. He gripped his long sword tightly and employed the shadow leap technique once more. This time, the illusions multiplied, moving in unison, making it exceedingly difficult to distinguish between them. Myriad sword forest. All the Li Qi figures shouted in unison. Instantly, the arena was enveloped by countless ominous sword lights, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. Another advanced sword technique of the Xian grade. The combination of shadow leap and myriad sword forest could conjure hundreds of thousands of sword lights intertwining. He had evidently come prepared. It was unfathomable how Ye Huang would counter such an onslaught. The surrounding audience watched anxiously, their hearts heavy with concern for Ye Huang. Yet, Ye Huang remained unperturbed. Though her training in the 9 heavens had spanned merely a month, she had been exposed to the obliterating essence of heavenly loss. The sword lights before her were trivial in comparison. With a single hand, she wielded the sword sheath, deftly identifying and blocking each genuine sword light with precision. Too weak. My father was right. You are indeed too weak, she stated as she deflected Li Qi's attacks. Li Qi's fury intensified as he unleashed all his strength, attempting to breach Ye Huang's defenses. But it was all in vain. Enough. Let us conclude this swiftly, she declared. With that, her long sword was drawn for the first time, slicing through the air with a horizontal strike. In an instant, the multitude of sword lights that had filled the arena vanished simultaneously. Li Qi's figure flew backward like a kite severed from its string, blood spilling across the ground. Brother Li Qi, Li Qinger exclaimed in shock. Qiu. On the platform, Li Lusu finally lost the smile that perpetually adorned his face. Ye Huang slowly returned her sword to its sheath. In this battle, she had unleashed but a single strike and had not moved from her original position even a step. Chapter 50. Your schemes. Li Qi's instantaneous defeat left the arena in a profound silence. Everyone acknowledged Ye Huang's formidable prowess. However, Li Qi was also a paragon of talent. Not an ordinary figure. Possessing a superior-grade Xian-level body technique and a superior-grade swordsmanship, both techniques complemented each other, and with a superior-grade spiritual sword in hand. He epitomized luxury in Yushao City. Aside from the 3 great families, no other faction could forge such a terrifying presence. Yet, before Ye Huang, he resembled a feeble insect, mercilessly toyed with and crushed on the spot. Ye Huang, how can you be so powerful? The voice of admiration echoed through the arena, followed by a thunderous roar of cheers. They chanted Ye Huang's name, as if sharing in her glory. The Ye family's seating area erupted with excitement. Suiyan, Suiyu, Sui Bao, and the recently recovered Sui Hu, the prominent figures of the Ye family, were nearly brought to tears. Look, this is the genius of our Ye family. This is our future. Their fervor and passion blazed like an unquenchable fire. In stark contrast, the atmosphere on the Li family's side was entirely different. Li Qi lay bloodied at the edge of the stage, with Li Qinger collapsed on him, her eyes brimming with tears. Several elders quickly surrounded them to assess Li Qi's injuries. On the highest platform, Li Lusu struggled to contain himself, almost leaping into the arena. That was his son. Yet he forced himself to remain composed. In such a situation, a family head losing control would be a severe blow to the family's reputation. Soon after, someone approached Li Lusu and whispered in his ear, gradually easing his anxiety. Ye Suifeng, your daughter is truly ruthless, Li Lusu said in a deep voice, having shed his previous facade. Not at all, Ye Suifeng replied with a slight smile. He is not dead. He has merely broken 100 or so bones. You. Li Lusu, filled with rage, nearly lunged at Ye Suifeng to land a punch. However, he restrained himself. After so many years as the head of the Li family, he possessed more than just petty emotions. A genius who has not matured remains merely a genius. I advise you to temper her behavior, lest she invites calamity one day. Li Lusu's tone was icy, veiled as a threat. Ye Suifeng chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Some individuals are prone to narrowing their own paths. Meanwhile, Tang Zheng remained silent, his expression grave. Ye Huang was truly unfathomable. He wondered whether their own descendants could once again stand tall among the crowd. At that moment, Gu Wanqing ascended the stage once more. Her expression was complex as she gazed at Ye Huang. This girl exceeded her expectations. But what truly astonished her was what Ye Suifeng had done for her. Gu Wanqing understood that Ye Huang's brilliance was inextricably linked to Ye Suifeng. Ye Huang, do you wish to challenge again? Gu Wanqin inquired. Of course. With a graceful smile, Yi Huang cast her gaze towards the battlefield of the Tang family. The 5 individuals present immediately tensed under her scrutinizing glance. After the recent skirmish, none dared to underestimate the formidable daughter of the Yi family. I challenged Tang Xiao. Yi Huang began to declare her challenger, but abruptly paused. She glanced at her father on the high platform and, with a hint of resignation, stated, "Let them choose their own contenders." The crowd gasped in surprise. Given Yi Huang's imposing presence, she could have easily selected a strong opponent from the Tang family to pave the way for the 4 subsequent fighters from the Yi family. Instead, she opted for a different approach, granting the Tang family more options. It was certain they would exploit this rule. Moments later, as anticipated, the Tang family dispatched their weakest member, Tang Wuhua, who was at the 6th level of the Qi transformation stage. Having suffered a dismal defeat against Li Qi, he stood little chance of victory. Clearly, the Tang family intended for their lesser fighter to stall the Yi family's superior one. This tactic was not unexpected. However, the audience cared little for the nuances of strategy. They recognized the Tang family's cowardice, and a chorus of boos erupted. Tang Wuhua entered the arena amidst the jeers, his face marked by despair. The battle commenced. Tang Wuhua clasped his fists towards Yi Huang, pleading, "I hope you will show mercy." But before he could finish, a foot struck his chest with a resounding thud. Tang Wuhua soared through the air, crashing out of the ring, collapsing to the ground. Blood spilling from his mouth as he lost consciousness. A swift defeat. After this display, Yi Huang did not linger for the outcome. She turned and sauntered back towards the Yi family's preparation area. Gu Wanqin, momentarily stunned, finally announced, "Yi Huang triumphs over Tang Wuhua. Let us welcome the Yi family's second combatant, Yi Long." A thunderous cheer erupted. Although Yi Long did not possess the same formidable reputation as Yi Huang in Yushao City, his title as the head of the True Dragon Pavilion still commanded significant respect. As Yi Long stepped onto the stage, he brushed past Yi Huang. "Your uncle suggested you take this approach, didn't he?" Yi Long inquired. Yi Huang shrugged, replying, "He said to let you have some fun." Yi Long felt a flush of embarrassment. For his uncle, was this battle merely a game? Then, let us truly enjoy this. A powerful fighting spirit suddenly surged from Yi Long. Within the ancient arena, he had faced countless defeats. Yet his indomitable will had been forged to a brilliance akin to the sun. "I challenged Tang Xiaoqing of the Tang family." Before Gu Wanqin could respond, Yi Long declared his target. He, too, aimed for a series of consecutive battles, seeking to challenge the strongest of the younger generation in Yushao City. The spectators were nearly hoarse from their cheers. The Yi family's descendants were undeniably magnificent. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, Tang Xiaoqing ascended the stage. "I have long admired your reputation," he said. Likewise, Yi Long replied as they exchanged courteous greetings. Yet, in an instant, they clashed in fierce combat. Yi Long wielded his spear with grandiose flair, exuding a commanding presence. However, Tang Xiaoqing, renowned in his own right, had achieved the 12th level of Qi transformation and concealed his true prowess. With a fan in one hand, his movements were graceful and ethereal. The two combatants unleashed a flurry of techniques, creating a perilous spectacle that culminated in a stalemate, leaving the outcome indeterminate. The audience erupted in exhilaration, for this was the fierce confrontation they had longed to witness. Although Yi Huang's earlier bout was thrilling, it unfolded too swiftly to provide true satisfaction. Both Yi Long and Tang Xiaoqing stood as the finest representatives of their respective families, having already established their renown. Their clash was a spectacle many had yearned to behold. As time progressed, Yi Long bore several wounds stained with blood, yet his fighting spirit intensified. With a spear in hand, he appeared like a true dragon, instilling fear across the arena. Ultimately, amid Yi Long's ferocious onslaught, Tang Xiaoqing, caught off guard, was struck fiercely, blood spilling from his mouth as he struggled to land. Yet, Yi Long's assault surged forth once more. "I concede," Tang Xiaoqing shouted. The sharp tip of the spear hovered perilously close to his throat. With a resounding thud, Yi Long withdrew his spear, planting it firmly into the ground. A tempest whirled around him, scattering dust in every direction as spectators' eyes widened in astonishment. The once solid arena floor was marred by deep cracks, a startling sight. Yi Long emerged victorious over Tang Xiaoqing. Gu Wanqin proclaimed the outcome of the battle with fervor. Subsequently, like Yi Huang, Yi Long opted to allow the Li family to select their champion. The Li family, predictably, chose the weakest among them, Li Suifeng, to serve as fodder in the contest. Unsurprisingly, Yi Long dispatched Li Suifeng in a matter of moves, returning to the Yi family's preparation area. Thus, the Yi family, with both a phoenix and a dragon, had secured 4 victories. The path ahead glimmered with promise. Meanwhile, atop the highest platform, Li Liusu and Tang Zheng wore expressions akin to scorched iron. After all, the strongest warriors from both their clans had fallen. Brother Tang, Shaoqing has also been defeated, Li Liusu remarked suddenly. Their eyes met, and a glint of determination shone in Li Liusu's gaze, while Tang Zheng nodded slightly in agreement. Ye Suifeng sat between them, feigning ignorance. A conspiracy, perhaps? You may scheme as you wish. Chapter 51. Binding the law, the Ye family emerged victorious in both battles, triumphing over the strongest representatives of the Li and Tang families. This achievement propelled the Ye family's acclaim to unprecedented heights. However, a lingering sense of regret shadowed their triumph. Wasn't it customary for the strongest fighters to make their appearance in the final act? Why reveal all their trump cards from the outset, leaving little significance for the ensuing contests? Yet, the third contender, Ye Qinyao, once again reshaped their understanding. Adorned with an ethereal beauty akin to a celestial maiden, she boldly chose to issue a challenge without specifying an opponent, inviting them to select at will. Previously, Ye Qinyao had demonstrated considerable prowess, prompting the Li family to dispatch a relatively weaker opponent, Li Ming, who was at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. For the sake of caution, however, Ye Qinyao unleashed her full potential, exhibiting mastery at the pinnacle of the Qi transformation realm. Her formidable presence eclipsed that of Tang Shaoqing by a considerable margin. The audience was left in stunned silence. What was transpiring with the Yi family? They had believed that Yi Huang and Yi Long represented the apex of their strength, only to witness the emergence of an even more formidable challenger. This revelation was nothing short of astonishing. Without a doubt, under Ye Qinyao's unreserved assault, Li Ming could not withstand a single exchange and was swiftly cast from the stage. The Tang family, wearing expressions of dismay, chose to forfeit, concluding that apart from Tang Shaoqing, no one stood a chance against Ye Qinyao. Soon, the 4th battle commenced with Yi Qian stepping forward. He took a deep breath and ascended the arena with deliberate grace, similarly unleashing his full cultivation at the 6th layer of Qi transformation. The crowd collectively exhaled in relief. This was a return to normalcy in the unfolding narrative. Go, Brother Yi Qian, we believe in you, shouted 2 young boys and girls, their faces flushed with excitement, surrounded by a throng of similarly spirited youths who cheered fervently. Yi Qian smiled at them, offering a reassuring gesture. Senior Gu, I choose to challenge Li Xinge of the Li family, he declared, naming his opponent. The Li family erupted into jubilant cheers below. Yi Qian appeared to be the easiest adversary to defeat, alleviating their earlier concerns that he might select a weaker opponent. Instead, he had opted for Li Xinge, the Li family's prodigious talent second only to Li Qi, an audacious choice indeed. Watch closely, Li Xinge remarked with a subtle smile, gracefully leaping onto the stage to face Yi Qian directly. The 4th battle was officially underway. Ah, we meet again, vanquished foe, Li Xinge said, brandishing a round fan with a light laugh. His fair complexion and slightly slanted peach blossom eyes gave him an air reminiscent of the fabled male fox spirit. I have promised to bind you to the law, Yi Qian replied in a low voice, as the audience absorbed their exchange. Some wondered in perplexity, did these two harbor a past grudge? Indeed. The little girl who had just been cheering for Yi Qian had red-rimmed eyes and a countenance filled with boundless rage. What transpired? Inquired a bystander, with a sorrowful expression. The girl recounted her tale. She belonged to the jurisdiction of the Li family, residing in the town of Qingxi. Her parents were humble garment artisans, and she had an elder sister. Though not affluent, their family was content, with enough to eat and wear, living harmoniously together. However, 2 months prior, the arrival of an individual disrupted this tranquil household. Li Xinge, a coarse scion of the Li family, had come to Qingxi town. Many were thrilled by this visit, seeing it as a splendid opportunity to forge connections. Li Xinge sought to commission a set of clothing, drawn to the town for its high standards in garment making. He perused every shop in Qingxi but failed to find his intended target. Instead, he fixated upon the girl-ass sister. When Li Xinge proposed to take her sister as his maid, the surrounding crowd cast envious glances. Yet, the girl's parents were filled with trepidation. They were simple folk who had never imagined marrying their daughter into a wealthy family. Consequently, they declined his offer. Li Xinge, unfazed, praised their principled stance and gifted them an expensive jade pendant. That very night, a band of masked intruders stormed into the girl's home, stealing the pendant, murdering her parents, and abducting her sister. The girl, hiding beneath the bed, witnessed the horrific events unfold. The following day, the town's authorities arrived, hastily concluding that it was a case of greed-fueled murder. Henceforth, the girl was left to wander the streets, utterly alone. It was then that she encountered Ye Suifeng, a young man who provided her with a sense of security, second only to her parents and sister. Upon learning of the girl's plight, Ye Suifeng resolved to track down the greedy villains and bring them to justice. The culprits were seasoned, yet Ye Suifeng managed to uncover crucial leads. Following the trail, he stumbled upon an astonishing revelation: Li Xinga. The latter dismissed Ye Suifeng with disdain, even neglecting to deny any wrongdoing, and cast the girl's sister aside. However, the girl was battered and traumatized, barely recognizable as human. Ultimately, she perished in Ye Suifeng's embrace. Enraged, Ye Suifeng sought out Li Xinga with sword in hand. At that time, Li Xinga had already achieved a formidable level of power, while Ye Suifeng was still in the early stages of cultivation. Unsurprisingly, he was brutally overpowered and left gravely injured, subjected to humiliation. Though on the brink of death, Ye Suifeng's gaze remained resolute. "I shall ensure you face justice," he declared to Li Xinga. "Humph, not in this lifetime," Li Xinga retorted arrogantly as he departed. After hearing this harrowing tale, those around the little girl were filled with righteous indignation, their hearts ablaze with fury. Such despicable acts! Humph. I had heard whispers before that Li Xinga frequently roamed the streets, abducting young women and wantonly ravaging them. I never imagined it to be true. What a despicable wretch! Those around him cursed, hoping that Ye Suifeng would teach him a well-deserved lesson. Ye Suifeng gazed at the arrogantly proud Li Xinga and slowly raised his head. "Today, I shall seek justice for all those you have harmed." With that, he clenched his fist and struck towards Li Xinga. Such folly! Yet, Li Xinga merely scoffed, casually flourishing his fan, and unleashed a torrent of energy, clashing with Ye Suifeng's fist. Boom! With a thunderous sound, Ye Suifeng was sent flying several meters, nearly tumbling out of the arena. "In the past, you were naught but a waste before me. Now, you remain the same," Li Xinga sneered. However, the retreating Ye Suifeng performed an unexpected act that astonished everyone. He produced a brush. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Ye Suifeng began to write in the air with the brush. A vertical stroke, a horizontal fold, another vertical stroke. It formed a simple character for mountain. Yet, upon completing the stroke, a tremendous force descended from the heavens. The crowd instinctively looked up, but saw nothing. However, in Li Xinga's eyes, a colossal black mountain materialized, bearing down upon him with overwhelming might. With a startled cry, Li Xinga attempted to evade the impending mountain, but its descent was far too swift. Bang! The impact landed heavily on Li Xinga's shoulder, bending his back and compelling him to kneel. How could this be? Li Xinga's expression was one of horror. The mountain was eerily terrifying. It was not as fearsome as a true mountain, yet its weight drained every ounce of strength from him. Only by exerting every bit of his energy could he withstand it and avoid being crushed. Li Xinga struggled with all his might, but no matter how hard he fought, the mountain lingered at the brink of his limits, pushing him to the edge of despair. "Do you see? This is the fate of those you have harmed. They are ever present, gazing down upon you." Ye Suifeng spoke coldly. At these words, Li Xinga looked up in sheer terror. What rested upon his shoulder was no longer a mountain, but a series of familiar figures. Among them was the sister of the little girl, her eyes brimming with blood tears as she silently murmured, seemingly accusing him of his crimes. "No, it cannot be." Li Xinga shrieked in panic, the scene sending chills down his spine. "It's all a lie. You cannot frighten me," he roared, unleashing all his vigor, striking fiercely at the ominous clouds above. Yet, he swung at nothingness. When he opened his eyes again, the sky was clear, and everything had vanished, along with the multitude of inexplicably bewildered spectators. What had become of Li Xinga? Unbeknownst to him, he suddenly knelt before Ye Suifeng, then began to strike aimlessly, as if engaged in a battle against the very air. He appeared like a fool, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Li Xinga gasped for breath, his expression as dark as the stormy sea. He realized that the illusion had been conjured by Ye Suifeng. Rage surged within him, a furious tide threatening to engulf him. Turning to face Ye Suifeng, an inferno of wrath blazed in his eyes. Yet at that moment, Ye Suifeng had already inscribed the second character. "See." A chilling breeze swept through Li Xinga, penetrating his collar. Not this again. Consumed by fury, he prepared to launch an attack. But before he could move, a fierce wind howled, nearly toppling him. A damp, metallic scent, mingling with the stench of blood, invaded his nostrils. Beneath his feet, he felt the unsettling sensation of liquid flowing. Merely an illusion. "Is this all you can conjure?" Li Xinga bellowed, opening his eyes. Before him, a vast expanse of crimson sea unfolded, blood. No wonder the sensation beneath his feet had felt so viscous. The sea of blood rose steadily, soon reaching his waist. He raised his hand, the palm drenched in crimson, trickling down slowly. You once claimed that blood was your favorite substance, that you reveled in it. Then, relish it fully. Yi Qian's voice echoed from all directions. It is but an illusion, a mere figment of the imagination. Once I escape, I shall surely take your life. Li Xingge shouted defiantly, then closed his eyes, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. If he could achieve tranquility, he would surely break free from this illusion. The sea of blood continued to rise, gradually submerging his nose. The overpowering scent of blood, combined with the sensation of suffocation, washed over him violently. Li Xingge fought to soothe his emotions, reminding himself that it was merely an illusion, devoid of harm. However, the feeling of suffocation intensified. If this continued, he would truly perish. Unable to contain himself any longer, Li Xingge let out a tremendous roar, releasing a torrent of bubbles, and then swam desperately towards the surface of the sea. Yet no matter how he struggled, he could not break free, nor reach the surface. A sense of despair began to blossom deep within him, swiftly spreading like wildfire. Panic, fury, discomfort, regret, and fear intertwined, enveloping him in the scent of death. Ultimately, he felt his consciousness slipping away. With a crash, Li Xingge fell to the ground, inhaling the long-forgotten fresh air. You once said that you tormented others simply to understand what despair felt like. Now, do you comprehend? Yi Qian spoke coldly. Li Xingge lay on the ground, breathing heavily. He was utterly exhausted, unable to utter a single word. Yet Yi Qian began to write once more. This time, it was two characters. I once vowed to bring you to justice. I believe that allowing you to perish amidst your most cherished substance may be the most fitting conclusion. The brush in Yi Qian's hand executed the final stroke. The fox spirit. No one could fathom the scene that unfolded in Li Xingge's eyes. Yet his demeanor sent chills down the spines of those present. He oscillated between laughter and tears, his face a canvas of torment, alternating between joy and abject fear. With a smile, he tore at his clothing, while his fingers etched crimson lines across his body. He wept, uttering apologies as he twisted his toes, shattering his kneecap with his own hands. Enough. Li Liusu on the high platform could no longer contain himself, bellowing in desperation. If this continues, not only will Li Xingge perish, but the Li family's honor will be utterly obliterated. Yet, the combat overseer, Gu Wanxin, appeared deaf to his plea, disregarding his words entirely. Ye Suifeng, this is truly enough. Li Liusu directed his gaze toward Ye Suifeng. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. This young man had discerned the path of killing from the Shanhai Tulu, a deviation from his usual philosophy. Well, it's likely just his obsession, he pondered. Ye Suifeng, are you even listening to me? Li Liusu erupted in anger, rising to his feet. I am indeed listening, Ye Suifeng replied, lifting his head and speaking loudly. Yi Qian. Enough, cease tormenting him. On the arena, Yi Qian nodded, erasing the words fox spirit. Only then did Li Liusu huff and take his seat once more. Just kill him. Ye Suifeng remarked with indifference. Chapter 52. A change is due in the arena of clouds. Yi Qian stood at the center, gripping a bloodied head. After Ye Suifeng spoke, he charged forward and swiftly severed Li Xingge. He tilted his head back, exhaling deeply, and casually discarded the head at his feet. Subsequently, he picked up the brush from earlier, snapped it in two with both hands, and flashed a smile towards the little girl on stage. Tears streaked down her face as she buried her head between her legs, sobbing quietly. Sister, your vengeance has finally been avenged. Ye Suifeng observed all of this with a slight nod. Yi Qian's slaying of Li Xingge was akin to conquering his inner demons. Breaking the brush symbolized severing ties with the past and returning to his true self. The lad had contemplated this even before stepping onto the stage. How foolish of me to worry whether he had succumbed to darkness. Thank goodness. However, someone was not so fortunate. Li Liusu's eyes were bloodshot, fixated on Ye Suifeng. You have gone too far, he growled in a low voice. In battle, death is an inevitability. Yi Qian simply could not restrain his hand. You are the head of your family, one of the three esteemed representatives of Yuyao City. Do not lose your composure. Ye Suifeng grinned widely, resembling a true villain. Li Liusu, in a fit of rage, had veins bulging on his forehead, his teeth grinding audibly. Yet, he held his tongue. I hope you do not regret today's actions. He delivered a final biting remark, then retreated in silence. Ye Suifeng dismissed him with indifference. It is the weak who bear with such grievances. If you have the courage, come and face me. I assure you, I shall only use my tribulation stage strength. His gaze returned to the arena. Yi Qian's defeat of Li Xingge stirred quite the commotion within the arena. The first genius to fall. All present were cultivators. Passionate souls, such a battle was worthy of their attention. Even if they did not fully comprehend the intricacies of the fight, Yi Qian triumphed over Li Xingge. Gu Wanqin announced the outcome of the battle. Following this, it was the turn of the Tang family. However, upon witnessing Yi Qian's eerie ferocity, the remaining members of the Tang family dared not engage. They chose instead to forfeit, met with a chorus of boos from the crowd. Next, it was the last contender from the Yi family. Let us welcome Ye Suifeng. Amidst the thunderous applause, a figure leapt onto the stage. She was petite, with long crimson hair, cascading nearly to the ground. With a playful bounce, she swayed adorably as she chewed on a peculiar candy that produced colorful bubbles. Just a child, someone remarked. Those nearby cast scornful glances in her direction. Had the previous four from the Yi family not imparted a lesson? How could their combatant be weak? Anticipation buzzed through the crowd as they wondered what abilities this seemingly adorable young girl possessed. Ye Suifeng approached Gu Wanqin, flashing a grin. Sister Gu, you look so beautiful today, so fair and round. Guan Wanjin lowered her head to glance at herself, offering an awkward smile. Thank you for the compliment. It is merely attire for the grand occasion. She swiftly diverted the conversation. Do you wish to adhere to conventional rules, or shall we dare to challenge others? Of course. A challenge it is. Ye Suifeng responded, her large eyes darting towards the last remaining member of the Li family, Li Ran. A sudden thrill coursed through Li Ran's heart. The four members of his family who had previously participated had not fared well. However, Ye Suifeng's gaze flickered past him, ultimately settling on the Tang family's preparation area. Li Ran breathed a sigh of relief. It is you, Tang Yingying, Ye Suifeng declared, selecting her challenger. Tang Yingying paused momentarily, then huffed, swaying her voluptuous figure as she approached. The two prepared for battle. Why have you changed your outfit? Just as Tang Yingying was about to launch her attack, Ye Suifeng suddenly remarked. Taken aback, Tang Yingying then noticed the undergarment in Ye Suifeng's hand, a rush of embarrassment and anger flooding her. How dare you? I remember now. It was you who caused the incident at the drunken dream gathering. Realization hit Tang Yingying, fury igniting within her. Indeed. How would you like to thank me? Ye Suifeng defiantly tossed the undergarment into the audience, provoking a frenzied scramble among certain ominous entities. I will kill you. Tang Yingying, consumed by rage, drew her longsword and charged forward. Hee. A blue halo materialized beneath Ye Suifeng's feet. The sword slashed through empty air. I am right here. Ye Suifeng's voice echoed from behind Tang Yingying, a pink undergarment appearing in her grasp once more. Return it to me. Tang Yingying rushed once again, fearing that she would be left utterly exposed before tens of thousands. Yet, as the blue light flickered, she found herself grasping at nothing. Wen Shu, what manner of technique is this? Mi Feng from Blackstone City inquired, astonished. The middle-aged man beside him appeared quite embarrassed. He was Mi Feng's guardian, responsible for his safety during this journey and offering guidance on cultivation. The battle at Cloud City provided an excellent opportunity to observe the talents of the region. Yet this time, the situation felt eerily peculiar. First, there was Yi Huang, who dominated the scene without even emotion. Aside from a simple declaration of strength, there was little to elucidate. Yi Long and Yi Qinyao were manageable, but Yi Qian's methods were enigmatic. He could not decipher the type of technique Yi Qian employed. Now, Ye Suifeng's peculiar actions resembled those of a portal to the void. How could such extraordinary prowess be wielded by a mere girl at the Qi transformation realm? I am still ascertaining, the middle-aged man replied. Wen Shu, did you not claim to know everything beneath the golden core? Mi Feng queried, puzzled. The middle-aged man's eyes twitched. You little rascal, life is hard enough. He fell silent, redirecting his gaze to the arena. Ye Suifeng continued to tease Tang Yingying. With each leap, she would acquire an additional item, be it clothing or accessories. Tang Yingying was on the verge of despair, nearly stripped bare of all possessions. Ye Suifeng, you are being utterly unreasonable, she exclaimed. Ye Suifeng pouted. All right, I shall cease my antics. Do not be angry. As she spoke, a blue orb suddenly materialized in her hand and was tossed towards Tang Yingying. The latter evaded the projectile, but as it passed her, the orb exploded, enveloping her in a soft blue arc. Sweet dreams, Ye Suifeng declared, and with a roll of her eyes, Tang Yingying collapsed onto the ground, fast asleep. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. What was this? To fall asleep at will? How enviable it would be to possess such a power. Realizing her tactic had succeeded, Ye Suifeng skipped over to Tang Yingying's side, gazing at her slumbering visage. Xiao Xinzi, please show mercy. I concede on her behalf, Tang Xiaoqing implored from the arena below. Yu Xiaoxiao scoffed, such sweet words. With a flick of her eyes, she produced a colorful pin from seemingly nowhere and began to create an abstract masterpiece upon Tang Yingying's face. Afterward, she snapped her fingers, prompting Tang Yingying to stir and awaken with a soft whimper. Tang Xiaoqing rushed forward to assist her. What just happened? Tang Yingying queried, her expression one of bewilderment. It's nothing, Tang Xiaoqing began, only to halt as he caught sight of her face, nearly choking on his words. We lost, let us go. Yet he restrained his laughter. Remember, don't look up. After Tang Yingying departed, Gu Wanqun announced Yu Xiaoxiao as the victor. All that remained was Li Ran from the Li family. Before the match could commence, he hastily opted to concede. There was no choice. The members of the Ye family had truly frightened him. Thus, the Battle of Yunxiao City concluded in an unforeseen manner, with the Ye family triumphing in all 10 matches. Meanwhile, with all 5 members of the Tang family present and only Li Ran remaining from the Li family, whose comrades were either deceased or gravely injured, the Tang family secured second place, leaving the Li family at the bottom. Esteemed family heads, let us discuss the forthcoming allocation of resources, Ye Suifeng proposed with a smile. Li Liusu, her expression dark, glanced at Tang Zheng, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. After a brief pause, Li Liusu stood, addressing Ye Suifeng. This battle of Yunxiao City has been rather absurd. I believe the agreement among the 3 great families should be revised. Chapter 53, 2 choices in the highest tier of the arena. Li Liusu wore a grim expression, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Ye Suifeng. It was utterly foolish to allow a handful of inexperienced youths to dictate the future trajectory of their family for the next 2 years. Therefore, I propose that we abolish this regulation starting today. Brother Tang, what is your opinion? Tang Zheng nodded slightly, responding, it does seem rather trivial. Our 3 esteemed families oversee the vast expanse of Yunxiao City, and the responsibilities we bear are profound. It would be prudent to consider the comprehensive strengths of each family when delineating the stakes. His demeanor was one of seriousness and contemplation. Clearly, the 2 had reached an unspoken agreement long before this moment. Even if today's battle had yielded a different outcome, they would likely have raised similar concerns. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. The original purpose of the Yunxiao City battle was to motivate the younger generations of the 3 families to diligently cultivate their skills and advance together. It must be said, it was a rather astute approach. However, Li Liusu and Tang Zheng had evidently forgotten this initial intent. When they suggested that the distribution of interests be based on familial strength, Ye Suifeng fell into silence, pondering the unexpected fortune of such a proposal. Indeed, I concur with your thoughts, he replied. Li Liusu was taken aback, having anticipated that Ye Suifeng, with his youthful disposition, would undoubtedly be anxious. Are you certain? He could not help but ask again. Absolutely, Ye Suifeng affirmed. With a confirmed answer, Li Liusu's expression relaxed slightly as he remarked, well, you are quite perceptive. Let us draft a preliminary proposal. When it comes to strength, without a doubt, Brother Tang is the strongest, followed by our Li family, and lastly, your Ye family. So, wait a moment, Ye Suifeng interrupted, tilting his head to scrutinize Li Liusu. Are you assessing this so-called comprehensive strength based on the excess flesh on your face? How has the Ye family fallen to the last position? Li Liusu's eyes twitched involuntarily, while he was indeed somewhat portly. He was not at the point of being entirely plump. What, do you have a question? He glared. Indeed, I have many questions, Ye Suifeng replied nonchalantly. Li Liusu suddenly chuckled. Ye Suifeng, do not presume that because you have stumbled upon some fortune and acquired wealth, you can run rampant in Yunxiao City. This world is governed by the strong. The rules are eternally set by the powerful. With that, he waved his hand grandly, summoning 3 gaunt elders who appeared on the highest platform, encircling Ye Suifeng. Upon seeing them, Ye Suifeng realized that these were 3 formidable figures at the nascent soul stage. How terrifying. They nearly frightened me. Then, Li Liusu turned to address the tens of thousands gathered in the arena. Everyone listen. Those who are not from the 3 families must vacate the arena immediately. We have internal matters to discuss. His booming voice echoed throughout the entire arena. Subsequently, over 100 imposing cultivators descended into the center of the arena, prepared to swiftly expel all outsiders. They were all members of the Li and Tang families, with the weakest among them being at the Golden Body realm. The crowd was in an uproar, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Yet, under the pressure from the opposing side, they gradually began to take a stance. This is bad. They are targeting the Yi family. Mi Feng's expression was anxious. Uncle Wen, please think of a solution. Uncle Wen wore a grave countenance. The three individuals who had appeared on the highest platform exuded an imposing aura, their cultivation evidently surpassing the Golden Core stage. He was merely at the later stages of Golden Core himself. How could he fathom a solution? Noticing his silence, Mi Feng began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, he dashed toward the periphery of the crowd, shouting, "Sister Phoenix, be careful." He had barely uttered a word when a palm struck his shoulder, rendering him unconscious at Uncle Wen's hands. Embracing Mi Feng's body, Uncle Wen glanced at the youthful figure on the high platform and shook his head slightly. "Patriarchy, I wish you good fortune." In another direction of the fighting arena, several young individuals clad in simple azure garments were also making their way out. The Ye family seemed to be in dire straits. Senior Zhang Dong, think of something. Those from the Ye family might all be qualified to enter our academy. The tall Zhang Dong surveyed the direction of the Ye family but ultimately shook his head. Tinfu Academy cannot intervene in external conflicts. With that, he turned and departed slowly. Under the influence of over 100 formidable warriors, the Tingyan fighting arena quickly became desolate, leaving only the core figures of the three major families and numerous powerful cultivators from the Li and Tang clans. They exuded a fierce and predatory aura. Ye Suifeng, do you now understand why I placed the Ye family last? Li Liusu turned, looking down upon Ye Suifeng. He spread his arms wide and declared loudly, "These individuals represent less than a third of our combined strength. And what of your Ye family? Having existed for less than a century, with no foundation whatsoever, what do you possess to contend with us? What do you have?" At this moment, Li Liusu was full of vigor and confidence. Ye Suifeng propped his chin on one hand and suddenly chuckled. "We have me. You?" Li Liusu burst into laughter. "You, who were a notorious wastrel just half a year ago, a mere upstart who stumbled upon fortune. I am quite relieved that you do not understand humility, that you lack restraint, and after acquiring wealth, you only know how to squander it endlessly. Do you comprehend what this signifies? It means that heaven does not wish for you to possess this wealth alone." Li Liusu wore a broad smile. At that moment, Tang Zheng also rose. Speaking solemnly, Ye Suifeng, the situation in Yuntian City has remained remarkably stable, with everyone developing in harmony. However, your recent actions have shattered a century-long peace. I do not hold it against you. Truly, what young person is without faults? Yet your mistake lies in having acquired wealth that you cannot control. Such things inflate one's self-ego and drive one to madness, making you forget that in this world, wealth is merely an accessory, only strength is paramount. Tang Zheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, resembling a sage full of wisdom. Ye Suifeng grasped the underlying truth. Ultimately, it seems that the two of you are merely coveting my modest reserve of spiritual stones. Speak plainly, it is evident how distressed you both are, scheming this and that. Are you not weary? Your assertions ring true. Ye Suifeng rose from his seat and strolled leisurely to the railing of the viewing platform, his gaze fixed upon the horizon. In truth, I have always understood that in every realm, the law of the jungle prevails. Great fish devour the small consume the shrimp, and the shrimp feast upon the minuscule. I am not particularly fond of such a world. Yet, how to articulate it? Each individual is unique, and with diversity comes comparison. With comparison, contention arises, and with contention, disparities in strength emerge. The optimal scenario is for the strong to establish the rules while the weak adhere to them, allowing for a coexistence of strengths and weaknesses. Ye Suifeng turned to face them. You are indeed correct. Li Liusu smirked coldly. So, does this mean you concur with our resolution? Indeed. Ye Suifeng nodded. It is time for Yunyu City to embrace new rules and paradigms. Li Liusu exchanged a glance with Tang Zheng, both subtly nodding in agreement. How do you intend to handle this matter? Ye Suifeng regarded them for a moment and said, I have contemplated two choices. First, you relinquish all rights, properties, shops, and resources in Yunyu City, taking your people far beyond its jurisdiction, never to return. In light of our shared century of coexistence, I shall generously grant each of you 100 million low-grade spiritual stones as travel expenses. Should you refuse, then let total annihilation ensue. Chapter 54. Change of fortune. Upon the utterance of this statement by Ye Suifeng, a fleeting silence enveloped the high platform. Li Liusu and Tang Zheng furrowed their brows, seemingly unable to comprehend the gravity of what they had just heard. They had initially assumed Ye Suifeng was jesting. However, upon witnessing his indifferent demeanor, they realized he was indeed earnest. Ye Suifeng, a surge of rage ignited within Li Liusu. You are truly courting death. We currently have 3 esteemed. Enough. Bang. Suddenly, Li Liusu felt an immense pressure descend upon him, overwhelming his arms and bending his legs until he was forcefully brought to his knees. The high platform, reinforced by arrays or visible cracks, a sight both alarming and distressing. "You have spoken enough," Ye Suifeng remarked coolly, his gaze frosty. Tang Zheng, along with the three elder beings in the nascent soul stage surrounding him, appeared momentarily stunned. They turned to Li Liusu, who had been so spirited moments before, now bleeding from his mouth and nose, trembling as he supported himself on the ground. "Ancestor, kill him," Li Liusu nearly screamed, his voice betraying the immense pressure and agony he was enduring. "This fool seeks his own demise." In unison, the three elders of the nascent soul stage launched their attacks. Clearly, they were ancient beings, having lived for centuries. Their strikes unleashed profound and high-level techniques of transformation, an overwhelming force directed at Ye Suifeng. Boom! A colossal roar erupted, accompanied by a cloud of dust that soared into the air above the arena. The spectators who had just exited the arena had not ventured far. They gathered at the periphery, anxiously awaiting the outcome within. Upon hearing the commotion, they looked up in astonishment. "They have made their move," someone exclaimed. "The head of the Yi family is still young. He should not be so ostentatious." Another lamented. "By heaven, if anything happens to Princess Huang, I swear there will be no peace between the Li and Tang families." Some young cultivators declared in righteous indignation. Uncle Wen observed the rising dust and felt the tremors of the earth beneath him, letting out a slight sigh. There was no doubt an eminent figure of the nascent soul stage had intervened. The head of the Yi family is in peril. In the distance, Zhang Dong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression grave. He distinctly sensed an extraordinary aura from the recent upheaval, a power that should not have manifested in the city of Yunshao. What has transpired with the head of the Yi family? In the Tingyun arena, the highest viewing platform had cracked inch by inch, barely held together by the participating arrays, preventing it from collapsing entirely. Li Liusu lay prostrate on the ground, bloodied and on the verge of unconsciousness. The three nascent soul cultivators who had just attacked were strewn across the edge of the platform, their limbs shattered and unrecognizable, clearly lifeless. Meanwhile, Ye Suifeng remained leaning against the railing, his appearance unchanged, even his hairstyle intact. As for Tang Zheng, he sat on the ground, his complexion finally betraying his disbelief. "Impossible. How can this be?" he muttered to himself, the scene that had just unfolded far exceeding his comprehension. Faced with the full force of the three formidable infants, Ye Suifeng merely waved his hand, vanquishing them all with terrifying ease. It was utterly horrifying. If this were a nightmare, Tang Zheng could only hope to awaken swiftly. In the distance, at the Yi family's seating area, Yi Huang gazed at her father on the high platform, her face filled with aspiration and pride. That was her father. "I am the daughter of Ye Suifeng." Meanwhile, the others were equally exhilarated. Ye Suifeng was the steadfast anchor in their hearts. As for the members of the Li and Tang families, including those powerful beings above the golden body realm, they were all frozen in place, motionless. Their expressions were filled with dread, yet they could not muster the slightest movement. "You yourselves declared this a world where the strong are revered." Ye Suifeng straightened his posture and slowly approached Li Liusu, looking down upon him. Li Liusu was not yet dead. He struggled to turn his head, gazing at Ye Suifeng, who blocked the sunlight, his eyes brimming with boundless terror. Why, how could he be so powerful? Li Liusu regretted his actions. He lamented having targeted Ye Suifeng. Such an existence was far beyond what the Li family could contend with. Spare me." Li Liusu's lips moved, attempting to plead with Ye Suifeng, but he could scarcely utter a coherent word. It was too late. Ye Suifeng spoke coldly. He was capable of acts of mercy, yet he was not a merciful man. When Li Liusu had threatened him through his daughter, the fate of the Li family had already been sealed. Ye Suifeng crouched down. "If it were I lying on the ground today, think about it, would you spare me? Ah, you must have longed to tear me to shreds." He opened his palm, and a drop of Li Liusu's blood suddenly floated out, landing in Ye Suifeng's hand. The droplet spun gently, rising and falling. In Ye Suifeng's grasp, it appeared almost alive. With each breath, a halo of hazy brilliance enveloped the surroundings, both eerie and resplendent. "So you were not mistaken. Indeed, the power here is only a third of the Li family's," Ye Suifeng remarked, the faint red glimmer in his pupils sending a chill through Li Liusu. "What do you intend to do?" Li Liusu finally cried out. "Do you wish to see?" Ye Suifeng drew his hand closer to Li Liusu, the droplet of blood magnifying infinitely in his eyes. Countless minuscule images became vividly clear. He saw Li Qi, still in a deep slumber. He witnessed the Li family members arguing on the streets. He beheld the two ancestors still in seclusion beneath the Leaf family estate. He saw himself lying on the ground and all of the Leaf family's bloodlines. No, no. Li Liusu had never encountered such a method, but he faintly grasped what Ye Suifeng intended to do. I was wrong. I was so wrong. Tears of blood streamed from Li Liusu's eyes. At that moment, he was consumed with endless regret. Time and again, he had warned his descendants to be cautious, to be prudent, to ascertain the enemy's true nature before making plans, lest they commit a grave error. However, today he has made a grave error by underestimating Ye Suifeng, a mistake that may never be rectified. Li Liusu and Ye Suifeng exchanged glances, her eyes filled with endless desperation. Farewell. Not every plea yields the desired outcome. The droplets of blood in Ye Suifeng's palm began to whirl violently, radiating an infinite brilliance. Li Liusu could only watch in horror as, upon reaching a certain threshold, it erupted with a deafening explosion. All scenes shattered like mirrors. In the streets of Yunchao City, a young scion of the Leaf family wore a triumphant smile, while the individual he had just quarreled with lay on the ground, spitting blood. Undoubtedly, he had once again relied on his family's might to claim victory in this confrontation. Yet suddenly, a frown creased his brow as he sensed something amiss within his own body. A slender vein surfaced on his face. He staggered and turned to survey his surroundings. However, everything before him had transformed into a crimson abyss. He wished to utter something, but an unexpected wave of dizziness enveloped him, plunging him into darkness as he collapsed, completely losing consciousness. The crimson veins on his face deepened in hue until all was engulfed in blackness. The attendants nearby rushed to assist him, only to find that he had lost all signs of life. Such a scene unfolded not only in Yunchao City, but also in its territories and even in distant cities, as all those with ties to the Leaf family perished within mere breaths. In the arena of Tingyun, silence reigned over the Leaf family seats. On the high platform, Li Liusu witnessed one scene after another shatter before her eyes. Tears of blood welled in her gaze as she looked to the heavens. With the last vestige of her strength, she let out a howl. It was unclear whether it was a lament against Ye Suifeng or a lament for her own choices. Soon thereafter, her vitality was extinguished. Ye Suifeng regarded her face with a slight shake of his head before rising to his feet. The Leaf family, numerous in bloodline, held significant responsibilities throughout Yunchao City. Their sudden demise would undoubtedly impact the governance of the city. Sui Yun, Yi Huang, Ye Suifeng called. Present. They responded in unison. You are to personally lead the Yi family members to stabilize the situation in Yunchao City and take full control of all assets belonging to the Li family and the Tang family. From this moment forth, Yunchao City shall be solely under the surname Yi. Chapter 55. A new beginning in the city of Yunchao. Chaos erupted unexpectedly. A significant figure suddenly perished in broad daylight. Panic ensued among the populace, each person consumed by their own fears. However, upon closer inspection, it was revealed that the deceased were all of the Li family lineage. They were bewildered. What on earth had transpired? On the bustling street, a carriage sped forward. Miss, are we truly not going to wait outside the arena? After all, the Yi family is our most esteemed guest, inquired a young woman dressed as a maid. No need to wait. The outcome is already predetermined, Gu Wanxin replied languidly, reclining on the soft cushions of the carriage. The figure of that man lingered in her heart. An indelible presence. Powerful beings of the transformation realm knelt at his feet. The Li family? The Tang family? To him, they were merely ants that could be crushed at will. Yunchao may descend into chaos. We must be thoroughly prepared, Gu Wanxin asserted. Her devoted maid nodded in agreement. I hope the Yi family is safe. I truly admire the Phoenix Fairy and I have great affection for Yu Xiaoxiao as well. I sincerely wish no harm befalls them. She expressed, her face etched with concern. Rest assured, they shall be fine, Gu Wanxin reassured her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. Yi Huang, Yu Xiaoxiao, and the other three had left a profound impression on her that day, simply because they were extraordinarily remarkable. Such individuals, Gu Wanxin had only encountered once in her lifetime. His name was Shen Tianming, the core genius of the Wanbao Pavilion, who, at merely 27 years of age, had ascended to the heights of the transformation realm. Could the Yi family truly rival the ancient might of Wanbao Pavilion? Yet, she understood all too well that the changes in Yi Huang and the others were attributable to a single person, Ye Suifeng. Perhaps I might consider attempting to mentor my little niece, Gu Wanxin pondered. Outside the arena, many anxiously awaited the outcome of the negotiations between the three great families. Suddenly, several figures shot forth from the arena, swiftly dispersing in all directions. It's the Phoenix Fairy. Someone recognized the leader among them. They're unharmed. How splendid. The head of the Yi family must also be safe, right? Of course. The crowd erupted in cheers. The Yi family's approach to affairs and their strength had garnered the admiration of the majority, who wished for such a family to endure. How had it come to this? What had he done to achieve this outcome? Uncle Wen felt perplexed. He could not fathom how Ye Suifeng had survived against three formidable beings of the nascent soul. Perhaps the Yi family possessed hidden strength as well. Young man, the goddess you admire may not be easily won, Uncle Wen remarked, casting a glance at the still unconscious Mi Feng before turning to leave. Let us go. The victor has been determined, Zhang Dong stated, observing the Yi family members retreating as he stepped forward. Senior, who has emerged victorious? Surely, it must be the Yi family. Several young individuals hastily followed him. Zhang Dong nodded. Return and prepare. We shall visit the Yi family tomorrow. In the arena of clouds, with a single command from Ye Suifeng, all the core members of the Yi family departed to quell the chaos within the city and seize control of Yunqiu City. Standing upon the high platform, Ye Suifeng turned to gaze at Tang Zheng. At that moment, Tang Zheng had lost all semblance of his previous arrogance. He slumped to the ground, utterly drained and visibly anxious. Each death of a member of the Li family pierced his heart like a needle. Ye Suifeng was far beyond anything he could have ever imagined. As Ye Suifeng's gaze fell upon him, Tang Zheng's heart leapt into his throat. Master Yi, I was wrong. Tang Zheng's voice trembled. What was your error? Ye Suifeng suddenly smiled widely. Tang Zheng hesitated, then hastily continued. I should not have heeded the deceitful words of Li Luxiu. I should not have been blinded by wealth, nor should I have opposed you. Please, spare me and the descendants of the Tang family. He knelt on the ground, fervently knocking his head as tears and snot nearly splattered on Ye Suifeng's shoes. Those who came here today to confront the Yi family must die, Ye Suifeng declared. Tang Zheng's forehead stained with blood. He looked at Ye Suifeng and understood the implications of those words. The Tang family would not meet the same tragic fate as the Li family, which had been entirely erased. However, the remaining members of the Tang family would forever be incapable of cultivating. I shall give you a moment to ponder, Ye Suifeng stated. Tang Zheng lowered his head, his eyes clouded with confusion. To be unable to cultivate was akin to death for them. His fists gradually clenched tightly, but moments later, they fell in despair. Surely, it was better than death. To live as an ordinary person, distanced from the turmoil of the cultivation world. Perhaps that was a form of happiness as well. Nevertheless, he wished to make one final plea. Master Yi, Shaoqing, and the others are unaware of today's plans. Ye Suifeng regarded him intently, ultimately nodding. You have 10 slots. Decide for yourself. Tang Zheng shuddered, then bowed deeply. Thank you for your generosity. His eyes brimmed with murky tears. In a short while, a paper inscribed with 10 names appeared in Ye Suifeng's hand, with Tang Shaoqing prominently listed. However, Ye Suifeng was slightly taken aback to find that Tang Zheng had not included his own name. The individuals named were the most exceptional young members of the Tang family. Have you made your decision? Ye Suifeng inquired. I have decided, Tang Zheng replied softly. Ye Suifeng nodded, preferring to speak little at this moment. For he embodied the role of the villain. Whatever he said would ring hollow. Since he had resolved to kill, then it must be done. He extended his hand. Tang Zheng understood, biting his finger, trembling as he offered his blood into Ye Suifeng's palm. Subsequently, he snapped his fingers. The 10 young members of the Tang family suddenly regained their mobility, their expressions filled with terror as they gasped for breath. Father, Master. Tang Shaoqing and the others looked anxiously at Tang Zheng upon the high platform. Shaoqing, return now, leave everything behind, lead our kin away from Yunqiu City, and never come back. Tang Zheng spoke softly. Tang Shaoqing's face was filled with sorrow. Father, he rasped. Get out. Tang Zheng bellowed. Tang Shaoqing fell silent. Kneeling on the ground, he bowed 3 times solemnly towards the high platform. He then rose, taking the remaining members of the Tang family with him, leaving without a backward glance. As he stepped out of the arena, a muffled explosion echoed behind him. From the corner of his eye, he beheld a scene of carnage where the Tang family had once stood, blood flowing like a river. Brother Shaoqing. Tang Mingxian hesitantly spoke. Go back. Tang Shaoqing growled, not looking back, striding forward with determination. At this moment, only Ye Suifeng and Tang Zheng remained in the arena. Ye Suifeng opened his palm, a droplet of blood within bearing a dark mark. It was a bloodline curse, imbued with the will of the heavenly Dao, unsolvable in this world. The curse would manifest after 3 days, granting the surviving members of the Tang family sufficient time to endure the initial perilous moments. Ye Suifeng remarked. Tang Zheng did not include himself in the list, which Ye Suifeng found commendable. Hence, he allowed them 3 days. Thank you. Tang Zheng lay motionless on the ground, having already resigned himself. Thus, the Li family and the Tang family were irrevocably erased from Yushao City. Ye Suifeng sighed softly. Rising into the sky, below, Yunshao City gradually diminished in size. The arrangement of buildings within the city was laid bare before his eyes. The 3 great families firmly occupied the central position, though the area of the Yi family was the smallest. Suddenly, Ye Suifeng extended his hand, forming a sword with his fingers, inscribing a colossal character for Yi in the heavens. As the final stroke was completed, boundless light radiated from the character, resonating with a thunderous roar as heaven and earth trembled. A beam of white light shot down from the center of the character, illuminating the very heart of Yunshao City, the domain of the 3 great families. From this day forth, this place shall be known as the Yi family. A new beginning. Chapter 56. Chaos in a dimly lit, narrow tunnel. A resounding bang echoed as a heavy iron door was forcefully thrust open from the outside. A figure darted through. A young man, his face smeared with blood, panting heavily, his eyes wide with terror. He sprinted through the intricate underground passages, repeatedly crashing through one iron door after another, glancing back as if a monstrous flood were pursuing him. At last, he found himself before a smooth wall of azure stone. The young man pressed against the wall, frantically fumbling in his pocket for a small, intricately crafted circular object, which he placed against the surface, deftly manipulating its mechanisms. With a series of clicking sounds, a slender crack appeared in the luminous stone, gradually widening. Suddenly, ominous footsteps echoed from the depths of the tunnel. The young man whipped around, his pupils constricting in fear. Without waiting for the fissure to enlarge, he summoned every ounce of strength to force himself through, nearly feeling his ribs fracture. Finally, he squeezed through and collapsed onto the ground. Lifting his head, he found himself in a vast underground chamber, brilliantly illuminated, with fragrant aromas wafting through the air. In the center lay 3 ancient coffins, one of which, on the left, had been opened. "Ancestor, please save me. Save your family," the young man cried out, scrambling to the coffin and pounding on its lid. Yet, no one responded. "Ancestor, wake up." He struck the coffin with fervor, blood trickling from his forehead. At last, he managed to pry open a wide gap in the coffin's lid, a chilling aura seeping out. Still, there was no reply. The footsteps behind him grew ever closer, and despair washed over his face. He turned to lean against the coffin, his gaze fixed on the open azure door. As the footsteps approached, a figure cloaked in purple emerged into view. "So, this is the foundation of the Li family." Yi Huang entered, surveying the surroundings, followed closely by a dozen followers. No wonder it was called the foundation. This place was at least several dozen feet beneath the surface. She stepped forward, positioning herself directly in front of the young man before the 3 coffins. "You are not of the Li bloodline, are you? Why do you call them ancestors?" Yi Huang inquired, leaning closer to scrutinize his face. The young man averted his gaze, murmuring, "My aunt is the legitimate wife of the 3rd master of the Li family." Yi Huang's eyes widened in realization. He was a distant relative. When she and her second uncle, Xu stormed into the Li family, only the distant relatives and a group of outsiders remained. They were in disarray, unaware of what had transpired. Yi Huang's arrival undoubtedly incited their frenzied attacks. However, under the might of her second uncle, who possessed the strength of the nascent soul, no one could withstand the assault of the Yi family. In an instant, the tide turned, transforming into a relentless game of cat and mouse between the pursuer and the pursued. Yi Huang, faced with the urgency of the hunt, followed the young man into this subterranean realm. "Spare me, I am but Clang." The flash of a sword severed his head, which tumbled to the ground. Yi Huang sheathed her sword, her eyes devoid of any compassion. Should the ancient ancestor of the Li family truly awaken, it would spell death for her and all those who stood behind her. Yi Huang straightened and surveyed the artificially created space. "Let us obliterate it with explosive talismans. The Yi family does not require such buried heritage." Moments later, the earth trembled, accompanied by a deafening roar as the majority of the Li family's structures above ground collapsed. Yi Huang and Ye Suifeng stood side by side, witnessing the unfolding scene. "I never imagined I would witness the downfall of the Li family in my lifetime," Ye Suifeng remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "Cousin Long and Uncle Bao have gone to the Tang family. Should we not join them?" Yi Huang inquired. "No need," Ye Suifeng replied, gazing up at the colossal character for Yi suspended high in the sky, the jade pendant at his waist shimmering with a faint glow. The moment that character appeared, he sensed a transformation within the pendant, which now stood as a formidable treasure capable of both offense and defense. Currently, neither the Li family nor the Tang family had any rivals against them. In the streets of Yinxiao City, chaos reigned. The sudden demise of the Li family sent the Tang family into disarray, with people scattering in all directions. Shops formerly under the dominion of the two great families hastily shuttered their doors, packing their belongings in preparation for flight. Within a lavish apothecary, a gaunt middle-aged man frantically filled his storage ring with an array of bottles and jars, illuminated by a radiant glow. Just as he prepared to vacate the premises, a thunderous crash resounded as the shop's door was flung open, and several figures blocked his path. The leader among them was none other than Yu Qiniao. Master Du? Yu Qiniao paused upon recognizing him. This middle-aged man was Du Haixing, the fifth-tier alchemist who had previously taught at the Yi family but had ultimately betrayed them. He had clandestinely struck a deal with the Li family, departing during the Yi family's darkest hour with a multitude of promising apprentices and a wealth of secrets. Having thought they would never cross paths again, their encounter on this day was unexpected. In the Li family shop, it is Yu Qiniao. Observing the group, Du Haixing remained surprisingly composed, chuckling, "I never anticipated you would achieve such heights. Nor did I foresee you aligning yourself with our adversaries," Yu Qiniao retorted, the atmosphere growing tense. "I was never truly one of the Yi family," Du Haixing suddenly exclaimed, his voice rising. "I was merely a hired guest. When someone offered better terms, my departure was only reasonable. People strive to ascend, while water flows downward." Yu Qiniao gazed at him coldly, her eyes devoid of any emotion. "This does not justify your betrayal of the Yi family's secrets to the Li family." At that time, the three masters of the Yi family departed simultaneously, resulting in losses that extended beyond just the teaching staff. Most significantly, they divulged a multitude of secrets from within the Yi family. Du Haixing remained silent, unable to refute these claims. Betrayal is, indeed, betrayal. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly tense, as if they were on the verge of drawing blades against one another. Sighing softly, Yu Qiniao breathed, "Regardless of the past, you were once my alchemy teacher. I do not wish to resort to violence. Leave everything behind and depart from Yinxiao City." With that, she extended her hand. "From this day forth, we share no further ties." Du Haixing, his expression grim, caressed the storage ring on his hand. Within it lay the wealth of an entire establishment, sufficient for him to live lavishly for a lifetime. Yet, confronted by the formidable Yi family, the likelihood of him absconding with it was exceedingly slim. After a moment of contemplation, Du Haixing sighed and removed the storage ring. He then stepped forward and placed it in Yu Qiniao's palm. "Little Qiniao, you have been my most astute student. Before I depart, allow me to impart one final lesson. Never underestimate the malevolence of the human heart." Suddenly, a fierce expression crossed Du Haixing's face as he clawed towards Yu Qiniao's neck. As a formidable being of the golden body realm, the distance was too short for the individuals behind Yu Qiniao to intervene. If he could seize her, he would surely escape Yinxiao City with his riches. He acted swiftly, his hand nearly grasping Yu Qiniao's throat. Just then, a beam of light illuminated his face, freezing his movements. A mirror appeared in Yu Qiniao's hand. "I have never underestimated. My apologies, Master Du," Yu Qiniao stated. As the light from the red dust mirror enveloped Du Haixing, he visibly aged before their eyes, ultimately transforming into a shriveled corpse that collapsed onto the ground. Outside Yinxiao City, a group of several dozen individuals hurriedly fled into the distance. After running several dozen miles, they finally slowed their pace. "The Yi family has not pursued us, have they?" one asked. "No, it seems they have let us go, but we are now utterly destitute." "Brother Shaoqing, what shall we do?" Tang Shaoqing stood at the forefront, glancing back at the faint outline of Yinxiao City. "Let us depart," he declared resolutely, turning away and continuing onward step by step. Chapter 57. Reconstruction of the Yi family, head of the family study. On the desk, an octagonal formation plate lay, with a dazzling superior spirit stone embedded at each corner. Intricate patterns of formation connected to 8 spirit stones. Ye Suifeng channeled a surge of spiritual energy, illuminating the entire formation plate in an instant. A familiar city materialized above the formation plate, its contours distinctly visible. It was indeed Yinxiao City. Ye Suifeng cast a spell, and the ethereal image of Yinxiao City expanded instantaneously, revealing all its towers and streets, ultimately focusing on the architectural cluster of the 3 prominent families. What an impression of futuristic technology! Ye Suifeng marveled. This formation plate was unearthed from the Tang family's treasury. It served as a map of Yinxiao City, albeit a comprehensive 3-dimensional representation. It was truly astonishing. Numerous similar trinkets were also discovered in the treasuries of the two major families. There were anti-gravity flying boards for swift travel, easily erected simple pavilions, even massage mattresses, and enormous iron pots capable of automatic cooking. While these artifacts bore no significance in combat or cultivation, they greatly assisted in various aspects of daily life. They utterly reshaped Ye Suifeng's understanding of the cultivation realm. Wasn't the cultivation world solely about training and combat? Yet, he soon comprehended. The civilization of this world had persisted for countless millennia. Even if the primary focus was on cultivation and ascension, the nuances of daily life could not be neglected. Take food, for instance. The abundance of ingredients yielded an astonishing variety of delicacies, far surpassing anything from his previous life. Ye Suifeng's aspiration to savor the culinary wonders of the world seemed increasingly daunting. Brother. At that moment, Sui Yan entered from outside. How is it? Ye Suifeng inquired casually. Without lifting his gaze. It is essentially stable now, Sui Yan replied. Initially, it was indeed chaotic. Many shops belonging to the Li and Tang families were suddenly left unattended, prompting many to seize the opportunity for theft. However, with our intervention, most incidents have subsided. Haha, we owe much to those youngsters, who brought back a significant number of cultivators months ago. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to take control of the entire Yushao city. Managing a city requires manpower. The recent batch of rogue cultivators we recruited has played a crucial role. Now, only our Yi family remains in Yushao city, and countless cultivators are eager to join our family. Many have already privately referred to Yushao city as Yi city. Sui Yan's face radiated excitement. This scene was beyond even his wildest dreams. I reiterate, distinctions and hierarchy must be clear. Those joining now should be treated differently from the previous group. Spare me any notions of equality, Ye Suifeng stated. Sui Yan nodded, having long occupied a high position. He understood well that treating everyone equally was akin to serving a beautifully deceptive poison. Indeed, my dear brother, the Li and Tang families have been thoroughly plundered, and their original edifices have suffered varying degrees of damage. Particularly the Li family, whose underground spaces have been obliterated, resulting in a substantial collapse. What shall we do about that? Sui Yan inquired. Ye Suifeng raised his hand, pausing the array map over the architectural complexes of the three prominent families. The map had yet to be updated, thus all structures depicted remained intact. The three families were situated in the very heart of Yunyao City, occupying a vast expanse. The Yi family comprised merely about 1/5 of the total area. They shall be razed and rebuilt, Ye Suifeng declared. Sui Yan was momentarily taken aback. Brother, there are still many undamaged buildings within. I am aware. It is simply that I find them unappealing, Ye Suifeng replied with indifference. Sui Yan was left astonished. Furthermore, after leveling them, we shall construct a new residence centered around the current Yi family estate, as the household has grown considerably cramped. Ye Suifeng's hand traced a large circle on the map, its area exceeding that of the present Yi family estate by more than tenfold. Brother, is this not a tad excessive? Surely, our family has not expanded to such an extent? Sui Yan felt it was somewhat exaggerated. It will undoubtedly continue to grow, Ye Suifeng remarked, casting a glance at him. I have heard that your wife is recently with child? Sui Yan's face flushed crimson, and he awkwardly chuckled. Ah, well. Our family is flourishing, which brings me much joy. A thriving lineage is a blessing, Ye Suifeng commented. I do hope you can spare some time to contemplate the origins of life more earnestly. Do you understand? Sui Yan, feeling embarrassed, repeatedly affirmed. I understand, I understand. Ye Suifeng shook his head. In this world, matters concerning men and women remain far less liberal than in his previous life. He then turned his gaze back to the map. At first glance, the architectural layout of Yunyao City appeared rather chaotic, with crooked paths and numerous dead ends, creating an uncomfortable impression. After some contemplation, Ye Suifeng casually drew 2 vertical lines, bisecting the city into 4 quadrants centered around the Yi family. We shall construct 4 major thoroughfares radiating outward from this point. Then, find a designer of high caliber to properly reorganize the buildings within the city. My requirements are cleanliness and order, efficiency, and accessibility. Is that clear? Sui Yan's expression was one of sheer astonishment. Brother, are you intending to demolish the entire city and start anew? And why not? Ye Suifeng replied. This disarray vexes me. I demand a complete redesign. As he spoke, he noticed that the Yi family's location was somewhat off-center within the city, leaning slightly to the left, which meant that if a cross were drawn from it, it would not align with the 4 city gates. What to do? Sui Yan, look at this wall. It is grand yet not circular. Let us also demolish and rebuild it. It must conform to a perfect circle, Ye Suifeng insisted earnestly. Sui Yun was utterly bewildered. He could not fathom what his brother truly intended to accomplish. Nor did he dare to inquire further. However, my elder brother's actions surely possess their own rationale, which, from my perspective, is challenging to comprehend. Thus, I shall comply. Very well, I shall arrange this forthwith. Is it not merely a circular city wall? Our Yushao city shall strive to be the most unique of its kind on the continent. Yet, unbeknownst to Sui Yin, his elder brother's behavior is merely a manifestation of his obsessive tendencies. Very well, let us proceed with this for now. Ye Suifeng diverted his gaze from the map, fearful that he might conjure yet another idea. By the way, how have the other factions within the city been faring lately? In Yinshao City, besides the three prominent families, there exist three additional factions of considerable influence. The first is the Wanbao Pavilion, a central hub for cultivators, bustling with a multitude of visitors each day. The second is the Zuaming Tower, the most prestigious tavern in Yinshao City, which also boasts the enchanting Zuaming Garden. The third is the Shangyun Courtyard, a realm of intoxicating pleasures, needing no further elaboration. Has there been any activity from the Wanbao Pavilion in recent days? Ye Suifeng inquired. None to speak of. Sui Yun replied. Since the Battle of Yunshao City, the Wanbao Pavilion has remained notably quiet, with its members scarcely venturing outside, exercising great caution. Ye Suifeng nodded. Gu Wanxin is a shrewd woman, and unless prompted by him, she would never act independently. Have Gu Wanxin come to see me tomorrow. This woman still holds potential for collaboration. And what of the Zuaming Tower and Shangyun Courtyard? Sui Yin responded. The Shangyun Courtyard remains quite composed. Yet it appears that the proprietor of the Zuaming Tower is becoming somewhat restless. Reports indicate that he has begun acquiring nearby land, presumably with intentions of expansion. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Let us summon them all tomorrow. We shall discuss the intricacies of life. Chapter 58. Rectification. Upon learning of the Yi family's intention to reconstruct Yunshao City, Dong Tianji was filled with excitement. As a master of the 6th rank in formations and a skilled architect with profound expertise in design, he was determined to prove his worth after a previous disagreement with the head of the Yi family. With a resolute heart, he approached the second master, Ye Suifeng, to express his thoughts. Sui Yin, who had been troubled by the lack of capable hands for this project, was delighted by Dong Tianji's volunteerism and promptly provided him with the basic blueprints and requirements. Dong Tianji brimmed with confidence, yet his enthusiasm quickly turned to disbelief upon examining the blueprints. Whose genius had conceived such designs? He was utterly astounded, having never encountered anything like it before. Placing the family at the very heart of the city was one thing, but constructing 4 direct thoroughfares to the family estate? Was it not too ostentatious? Furthermore, the demands for cleanliness and orderliness. Did one truly envision planning a mere backyard? Shouldn't the foremost consideration in a city be the distinction between the elite and the common folk? Most startling of all was the circular city wall. Good heavens, was the intent to create the most peculiar city on the continent? Dong Tianji's head throbbed with the enormity of the task ahead. Yet, he was reluctant to forfeit this opportunity. After much contemplation, he sought the counsel of Hu Chuang, a fellow 6th rank master of weapon refining. This man had traveled extensively and possessed a wealth of experience. Perhaps he had encountered such eccentric architecture before. The designer of this city seemed to have overlooked the family's safety. Upon receiving the blueprints, Hu Chuang's brow furrowed in concern. Like Dong Tianji, he felt that positioning the family in such a conspicuous location was unwise. In times of peril, escape would become exceedingly challenging. Thus, they resolved to approach the design from an underground perspective. However, Hu Chuang soon devised a plan, and together with Dong Tianji, they endeavored to steer this fantastical design back onto a pragmatic course. Meanwhile, the instigator of their headaches was leisurely sipping tea in the reception hall. Brother, they have arrived, Sui Yun announced as he entered. Let us attend to them one by one, Ye Suifeng replied. In the reception hall, 3 individuals awaited Ye Suifeng's summons. One was Gu Wanxin, who had visited multiple times and appeared quite at ease. The second was a portly middle-aged man with a fair complexion, dressed in lavish attire adorned with jewels, exuding confidence. He was Feng He, the proprietor of the Drunken Dream Pavilion. The final guest was an elderly woman, sitting upright with a serious demeanor, her murky eyes betraying a hint of unease. She was Granny Hua, the creator of Shangyun Garden. Master Gu, it is a pleasure to see you. Feng He began after a brief wait. You are indeed a frequent visitor of the Drunken Dream Pavilion. I recall that you once accompanied the head of the Yi family there. Feng He smiled, attempting to cultivate a rapport with Gu Wanqing. Indeed, such an event did occur. Gu Wanqing replied, reclining in her chair. Haha, that implies your relationship with the head of the Yi family is quite extraordinary. Feng He exclaimed. Gu Wanqing regarded him silently. Assuming her silence was acquiescence, Feng He inquired, Are you aware of the reason the head of the Yi family summoned us today? Gu Wanqing did not respond. Instead, she shifted to a more comfortable position and smiled slightly. Boss Feng, have you not been in Yinxiao City lately? Feng He paused in surprise, then laughed heartily. Gu Pavilion Master, you are truly perceptive to notice that. Indeed. I returned to the southern city of Linjiang half a year ago, and have only just returned. I had no idea that Yinxiao City had undergone such significant changes. Linjiang, one of the 9-city alliance, lies to the south of Su City. It is said to surpass Su City in terms of prosperity. Gu Wanqing nodded and chuckled softly. That is precisely the case. If you had been here recently, you would not have uttered the word please. Feng He frowned slightly. Pavilion Master Gu. What do you mean by that? Gu Wanqing fell silent. She did not wish to draw it too close to such a person. Feng He felt perplexed, wondering why Gu Wanqing looked at him as if he were a fool. After a moment, he redirected his gaze to Granny Hua. Granny Hua, as an old friend. I must kindly remind you, I have heard that the head of the Yi family possesses a noble heart, compassionate and benevolent, unable to tolerate certain sordid matters. You should be cautious with your words. Though his words were a warning, his eyes gleamed with schadenfreude. He and Granny Hua shared a competitive relationship, and he relished the thought of his rival potentially facing misfortune. Granny Hua huffed in response, remaining silent, yet her expression grew more tense. Indeed. Such rumors circulated in the outside world. If Ye Suifeng truly cannot abide the realm of indulgence, then, Granny Hua, please come with me. At that moment, Sui Yin appeared in the reception hall. Hearing her name called, Granny Hua involuntarily shivered, then slowly rose, following Sui Yin with a grave demeanor. Hee. She is certainly in for it. Feng He smiled at Gu Wanqing. Gu Wanqing rolled her eyes and simply closed them. Whether Granny Hua would indeed face trouble was uncertain. But if Feng He continued his antics, he would undoubtedly encounter difficulties. In the inner hall, Ye Suifeng sat, holding several sheets of stationery. Granny Hua entered. Led by Sui Yun, Ye Suifeng glanced at her and said, Sit. Thank you, head of the Yi family. Granny Hua replied respectfully. Ye Suifeng turned his attention back, observing her as he spoke. The Shangyun courtyard in Yunxiao City was established by your own hand, was it not? Indeed, she responded. Kidnapping virtuous women and cultivating them to serve as playthings for the affluent, was that also your handiwork? The second question plunged Granny Hua's heart to the depths of despair. Master Yi, you need only to answer yes or no. Ye Suifeng interrupted her words. Yes, I have done such things. The old woman lowered her head. Ye Suifeng remained silent. An invisible pressure bore down upon the old woman, rendering her exceedingly uneasy, and beads of cold sweat began to trickle down her furrowed brow. After a moment, Ye Suifeng set down the letter in his hand. From this day forth, do not let me discover similar matters again. Do you understand? The old woman suddenly looked up, her expression one of astonishment. Is that all? She found it hard to believe. Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. Oh, I understand. In fact, since Shangyun Garden has developed, we have ceased such activities. As long as you comprehend, Ye Suifeng replied, gesturing for her to leave. The old woman stood, bowed deeply, and then exited the inner hall. I thought you would eradicate Shangyun Garden, Sui Jin remarked with a smile. Eradicate it? Why would I? Ye Suifeng shook his head. Such places have their own reasons for existing. Destroy one, and another will immediately arise. It is better to find one that is more compliant and easier to control. With that, Ye Suifeng waved his hand. Have Feng He come. That fellow seems rather arrogant. Chapter 59. The Stone of Heavenly Formation. It was long rumored that the head of the Yi family possessed an imposing demeanor, and upon meeting him today, it was indeed extraordinary, truly a young man of remarkable talent. With a hearty laugh, Feng He entered the room. His face was radiant, and after a polite gesture, he seated himself opposite Ye Suifeng. Ye Suifeng remarked, You are quite the sociable character, Boss Feng. Casting a glance at the documents in his hand, Ye Suifeng delved straight into the matter at hand. I have heard that in recent days, you are acquiring land near the Dreaming Drunken Pavilion? Haha. It seems I cannot hide anything from you, dear brother Yi. Feng He chuckled. The Yi family is indeed formidable. In just a day's time, you have vanquished 2 other major families, which is truly admirable. Such a momentous event has presented me with a tremendous business opportunity, prompting my actions. Feng He sat comfortably in his chair, exuding an air of self-assurance as he regarded Ye Suifeng. Seemingly convinced that Ye Suifeng would be intrigued by his so-called grand business opportunity. Ye Suifeng was puzzled by his misplaced confidence. After a brief silence, observing Ye Suifeng's apparent indifference, Feng He spoke again. Head of the Ye family, this opportunity could yield us substantial profits. Ye Suifeng raised his hand to interrupt. Enough. I am not interested in your so-called opportunity. Feng He was momentarily taken aback. Head of the Ye family, we are talking about a vast amount of spirit stones. If we join forces, my estimates suggest that the profits could reach at least 100 billion annually. Don't tell me you are uninterested in spirit stones. Feng He decided to dangle a few enticing prospects. Having spent several years in Yushao City, he had a solid understanding of the economic situation of the three major families. The Ye family's annual revenue was merely around 10 billion. Even with the recent elimination of the other two families, it would not multiply by much. The increase in wealth was not as simple as one might imagine, so he believed that 100 billion annually would surely tempt Ye Suifeng. Little did he know. Having been away from Yushao City for too long, the times had changed. My interest in spirit stones does not align with your assumptions. The purpose of inviting you here today is for a different matter. Ye Suifeng set aside the documents and produced a design blueprint, placing it upon the table. Yushao City is set for reconstruction, and your dreaming drunken pavilion obstructs the construction of the main road. It needs to be demolished. Name your price. Feng He stared at the blueprint, momentarily at a loss. A large-scale reconstruction of Yushao City? Does the Ye family possess such financial strength? Head of the Ye family. This may not be appropriate. When the dreaming drunken pavilion first arrived in Yushao City, we had an agreement to avoid interference with one another at all costs. Feng He gradually reined in his smile. With whom did you make this agreement? With the Tang family, one of the three major families. Ye Suifeng shook his head slightly. Since arriving in this world, he had encountered few fools, but Feng He undoubtedly qualified as one. The ruling family of Yushao City was the Ye family now. If one wished to conduct business in Yushao City, adherence to the Ye family's arrangements was imperative. Either name a price and sell the dreaming drunken pavilion to us, or pack your belongings and leave. I shall grant you but one opportunity for choice. With that, Ye Suifeng disregarded him entirely. Suddenly, Feng He sprang from his chair, filled with indignation. Ye Suifeng, do you truly believe yourself invincible? He exclaimed. Above me is Linjiang City, and as Feng He began to unleash his fury, a profound sense of suffocation enveloped him. He then beheld a golden orb, radiant with a luminous glow, gently emerging from his dantian and drifting into Ye Suifeng's grasp. It was his golden core. Ye Suifeng, clasping the golden core, produced a low-grade spirit stone, placing it beside the core. One golden core, coupled with a spirit stone, is sufficient to procure all the assets of your dreaming pavilion, is it not? If so, sign the agreement and take them away. Ye Suifeng's patience had waned. Had he known the character of his counterpart, he would not have deigned to meet him in person. Such individuals, having been encountered numerous times, surely affected one's intellect. He now yearned to conclude this matter swiftly. Feng He stood frozen, his mind racing in horror. That was a golden core. Ye Suifeng had effortlessly seized it. What had transpired during his half-year absence from Yushao City? I will sign. Feng He stammered. Soon, an agreement was finalized, with Ye Suifeng acquiring all of Dreaming Pavilion's properties for the price of a low-grade spirit stone. Subsequently, Feng He finally reclaimed his golden core, clutching the searing spirit stone. He was consumed by regret. Had he known, he would have simply heeded Ye Suifeng's counsel from the outset and sold the Dreaming Pavilion to him. After Feng He departed, Ye Suifeng rubbed his temples. Such matters would be better entrusted to Sui Yun and the others. They were simply too mundane. Moments later, a familiar figure appeared at the door. Head of the Ye family, Gu Wanxin greeted, hands clasped before her. I hope you can maintain your composure. I have had quite enough vexation today. Ye Suifeng gestured for her to sit. Gu Wanxin smiled gently. It is rare to see you in such a state. Taking her seat, she continued. Is it because of Feng He? Let us not speak of that fool, Ye Suifeng replied. Now, tell me about yourself. You have been holed up in the Wanbao Pavilion, not stepping outside. What have you been doing? Gu Wanxin replied. I have, of course, been awaiting your instructions. Head of the Ye family. You are a member of Wanbao Pavilion, not one of my Ye family. You need not adhere to my commands. Ye Suifeng took a sip of tea. Gu Wanxin chuckled softly, then let out a gentle sigh. Head of the Ye family, should you not take me in? It won't be long before you can no longer see me at all. Why is that? Ye Suifeng inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Do you recall the last time you asked me to investigate the whereabouts of the spirit stones from Wanbao Pavilion? Gu Wanqing queried. Ye Suifeng nodded. He had been curious then about why Wanbao Pavilion exchanged so many resources for spirit stones, which were hardly sustenance. Do you have any leads? Indeed, Gu Wanqing replied, producing a box made of an unknown metal from her storage ring and placing it upon the table. Every transaction at the Wanbage is traceable. After bribing certain individuals, I stumbled upon an extraordinary revelation. Each year, a significant portion of the spiritual stones generated by our branches mysteriously disappears within a specific time frame. Subsequently, a new item, known as the Heavenly Formation Stone, appears on the material list. Eager to unravel the secrets concealed within, I seized an opportunity to engage with an individual responsible for managing the Heavenly Formation Stone. Gu Wanqing observed Ye Suifeng, her hands resting on either side of a box. To my astonishment, I uncovered a secret of immense significance. With a gentle press of her hands, the metallic casing emitted a series of clicks, transforming like countless minute building blocks. Ultimately, it morphed from a rectangular shape into a formation disc resembling the Tai Chi symbol. Suspended above the disc were 3 items. On the far left, there stood a petite tripod with 3 legs and dual ears, adorned with intricate patterns of formations that intertwined and crisscrossed, sending shivers down one's spine. In the center, a 9-tiered pagoda, transparent and crystalline, was enveloped by ethereal clouds, exuding an aura of mystery. To the far right, a luminous stone caught my eye, appearing somewhat familiar. This was the Heavenly Formation Stone. Gu Wanqing gazed at the glowing stone, her expression one of profound disbelief. It was only now that I understood that the vast profits garnered by Wanbage were solely for the acquisition of this modest Heavenly Formation Stone. Indeed, this stone was the result of the fusion of countless pure spiritual stones, requiring no less than 1 billion top-tier spiritual stones for its creation. Gu Wanqing marveled at the revelation. Without the existence of Ye Suifeng, the entirety of Wanbage's annual sales in Sioux City would only amount to approximately 1 billion top-tier spiritual stones. Ye Suifeng was equally taken aback, not anticipating that Wanbage's handling of spiritual stones would be of such nature. Moreover, he found the Heavenly Formation Stone somewhat reminiscent. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow. Another luminous stone appeared in his hand, identical to the one atop the formation disc. Master Yi, you possess such a precious treasure of heaven and earth, Gu Wanqing exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. The Heavenly Formation Stone is distinct from heavenly-grade treasures. It represents the highest caliber of materials with special properties, attainable only by superpowers akin to Wanbage. Ye Suifeng remained silent, his understanding dawning upon him. No wonder he had not heard the name spiritual crystal for such a long time. It turned out that people referred to this item as the Heavenly Formation Stone. He glanced at the balance in his wallet. 36. 5 trillion. Chapter 60. The Tower of Origins. Ye Suifeng initially believed that, under the influence of his own reckless spending, he would soon exhaust the remnants of spirit stones in his wallet. However, he was taken aback to discover that the spirit stones themselves were merely trifles. Alas, such a narrow perspective. If Gu Wanqing's assertions were accurate, a single spirit crystal equated to 1 billion superior spirit stones. Therefore, how many superior spirit stones would 36. 5 trillion spirit crystals yield? And conversely, how many inferior spirit stones? With an abundance of wealth at his disposal, how could one possibly spend it all? He awaited an answer with mounting urgency. How does Wanbao Pavilion convert heavenly array stones? And why is it necessary to transform spirit stones into heavenly array stones? What purpose do heavenly array stones serve? Ye Suifeng posed a series of inquiries. Gu Wanqing reluctantly withdrew her gaze from the heavenly array stones and remarked, initially, I too harbored such queries. This confidential information is of the highest secrecy within Wanbao Pavilion. I had assumed it would require substantial effort to unearth any clues. Yet, to my astonishment, the methods of transforming spirit stones into heavenly array stones, along with their functions, are all contained within this box. Thus, you family head, if you do not take me in, I shall find myself with nowhere to go at Wanbao Pavilion. Gu Wanqing had originally intended to merely borrow the heavenly array stones to show Ye Suifeng before making further plans. However, she never anticipated that the box concealed such a monumental secret. She understood all too well that by stealthily taking this box, her life was no longer her own. Ye Suifeng remained silent, slowly extending his hand. The small cauldron on the array plate floated within his palm. At that moment, he realized that this was not a tangible cauldron. To be precise, it was a blueprint, a meticulously detailed, 3-dimensional schematic. Ye Suifeng projected his immense consciousness, enveloping it in an instant. Within just a few breaths, he comprehended the entirety of the small cauldron's essence. So that is how it is. Ye Suifeng grasped the truth. This small cauldron was known as the spirit power melter, serving but one purpose, the conversion of spirit stones. According to standard regulations, 100 inferior spirit stones could be transformed into one medium spirit stone, while 100 medium spirit stones could yield one superior spirit stone. It would require 1 billion superior spirit stones to create a single spirit crystal, which is essentially the heavenly array stone. The essence of the spirit power melter is entirely constructed from heavenly array stones and array formations. The formation serves as the core, while the heavenly array stone acts as the conduit, an avenue connecting to the laws of heaven. The artificially arranged formations, through the heavenly array stones, take root in the heavenly laws, drawing upon the power of the rules. Hence, it is capable of transforming the very essence of spirit stones. No wonder spirit crystals are referred to as heavenly array stones. These stones can directly connect with the laws of heaven, serving as conductors of the rules. Consequently, cultivators can harness powers beyond human control, achieving incredible feats of creation. Well, let us commence with a trial. The spirit power furnace is categorized into 3 distinct levels, each differentiated by their conversion efficiency. The highest tier furnace requires an astonishing 10,000 celestial array stones, equivalent to the revenue of Sioux City over a millennium. Such a prospect is terrifying. With a grand flourish of his hand, Ye Suifeng summoned the 10,000 celestial array stones to hover before him and Gu Wanxin, seemingly indifferent to their value. Subsequently, he deftly executed a series of intricate spells, inscribing an array of formations upon the inner walls of the celestial array stones. The complexity and difficulty of the formations required for the spirit power furnace are enough to leave one's scalp tingling. Even if the 6th-tier formation master Dong Tianji were to undertake this task, it would take him thousands of years, even with unwavering diligence, to complete it successfully. Ye Suifeng himself encountered considerable challenges, investing an entire incense stick's worth of time to finalize all the formations. Success. With a commanding declaration, a small azure cauldron, nearly the size of a human head with 3 sets of ears, gently descended onto the table. As it landed, a profound resonance akin to the reverberations of a grand bell echoed faintly, symbolizing the presence of an unparalleled treasure. Gu Wanxin stared in a daze at the cauldron before her, her mind buzzing with the image of the 10,000 celestial array stones floating in the air just moments prior. All right, let us proceed with the experiment. Ye Suifeng snapped his fingers, and Gu Wanxin's mind cleared instantly, her focus sharpening. After a moment's contemplation, Ye Suifeng opened his wallet, releasing a torrent of low-grade spirit stones into the cauldron with abandon, akin to discarding refuse, leaving Gu Wanxin in awe. He continued until the count reached a staggering 100 trillion, at which point he ceased pouring. The cauldron contained an expansive storage space capable of accommodating the vast quantity. With a flicker of thought, he activated the first formation. After a brief interval, the radiant glow of the formation gradually diminished. Ye Suifeng extended his consciousness and discovered that all the low-grade spirit stones within the cauldron had transformed into mid-grade stones, totaling precisely 100 billion. Interesting, he chuckled, activating the second formation. Within mere breaths, these transformed into 1 billion high-grade spirit stones, demonstrating quite admirable efficiency. Nodding in approval, Ye Suifeng initiated the final formation. The outer surface of the cauldron flickered ominously. This process persisted for half an incense stick duration before gradually coming to a halt. An enigmatic aura surged forth. With a beckoning gesture, a newly forged celestial array stone materialized in his palm. Quite satisfactory, Ye Suifeng mused, feeling pleased with the cauldron. At last, he could manage the low and mid-grade spirit stones cluttering his wallet. Those numbers had been rather irksome. If Gu Wanxin were privy to Ye Suifeng's thoughts at that moment, she would undoubtedly cling to his leg, exclaiming, "Big brother, let me bear your burdens." After conducting the experiment with the spirit power furnace, Ye Suifeng shifted his gaze toward the small tower at the very center. The cauldron is intended for the fusion of celestial array stones, thus. What is the purpose of the tower? Ye Suifeng pondered aloud. Gu Wanxin nodded, her expression exceedingly complex. Very well, let me take a look. With a mere thought, Ye Suifeng enveloped the small tower with his spirit, revealing all its secrets at a glance. The Tower of Origins. This magnificent structure consists of 9 levels, entirely crafted from heavenly array stones and intricate formations, akin to a spiritual power furnace. Each level of the tower serves a distinct purpose, and with each ascending tier, the number of heavenly array stones required increases tenfold. Furthermore, with each elevation, the effects of all preceding levels also amplify tenfold. The first level produces a droplet of spiritual essence annually, requiring 1,000 heavenly array stones. This essence is an exceptionally pure spiritual liquid, usable for cultivation. Capable of altering the spiritual density within a certain range, nurturing spiritual artifacts, and enlightening spirit beasts, its applications are myriad. The second level generates a droplet of body-tempering essence each year, necessitating 10,000 heavenly array stones. This essence refines the body and can merge with any auxiliary tempering treasures, enhancing their effects manifold. It also fortifies one's innate cultivation talent to a certain degree. The third level yields a droplet of soul essence annually, requiring 100,000 heavenly array stones. This essence refines the soul and enhances comprehension. Moving on to the fourth level, it produces the essence of life, a liquid that embodies the essence of existence itself, capable of healing wounds and promoting the growth of spiritual herbs and medicines. The fifth level produces innate essence, fostering various innate physiques. The sixth level yields holy essence, nurturing extraordinary divine powers. The seventh level generates transformative essence, allowing one to transcend the limits of life and become a true child of the heavenly way. The eighth level produces law essence, useful for mastering the rules governing heaven and earth. Finally, the ninth level produces a droplet of the essence of the heavenly Dao each year, requiring an astounding 100 billion heavenly array stones. This heavenly essence enables one to wield and create rules. Upon concluding his examination, Ye Suifeng finally grasped the situation. No wonder these superpowers can unleash a single-core disciple capable of overpowering the most exceptional geniuses from ordinary powerful factions. The reason lies here. Chapter 61. A preceding 10,000 having perused all the information regarding the Tower of Origins, Ye Suifeng rested his arms upon the table, cradling his chin, lost in contemplation. If the information proved accurate, a 9-tiered Tower of Origins could generate an astounding 100 million drops of spiritual essence, 10 million drops of body refinement essence, and 1 million drops of soul essence each year. These three types of essences are fundamental to cultivation. Just imagine the number of formidable beings that could emerge from such resources, not to mention the subsequent innate essence, sacred essence, and transformative essence. With such an investment in resources, even the most prodigious talents could be nurtured, were it not for Gu Wanqin fortuitously discovering this. The plethora of spiritual stones and crystals he possessed might have remained dormant for an eternity. Master Yi, I am truly sorry, Gu Wanqin said, gazing at the silent Ye Suifeng with a look of genuine remorse. I was so astonished earlier that I forgot to inform you that the Tower of Origins is the treasure most in need of the heavenly array stones. We should not have squandered those 10,000 heavenly array stones on the spiritual power furnace. It is entirely my fault. Her tone was laden with guilt. Ye Suifeng blinked, quickly realizing that the young lady had misunderstood him. She believed he was left with merely 10,000 heavenly array stones. It's quite all right. Your assistance has been invaluable, he replied with a hearty smile. Gu Wanqin blinked her eyes in surprise. Master Yi, call me Brother Yi, Ye Suifeng interjected. By the way, you are not older than I am, are you? He had not inquired about Gu Wanqin's age before, and now that he was prepared to regard her as a friend, he would not engage in such matters. Delving into one's mind to ascertain age is rather impolite. Gu Wanqin looked at Ye Suifeng without revealing her age, instead offering a gentle smile. Brother Yi. Ye Suifeng nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, from where did you acquire this box? Such an item seems ill-suited for being found within the confines of Sioux City, he inquired, pondering how a box containing the entirety of the information regarding the spiritual power furnace and the Tower of Origins could be so carelessly transported. It belongs to a steward from the Wanbao Pavilion, Gu Wanqin explained. He has been responsible for the allocation of resources and collection of spiritual stones within the Sioux City area. At the time, I merely assumed that the box contained a single heavenly array stone. Suddenly, Gu Wanqin furrowed her brow, adding, perhaps this matter bears some relation to you, Brother Yu. How could it possibly concern me? Ye Suifeng questioned, perplexed. It is as follows, Gu Wanqin replied with a smile. In the past 6 months, your expenditures have been exceedingly lavish, drawing the attention of the upper echelons of Wanbao Pavilion. Moreover, all your payments have been made with inferior spiritual stones. You may not be aware, but the storerooms in Sioux City are filled with large storage bags brimming with spiritual stones. Thus I surmise they may have brought the construction methods for the spiritual power furnace and the Tower of Origins for the sake of convenience and transportation. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. The explanation seems somewhat strained. They could have merely brought a finished furnace without the need for the design blueprints. However, they cannot elucidate why the Wanbao Pavilion would act in such a manner. Regardless, the blueprints are now in hand. The steward of the Wanbao Pavilion must possess far superior abilities than yours. How did you manage it? Ye Suifeng inquired once more. Du Wanqing hesitated momentarily before responding. Brother Ye, you know, in matters such as these, women often have certain advantages though unspoken. Ye Suifeng could infer her meaning. It was understandable. A woman without connections navigating the intricate dynamics of the Wanbao Pavilion must undoubtedly possess some cunning. Ascending to the position of pavilion master was no small feat. Ye Suifeng held a deep respect for individuals like her. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety. You need not engage in such dealings any longer, Ye Suifeng affirmed earnestly. Really? Brother Ye, I am immensely grateful. The burdens on Gu Wanqing's heart finally lifted. However, a hint of melancholy crossed her face. So, I will be living in the Ye family from now on? Ye Suifeng regarded her with a smile. If you find it unappealing, you may remain at the Wanbao Pavilion and continue the transactions with the Ye family. Du Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, having taken something so significant from the Wanbao Pavilion. I should not be able to return, right? Ye Suifeng chuckled lightly. As long as you wish for it, there is no issue. I will handle this matter. Gu Wanqing gazed at him with wide eyes. Throughout the years of navigating the murky waters of class transactions, teetering on the brink of death, no one had ever uttered such words to her before. It was a comforting sentiment. Thank you. Then I shall return suddenly. Gu Wanqing appeared flustered. Brother Ye. It's not that I dislike the Ye family, nor do I think poorly of it. All right, Ye Suifeng interjected with a smile. I will require you to stay at the Wanbao Pavilion for the time being to procure supplies for the family. Du Wanqing smiled, relieved. Very well. Let us hasten back to resume operations. Someone has been waiting for you for quite some time. Ye Suifeng closed the box and handed it to Du Wanqing. Who? She queried. The one from our last visit to Suqing. Ah, yes, Shen Tianming. He must be here for the box. As he spoke, Ye Suifeng gently pressed a light red dot on her forehead with his index finger. He then produced 100 Tianjin stones and offered them to her. Deliver this to him with the message that nothing has transpired. Otherwise, I shall procure all the Wanbao Pavilion of the 9 Cities Alliance with a single inferior spirit stone. Ye Suifeng declared. Oh, is that truly what you mean? Indeed. Do not worry. With this in hand, your safety is assured. Ye Suifeng gestured towards her forehead. Gu Wanqing nodded vigorously, her steps brisk as she exited. Once she had departed, Ye Suifeng exhaled deeply, leaning back in his chair. This time, Gu Wanqing has truly rendered invaluable assistance. The cultivation of the Ye family's progeny has encountered a significant bottleneck. The investment of resources has reached a saturation point, and any further augmentation would not precipitate a qualitative transformation, unless one acquires even rarer resources, or adopts a tailored approach to training akin to that of Yi Huang and Yi Long. The process becomes exceedingly cumbersome. Ye Suifeng is not a caretaker. He is solely responsible for a select few of the most exceptional core disciples. Thus, the origin tower of all things has arrived at an opportune moment. How many shall be constructed? A single 9-story origin tower necessitates 100 billion pieces of heavenly array stones. Let us commence with 10,000 towers. An excess would leave us with no place to house them. That amounts to 1 trillion heavenly array stones. This time, Ye Suifeng is indeed making a monumental investment. In Yunju City, at the Wanbao Pavilion, all patrons were inexplicably ushered out. Shen Tianming sat in the center of the first floor, his countenance dark and brooding. Beneath him, the steward responsible for managing the spirit stones lay in a pool of blood, his bones shattered, incapacitated on the ground. He awaited with bated breath, anxiety gnawing at him. The second 9-story origin tower of Wanbao Pavilion is on the verge of completion. There must be no errors under my watch. We must become the first faction on this continent to possess 2 9-story origin towers. Chapter 62. The Mirror Lake for a full 3 days. Ye Suifeng immersed himself in his study, tirelessly crafting the origin towers. Although the process came easily to him, its complexity was undeniably daunting. Each layer was interwoven with thousands upon thousands of intricate formations, densely packed and entangled. To forge 10,000 towers was akin to requiring a student to painstakingly transcribe the characters 1,000 times. Eventually, Ye Suifeng managed to produce 10 towers at once, thus completing the monumental task of creating 10,000 9-layered origin towers within 3 days. Once finished, the study was filled to the brim with these towers. One could scarcely move without bumping into them. Unfortunately, these artifacts possess their own spatial characteristics, rendering them impossible to store within a storage ring. What to do with them? Ye Suifeng was at a loss. Simply handing over the entirety of the 10,000 towers to Suiyun was out of the question, as it would surely frighten him to death. He needed to devise a method for their collective management. With this thought in mind, he rose and stepped outside. As he moved, the floating origin towers clinked and clashed together, with many unwittingly obstructing his path. Move aside, you cursed towers. After a brief moment, Ye Suifeng exited the study and decided to assess the progress of the new city. With a thought, he teleported high into the sky, gazing down upon Yushao City. Compared to 3 days prior, the transformation was astonishing. The former residences of the Li and Tang families had been completely razed, and towering walls now encircled the area, enclosing it entirely. A group of figures were busily arranging formations upon the walls. This was to be the new Yi family estate. From the new estate, for exceptionally wide roads extended straight towards the cardinal directions, leading directly to the outskirts of Yushao City. At the end of these thoroughfares, for brand new city gates stood completed, while the city walls had begun to take shape, with numerous individuals gathered there, resembling foremen overseeing the construction. Ye Suifeng recognized 2 of the figures among them, Dong Tianji and Hu Chuang. Both had contributed significantly to the design of various aspects of the new Yunshao city. Within the city itself, construction was in full swing. Expanses of irregular buildings had been demolished, making way for newly constructed pavilions, now arranged in orderly fashion. The overall appearance was decidedly more pleasant than before. Ye Suifeng nodded to himself, impressed by the rapid pace of construction. Of course, upon reflection, it was easy to understand. This was the realm of cultivation. Individual power was immensely potent, rendering heavy machinery unnecessary, as tasks could be accomplished with a mere wave of the hand. Moreover, specialized construction crews existed in this world, employing puppets designed specifically for building. A handful of them could swiftly assemble a brand new edifice in mere moments. Thus, the framework of the new city had been erected within just a few days. Next came the tasks of setting up formations, reinforcing the walls, and a myriad of other responsibilities, all entrusted to Dong Tianji and Hu Chuang. After observing for a while and finding no significant issues, Ye Suifeng decided to withdraw his attention. He would merely provide the requirements and oversee the completion, allowing those beneath him to refine the details. Now, he merely seeks to arrange the 10,000 origin towers. First, they require storage. Ordinary storage spaces are inadequate, thus he must create a space of his own. This is relatively simple, yet such a space resembles another world, rendering it quite inconvenient. Moreover, the low-tier essence is produced at an astonishing rate. Even if distributed among the entire city, it would remain inexhaustible. Of course, I wouldn't resort to that. The 9-layer origin tower's first layer can yield 100 million drops of spiritual essence annually. If amassed, it would amount to approximately 1,000 cubic meters. With 10,000 towers, that totals 10 million cubic meters each year. In just over a year, it could produce a volume equivalent to that of Westlake in my past life. And this is spiritual essence. Ye Suifeng furrows his brow, contemplating for a moment before a light suddenly sparks in his eyes. Ah, Westlake. We could create a lake ourselves. He glances at the recently leveled land of the Li and Tang families, and an idea forms in his mind. Suddenly, he flashes to the rear of the Yi family ancestral home, onto the pristine land. This area is splendid. Ye Suifeng extends his finger, sketching a perfect circle upon the ground. Then, he presses his palm downward. Boom. The earth trembles, and the freshly leveled ground instantly sinks, revealing a colossal pit extending hundreds of feet deep. What just happened? Is a formidable being attacking? The townsfolk panic, some rushing out in their nightclothes. Following the tremors, several figures soar into the sky, hastening toward the Yi residence. Suiyun arrives first, gazing at the suddenly formed pit with astonishment. However, upon turning his gaze and seeing Ye Suifeng deep in thought, he gradually relaxes. No worries, continue with your tasks. Suiyun dismisses the concerned Yi family members and lands beside Ye Suifeng. Brother, at least offer a greeting. Suiyun expresses with exasperation. I was merely assisting you in testing the sturdiness of the newly constructed buildings. Ye Suifeng replies nonchalantly, his heart steady. In truth, he had been so engrossed in thought that he forgot such matters. Nevertheless, Suiyun refrains from further inquiries, instead gazing at the vast pit and asking, Brother, what do you intend to do? Creating a large lake, Ye Suifeng responds. Now that we have ample space, I plan to establish a grand garden here. A place to stroll leisurely in my free time. Suiyun, brother, for matters of this nature, it suffices to inform me. There is no need for you to undertake everything personally. You do not comprehend. Ye Suifeng shakes his head, stating, "Wait for me here for a moment. I shall explain how to proceed shortly." With that, he rises and soars directly into the vast expanse before the enormous character for Ye. He then gestures, summoning the myriad origin towers from his study, arranging them in a long line that ultimately converges before him. "Let us place them here." Ye Suifeng delivers a powerful punch, shattering the void before him, creating a pitch-black spatial realm. Subsequently, extending his hand to press against the character for leaf. Countless fragments of space began to coalesce around its contours. In a mere moment, the white character formed a delicate golden edge, faintly glowing. This represented a newly established realm, with the immense character serving as the gateway to this dimension. Roll in. Ye Suifeng kicked the foremost origin tower, and the serpent-like procession began to stir, one by one passing through the leaf-shaped portal into the subsequent space. Once all the origin towers had entered, Ye Suifeng's figure flickered, and he too stepped into the realm. This space was not particularly vast, roughly akin to the area of Cloud City. The next task was to establish a passageway. The ancient Qian Kuan translocation array seemed perfectly suited for this purpose. Recalling the intricacies of this formation, Ye Suifeng traced patterns in the void with his fingers. And soon a colossal array materialized on the ground. A deep, dark pit gradually surfaced, precisely mirroring the enormous crater he had just created with a single palm strike. After a moment's contemplation, he executed a seal, segmenting the pit into 10 distinct layers from top to bottom. Then, he summoned the origin towers, arranging them in concentric circles, meticulously floating above the pit. Connect. With a commanding shout, all the origin towers linked to the pit, each layer corresponding to the depths of the pit. The first layer of the origin tower connected to the second layer of the pit, continuing downward until the 9th layer was aligned with the pit's deepest section. "Come forth." Ye Suifeng clenched his fist, and having produced the primordial essence, he began to slowly channel it into the corresponding layers of the pit. Meanwhile, Suiyun, who had been awaiting Ye Suifeng, suddenly sensed an unusual transformation occurring within the vast pit before him. He looked up, and to his astonishment, a shroud of mist enveloped the area just below 10 meters from the ground, emanating a soft starlight reminiscent of the Milky Way. What could that be? He was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Ye Suifeng's figure appeared beside him. Water. As Ye Suifeng's words fell, pure subterranean water emerged from thin air, cascading into the expansive pit. Within mere breaths, it completely filled the void. The pit had now transformed into a grand lake. "Ah, splendid." Ye Suifeng nodded in satisfaction. He had connected 10,000 origin towers to this lake, ensuring that all future primordial essence would be stored beneath the surface of the lake before him, with each layer corresponding accordingly. The first layer would be the lake water, the second layer the essence of spiritual energy, and so forth. Let us construct a garden around it, and introduce some fish and lotus flowers within. We can also plant willows and various flowers and grasses in the surroundings. Ye Suifeng proposed. Indeed. Suiyun, captivated by the fragrant emanations of the lake, incredulously inquired, "Brother, this lake water must be extraordinary, right?" Ye Suifeng nodded in affirmation. Nurtured by the essence of the 9-layered elixir, the surface of the lake transforms into a unique treasure. Ordinary beings residing here may undergo intriguing changes. From this lake, you may draw forth several streams, creating rockeries or any whimsical formations, allowing the waters to cascade throughout the family estate. Do you understand? With a nod of agreement, Suiyun acknowledged. Brother, such a precious lake deserves a name. Ye Suifeng suddenly felt overwhelmed, as naming was his least favorite task. Observe its vastness and roundness, coupled with the crystalline clarity of its surface, resembling a mirror. Let us name it Mirror Lake. Chapter 63. It is time to depart. The main construction of the Mirror Lake has been completed, yet Ye Suifeng encountered a new dilemma. Despite the vast expanse of the lake, it could hardly accommodate the relentless production of essence from thousands of origin towers working over time. Particularly concerning was the spirit essence, which, if left unchecked, would likely reach saturation within half a year. Nevertheless, having an excess of such substance would serve little purpose. Thus, the surplus would be distributed throughout the territory of Yunxiao City. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Suifeng commenced his next endeavor. He devised a temporal array, whereby at specified intervals, the mirror lake would naturally evaporate a portion of its contents, blending with the water vapor in the sky to form rain. Each month, the territory of Yunxiao City would receive a rainfall infused with spirit essence, nurturing the land. Quarterly, a transformative rain enriched with body-refining essence would descend, reshaping all that it touched. Annually, a soul rain, imbued with divine soul essence, would fall, enlightening all beings. Every 3 years, a life rain, infused with life essence, would manifest, granting longevity. Moreover, each year, 3 innate stones would descend, awakening the innate bodies of those who obtained them. Every 3 years, 3 sacred stones would fall, bestowing upon their possessors the ability to awaken divine powers and descend to sanctity. Every decade, 3 stones of creation would descend, and those fortunate enough to acquire them would be heralded as true chosen ones. Collectively, these phenomena would account for merely a tenth of the output from the origin towers, with the remainder reserved for the Ye family's use or stored for future needs. As for the more precious rules essence and the heavenly path essence, they would be withheld from the outside world for the exclusive use of core family members. Even so, it was evident that in the near future, Yunxiao City would become a cradle of prodigies, evolving into a true sanctuary for cultivation. Rather than merely seeking out talent, it was far more effective to cultivate it. Ye Suifeng smirked at this thought. Once these tasks were completed, he entrusted the remaining affairs to Sui Yun. In the following days, the entirety of Yunxiao City was immersed in a fervor of construction as the circular city walls were finalized, giving rise to a brand new stronghold. The visage of the old Yunxiao City had been entirely concealed within the annals of history. The internal structure of Yunxiao City had stabilized, having eradicated the residual forces of the Li and Tang clans, reclaiming all their shops and lands. However, the outer territories still harbored many disturbances that required pacification. Sui Bao and Yi Huang had already readied themselves for departure from the city that very day. In the study, Sui Yun reported on recent developments. Ye Suifeng, feeling somewhat indifferent, nodded in acknowledgement. The Yi family now held unrivaled supremacy in Yunxiao City, with no faction capable of challenging them. Unification was merely a matter of time. Once stability was assured, perhaps it would be time to explore other regions of the world, the chaotic eastern nations, the sacred southern sects, the exotic western lands, and the vast northern snowfields. He pondered what delightful culinary experiences awaited him. Elder brother, are you listening? Sui Yun's voice suddenly broke through his reverie. Oh, yes, yes. Ye Suifeng replied, regaining his focus. Let us act swiftly. Those who are arrogant and overbearing must be dealt with. Yunxiao City shall never lack cultivators in the future. Sui Yun nodded in agreement. This morning, someone came to visit, seeking an audience with you. Who were they? Ye Suifeng inquired. A group of young individuals clad in azure garments, all hailing from the Tianfu Academy, replied Sui Yun. The leader, named Zhang Dong, possesses an extraordinary demeanor and an inscrutable level of cultivation. Tianfu Academy? Ye Suifeng queried, unfamiliar with the name. I had not heard of it either until I made inquiries. It is a formidable force on the continent, with influence spreading far and wide. Moreover, anyone permitted to cultivate within its halls is undoubtedly of exceptional caliber. I believe they have come to recruit some of our members, Sui Yun elucidated. Ye Suifeng nodded. With the family's rising power, they would inevitably encounter higher echelons of influence. And Tianfu Academy was merely the first. He harbored no significant objections to family members joining such an institution. While the Yi family was flourishing, true personal growth necessitated venturing beyond familiar confines. For instance, even the sacred grounds occasionally dispatched disciples into the mundane world for experience. Let them come, Ye Suifeng stated. After a while, Ye Suifeng appeared in the reception hall, where a group of young scholars in azure sat below. They were all quite young, around 20 years of age. Yet the weakest among them had already attained the golden body realm. The strongest, Zhang Dong, possessed a mere 25 years of age but had reached the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage. He was but a step away from the divine transformation realm, comparable to Shun Tianming of the Wanbao Pavilion. This clearly illustrated the remarkable stature of Tianfu Academy. First, allow me to congratulate the head of the Yi family on unifying Yunxiao City, Zhang Dong began. Since the battle for Yunxiao City, I have long wished to meet with you. However, I recognize the tumultuous times following the upheaval, which made me hesitant to intrude until today. Zhang Dong spoke with calmness and decorum, though his scholarly demeanor was somewhat pronounced. No matter, Ye Suifeng replied. If you have matters to discuss, please speak plainly. Indeed. The head of the Yi family is refreshingly candid. Zhang Dong clasped his hands in respect. I shall be direct. Tianfu Academy seeks to embrace the world's talents. Observing the Yi family's youth during the battle for Yunxiao City, I perceive them as latent dragons in the wild. Thus, I wonder if you would consider allowing them to study at Tianfu Academy, transforming into true dragons henceforth? Zhang Dong's tone was courteous, yet his words bore an air of superiority. The notion of latent dragons suggested that Yunshao City was indeed a wilderness. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin. Which of them do you favor? It is precisely those 5 disciples who fought in the battle for Yunshao City. Zhang Dong replied. After a moment of silence, Ye Suifeng mused, it is not entirely out of the question. However, such matters must ultimately reflect their own desires. Upon concluding his statement, one of the academy students suddenly leaped up, exclaiming, Hey, did you hear that? We are Tianfu Academy. Allowing individuals from your realm to enter is indeed a stroke of fortune, yet you still hesitate? The young man appeared utterly incredulous, as if Ye Suifeng had uttered something utterly preposterous. Guangmu, silence yourself. Zhang Dong interjected with a sharp command before Ye Suifeng could utter a word. Guangmu, taken aback, turned to Zhang Dong and retorted, Senior, he is merely the chieftain of a rural locality. His pretense is a profound disrespect towards our esteemed Tianfu Academy. Leave. Zhang Dong's expression darkened. Under Zhang Dong's fierce gaze, Guangmu glanced at Ye Suifeng, snorted disdainfully, and swept away with a flourish of his sleeve. I sincerely apologize for the embarrassment, Zhang Dong stated, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect after Guangmu's departure. Ye Suifeng leaned on his hand, chuckling. You ought to manage him more effectively. He hails from a prestigious sect in the south and carries an excessive arrogance. Zhang Dong replied. Ye Suifeng said nothing. Indeed. This group bore a striking resemblance to one another, Zhang Dong included. Their discourse was incessantly centered on their lineage. However, such an environment is genuinely conducive for the youth to hone their skills. Head of the Yi clan, you mentioned earlier that we should consider their own wishes. So, where are they now? Zhang Dong inquired. They have ventured outside the city and will not return shortly. Ye Suifeng straightened his posture. You should return and await their arrival. I will inquire upon their return. If anyone is inclined, they will seek you out. He had come to a fair understanding of Tianfu Academy, thus preparing to conclude this meeting. Ye Suifeng's words seemed to surprise Zhang Dong somewhat. Yet, after a brief moment, he rose to his feet. I shall not intrude further. But we can remain in Yunshao City for no more than 5 days. If we do not obtain results by then, we shall have no choice but to return. Ye Suifeng nodded, understood. Subsequently, Zhang Dong cupped his hands and, along with the other young individuals, turned to depart. Ye Suifeng quietly observed their exit and, after a prolonged moment, let out a barely perceptible sigh. It was indeed time. Time to leave. Chapter 64. Aspirations under the concerted efforts of Yi Huang. Yi Long, and the core members of the Yi family, the rebellious forces within the borders of Yunshao City, along with the factions from the Li and Tang families, were swiftly eradicated in just 4 short days. The names of Tianluan Hall and Jinlong Pavilion resounded with distinction. Upon their return, Ye Suifeng promptly summoned Yi Huang and the 5 others to the courtyard, having endured the battle of Yunshao City and several rebellions. These 5 brilliant jewels of the Yi family had fully blossomed. Both Yi Huang and Yi Long had made remarkable strides in their cultivation, nearly breaking through to a new realm every 2 days. At this point, they had both achieved the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Meanwhile, Yi Qinyao had successfully advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Although Yu Xiaoxiao and Yi Qian were slightly less accomplished, they had still made significant progress. Coupled with their unique abilities, it could be confidently asserted that, even within the confines of Su City, there were no peers of their age who could rival them. Well done, Ye Suifeng praised them, and the group felt invigorated. The acknowledgement from their patriarch was indeed a rare honor. The matters concerning Yunshao City had reached a conclusion. And he prompted, now, share your thoughts. The unexpected question left them momentarily silent. However, upon reflection, they realized that Yunshao City was merely a small fragment of their world. Even Su City was merely a peripheral area of the continent. In the absence of competition and rivals, their progress would inevitably be hindered. Noticing their silence, Ye Suifeng continued. A few days ago, someone from Tianfu Academy approached me, expressing interest in having you join. The academy is located in the southern part of the 9 Cities Alliance, a place teeming with talent and fierce competition. It would serve as an excellent training ground. What do you think? Is anyone interested in going? After his words, the group exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Father, after a brief pause, Yi Huang spoke. Will you be going? Me? Ye Suifeng shook his head slightly. That is a stage for you young ones. What purpose would I serve there? To engage in meaningless pleasantries with a bunch of arrogant individuals? I have my own plans. To be frank, he had little to gain from attending Tianfu Academy, aside from perhaps playing the fool or teasing the female instructors. Oh, Yi Huang replied. Then I shall not go either. Ye Huang. Ye Suifeng frowned. You cannot remain under my protection forever. Neither can any of you. Ye Huang was momentarily taken aback, then quickly waved her hands. No, 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 that is not what I meant. I was saying, if you go, I would consider it. If not, I shall pursue my own ambitions. Seeing Ye Huang's beaming smile, Ye Suifeng felt an unexpected sense of surprise and curiosity. What is it that you wish to pursue? I wish to lead the members of Tianwan Hall to strike out from Yushao City. Ye Huang stood tall, her cloak billowing without a breeze. I wish to make the name of Tianwan Palace resound. I wish to make the Ye family renowned. I wish to make my name known. I shall let the entire world know that the daughter of Ye Suifeng is called Ye Huang. A regal aura erupted from her being. A smile gradually appeared on Ye Suifeng's face. And how do you intend to accomplish this? He inquired. Conquer. Ye Huang replied without hesitation. Then, with a smile, she added, in fact, during the journey home after quelling the rebellion, I contemplated this. We cannot always remain hidden at the fringes of the world, overlooked by others. Thus, I shall strike out from Yunshao City, persistently fighting until everyone knows of our Yunshao City and our Ye family. Ye Suifeng fell silent, genuinely taken aback by his daughter's resolve. He recalled when he first arrived in this world, she was a fragile and self-doubting girl, harboring only a flicker of hope deep within her heart. Now, that flicker had blossomed into a roaring flame. Your ambition brings me great comfort. I support you, Ye Suifeng declared. Ye Huang's face lit up. Thank you, father. Ye Suifeng then turned his gaze to Ye Long, asking, and what about you? Ye Long, grasping his long spear, turned to face Ye Huang. With such determination from the master of Tianwan Palace, how could the true dragon pavilion lag behind? Uncle, my thoughts align with Ye Huang's. We must strike out from Yunshao City and make our names known. Perhaps inspired by Ye Huang, Ye Long echoed her sentiments. Are you trying to compete with me, cousin? Ye Huang asked, looking at Ye Long. He chuckled. What? Are you afraid I might surpass you? They locked eyes. Neither backing down, a dragon and a phoenix, their fighting spirit ablaze. Enough, Ye Suifeng said, observing his two exceptional descendants with a slight smile. The world is vast, and the path you have chosen is still long. How about this? Each of you chooses a direction to venture forth, and we shall see who emerges victorious in the end. Both nodded in agreement. I shall choose the east. Sioux City lies in that direction, and I wish to witness the prowess of the 16-year-olds in their foundational cultivation, as mentioned by Nya Xiaoyin. Ye Huang declared first. Very well, I shall head west. I have heard that the two cities in the west of the 9-city alliance are fierce and formidable, and I intend to test my mettle against them. Ye Long followed suit. Excellent, Ye Huang exclaimed. Let us encircle the territory of the 9-city alliance, and the first to reach the southernmost point shall be the victor. Cousin, how do you find this proposition? Ye Huang asked provocatively. It is a deal, Ye Long replied confidently. The two most brilliant descendants of the family had made their choices. Next, Ye Suifeng turned his attention to Ye Qinyao, his niece who had endured the trials of the mundane world. Uncle, I wish to try my hand at Tianfu Academy, Ye Qinyao stated directly. Ye Suifeng was once again taken by surprise. He had thought that with Ye Qinyao's disposition, she was the least likely to embark on such a journey. Why? For the sake of the red dust melody. Ye Qinyao remarked, in the mirror of the mundane world, I have experienced a multitude of things. Yet, no matter how vivid those experiences may seem, they remain ultimately illusory. To perfect the red dust melody, I must immerse myself in the true world. Ye Suifeng understood. Ye Qinyao had embarked on a path uniquely her own. The red dust melody was her way. Very well, he conceded without any reason to refuse. Then turned to Yi Qian. What about you? Yi Qian pondered for a moment before responding. I wish to remain in Yunshao City. His companions immediately cast him incredulous glances. Progress in Yushao City is notoriously challenging. I cannot bear to part with Xiaoyi and the others, Yi Qian explained. Xiaoyi was the little girl he had once rescued, whose family had been brutally slain by Li Shangguo. Perhaps they were right all along. I am merely a principal. Yi Qian smiled softly, adding, thus, I have decided to establish an academy in Yushao City, providing those children who dream of cultivation with an opportunity. Principal it is then. I embrace that title. His words were delivered with utmost sincerity and a sense of relief. He too had found his path. Agreed, Ye Suifeng nodded slightly. Ye Long chuckled as he patted his shoulder. Go ahead and pursue it. I have always supported you. We stand with you. Do not concern yourself with the opinions of others, Ye Huang added. Yi Qian looked at them, nodding firmly. With each of the four having charted their own course, only Yi Xiao remained. Ye Suifeng turned his gaze toward her. Uncle, I also wish to know. You do not. Before she could finish, Ye Suifeng decisively interrupted. I plan to travel, and you shall accompany me. Do not wander off. Yu Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, her large eyes filled with indignation. Why is that? You agree to their requests, yet deny me mine. Uncle, why do you treat me differently? She lamented, wiping away the few tears that had squeezed from her eyes. They? Ye Suifeng scoffed. They have found their ideals and aspirations. What have you done besides frolic and cause mischief? Yu Xiaoxiao hesitated. The theft at Wanbao Pavilion a few days ago, was that your doing? Ye Suifeng inquired. She fell silent. Guan Xian took a bath. And all her clothes were stolen. Did you have a hand in that? Again, silence. And then there was Dou Hua, who awoke surrounded by pigs. With his own face drawn as a pig's, was that you? Yu Xiaoxiao pouted. But I have contributed too. Oh, what contribution would that be? Pray, enlighten me. Ye Suifeng mused, stroking his chin. Humph. Yu Xiaoxiao puffed out her chest. Just days ago, when Sister Yi Huang quelled the rebels, I single-handedly entertained over 100 people. Upon finishing her words, Yu Xiaoxiao nearly provoked laughter from the others. Dear sister, such statements are quite ill-advised. They are prone to misinterpretation. Ye Suifeng shook his head and remarked, enough of that. In any case, you shall not venture anywhere. Stay with me and refine your temperament to prevent any potential troubles in the future. Chapter 65. The bewildered elder. The 5 members of the Yi family each embarked upon their own respective paths. Yet, Yu Xiaoxiao found herself deeply dissatisfied, uncertain of the direction she ought to take. Observing the spirited young disciples, Ye Suifeng felt a profound sense of contentment. Allow me to present you with a token, he announced, extending his palm to reveal 4 exquisite little towers, the Origin Towers. In recent days, he had contemplated the future trajectories of these individuals and had taken the time to forge 4 9-layered Origin Towers. Regardless of the circumstances, the necessity of training resources was indisputable. Extend your hands, Ye Suifeng instructed. The group complied, their palms outstretched. He then touched each of their palms with his index finger. And in an instant, a delicate character for leaf manifested within each of their hands. This represented a small pocket of space. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng placed the Origin Towers into these spaces. The functions and usage of the towers lay within. They could familiarize themselves with it upon their return. Oh, and take this as well. He produced 4 rings, which he similarly placed into the palm-sized spaces. These contain a small amount of spirit stones to facilitate your travels. One cannot venture forth without some funds, Ye Suifeng remarked. The group nodded in understanding, withdrawing their hands, save for one small paw that awkwardly lingered in the air. Eh? Yu Xiaoxiao inquired, her face a mask of confusion. Yu Suifeng shot her a glance. You are accompanying me. Do you truly fear a lack of spirit stones? With a shrug, Yu Xiaoxiao silently chanted to herself. It's merely a matter of getting accustomed to it. Very well, prepare yourselves. Those who must depart shall do so, and those who remain may stay, Ye Suifeng instructed. Thus, the paths of the 5 became unequivocally clear. Only Yi Qinya would be heading to the Tianfu Academy. He hoped these young souls would traverse their journeys further still. In a pitch-black expanse, an immense surge of energy suddenly erupted. Moments later, 2 brilliant orbs pierced through the darkness. As the radiance dimmed, it revealed a pair of luminous eyes. I have finally broken through. A circle of candles ignited, illuminating the space around them. It was revealed to be a spacious chamber, its walls crafted from thick azure stone. At the center sat a man appearing to be in his 50s. Clad in a voluminous white robe, embroidered with a golden leaf insignia on the back. 3 years have passed more swiftly than anticipated. The middle-aged man rose, a layer of dust cascading from his attire. Li family, Tang family, you shall no longer underestimate the Yi family. His eyes glinted with determination as he waved his robe. And the heavy azure stone door creaked open. He stepped outside, only to be astonished to find another individual garbed in identical attire standing there. Second brother? He approached, puzzled. Jinya? The other turned to face him. If any members of the Yi family were present, they would undoubtedly be astonished to discover that his visage bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Yi Zhenzong, one of the 3 esteemed elders. The individual who had just emerged was none other than the second elder, Yi Zhenyao. Have you also achieved a breakthrough? Yi Zhenzong inquired, his expression one of surprise. Indeed. Yu Zhenyu responded, his demeanor invigorated. Elder brother, have you also transcended? Aha. We need no longer worry about the Li and Tang families. Yu Zhenzong nodded in agreement. 3 years prior, the 3 elders had simultaneously entered seclusion with the ambition of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. thereby dismantling the Li and Tang family's dominance and martial prowess. Now that ambition had finally been realized. Yet, an inexplicable sense of unease tugged at Yu Zhenzong's heart. "Elder brother, what troubles you?" Yi Zhenyao questioned, puzzled. Yi Zhenzong shook his head. "I cannot quite articulate it. I merely sense that this smooth breakthrough to the nascent soul stage feels somewhat peculiar." Yu Zhenyao furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Now that you mention it, I find that to be true. In fact, I had shown no signs of a breakthrough for these past few years, but just a few days ago, I suddenly encountered a profound aura that stirred my spirit, allowing me to transcend effortlessly." Yu Zhenzong nodded in agreement. The two exchanged glances, each discerning the other's uncertainty. After a moment of silence, Yu Zhenzong waved his hand dismissively. "Let it be. Perhaps it is merely the sudden influx of spiritual energy in this region. Let us return and ascertain the state of our family." Yu Zhenyao smiled reassuringly. "With elder brother present, there is certainly no cause for concern. By the way, shall we not wait for our ancestor?" The three elders, Yi Zhenzong, Yi Zhenyao, and Yi Zhenzu. "Do you truly believe we could all achieve breakthroughs together? Our ancestor was only at the mid-golden core stage when he entered seclusion. He merely grew weary of worldly conflicts." Yu Zhenzong chuckled. "Let us proceed." Yu Zhenyao nodded. And together, their figures vanished into the ether. In the Yi family residence, Ye Suifeng sat in his study, meticulously arranging the family's forthcoming resource allocations. Suddenly, a stirring within him caused his countenance to shift dramatically, prompting him to leap from the window. Before long, he arrived at the Yi ancestral hall, where two figures gradually materialized. "Father, third uncle," Ye Suifeng exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, and swiftly bowed. "I Suifeng. Extend my congratulations to both elders on your successful emergence from seclusion." Yi Zhenzong regarded his son with eyes brimming with delight. "Well done, Suifeng. You have remarkably reached the late golden core stage." He was taken aback, for he recalled that this second son had possessed only average talent, having been at the foundation establishment stage prior to seclusion. It was indeed astonishing that he had broken through to the late golden core stage in a mere 3 years. Was this what they referred to as late bloomer? Haha, I had faith that with elder brother overseeing the family, there would be no issues. Yu Zhenyao approached Suifeng and inquired, "Where is your uncle? Quickly, summon him to greet us." Confronted with this question, Ye Suifeng dared not meet their gaze. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Yu Zhenzong and Yu Zhenyao sensed the anomaly. "Suifeng, where is the family head?" Yu Zhenzong asked, his tone grave. As Suifeng's throat grew parched, he spoke with difficulty, "Father, third uncle, the elder patriarch. He has departed this world." The atmosphere turned frigid. "What did you say?" Yu Zhenyao seized Suifeng by the collar, his copper-ringed eyes brimming with bloodshot fury, fixated upon him. "What do you mean? What has happened to my elder brother?" Suifeng's gaze faltered as he stammered. "The elder patriarch. He passed away unexpectedly a year ago." "You speak nonsense." Yu Zhenyao thrust Suifeng aside, a formidable presence erupting in the Yi family's ancestral hall. Anger fused with sorrow, detonating within Yu Zhenyao's chest. "Calm down." Yi Zhenzong restrained the raging Yi Zhenyao. His expression darkened as he glared at Suifeng. Who did this? The Li family? Or the Tang family? His own fury surged, vowing that if it were indeed their doing, he would not rest until both clans faced annihilation. Suifeng sat on the ground, still reeling from Yi Zhenyao's sudden outburst, his chest roiling with pain. "No, it was not them," Suifeng hurriedly clarified. "The elder patriarch ventured deep into the Qinggu highlands a year ago, where he was ambushed by a 6th-grade demon beast, the blood fiend tiger, leading to his untimely demise." Upon hearing this, both Yu Zhenzong and Yu Zhenyao were taken aback. How could they have imagined that their elder brother had met such an end? "Brother." Yu Zhenyao knelt, his face etched with desolation. Yu Zhenzong, too, felt a profound sorrow swell within him. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "With the elder patriarch gone, who now leads the Yi family?" "It is the elder patriarch's son, Ye Suifeng," Suifeng replied. "Father, we adhered strictly to the Group S instructions." Yi Zhenzong exhaled in relief. If it had been Suifeng or another who dared covet the position of patriarch, he would have shown no mercy, even towards his own son. Fortunately, the members of the Yi family, raised to value unity, had not acted out of line. However, could Ye Suifeng truly bear the weight of such a complex lineage? If memory serves, his elder brother, Yi Zhenguang's son, possessed a remarkably poor aptitude for cultivation. Since the elder patriarch's passing, has the family encountered any significant troubles? Yu Zhenzong asked. Suifeng shook his head. "No." "Well, there has been something." "What do you mean?" Yu Zhenzong's brow furrowed. "Have the unscrupulous Li and Tang families seized this opportunity to bully us?" Yu Zhenyao glared, ready to exact vengeance. Sui Yu appeared perplexed, blinking as he stammered, "Father." "Second uncle, the Li and Tang families have been annihilated." "Yu Zhenzong? Yu Zhenyu? What happened? Who did this?" Both were left stunned. In Yunxiao City, who possessed such power? Could it be that another formidable cultivator had arrived? Sui Yu rubbed his nose and slowly articulated, "It was our new patriarch, Ye Suifeng." The two elders, who had just broken through to the nascent soul stage, were left speechless. The air was thick with an inexplicable tension. He possesses such capability? How did he accomplish this? Did the two prominent families not make a move? The two inquired almost simultaneously. "They did," replied Sui Yu. Immediately after the battle in Yunxiao City, the two families suddenly changed their demeanor, and 3 Yuanian cultivators emerged to besiege the family head, Ye Suifeng. And then, Sui Yu hesitated. "I couldn't see clearly, but it seemed my elder brother merely raised his hand, and those 3 Yuanian cultivators instantly spat blood and perished. All the others from the two families present were rendered immobile, unable to move. Then, with a single thought, my brother annihilated the entire lineage of the Li family. In another fleeting moment, he decimated half of the Tang family, leaving the rest with their bloodlines sealed, forever unable to cultivate." Upon hearing Sui Yu's account, Ye Zhenzong and Ye Zhenyao stood frozen in place, unable to move for an extended period. At that moment, it felt as though they had been placed inside a grand bell, with a colossal hammer relentlessly striking the exterior. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 66. Commitment. When Ye Suifeng learned that the two elders had emerged from seclusion, he was genuinely taken aback. For such an extended period, he had entirely forgotten that several elders were concealed beneath the ancestral hall of the Yi family. His elder brother and the elders were currently in the Revitalization Hall. The Revitalization Hall had been the childhood home of Yi Jingguang and his 3 brothers, ever since the 3 elders had entered seclusion and the old patriarch had passed away. It had remained sealed. "Well, let us proceed there," Ye Suifeng sighed softly. Faced with these 3 elders he had never met, he was uncertain about how to engage with them. What should we say to them? In the main hall of the Revitalization Hall, Yu Jingzong, Yu Jingyao, along with Sui Yu, Sui Hu, and Sui Bao, were all present. Upon hearing about Ye Suifeng's accomplishments and the current transformations within the Yi family and Yunxiao City, the 2 elders experienced a whirlwind of emotions. How could the world have changed so drastically during our brief seclusion? Initially, when Sui Yu spoke of these changes, they were reluctant to believe. However, as Sui Yun and Sui Bao, who had already reached the nascent soul stage, arrived, they gradually accepted this reality. Nonetheless, it was a challenge to reconcile this overwhelming truth. Their most esteemed elder brother had passed away, while a nephew they had always regarded with skepticism had soared to unprecedented heights overnight. His methods were nothing short of miraculous. When did the world undergo such rapid transformations? They truly felt at a loss regarding how to confront a nephew so formidable and beyond comprehension. "Father, indeed, my elder brother has changed, but his heart remains steadfastly with the family." Sui Yu observed their doubts and offered an explanation. "Indeed, without my elder brother, our family would not have achieved its current glory." The other 2 chimed in. Exchanging glances, the 2 elders discerned a shared sentiment in each other's eyes. The prosperity of the family and unity among its members. Was this not the very goal they had tirelessly pursued? Perhaps it was time to relinquish certain burdens entirely. At that moment, 2 figures approached from outside, Ye Suifeng and Ye Suiyan. Suifeng congratulated the 2 elders on their successful emergence from seclusion. Upon entering, he respectfully performed a bow. Although his soul had transformed and he felt no emotional ties with them, they were, after all, his elders, and he was obliged to uphold the proper decorum. "Suifeng has arrived." The 2 elders rose and said, "Please, take a seat." Upon hearing this, Ye Suifeng stepped forward and sat below them. "You all may leave," Yu Jingzong instructed, as Sui Yun and the others departed the main hall, leaving only the 3 of them behind. An air of silence enveloped the room. "I recall the last time I saw you, you were always buried in books, disinclined to speak and hesitant to stand before others." Ye Jingzong initiated the conversation. Yu Suifeng instinctively touched his chin. "Indeed. However, people do change." Yu Jingzong chuckled heartily. "Precisely. People do indeed change. I never anticipated that the changes in this world would be so profound. We have witnessed the Yi family reaching unprecedented heights under your stewardship, and we are genuinely delighted." Yu Jingzong, with his eloquence, artfully transformed personal evolution into a commentary on the world's transformation, deftly sidestepping the most awkward questions. Ye Suifeng gradually began to relax. As a member of the Yi family, My commitment to our family's progress is unequivocal. Your return is most welcome. The addition of 2 elders will undoubtedly lead to greater prosperity, Ye Suifeng remarked. Even if it were somewhat awkward, he could not refuse the continuation of their roles as elders, having devoted their lives to the family. However, Ye Zhenzong chuckled softly. No, that will not do. Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow in confusion. We have aged, Ye Zhenzong continued. To be honest, upon emerging from seclusion and witnessing such drastic changes within the family, we are filled with astonishment, but also apprehension. Why is that? Ye Suifeng inquired. Ye Zhenzong smiled gently. As I mentioned earlier, the world is changing far too rapidly. Our thoughts can no longer keep pace with the family's development. Therefore, why should we cling to the title of elder and issue nonsensical commands? This family shall be entrusted to your generation. I have absolute confidence in you. Ye Suifeng was taken aback. He had not expected Ye Zhenzong to so nonchalantly relinquish the position of elder, especially after witnessing the current prosperity of the Ye family. What tremendous courage this required. They truly are the foundation of the Ye family. Uncle, there is truly no need for such. Ye Zhenzong raised his hand to halt Ye Suifeng's words. That you can call me uncle is sufficient. His face beamed with a smile. If your elder brother were present in spirit, he would be immensely proud of your achievements. Ye Suifeng fell silent, unable to bear the weight of such sentiment. I have heard that there may be some hidden truths regarding your father as passing, Ye Zhenzong suddenly remarked. Indeed, Ye Suifeng nodded. The blood-fiend tiger should not have appeared on the outskirts of Qinggu jailing. However, our investigation revealed no further clues. The investigation did not involve your participation, did it? Ye Zhenzong queried. Ye Suifeng rubbed his nose at that time. You know, my cultivation was too weak, so. Suifeng, Ye Zhenzong suddenly gazed intently at him. You have the capability to uncover the truth, do you not? After a moment's hesitation, Ye Suifeng replied, I believe I can. Promise me you will investigate this matter thoroughly and discover who is truly behind it. Can you? His tone was nearly pleading. Ye Suifeng found himself at a loss, confronted by the sincerity in Ye Zhenzong's eyes and the deep-seated sorrow that lay within, making it difficult to refuse. Very well, I shall look into it. If indeed someone is scheming behind the scenes, I shall ensure that they receive the punishment they deserve. Ye Suifeng stated earnestly. A sense of relief blossomed in Ye Zhenzong's eyes. Then we can rest easy, he responded. Ye Suifeng nodded. I will take charge of this matter. You have just emerged from seclusion. It would be best for you to recuperate. I shall have Sui Yin construct a villa by the Mirror Lake, a place that is quite serene and elegant. Ye Zhenzong waved his hand dismissively. No, let us forego that. After spending so long underground, I have grown weary of the very notion of tranquility. What then shall you do? Ye Suifeng inquired, puzzled. Exchanging glances, Ye Zhenzong and Ye Zhenyao nodded in agreement. The world is vast. We yearn to explore it. After a lifetime of toil, we have yet to truly savor the splendor of life on this earth. They laughed heartily. Observing their mirth, Ye Suifeng felt uncertain about how to respond. Very well then, allow me to prepare some provisions for your journey, he offered. As Ye Zhenzong prepared to decline once more, Ye Suifeng interjected, please do not refuse a younger generation's respect for their elders. Taken aback, Ye Zhenzong ultimately acquiesced with a nod. All right, we are family. There is no need for excessive formality. Indeed, Ye Suifeng replied with a smile. Moments later, he emerged from the main hall, only to find that Ye Zhenzong and Ye Zhenyao had vanished without a trace. Sui Yin and the others wore expressions of helplessness. For the 2 elders had instructed them before departing, go about your own affairs. Ye Suifeng dismissed them and turned his gaze toward the distant northern mountains. It was time for him to embark on his journey. Let the first stop be set at the Qinggu Highlands, he decided. Chapter 67 Departure the following day. At the entrance of the Ye family home, 2 majestic Xianlin steeds stood at either side of the gate, one black and the other white. 2 groups of people had already gathered. Yi Huang and Yi Long emerged from within, each mounting a Xianlin steed. They rode forward, facing each other. Cousin, this pure white Xianlin steed suits you perfectly, Yi Huang remarked with a smile. Clad in white, Yi Long, along with his noble steed, evoked the image of a heroic figure, reminiscent of a youthful gallant. I never anticipated that you would choose the most spirited one, Yi Long replied with a chuckle. Both shared a hearty laugh, their eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. Having grown up under the same roof, their relationship was a blend of rivalry and, more importantly, the camaraderie forged through countless battles fought side by side. With this farewell, they were uncertain when they might reunite. Cousin, do not let me surpass you when we meet again, Yi Huang teased, dispelling the subtle sadness of parting. Yi Long smiled back. You have more people from Tianluan Hall on your side. If you find yourself short on travel funds, I can lend you a little. As he spoke, he retrieved a storage ring gifted by Ye Suifeng, idly toying with it. I suggest you keep it safe. We both have families to support. Yi Huang replied with a grin. At Shenlong Pavilion, we must forge our own wealth. This mere travel allowance from uncle. Yi Long began. But as he probed the contents of the storage ring with his consciousness, his expression shifted in an instant. He quickly raised his gaze, gripping the ring tightly in his hand. He had always assumed it was just travel money, but if he wasn't mistaken, the contents were worth at least over 1 billion. Moreover, it appeared to be comprised entirely of high-grade spirit stones. Noticing his astonished demeanor, Yi Huang burst into laughter. It seems this is your first allowance from my father. Yi Long's lips twitched in disbelief. Allowance? What kind of parents give such allowances? Cousin, we must not disappoint his expectations. Until we meet again, Yi Huang said, clasping her fists in salute. Yi Long reciprocated, discreetly returning the storage ring to the depths of his palm space. Then, they turned their horses around. One group galloped east, while the other headed west, swiftly departing. Before long, they had exited the city gates. Among Yi Huang's entourage, a dark-skinned youth cast a lingering glance towards Yunjiao City. Mi Feng, keep up, Zhang Fei called out loudly. Oh right. Mi Feng quickly turned back to catch up with the group. After the battle at Yunjiao City, he had chosen not to seek out the head of the Yi family, but instead to join Tianluan Hall. He was determined to stand shoulder to shoulder with the figure who occupied his heart through his own efforts. Meanwhile, at the southern gate of Yunjiao City, a group of young individuals clad in green emerged. Among them stood an ethereal figure, donned in pale azure garments, lingering at the back of the crowd. Seemingly out of place, it was none other than Yi Qinyao. Qinyao, do not pay attention to that Guanmu. In the academy, many people are quite amiable. Nearby, a young girl approached her. It's all right. Yi Qinyao smiled gently. I have simply never been this far from home. It's the same for everyone. The girl replied with a laugh. Most of the people in the academy come from very distant places. My hometown is in the far southern region, a place that is. The girl spoke at length, her words both numerous and engaging, gradually alleviating the homesickness that weighed on Yi Qinyao's heart. After a while, Yi Qinyao asked with a smile, what is your name? Me? The girl giggled, I am Yanxi. Don't worry, once we're at the academy, I will certainly look out for you. At the north gate of Yunqiao City, an ordinary donkey cart ambled leisurely out of the city. A seemingly young and unremarkable man was leisurely guiding the cart. Behind it trailed a dilapidated, roofless carriage filled with dry straw. Inside the carriage sat a petite figure, clad in a black cloak that enveloped her entirely, leaving only her small face exposed. That face bore large eyes filled with helplessness, and her lips were puckered in displeasure. Is this how we are leaving, uncle? Yu Xiao's tone was rife with reluctance. What do you expect, to be carried out in a grand palanquin? We are embarking on a journey, do you understand? Ye Suifeng replied without looking back. Yu Xiao let out a long sigh, propping her chin on her hands. She still had many aspirations yet to be fulfilled. Following her uncle, it seemed there would be little opportunity in the near future. Brother Yi, wait for me. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Shortly after, two figures, one large and one small, hurriedly dashed over. Ye Suifeng halted the donkey cart and turned to see it was Guwan Xin. Behind her was a graceful young girl, appearing quiet and demure. Brother Yi. Guwan Xin ran up, breathless. What is it? Ye Suifeng inquired. There is something I have long wanted to say, but never found the right moment. Guwan Xin said, somewhat bashfully. Ye Suifeng's heart skipped a beat. Judging by her demeanor, it seemed a romantic scene was about to unfold. Oh, dear sister. Please don't. After speaking, Guwan Xin pulled the young girl forward and said, this is my little niece, Guyulan. She is nimble and clever. I believe having a compliant girl around you would make things much more convenient, no matter what you do. Ye Suifeng suddenly understood the situation. However, he had grown accustomed to solitude. Having more people around would feel somewhat cumbersome. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I must decline, Ye Suifeng replied. She is very obedient and can assist you with many daily chores, Guwan Xin urged. Yet, Ye Suifeng shook his head. No, I prefer to be alone. She can prepare a myriad of delightful dishes from various places. Ye Suifeng. She has also collected a variety of cuisines from around the world and is currently learning them. Ye Suifeng. I believe that on the journey of exploration, having an additional companion will undoubtedly provide a richer tapestry of experiences. Xiao, do you agree? Xiao. Thus, moments later, a slender figure joined the humble donkey cart. Following the broad path Three individuals on one donkey gradually made their way toward the distant mountains. Chapter 68. The temporal black hole Wudong Town, nestled at the foot of the Qingyu Jialing Mountain, was once a modest settlement with a sparse population. It served as a temporary refuge for wandering cultivators seeking fortune in the mountain's depths. However, following the valiant stand of the lord of the Ye family's Tianluan Hall and the master of the True Dragon Pavilion against a formidable beast tide several months ago, Wudong Town gradually transformed into a bustling locale. Its size expanded multiple times over, attracting numerous wanderers who believed that embarking on adventures from this very place would bestow upon them good fortune. One day, a humble donkey cart ambled into Wudong Town. The driver was a young man clad in simple garments, while two distinctly different young maidens occupied the cart behind him, one serene and composed, the other restless and fidgety. This trio comprised Ye Suifeng and his companions. Since departing from Yunshao City and arriving at Wudong Town, he had allowed the donkey cart to proceed leisurely, taking a full 10 days for the journey. Along the way, they encountered many breathtaking sights and met a variety of people, indulging in an array of delectable delicacies. Gu Yulan, the little girl, proved to be an exceptional cook, rivaling the chefs of the renowned Zuaming Tower. She possessed an extraordinary talent for extracting the utmost value from any ingredient, transforming them into exquisite dishes. Truly, she was a gem. Ye Suifeng bestowed upon her an unprecedentedly high accolade. "Ah, Wudong Town has undergone such significant changes," exclaimed Ye Xiaoxiao, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed around. In her arms, she cradled a small white rabbit, an ordinary creature save for its remarkably oversized front teeth, which were several times larger than those of an average rabbit. Ye Xiaoxiao instantly took a liking to the little rabbit, rescuing it from a litter that Gu Yulan had gathered. As she cooed over the rabbit's cuteness, she feasted on the delectable dishes crafted from its siblings, much to Ye Suifeng's disdain. "When I last visited with my sisters, this place was merely a larger village," Ye Xiaoxiao remarked. Ye Suifeng nodded in agreement, observing that the number of cultivators in Yunshao City had evidently increased, likely drawn from various regions. After all, the current Yunshao City was brimming with opportunities. After a moment, the group arrived at a grand square. In the center, swirling smoke obscured a massive structure that seemed to loom behind the haze. As they approached, Ye Suifeng was taken aback to discover that it was a pair of lifelike sculptures. One figure wielded a long spear, his gaze sharp and fierce, exuding an aura of battle readiness as if engaged in the hunt for demonic beasts. It was none other than Yi Long. The other figure stood with a sword planted in the ground, arms crossed behind him, his battle robe billowing with an imposing presence. This was Yi Huang. The townsfolk had erected statues in honor of these two illustrious figures. Ye Xiaoxiao gazed upwards, her mouth agape. "They are both so handsome. Be cautious, my dear." Suddenly, an elderly cultivator approached. "These are the esteemed Phoenix Fairy and Lord Dragon, extraordinary prodigies. Such mortals' words cannot encapsulate their greatness." He cast a sharp glance at Ye Xiaoxiao before producing two long incense sticks, igniting them, and placing them at the foot of the statue. Ye Xiaoxiao stood frozen for a moment, at a loss for words. How could someone disrespect and disdain my own siblings? What has this world come to? Ye Suifeng chuckled heartily, and, once the old cultivator finished his offerings, stepped forward to inquire, "Dear friend, why do you treat these two young ones in such a manner?" The old cultivator scrutinized Ye Suifeng from head to toe. "You must be new to Wudong Town. I advise you to quickly purchase a stick of heavenly incense and ignite it at the feet of the Phoenix Fairy and Lord Dragon. It will surely bring you the fortune that guides your fate." With that, he disregarded Ye Suifeng and turned to leave. Ye Suifeng rubbed his nose, questioning whether he should offer incense and prayer for his daughter and nephew. Wasn't that a reversal of cosmic principles? Moreover, they might not withstand it. "Hey, uncle. Should I go buy one now to try our luck?" Ye Xiaoxiao stifled a giggle. "Get lost," Ye Suifeng retorted with annoyance. Ye Xiaoxiao huffed, and the little rabbit nestled in her arms bared its teeth at Ye Suifeng. Truly a rebellious creature, even its pet was insubordinate. Sooner or later, he would find an opportunity to stew it. Observing the throng of people offering their prayers, Ye Suifeng decided to leave and turned away. Behind him, Ye Xiaoxiao leaned close to Gu Yulan and whispered, "Yulan, trust me, he is just too proud to act. You should buy a stick of incense and place it there." Gu Yulan remained impassive, replying, "Miss, my aunt instructed me to heed the elder's words while outside. I sincerely apologize." Ye Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. How dull. The three of them shared a simple meal in Wudong Town before continuing deeper into the Gaoling Mountains. After traversing a path teeming with cultivators, Ye Suifeng finally ceased his slow pace. With a grand gesture, he lifted the entire donkey cart, soaring into the sky and gliding atop the clouds with great speed. Ye Xiaoxiao could at last remove her robe, letting her violet-red hair billow in the wind, her spirit soaring. Gu Yulan, however, clung tightly to the cart, her expression tense. "Don't worry, Uncle won't let you fall," Ye Xiaoxiao reassured her, pulling her up. The two of them stood in the cart, gazing at the sun floating above the clouds. As the golden rays gently caressed their faces, "Isn't it beautiful?" Ye Xiaoxiao exclaimed with a smile. Gu Yulan nodded vigorously, witnessing this scene. She recalled her aunt's words. By following that esteemed elder, you shall witness wonders beyond what most will ever experience. When she first beheld the donkey cart, she had harbored doubts about that statement. Yet now, she was wholly convinced. Majestic mountains raced behind them as the donkey cart journeyed through the skies, delving deeper into the ancient Gaoling, ultimately arriving atop a dense forest. Ye Suifeng whistled, and the cart descended gently, landing beside a shallow pond. This was the place where Yu Jingguang had been ambushed. "You all wait for me here." As Ye Suifeng concluded his words, he levitated gracefully to a high wall opposite him. Here, the vista was expansive, revealing all the sights beneath him. A year had elapsed since that fateful incident, and the relentless force of nature had long since erased every trace of it, leaving no evidence behind. Ye Suifeng sighed softly. In truth, he had always felt a sense of evasion towards Yu Jingguang, his biological father in this world. After all, he hailed from another realm, a mentally sound adult. Suddenly burdened with the existence of a father, how could he face such a reality with equanimity? Indeed, with his current prowess, he could even reunite the soul and reconstruct the body to resurrect Yu Jingguang. Yet, after resurrection, how could they coexist? He found himself utterly unable to sincerely utter the word father. Thus, even though the circumstances surrounding Yu Jingguang's death were suspicious, he had never actively sought the truth. Were it not for Yu Jingzong's plea, perhaps he would never have ventured here throughout his existence. Alas, perhaps it is time to uncover the truth, to provide this borrowed body with a semblance of closure. Ye Suifeng inhaled deeply, extending his hand slowly before suddenly twisting it upwards. Time rewinds, accompanied by his movement. Everything beneath him began to transform. The trees swayed, the stream flowed backward, and the heavens and earth turned. Even the grass burrowed into the ground, and the birds swiftly diminished in size, retreating into their eggshells. Suddenly, great trees began to topple, revealing a harrowing scene that gradually unfolded before Ye Suifeng's eyes. He had returned to a year prior, to the aftermath of the battle. He beheld the shattered rocks, the blood-soaked earth, and the tragic demise of the Yi family members. The ferocity of the blood fiend tiger was beyond their capacity to withstand. Ye Suifeng slowed his pace, intent on understanding how this calamity had transpired. As time progressed, a ferocious roar echoed faintly. It was the voice of the blood fiend tiger. The truth lay before him. Yet, at that moment, a powerful spatial fluctuation erupted suddenly. The scene before him began to shake violently, and all images rippled like water, wavering uncertainly. Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow, unleashing an overwhelming force. An indescribable psychic energy emanating forth, stabilizing this fragment of time. However, the next instant, all imagery abruptly vanished, plunging into a pitch-black void. Ye Suifeng's expression turned solemn. Here lay a temporal black hole. Someone had wielded extraordinary powers to forcibly sever the scene of Yu Jingguang's assault from the fabric of time. Chapter 69 Apologies. The river of time within the abyss of the time black hole, there lay an expanse of nothingness. Ye Suifeng stood amidst it, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. He could not fathom why the scene of Yu Jingguang's ambush had been erased. Who was the perpetrator? What secrets lay hidden within? How could a seemingly feeble cultivator in the late Golden Core stage attract such formidable forces? Countless questions swirled in Ye Suifeng's mind. He continued his temporal regression, and after a span within the black hole, light returned to the universe. However, it became evident that the world below had regained its tranquility. Clearly, this was a moment before the conflict had transpired. The enigmatic entity had indeed come for Yu Jingguang. Intriguing. A cold smirk crept across Ye Suifeng's face. You wish to remain concealed. I shall uncover your true identity and your intentions. Subsequently, he rewound time once more, traversing through the black hole to arrive at the scene that had been obliterated. Dozens of corpses belonging to the Yi family lay sprawled before him, bloodied and lifeless. Can one sever time and erase causality? Ye Suifeng extended his fingers like claws, piercing through the void, and moments later, he grasped a gray thread in his hand. It was the thread of causality. Previously, while pursuing the murderer of Ye Suhu, he had merely skimmed the surface of causality. However, this time, he had seized the entirety of the path of causality. Go. Ye Suifeng thrust his palm forward, and the gray thread of causality expanded infinitely, transforming the entire realm into a monochromatic world. This was the celestial veil of causality. Countless strands of causality swayed within. Gazing through the veil, Ye Suifeng beheld the fallen members of the Ye family. Yet, to his astonishment, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded. Within the realm of causality, he could perceive the life trajectories of all living beings. However, upon the deceased Ye family members, there lingered only a shroud of gray mist. They were absent from causality. That individual had indeed erased them along with their causal ties. Ye Suifeng's heart was further enveloped in perplexity. What prowess did Yu Jingguang possess that warranted such treatment from that being? Observing the scene devoid of any trace, Ye Suifeng waved his hand, dispersing the gray realm and returning to the authentic world. The fresh air gradually quelled the agitation within him. It was evident that the one responsible for these deeds was a master of profound abilities. He was well versed in the great Dao, executing his actions with remarkable precision, leaving no traces to pursue. The situation had become increasingly intricate. Little did he expect that the first promise he made would be so arduous. Ye Suifeng shook his head, a cold smile gracing his lips. Yet, if you believe I will relinquish my pursuit because of this, you underestimate me gravely. I shall undoubtedly find you. Moments later, Ye Suifeng slowly descended beside the donkey cart. Uncle, we have discovered a nest of spirit jade bird eggs. Upon his return, Ye Xiaoxiao bounded over. However, upon seeing Ye Suifeng's countenance, she was instantly taken aback, retracting her hand and gazing at him with wide eyes, rendered speechless. She had never seen such a serious uncle before. Ye Suifeng looked at her and smiled, saying, "It's all right. I will be leaving again shortly. You all stay here and do not wander off." As he spoke, he extended his finger and drew a large circle around the donkey cart. Remember, do not step outside this circle. The earlier events had made him slightly wary. Perhaps the person behind it all was not merely there for Yu Jingguang. Rest assured, uncle, I will definitely not run off. Ye Xiaoxiao nodded earnestly. Ye Suifeng chuckled as he ruffled her hair. Wait for me. I will be back in no time. With that, his figure slowly vanished from sight. Uncle, Ye Xiaoxiao called out, only to realize it was too late. She glanced around the surroundings and instinctively hugged the little rabbit in her arms. Then, she pulled Gu Yulan and hid inside the cart. Yulan, don't be afraid. I will tell you a story. In the realm of nothingness, the silver river of time flowed from the ancient past into the future, eternally unperceived. Suddenly, a figure appeared above the river of time, Ye Suifeng. He gazed at the boundless river before him and smirked coldly. I do not believe you can stir anything here. The realm of nothingness was born from the evolution of the river of time. To oppose it was to challenge the entirety of space itself. Here, no one wielded such immense power. Ye Suifeng, with his hands clasped behind his back, stood upon the river of time, swimming against the current. Soon, he arrived at the moment 1 year prior, the time when Ye Jingguang was ambushed. At last, he beheld Ye Jingguang and the frenzied, bloodthirsty tiger. Ye Suifeng's expression brightened. Indeed, his suspicions were correct. After a moment's thought, he plunged into the river of time, arriving at the familiar scene. Before him lay a ravaged land, where a burly middle-aged man, drenched in blood, stood face to face with a gigantic red-black demonic tiger. Behind him lay dozens of corpses. Impossible, you cannot be here. The middle-aged man bore a striking resemblance to Ye Suifeng, and he was none other than Ye Jingguang. This was the first time Ye Suifeng had witnessed him alive. In this moment, he was gravely injured, at the end of his strength. Angrily, he demanded answers. However, the bloodthirsty tiger had no intention of conversing. With a roar, it lunged forward. Its sharp claws instantly tore through Ye Jingguang's body. After effortlessly completing this act, the bloodthirsty tiger howled at the heavens, then dissipated into countless specks of starlight, vanishing completely. That individual had come solely to eliminate Ye Jingguang. But what could their true purpose be? From the scene he had just witnessed, Ye Suifeng realized that Ye Jingguang was truly an ordinary cultivator, far too unremarkable to warrant such elaborate efforts against him. Ye Suifeng was utterly perplexed. Well then, I shall search for the answers myself. As Ye Suifeng focused on the vanishing position of the blood demon tiger, he prepared to once again wield the path of causality within the river of time. However, just as he began to act, the scene before him suddenly transformed violently. The entire galaxy appeared to hang upside down in the sky. Subsequently, within the galaxy, countless massive portals surged forth, encircling Ye Suifeng in an instant. Behind each portal lay a distinct world, a manifestation of power extracted from the river of time. Ye Suifeng let out a cold snort, unleashing the full extent of his power as he struck a fist into one of the portals. Yet, after a thunderous impact, the portal merely trembled momentarily before returning to its original state. Silver light continuously flowed over the portal's surface. Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow. It seemed that someone had connected these portals with the entire river of time. To oppose them was tantamount to opposing time itself. This was clearly premeditated. Was this for me? Observing the flow of temporal energy across the myriad portals, Ye Suifeng realized the situation was far more intricate than he had initially envisioned. But, are you truly prepared? A cold smile crept upon his lips as he felt a stirring within. The cultivation stored within his system was instantly unleashed, surging into his body. A millennium, 100 millennia. Within the portals, Ye Suifeng's cultivation began to ascend at an alarming rate. The world had its limits. Exceeding them could lead to its collapse. Yet, in the void, such concerns were non-existent. Ye Suifeng continued to extract his cultivation, and ripples began to emerge around him in the emptiness. The flow of temporal energy through the myriad portals quickened, evidently sensing the pressure. After he had drawn 100 billion units of cultivation, the portals were already riddled with cracks. Begone! Ye Suifeng bellowed, clenching his fist and striking the portal before him. An incomprehensibly vast energy surged forth in an instant. Upon contact with his fist, the myriad portals shattered into dust. The overwhelming force, after obliterating the portals, surged directly into the river of time. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. The pitch-black void, akin to a brilliantly radiant sun, blinded the onlookers. After a considerable duration, the brilliance gradually subsided. Ye Suifeng stood amidst the void. Before him, a vast rift appeared in the silver river of time. His punch had cleaved the river in two. The void surged forth, flowing through the rift, devouring the upstream of the river of time. All moments from a year prior in this world were obliterated by Ye Suifeng's furious strike. Gazing at the scene before him, Ye Suifeng fell into silence. Having just broken through, he had failed to control his strength. My apologies, River of Time. Chapter 70. No turning back to the void. Ye Suifeng stood amidst the void, gazing upon the distant river of time, which was gradually being consumed by the abyss until it vanished entirely. Suddenly, a profound tremor reverberated throughout the entire space. In the very moment where the river of time fractured, a billowing gray mist surged forth, resembling chaotic vapors. That was the essence of chaos. Ye Suifeng remained indifferent. It seemed that his recent strike had not only disrupted the river of time, but had also shattered this void. You have heard of me, yet I assure you, I did not intend for this to happen. Ye Suifeng lamented internally. He merely sought to break the barriers confining him, never anticipating that a millennium's worth of cultivation would wield such formidable power, creating a vast rift in the void. Truly, it was a case of collateral damage. Who, indeed, was responsible for such a grand display, if not merely for Ye Jinhua? Within the river of time, Ye Suifeng discerned clearly that Ye Jinhua was but an ordinary cultivator, lacking any distinctive traits. Was it perhaps due to his mother? Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow in his recollection. His mother was merely a disciple of a modest sect outside Yunshao City, their union largely a political arrangement. The likelihood of her being the target was slim. Yet, there existed another possibility. Perhaps he had come specifically for me, severing fragments of time and erasing causality. Was it to compel him to delve into the river of time in search of truth? When he first employed the way of causality, those portals emerged. In hindsight, those portals, linking to the river of time, were indeed perilous. Even those nearing the limits of power in the mundane world would find themselves unable to escape, potentially facing death on the spot. Did you intend to use Ye Jinhua's demise to orchestrate my end? Ye Suifeng chuckled coldly. The man's methods were undeniably celestial in nature. However, he had ultimately failed. Yet, he succeeded in igniting Ye Suifeng's fury. I suggest you secure a well-situated resting place for yourself. As he spoke, Ye Suifeng opened his palm, revealing a pristine white leaf that lay delicately within. Upon it was depicted the image of a creature resembling a particularly robust bear. At the moment Ye Suifeng inadvertently shattered the river of time, his consciousness had captured this leaf. It was present in the fragment of time when Ye Jinhua was slain. Moreover, the leaf was extraordinarily unique, severed from the threads of causality, existing outside of fate. Wait for me. I shall certainly find you. Ye Suifeng tucked the white leaf away and turned to depart, preparing to return to his original world. As he traversed the void, a thin veil appeared before him. the very barrier of this realm designed to repel the encroaching chaos storms. Yet for Ye Suifeng, passing through it was an exceedingly simple task, without much contemplation. Ye Suifeng stepped into the world barrier. At that moment, a terrifying occurrence transpired. As his foot barely crossed the threshold, a series of crackling sounds erupted. To Ye Suifeng's astonishment, the world barrier before him began to fracture inch by inch. Countless laws of the heavenly path contained within the barrier shattered, one after another, turning to dust. Witnessing this scene, Ye Suifeng hastily withdrew his foot. Only then did the collapse of the world barrier gradually cease, slowly beginning to mend the laws that had been broken. Ye Suifeng, he had forgotten that he had extracted 1 billion years of cultivation, and his own energy had long exceeded the tolerable limits of this realm. It is no exaggeration to say that if he were to inadvertently lose a hair from staying up late and fall into this world, within an hour, it would be utterly obliterated. Everything had been fine upon his arrival. Now, he found himself unable to return. A loud exclamation echoed in Ye Suifeng's mind. In the depths of the Qingdu jailing, a donkey cart stood incongruously amidst the dense primeval forest. Outside the cart, a white circle emanated a faint glow, seemingly protecting the vehicle. Inside the cart, 2 young girls crouched within. They were Ye Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan. Suddenly, a noise came from outside. Ye Xiaoxiao immediately perked up, turned, and leaned over the cart's edge, cautiously peeking out. The jungle was tranquil, with the foliage deep and shadowy. A flicker of fear passed through her large eyes. She then slowly retracted her head. What a deceiver! You promised to return swiftly. It has been 3 days, and still no sign. Ye Xiaoxiao murmured. She clutched the rabbit in her arms tightly, curling into a ball, burying her face in her knees. Yulan, do you think he has abandoned me because I was too mischievous, or could he be in danger? What if he has been ambushed and— Gu Yulan gazed at the girl before her and sighed softly. The usually reckless Ye Xiaoxiao had become so timid in the absence of Ye Suifeng. She straightened her posture, sitting alongside Ye Xiaoxiao. Miss, why don't you tell me another story? Ye Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at her. I have no stories left. Then, please tell me how you helped those impoverished children realize their dreams in your dreams, Gu Yulan requested. Ye Xiaoxiao fell silent for a moment, then gently sighed. Dreams are but illusions. By the next day, some still perish from hunger. Gu Yulan was taken aback. Then why don't you save them? Ye Xiaoxiao opened her eyes, staring intently at the straw before her. In the realm of dreams, I witness many dreams each day. Some are beautiful, while others are nightmares. I, too, bear witness to the daily struggles of countless souls ensnared in the throes of nightmares and anguish, succumbing to their fates. I watch, powerless, as they perish before my very eyes, utterly oblivious to their whereabouts. I am unable to save them. Indeed, I can save no one. As she spoke, Ye Xiaoxiao buried her head once more into her knees, softly weeping. Gu Yulan gazed in astonishment at the sobbing figure of Ye Xiaoxiao, unable to fathom that this seemingly carefree little girl had already become accustomed to the harsh realities of life and death. She pressed her lips together, gently lifted her arm, and enveloped Ye Xiaoxiao in her embrace. Perhaps I shall share a story with you. Chapter 71. The Tao of Heaven's Restraint Beyond the World Barrier. Ye Suifeng had been here for a full day. He had attempted various methods to penetrate this realm, but regardless of whether he reigned in his own aura or disguised himself as a feeble tribulation stage cultivator, he could not safely traverse the world barrier. Of course, this safety was in reference to the world itself. At his current strength, even the slightest misstep could bring about permanent calamity to this realm. What is this? Something that could be obliterated by merely urinating on it is deemed worthy of being called a world? The feebleness of this world stirred his impatience. If he truly could not return, what would become of the Yi family? How heartbroken would Yu Huang be? Moreover, he had left Ye Xiaoxiao stranded on Qingdu jailing. No. He had to remain calm. Ye Suifeng took a deep breath and began to contemplate earnestly. Relying on brute force was certainly not an option. The current issue was not a lack of strength, but rather an excess of it. Even if he were to dissipate his cultivation, it would not suffice, for his body had reached an immeasurable state alongside his ascension. At this moment, a single drop of his blood could effortlessly vanquish countless beings and annihilate a small world. Must he abandon his corporeal form and seize another? That would be more repugnant than not returning at all. After much reflection, Ye Suifeng gradually recognized his greatest weakness, insufficient mastery of the Tao. Though he possessed a cultivation and spirit that surpassed ordinary individuals, and could easily grasp the principles of the great Tao, he was somewhat ignorant when it came to certain intricate and specialized techniques. The reason was simple: he had never encountered them. Since his transmigration, he had studied numerous cultivation methods, but all were from the mundane realm. His exposure to the esoteric knowledge of the Tao that transcended the ordinary world had been exceedingly limited. It was precisely for this reason that he had fallen victim to that unknown entity, which nearly shattered the entire void space and now left him unable to return. The thought of this only intensified his desire to locate that mastermind and exact retribution. For now, however, he needed to focus on devising a way to return. Ye Suifeng gazed at the world barrier before him, where countless Tao principles intertwined like an intricate celestial web. Perhaps if I transform myself into the Tao of heaven of this realm, I can integrate into it. A spark of inspiration suddenly illuminated his mind. He recalled something. Opening his palm, a gleaming crystal appeared within it, a heavenly array stone. This crystal could directly connect with the principles of heaven, serving as a conduit for the rules. The origin tower was crafted utilizing this very characteristic. It harnessed various intricate formations to interlink the laws, thereby generating an array of primordial spiritual liquids. Indeed, this approach should have a high probability of success. Ye Suifeng nodded, sweeping his hand, causing countless heavenly array stones to align neatly in the void. This was an exceedingly grand undertaking, for he needed to imprint all the Tao principles onto the heavenly array stones to serve as his disguise. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Suifeng began his endeavor. Days turned into weeks, and for over 10 days, he devoted himself entirely to the intricate process of replicating the laws of the heavens. Before him lay the heavenly array stones, each embedded with a multitude of intricate patterns, each symbolizing a distinct celestial principle. At last, his perseverance bore fruit. He inscribed a complete celestial doctrine within the stones. The heavenly array stones had now transformed into what could aptly be termed the stones of celestial law. With a deep sigh, Ye Suifeng took a moment to count, discovering there were indeed billions of celestial stones, all details meticulously accounted for. I hope you do not disappoint me. With a flourish of his hands, the billions of celestial stones coalesced into a magnificent whirlpool, subsequently contracting tightly towards the center. Moments later, all the stones vanished, morphing into a delicate white ring that rested in Ye Suifeng's palm. I shall name you the Ring of Celestial Law. He whimsically christened it and adorned his finger with the ring. Instantly, a profound transformation enveloped him, an aura both mysterious and profound. It was as if he had metamorphosed into a walking embodiment of celestial law. Testing its power, Ye Suifeng approached the barrier of the world once more. Taking a deep breath, he extended his hand towards the realm beyond. As he crossed the threshold, the anticipated collapse did not occur. A radiant stream of light emanated from the Ring of Celestial Law, enveloping Ye Suifeng's hand. It shielded him. No, it safeguarded this world from any harm he might inflict. With renewed vigor, Ye Suifeng stepped forward, seamlessly gliding through the barrier. No further mishaps transpired. He had successfully entered. It was no small feat. Glancing at the Ring of Celestial Law on his hand, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Alas, within this realm, he would be as vulnerable as the celestial law itself. He decided it was time to check on Xiao Xiao and the others to ensure they were not causing any mischief. In the serene expanse of Qinggu Jailing, the donkey cart remained as it always had. Suddenly, a figure appeared before the cart. The gaunt old donkey let out a startled bray. Ye Xiao Xiao's head popped out from the cart, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Ye Suifeng. Ah, quite remarkable. This time, you obediently stayed within bounds, she remarked, her surprise evident. Before Ye Suifeng could respond, a small figure leaped into his embrace, clinging to him tightly. I thought you wouldn't return. Ye Xiao Xiao's voice trembled with emotion. Almost, but I managed, Ye Suifeng replied with a smile. Silently, Ye Xiao Xiao tightened her grip around him. Sensing her feelings, Ye Suifeng sighed softly and chuckled. I recall during your last stay in the dream void. You managed a whole month without such distress. That's because you returned on time. Ye Xiao Xiao murmured. What? Ye Xiao Xiao suddenly released her grip, glaring at Ye Suifeng. What I mean is, when you leave in the future, could you provide a specific time? You said you would return soon. Yet we have waited for more than half a month. Observing the unexpectedly irate Ye Xiao Xiao, Ye Suifeng was momentarily taken aback. When did this girl become so attached to him? He gently tousled Ye Xiao Xiao's purplish red hair and replied with a smile, All right, I promise you. If I have to leave in the future, I will certainly give you a definite time. How does that sound? Ye Xiao Xiao pouted. That's more like it. Then, he turned to see Gu Yulan just stepping down from the carriage and remarked, You have no idea how frightened Yulan was in this desolate wilderness. Gu Yulan responded, All right, you win. Whatever you say goes. Enough. Ye Suifeng chuckled softly. This time, it's on me. Since you enjoy playing. I promise you that for the upcoming journey, there will be no restrictions. You can play however you wish. Ye Suifeng immediately erupted in joy, watching this adorable girl. Ye Suifeng couldn't help but reflect on the worth of his efforts in returning. As for that hidden mastermind, I will settle the score with you in due time. Chapter 72. The northern snowfields' towering mountains rise like blades, piercing the heavens and stretching for hundreds of feet. Hardly any human has ventured to this remote expanse, where everything remains in its most pristine state. Among these peaks, one stands taller and more majestic than the rest. At its summit, there lies a crystal-clear pool of emerald water. Beside this tranquil oasis, a cerulean lion, with its eyes closed, is in a deep slumber. Suddenly, its ears perk up, and it turns its gaze towards the southern sky. A powerful surge of energy is rushing towards this place. The cerulean lion immediately awakens, fixating its eyes on the distant horizon. The presence emanating from that direction is nearly equal to its own, bold and unrestrained. Is it challenging its authority? In an instant, a fierce aura erupts from the cerulean lion, its fur bristling with rage. Who dares to provoke it in its territory? Moments later, a colorful silhouette appears within sight, resembling a bird in flight. The cerulean lion is taken aback, hot breaths billowing from its nostrils, melting the stones beneath its feet. It recognizes the incoming avian figure as its sworn enemy, the resplendent phoenix, dwelling 100 miles away. As the phoenix approaches rapidly, growing larger in its vision, the cerulean lion puffs out its chest, for dancing wildly, and lets out a thunderous roar directed at the phoenix. A tremendous force detonates at the peak, creating a massive arc in the surrounding clouds and mist. But suddenly, the cerulean lion senses something amiss in the environment. The essence of flora and fauna has vanished, replaced by a faint, alluring fragrance. It opens its eyes to find a human face before it. Meow? A colossal fist looms larger in its sight. With a resounding thud, darkness envelopes it, and it loses consciousness. Uncle, what is that? A voice pierces through the air from the sky, belonging to a girl. A head of purplish-red hair emerges from beneath the phoenix. It is Ye Suifeng. She is not perched atop the phoenix, but instead holding onto one of its claws, swinging gently in the air. Suddenly, Ye Suifeng releases her grip, and a blue circle appears beneath her feet. In the blink of an eye, she stands before Ye Suifeng, who continues to drive the donkey cart. He casually tosses the unconscious lion behind him and remarks, "This is the ancient cerulean lion, an 8th-grade demon beast, equivalent to a human cultivator in the late stage of integration." "Oh," Ye Suifeng responds, tilting her head to observe the now smaller, somewhat adorable ancient cerulean lion, which is being stabbed in the throat by Gu Yulan, who is in the cart. "Use the method I taught you to discern carefully. This type of lion has exquisite meat and is a treasure in its entirety," Ye Suifeng instructs. "Yes, sir." Gu Yulan withdraws her small knife, and blood gushes forth, swiftly collected in a small vial. This small dagger was meticulously crafted by Ye Suifeng for Gu Yulan, capable of slicing through even the most resilient of materials with a single stroke. Gu Yulan extended her finger, allowing a drop of blood to grace the sharp blade before placing it in her mouth. Instantly, a faint golden glow emanated from her eyes. Observing the two figures before her, Ye Suifeng could not help but retract her neck, overwhelmed by the cruelty of the scene. The lion was so endearing. Yet, recalling the exquisite delicacies born from Gu Yulan's hands, her stomach let out a soft growl. "I must look away," she thought. Leaning back, a blue circle materialized, and in the next moment, she found herself perched upon the neck of the colorful phoenix. It was then that she seemed to hear the sound of sobbing. Tilting her head, she discovered the colorful phoenix was shedding tears. "Little Kai, what troubles you?" Ye Suifeng inquired with curiosity. The phoenix spoke. "That green lion was an old friend of mine." Ye Suifeng was taken aback. "So, you wish to accompany it?" "Oh no, no, no." The colorful phoenix exclaimed in alarm, hastily shaking its head. "I am merely moved. I consider myself exceedingly fortunate that the esteemed one spared me and did not deliver me to that little witch inside the carriage." Ye Suifeng playfully tapped its forehead. "Stop shaking or I'll fall off." The phoenix immediately ceased its movements, flying steadily. "Rest assured, little Kai, as long as you stick with me, you shall never come to harm." As she spoke, she plucked a vibrant feather from its neck and began to weave a headband. The colorful phoenix muttered, "You are quite the little witch yourself." Nevertheless, it was preferable to being with another formidable creature, only to end up as part of a banquet. Several figures soared rapidly through the sky. Suddenly, an icy gust of wind rushed toward them. Ye Suifeng paused, donning the completed colorful headband atop her head, then stood to gaze into the distance. An expanse of pristine white appeared before her, dazzling and blinding under the sun's rays. "Uncle, we have arrived," she called out exuberantly. Ye Suifeng nodded, having spotted it long ago. The northern snowfields were indeed his destination. While shattering the river of time, he had brought forth a white leaf, upon which was engraved the visage of a bear with long fur. Upon closer inspection, Ye Suifeng recognized it as a legendary creature that existed solely in the northern snowfields, known to people as a natural disaster. Thus, he chose to traverse the Qinggu Highlands to reach the northern snowfields. However, he did not hurry. He took his time, allowing Ye Xiaoxiao and the others to fully appreciate the splendor of the Qinggu Highlands. They feasted on dishes such as charcoal-grilled dragon eel, steamed red fire chilan, and stir-fried earth spirit silkworm. Along the way, they vanquished all beasts above the 6th rank, collected heaps of spiritual fruits from heaven and earth, and pillaged a multitude of heavenly treasures. To describe their endeavors as plucking feathers from passing geese would not be an exaggeration. Fortunately, they had finally arrived at the northern snowfields. If the Qinggu Highlands had consciousness, it would surely weep tears of gratitude. "Uncle, where shall we go next?" Ye Xiaoxiao inquired. At this moment, they had officially entered the sky above the northern snowfields, where the earth lay shrouded beneath a thick blanket of ice and snow, devoid of any signs of life. Ye Suifeng extended his consciousness and, with a swift sweep, soon detected a small human settlement located several hundred miles to the east. "Let us seek out the inhabitants," he declared. With that, the donkey cart altered its course and hastened towards the gathering of humanity. Ye Xiaoxiao stood atop the resplendent phoenix, following closely behind. Chapter 73. The Eternal Winter Kingdom in the Northern Realm. Vast expanses lie ensnared in ice, perpetually blanketed by snow. The climate here is marked by extreme cold, rendering survival a formidable challenge. Yet, certain beings, resolute in spirit, manage to endure in this inhospitable environment. Among them are humans. Across the boundless snowfields stands a towering wall, effectively shielding the settlement from the frigid winds that howl from the depths of the frozen wilderness. This wooden barricade, infused with the glow of protective enchantments, remains steadfast through the years. Behind this barrier, a cluster of humble wooden dwellings can be seen, their exteriors and rooftops enveloped in thick layers of straw and animal hides. On the snow-laden paths, passers-by, bundled tightly against the cold, hastily traverse the streets. At this moment, a donkey cart emerges from the distance, its design starkly contrasting with the local aesthetic. It is exceedingly rudimentary, allowing gusts of wind to seep through, lacking even a covering. A man and 2 young women, clad in scant attire, are seen braving the frigid air, seemingly unfazed by the biting cold. A most peculiar sight indeed. Though the donkey cart appears to move at a leisurely pace, it reaches the gates of the wall in mere moments. The guards stationed upon the rampart immediately heighten their vigilance. "Who are you? What is your purpose?" they bellow, their words resonating in a language entirely foreign to the travelers. With a snap of his fingers, Ye Suifeng sends forth a thread of spiritual energy from the mind of the guard, which then splits into 3 streams, penetrating the consciousness of the trio. Instantly, they comprehend the guard's tongue. "Who are you? What do you want?" the guard demands, his bowstring taut and ready to release. With a playful gesture, Ye Xiaoxiao mimics Ye Suifeng, snapping her fingers as well. In an instant, the guard sways and collapses to the side, succumbing to a deep slumber. She grins at Ye Suifeng. Shaking his head, Ye Suifeng guides the donkey cart onward, and as they approach, the gates swing open of their own accord. The guards remain lost in their dreams. Shortly thereafter, they arrive at a larger structure, where various wild beasts are tethered, fiery steeds, unicorn oxen, and an odd large bird with elongated legs, all resembling potential mounts. This establishment is known as the Wooden Tower Inn, a resting place that resonates with the murmur of voices from within. "Let us take a look inside," Ye Suifeng suggests, dismounting the donkey cart, followed by Ye Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan. The colorful phoenix, now shrunk to the size of a sparrow, nestles within Ye Xiaoxiao's flowing hair. With a creak, Ye Suifeng pushes open the door and steps inside, greeted by a wave of warmth infused with the rich aromas of smoke and spirits, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. "Ugh!" Ye Xiaoxiao coughs, fanning her face vigorously. When she raises her gaze, she finds that the previously bustling inn has fallen silent, with nearly every patron fixated upon them, some with curiosity, others with suspicion, and a few with avarice. Ye Suifeng strides forward, selecting a vacant corner to settle down. "Barkeep, bring forth your finest wines and dishes," he calls out. "Certainly," comes the prompt reply. A slender young man responded loudly. Shortly thereafter, he approached, carrying a jar of wine and several plates of dishes. The other diners turned their heads back, resuming their noisy chatter. The 3 dishes, all meat-based, were prepared in a simple and coarse manner. Nevertheless, Ye Suifeng picked up his chopsticks. For a true gourmand, one must possess a heart willing to embrace the unknown. Gu Yulan, on the other hand, produced a low-grade spirit stone and placed it in the attendant's hand. The attendant was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face broke into a broad smile as he walked away. Returning to the counter, he leaned close to the burly shopkeeper, saying, "Uncle, those people must have come from a great distance." With that, he discreetly shook the spirit stone. The shopkeeper, holding his pipe, shot him a sideways glance. "Mind your own business. Those individuals are clearly not ordinary. Do not seek trouble." The attendant chuckled softly. "Of course, I wouldn't. But I fear the Black Wolf and his gang might not be able to restrain themselves." Following the attendant's gaze, 5 men clad in dark, coarse garments were huddled together at a table, whispering amongst themselves while glancing in Ye Suifeng's direction. "Let them test the waters." The shopkeeper exhaled a plume of thick smoke. Moments later, the members of the Black Wolf gang rose, wearing sinister grins as they approached Ye Suifeng. "Hey, shut your mouths and get lost." Ye Suifeng lifted the wine jar, took a sip, and grimaced slightly before setting it down. Having been spoiled by Gu Yulan's culinary finesse, he found these mundane offerings utterly unappealing. The Black Wolf, momentarily stunned by being ignored, realized that in all his years of dominance in this region, he had never encountered someone so audacious. "You son of a..." Bang! Just as he began to speak, the 5 members of the Black Wolf gang were sent flying, crashing through several tables and chairs before slamming against the wall and collapsing to the ground. Blood oozing from their mouths, lifeless, with wide-open eyes, he perished without ever comprehending what kind of entity he had provoked. The other patrons in the inn stood up, their expressions filled with terror as they gazed at Ye Suifeng. How had he accomplished that? Yet, Ye Suifeng remained unfazed, as if he had merely performed an inconsequential act. He picked up a piece of meat, placed it in his mouth, shook his head, and set down his chopsticks. The food and drink here left much to be desired. Subsequently, he rose and walked directly to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, witnessing Ye Suifeng's approach, felt his heart nearly cease, his pipe clamped tightly in his mouth. Too afraid to move. "Have you seen this?" Ye Suifeng presented a white leaf before the shopkeeper's eyes. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixating on the bare head depicted on the leaf, and his pupils constricted in shock. This is the totem of the Eternal Winter Kingdom." His expression turned pale with dread. This man was seeking the Eternal Winter? That was one of the most formidable powers in the northern snowfields. Where? Ye Suifeng retracted the leaf. The shopkeeper took a moment to steady himself and replied, "Very far, over 10,000 miles to the northeast. I have only heard tales of that place." "Thank you." Ye Suifeng placed a low-grade spirit stone upon the table before turning to depart. Ye Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan promptly rose to follow suit. After a considerable interval, the inn was gradually filled with murmurs. "Uncle, who exactly are those individuals?" The trembling attendant inquired, his legs still quaking, relieved that he had resisted the temptation earlier. Otherwise, the innkeeper withdrew his gaze from the group of black wolves, took a deep drag from his pipe, and replied solemnly, "They are extraordinary beings. Yet, it remains uncertain whether they are destined mages or beast spirit warriors." Exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, the innkeeper reflected with lingering apprehension. Fortunately, their objective lies within the eternal winter realm. The attendant expressed his confusion. "I have never heard of such a name." "Of course, you haven't," the innkeeper stated. "It is a vast empire located thousands of miles away, where extraordinary beings roam freely. Once, by a stroke of fortune, I accompanied an incredibly powerful extraordinary being and visited it once. Even the journey alone consumed 3 years." As they conversed, Ye Suifeng and his companions arrived before an immense archway. Towering several dozen zhang into the clouds, it resembled a gateway to the heavens. Above it, 2 bold and vigorous characters were inscribed: Eternal Winter. Chapter 74, The Enlightenment Tree. One more chapter. Pingyang Pass stands as the westernmost gateway of the Eternal Winter Kingdom. It majestically occupies the heart of the western heavenly gate, resembling an ancient divine dragon coiled in this realm. In comparison to Pingyang Pass, Yinshao City appears merely as a quaint little town. The western heavenly gate, soaring dozens of zhang high, projects a luminous curtain that rises from the gate and stretches endlessly to either side, unfathomable in its vastness. To enter the Eternal Winter Kingdom from this side, one can only pass through the western heavenly gate. Each day, multitudes of cultivators wishing to enter the pass queue for miles outside. Ye Suifeng, however, possessed little patience for such waiting. In silence, his donkey cart slipped into Pingyang Pass. Instantly, a warm current greeted him. "How bustling it is!" Ye Suifeng exclaimed, her eyes wandering over the broad streets teeming with a constant flow of people, marveling at the vibrancy. Yet, some gazes lingered on her. What manner of vehicle is that? It appears to be merely an ordinary old donkey. Ah, the girl seems rather charming. I almost mistook her for a little princess. They murmured about the simplicity of her donkey cart. Thankfully, the attire of the locals varied greatly, sparing her from undue scrutiny. "Hey, uncle, look quickly. I've spotted that bear," Ye Suifeng suddenly cried out, pointing at a child in the street. On the child's back was embroidered a pattern reminiscent of the long-haired bear head inscribed upon the white leaf. Ye Suifeng sighed softly. "Lift your head." Ye Suifeng complied, and her mouth fell agape. Everywhere she looked, streets, alleys, shops, and tall buildings was adorned with the same white flag. Upon these flags was embroidered the very long-haired bear. "Have we arrived at the bear's den?" Ye Suifeng's face was one of astonishment. Ye Suifeng extended his finger and traced a circle in the air. Instantly, a multitude of intricate information erupted from the heads of the crowd, coalescing at his fingertips into a swirling vortex. He then immersed his consciousness into this whirlpool. The Great Celestial Bear? A pivotal piece of information emerged. In the Eternal Winter Kingdom, this bear was not referred to as a calamity. As it was in the outside world, it was revered as the Great Celestial Bear. This Great Celestial Bear possessed extraordinary powers, commanding the winds and rains. Most importantly, it single-handedly forged the eternal winter barrier, shielding humanity from the harsh cold and blizzards of the outside world, allowing them to thrive in peace. Ye Suifeng curled his lip. He had noticed the eternal winter barrier upon his arrival, its array markings starkly evident, clearly crafted by the combined efforts of several formidable cultivators. This great celestial bear seemed scarcely related to it. Yet, he was not particularly concerned with the barrier. His curiosity lay in understanding why the head of this great celestial bear appeared upon the white leaf. What, indeed, was this white leaf? Pondering this, Ye Suifeng expanded his consciousness, enveloping the entirety of Pingyang Pass. All within came into sharp focus within his vision. Were the most formidable among them merely at the integration stage? Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating the possibility of severing the causal link of this leaf and casting it into the river of time. A mere nascent soul cultivator could not achieve such a feat. Nevertheless, it might be worthwhile to inquire further. With this thought, Ye Suifeng prepared to summon him. However, amidst his thoughts, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar name. Oh, perhaps it is worth a visit. Moments later, the ox cart arrived at an exceptionally bustling area. The decor here had evidently elevated to an entirely new level. Among the structures stood a remarkable 9-story building, prominently featuring 3 grand characters inscribed on its plaque. Wanbao Pavilion. Indeed, a significant power, with establishments spread across the continent. Ye Suifeng disembarked, accompanied by Ye Suifeng and Gu Yulan, and entered Wanbao Pavilion. As with other places, the first floor was teeming with people. A cursory glance revealed that the merchandise here differed notably from that of the 9 Cities Alliance, especially with a marked decrease in the proportion of elixirs. In its stead were various types of beast blood and inner cores, which appeared to be in high demand. The gathered cultivators were rather peculiar. Their internal spiritual energies were remarkably chaotic, yet their physical prowess was extraordinary, each embodying one or several distinct beastly auras. Beast spirit warriors, perhaps? Within the information he had recently acquired, there were snippets regarding beast spirit warriors and destiny mages. This represented a cultivation method starkly divergent from that of the 9 Cities Alliance. It would be prudent to gather more intelligence and observe the merits of these 2 distinct practices. Ye Suifeng nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he allowed Ye Suifeng and Gu Yulan to explore independently while his figure gradually faded from sight. In the upper loft of Wanbao Pavilion, a middle-aged man clad in ornate robes meticulously examined a ledger. Suddenly, an unfamiliar aura manifested within the room. Who goes there? The middle-aged man shot his gaze upward, and a 3-inch-long, hiltless dagger flew from his sleeve, darting toward the sudden apparition with lightning speed. This was his most formidable innate spiritual weapon, nearly unassailable by anyone below the nascent soul stage. Yet, to his horror, the once invincible dagger bizarrely halted just before it could pierce the young man. Simultaneously, he found himself immobilized, unable to move a muscle. The middle-aged man's heart raced. In this Pingyang Pass, The only individual capable of instilling such trepidation within him was the past lord of the nascent soul stage. Yet, even the lord did not possess such terrifying power. Where did this formidable figure emerge from, and why had they sought him out? The middle-aged man trembled internally. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to ask you a few questions, Ye Suifeng said, picking up the 3-inch dagger and approaching the middle-aged man, taking a seat before him. He then placed the dagger upon the table. A fine spiritual weapon, adorned with a unique design. As Ye Suifeng's words fell, the middle-aged man suddenly felt himself able to move again. Instinctively, he recoiled, his chest heaving with rapid breaths. Ye Suifeng remained silent, observing the man before him. Why hasn't this person shown more audacity? Ye Suifeng inquired. Are you the master of the Wanbao Pavilion? The middle-aged man nodded, swallowed hard, and replied with difficulty, Esteemed elder, I am indeed the master here, Jian Xingquan. If there is anything you desire, please feel free to take it. Ye Suifeng, rendered speechless, thought to himself, what do you take me for? Without further comment, he produced a leaf and asked, Have you seen this before? Jian Xingquan was momentarily taken aback. And upon inspecting the leaf, his brow furrowed in astonishment. Elder, how could you possess such a thing? He appeared genuinely shocked. Ye Suifeng grasped the leaf firmly and urged. Speak. Please hold on for a moment while I verify this. Jian Xingquan exclaimed, swiftly darting to a large chest nearby. After activating a complex formation, he opened it to reveal a chest brimming with countless tomes. It was a storage chest, housing thousands of books. He began rummaging through the contents with urgency. Soon, he produced an ancient-looking volume. Yes, this must be it. Jian Xingquan reverently placed the book before Ye Suifeng after flipping to a specific page. Elder, please take a look. The flurry of his actions amused Ye Suifeng, who thought, I haven't done anything that warrants such alarm. Shaking his head, he picked up the ancient tome. The pages illustrated a towering tree, beneath which a group of playful, fuzzy bears frolicked, endearing in their innocence. Ye Suifeng glanced at the chapter title inscribed on the page, The Enlightenment Tree. Chapter 75, The Divine Gift Assembly in the Primordial Chaos. As the heavens and the earth began to take shape, a magnificent tree emerged, standing tall and proud as the pillar between the two realms. As it continued to grow, the distance between heaven and earth expanded, giving rise to an initial world. This great arboreal entity was known as the World Tree, or the backbone of existence. Once the cosmos reached stability, the World Tree fulfilled its purpose and subsequently collapsed. From its remnants, several new seedlings sprouted, each a progeny of the World Tree. Extraordinary from their inception. Among them was the Enlightenment Tree, a legendary entity symbolizing the nascent wisdom of the universe, capable of illuminating all living beings. One fateful day, a wounded mother bear, burdened with pregnancy, fortuitously found solace beneath the Enlightenment Tree. Alas, her injuries were grave, and she succumbed after giving birth to 7 cubs. The little bears thrived under the nurturing embrace of the Enlightenment Tree, feasting on the mist and dew, growing stronger by the day, influenced by the tree's essence. The cubs exhibited remarkable prowess, each surpassing the last in strength. After a series of intricate events, one fateful day, one of the bears shattered the accumulated ice and snow of millennia with a single paw, establishing an oasis within the snowfields. Later known to humanity as the Eternal Winter Realm, this bear, the architect of eternal frost, was revered as the great celestial deity, worshipped by all living beings. Thus, the tale inscribed in ancient texts came to a close. The leaf in Ye Suifeng's hand, if the records were accurate, was indeed a leaf from the Enlightenment Tree, which explained the insignia of the great celestial deity etched upon it. Ye Suifeng closed the ancient tome, lost in contemplation. Could it be that the one who placed the leaf of the Enlightenment Tree into the river of time was the so-called great celestial deity? According to the ancient scriptures, this deity might indeed possess the ability to traverse the void. After some reflection, Ye Suifeng inquired, where might one find the Enlightenment Tree? Jian Xingquan's expression turned awkward. Esteemed senior, I am afraid I do not possess that knowledge. My understanding of the Enlightenment Tree is merely a fleeting impression gleaned from a chance encounter with ancient texts. Ye Suifeng nodded, acknowledging the truth of his words. Such a being was far beyond the comprehension of a mere cultivator at the late stage of transformation. Who could possibly possess knowledge of the Enlightenment Tree or the great celestial deity? Ye Suifeng pressed on. Is there anyone who might know more? After a moment of thought, Jian Xingquan replied, perhaps only those in the eternal Eastern Imperial City might have some insights regarding the Enlightenment Tree. However, if you seek the great celestial deity, during the Divine Gift Assembly in half a month, The deity's consciousness will descend upon Pingyang Pass. Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. The Divine Gift Assembly. He had come across that name earlier. It seemed to be a grand event, drawing numerous attendees to Pingyang Pass in anticipation of its arrival. Please, tell me more about this Divine Gift Assembly, Ye Suifeng requested. Certainly. Jian Xingxuan nodded eagerly and said, the Divine Gift Conference is held every 3 years. It is the grandest event in the Eternal Winter Kingdom. As Jian Xingxuan elaborated, Ye Suifeng began to grasp the essence of the matter. In simpler terms, it was merely a selection event orchestrated by the great deity. The conference, occurring triennially, requires participants to be young prodigies under the age of 16. Destiny mages, beast spirit warriors, and practitioners from various other schools are all welcome to participate. Following rigorous selections and intense battles, a select group of outstanding young talents will emerge. Subsequently, the great deity will bestow certain blessings upon them based on their rankings. The most exceptional individuals will be directly ushered into the divine realm by the great deity, embarking on a unique legendary journey. For instance, this year, there are 5 slots available at the Pingyang Pass, all of which will be claimed by the great deity. It sounds as if this great deity resembles a cult leader, Ye Suifeng remarked with a chuckle. Jian Xingxuan awkwardly smiled. He dared not respond to such remarks. Should the locals of Eternal Winter learn of someone describing their great deity in such a manner, regardless of one's strength, they would undoubtedly rush to confront him fiercely. Are you certain the great deity's consciousness will descend? Ye Suifeng inquired. Indeed, Jian Xingxuan replied. Since arriving at Pingyang Pass, I have attended every divine gift conference. I can feel the terrifying consciousness of the great deity, instilling a sense of dread. No one can rival it. Of course, compared to you, esteemed senior. It pales in comparison. Ye Suifeng was left speechless once more. Your survival until now is probably closely tied to that minuscule amount of courage you possess. However, if the great bear deity truly intends to come, he would no longer need to exert effort in searching. When the time comes, he would simply seize it directly. He could land a punch first and then proceed to interrogate afterward. With half a month remaining, Ye Suifeng pondered and asked, does your Wamao Pavilion have any techniques or text regarding the cultivation of destiny mages and beast spirit warriors? Jian Xingxuan's heart raced. The moment he feared had come. Wamao Pavilion would undoubtedly face repercussions. Yet, he dared not lie before this esteemed individual. Yes, senior, not only do we possess such techniques, but we also have cultivation methods from the Southern Highlands, along with spiritual artifacts, elixirs, high-level beast cores, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and spirit stones. All right. Ye Suifeng interjected, raising a hand to his forehead. I only require those 2 cultivation methods. Whatever quantity you have, bring it forth. During the waiting period, he intended to study the unique aspects of both cultivation systems. Understood. Soon, Jian Xingxuan presented a beautifully crafted storage ring before Ye Suifeng. Ye Suifeng casually glanced inside. Goodness. There must be at least 10,000 volumes. This person has truly emptied their home. How much in total? He asked. Let us proceed based on the standard pricing, Ye Suifeng insisted. Jian Xingxuan was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that the esteemed senior would offer payment. The cost is approximately 800 billion low-grade spirit stones. What do you think? Ye Suifeng remained silent, first retrieving the techniques from his storage ring, then placing a sufficient amount of spirit stones within and handing them to Jian Xingxuan. It was merely a trifling matter. He was not destitute enough to resort to thievery. Subsequently, he prepared to depart. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. How does one participate in the Divine Gift Conference? With numerous prodigies gathered, it would serve as an excellent opportunity for Ye Xiaoxiao to hone her skills. Finding her something to engage and would also prevent her from causing chaos. The quota for the conference was already determined over a month ago, Jian Xingxuan stated. Can one purchase a quota, and at what price? The corners of Jian Xingxuan's mouth twitched. How wealthy must one be to desire to buy everything? How many quotas does the esteemed senior require? Ye Suifeng replied. Just one will suffice. I happen to have a junior with me and wish for her to try her hand as well. That's quite manageable. Jian Xingxuan responded. Our Wamao Pavilion has 10 quotas this year, and we can offer you one. Ye Suifeng frowned. You must have already chosen your candidates. Wouldn't he that push others out? Jian Xingxuan respectfully replied. The matters of the esteemed senior take precedence. Shouldn't you inquire whether she qualifies? A disciple of the esteemed senior must surely be a paragon among mortals. Ye Suifeng could no longer endure it, muttering, then it shall be, before swiftly leaving the room. After a considerable time, Jian Xingqiuan approached his chair and sat down slowly, a look of lingering trepidation upon his face. He shook his head and sighed. I had thought that upon reaching the late stage of the transformation god realm at Pingyang Pass, I would no longer have to endure such tribulations, yet here we are. No matter, maintain a tranquil mindset. As long as one lives. Chapter 76. Who is the waste? Am I to participate in the competition? In an elegant and comfortable room, Ye Suifeng exclaimed in surprise. Ye Suifeng lounged lazily by the window, where a table brimming with a variety of fruits, all specialties of the eternal winter kingdom, lay before him. The fruits were refreshingly cool and melted in the mouth, reminiscent of the battle in Cloud City. Ye Suifeng leaped off her chair, expressing her concerns, but this place is evidently much larger than Cloud City, and there must be many formidable opponents. What if I am unable to defeat them? Ye Suifeng snorted lightly. If you cannot win, then stand tall and take the blows. What else can you do? One must endure some hardships. You are already 14 in virtual years and have matured. Ye Suifeng's face was a picture of reluctance as she gazed down at her toes. I clearly haven't grown up yet. So, what is their strength like? She inquired. I do not know, replied Ye Suifeng, but all participants are youths under 16. So their strength shouldn't be excessively formidable. The competition begins in half a month. Spend these days contemplating how to deal with them. It had been several months since they departed from Cloud City. During the journey, he had taken the opportunity to refine some origin towers, using the supreme essence produced from them for cooking, personal hygiene, bathing, and, of course, daily cultivation. Supreme power is not merely a phrase. With such investment in resources, even without dedicated training, Ye Suifeng's cultivation had advanced remarkably, entering the foundation establishment stage over a month ago. Now, she had become a minor genius at the 5th level of foundation establishment. Even Gu Yulan, who initially only had a qi refinement stage, had made consecutive breakthroughs and was now a practitioner at the late stage of qi transformation. The Pingyang Pass indeed surpassed Cloud City. Yet the talents below 16 would not be overwhelmingly extraordinary. The best among them would likely range from the foundation establishment to the golden body stage. According to the local cultivation system, this equated to 3rd to 4th tier fate mages or beast spirit warriors. Given Ye Suifeng's capabilities, even if she were to lose, the consequences would not be overly grievous. Very well, Ye Suifeng murmured. All this time, she had been delving into the dream void realm, and her offensive techniques were indeed somewhat lacking. It seemed necessary for her to ponder this matter thoroughly. If you are truly concerned, there is a gathering at the Wanbao Pavilion tonight, and many participants will be attending. You can observe them, suggested Ye Suifeng. A gathering? That sounds wonderful. Ye Suifeng's spirits lifted immediately. Do not misbehave, do not tease others, and absolutely do not steal. Understand your opponent's strengths properly, do you hear? Ye Suifeng admonished. This girl is still too young, having grown up under the family's protection, her playful nature too pronounced. Do not worry, I have outgrown the age of mischief. Ye Suifeng replied, feigning maturity. Ye Suifeng shook his head. However, he had to admit she was right. Ever since that day at the Qinggu jailing, the girl had changed a bit. Although her personality remained lively, she was no longer outrageous. All right, off you go, he urged, dismissing her. After her departure, Ye Suifeng took out a book and began to leaf through its pages. The Destiny Mage, the Beast Spirit Warrior, how intriguing. As night fell, in a refined chamber of the Wanbao Pavilion, an agitated voice resonated. Why is this happening? I must seek the pavilion master for an explanation. Within the room, 10 young men and women lounged casually, one of whom stood up, filled with righteous indignation, his face flushed with anger. Shada, sit down. A slightly older individual commanded in a deep voice. Huarong often has clearly earned this qualification, yet as the competition approaches, he is displaced by a stranger. I must confront the pavilion master. Shada exclaimed furiously. Do you think the Wanbao Pavilion is at your beck and call? Huarong retorted. The pavilion master's decision undoubtedly has its reasoning. Our duty is to comply. Besides, did he not mention that often would receive appropriate compensation? Compensation? Shada scoffed. What compensation could possibly outweigh the value of the divine essence? He might even be chosen by the great deity. At that moment, an individual beside Huarong suddenly chuckled. Chosen by the great deity? You speak such fanciful nonsense. Hua Yining, you only resent that without off fun. You can no longer swindle the divine essence from him, Hua Yining interrupted. Shada glowered. Often is my dear friend. Indeed, a friend who you exploit daily. Do you think we are blind? Hua Yining mocked. Shada fell silent. The others present were not fools, and they were well aware of the daily happenings. Just then, Another young woman, toying with a dagger, remarked, "If the newcomer possesses commendable strength and does not hinder us, I have no objections." How could he possibly be competent? Xiao Da spread his hands. I learned that this person is merely a relative of the pavilion master, clearly benefiting from nepotism. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the main door of the room. Moments later, a diminutive figure with vibrant purple-red hair peeked in. "Excuse me. Is this the assembly point for participants of the Wanbao Pavilion?" It was Ye Suifeng. Her appearance instantly silenced the room, all eyes converging upon her face, some scrutinizing, others perplexed, many indifferent, and a few disdainful. Under such scrutiny, Ye Suifeng gradually withdrew her little head, only to peek in again a moment later. Is Huarong here?" The older Huarong stood. "I am Huarong, and you are?" Ye Suifeng exhaled, stepping fully into the room, and produced a token, presenting it to Huarong. "It's from Jian Xingxuan. Yes, he sent me." The group quickly realized that this young girl was indeed the new participant. "She seems rather young. Surely she isn't here to amuse us?" "You must be Ye Suifeng, dear sister. How old are you?" Huarong expressed his astonishment. Though the rules permit participation for those under 16, nearly all contenders are indeed 16. At this age, even a single year can result in substantial differences in strength and experience. "I am 13, 14, Ye Suifeng declared. Instantly, a few sighs resonated throughout the room. How could someone so young enter the Divine Gift Conference if not to seek hardship? In this competition, the overall strength of the team is of utmost importance. The participants from this cohort are undoubtedly under immense pressure. Shada shrugged and remarked, "I told you, she must have taken the back door to get in. Now, we've lost a third-tier Destiny Mage and gained a seemingly foolish liability. Our Wanbao Pavilion is bound to be embarrassed at this Divine Gift Conference." As Shada continued, he noticed the expressions of those around him shift to one of peculiar discomfort. Everyone's gaze turned towards him, or rather, to his side. Feeling perplexed and on the verge of questioning, he was suddenly met with a gentle breath by his ear. In an instant, his pupils contracted with a chilling realization. Struggling to turn his head, he beheld a pair of icy eyes, simmering with a hint of anger, coldly fixed upon him. A sharp blade, exuding a frigid aura, pressed against his throat. "Who did you just call a liability?" Chapter 77. The bewildered wolf girl, a frigid dagger pressed against Xiao Da's neck. The increasingly sharp pain sending chills throughout his body. Drops of crimson blood began to trickle down his throat. The occupants of the room stood frozen, bewildered, unable to comprehend how this seemingly 12 or 13-year-old girl had managed to approach Xiao Da so stealthily. No one could fathom the resoluteness with which she struck, leaving a faint crimson mark across his neck. Xiao Da dared not move, casting a pleading glance towards Huarong. "Sister Yi, enough," Huarong whispered, aware that should this escalate to a fatality, he would bear the grave responsibility as the leader. Yet, Ye Suifeng did not even spare him a glance. The blade shifted slowly. "That is truly enough." He did not mean it. Huarong's expression grew grave. If this continued, he would be compelled to intervene. Hypocrisy. "He is clearly intentional," Ye Suifeng huffed softly, the blade shifting again. The atmosphere in the room had plummeted to an icy silence. As the blade neared Xiao Da's major artery, Huarong and the others tensed, ready to act. Suddenly, Ye Suifeng gasped, the dagger vanishing from her grasp as she sauntered to the side. "I almost forgot. He forbids me from causing too much trouble. How annoying." With that, Ye Suifeng took a seat, her tone and demeanor light and playful, as if she had merely been engaging in a game. With a start, Xiao Da leaped up, colliding with several stools as he rushed behind Huarong. Clutching his neck, he stared at the seemingly unconcerned Ye Suifeng, his eyes wide with terror. His shirt damp with cold sweat, his body trembling. In that moment, he had genuinely felt the terror of death, seeing that Xiao Da was relatively unharmed. Huarong finally relaxed, moving his fingers only to realize that his palms were also slick with perspiration. This seemingly harmless little girl was astonishingly ruthless when provoked. "I quite like this newcomer," suddenly remarked the woman playing with the dagger as she rose and approached Ye Suifeng. She was far more formidable than that foolish lad. A fin. With a smile gracing her lips, her exposed neck and shoulders were adorned with tattoos. The most striking feature being her icy blue eyes that radiated an endless chill. "Who is a fin?" Ye Suifeng inquired, puzzled. "Just a person of little significance." The woman replied with a laugh. "And who might you be?" "Xiangxi Yue," the woman extended her hand, "though everyone calls me Wolf Girl." Ye Suifeng blinked her large eyes. Intrigued. Wolf Girl, what an unusual moniker. Yet, she felt no aversion towards the woman. Extending her small hand, she gently shook hers. "Come. I shall take you to today's gathering. Let them wallow in their tedium here," Wolf Girl declared, pulling Ye Suifeng to her feet and leading her out of the room. After they departed, the atmosphere in the room gradually lightened. Xiaoda, cradling his neck, approached Hua Rong. "Brother Rong." "Silence," Hua Rong retorted coldly, turning to glare at him. "I have long advised you to concentrate your efforts on cultivation rather than seeking petty advantages from others. Strength is paramount. Huh? To be intimidated by a mere 13-year-old girl to the point of inaction. Look at you. While Wamao Pavilion may not have lost face, you have certainly sullied your own." With that, he forcefully yanked Xiaoda's hand away from his throat. Xiaoda gasped and instinctively touched his neck, only to discover that it had long ceased to bleed. Ye Suifeng's knife skills were exceptionally precise. He had only endured slight pain and shock, without any substantial injury. Observing Xiaoda's panic, Hua Rong snorted disdainfully and exited the room, followed by the others, who cast scornful glances at him as they passed. This place was an extraordinarily opulent hall. Within, the ambience was vibrant, with dozens of young individuals engaged in animated conversations. At that moment, two figures entered through the door. One tall and one short. The taller one had a wheat-colored complexion, adorned with intricate tattoos, and piercing blue eyes that sent a chill down one's spine. The shorter one had long, crimson hair cascading almost to her heels, her bright eyes brimming with curiosity, exuding an adorable charm. Upon seeing these two, a handsome young man's eyes lit up, and he approached eagerly. "See you, my dear sister." "Leave." The wolf girl did not even glance at him, leading Ye Suifeng directly into the heart of the hall. 2 cups of ghost flame wine. Before long, 2 goblets filled with a blood-red liquid, burning with green flames, were presented before them. The wolf girl took 1 cup for herself and then offered the other to Ye Suifeng. "Can you drink this?" Ye Suifeng curiously observed the cup, as the strong scent of alcohol mingled with a metallic tang wafted towards her. It was her first encounter with such a brew. "I'll give it a try." Having traveled with Ye Suifeng for some time, she had already partaken in drinking. She took the cup and cautiously sipped a small mouthful. Instantly, her eyes widened as a fierce energy erupted in her throat like an inferno. The wolf girl laughed heartily, downing a gulp herself, feeling an intense heat envelop her, as if every pore in her body were bursting forth with flames. This was no ordinary wine, but a concoction brewed from the blood of various high-ranking magical beasts and special spiritual fruits. Its explosive energy was such that even as a 4th-tier beast spirit warrior, she required a considerable time to recover after merely a sip. For Ye Suifeng to drink it was purely for amusement. "Hello, bring me another cup." A voice interrupted her thoughts. She then witnessed Ye Suifeng clutching a second goblet of ghost flame wine, gulping it down eagerly. The wolf girl exclaimed, "Suifeng, you wolf sister, surely this has sugar added, right?" Ye Suifeng wiped the remnants from the corners of her mouth and remarked, "Next time, I shall ask uncle to add a bit more sugar. His wine is far too spicy. This one, resembling juice, is far more delightful." As she spoke, she requested another cup from the maid beside her. The maid responsible for attending to the guests appeared quite flustered, questioning whether she had mistakenly served the wrong wine. The wolf girl, with a twitch at the corner of her eye, observed the 3rd cup of ghost flame wine being consumed by Ye Suifeng and inquired, "Suifeng, what level are you currently at?" After finishing her 3rd cup with a satisfied burp, Ye Suifeng replied, "Well, I suppose I would be classified as a 3rd tier. 6th level Fate Mage, which is rather behind among our group." Along the way, she had learned through the wolf girl's introduction that among the members of Wamao Pavilion, the most formidable were Hua Rong and the wolf girl herself, one a 4th tier, 3rd level Fate Mage, and the other a 4th tier, 2nd level Beast Spirit Warrior. The remaining individuals were all in the late stages of the 3rd tier. The wolf girl fell silent. No one dared to indulge in ghost flame wine at the 3rd tier, 6th level. "Beautiful lady, do you have any of this juice left? I would like to take some home," Ye Suifeng said to the maid, wishing to let her uncle taste it as well. Miss, if you wish to take some away, it requires a purchase," the maid replied. "How much does it cost?" The maid answered, "A cup costs 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, while a barrel is somewhat cheaper at 500,000. "Oh, then please prepare for me a." Ye Suifeng had yet to finish her sentence when she was interrupted by the wolf girl, who smiled and said, "Since it is your first visit, I cannot allow you to pay. I shall treat you." "It's quite all right. I can manage," Ye Suifeng insisted. "I will take care of it." The wolf girl spoke with resolute determination. "Consider it a welcoming gift from me. Now, how much do you desire?" Ye Suifeng blinked her eyes in surprise. "Very well." She removed the storage ring from her finger and handed it to the maid. "Then let us fill 100 barrels. The wolf girl gasped. "What kind of family do you come from? Is your unit of measurement in hundreds?" Chapter 78, The God-Slaying Technique. One more chapter. Evening. Uncle, I have brought you some delightful treasures. Ye Xiaoxiao hopped back to the inn, approaching Ye Suifeng with exuberance. What treasures? Ye Suifeng inquired without turning his head, still engrossed in his book. This. Take a look. It's absolutely delectable. Ye Suifeng turned to see Ye Xiaoxiao cradling a wooden barrel nearly the size of her own body, from which she poured a crimson, unidentifiable liquid. Instantly, the room was filled with a rich aroma of alcohol, laced with a faint hint of blood. With a snap of her fingers, the liquid in the cup ignited. She then presented the cup to Ye Suifeng, saying, Uncle, you must try this. Ye Suifeng set down his book, curling his lip. Without tasting, he could tell it was a concoction mixed with the blood of numerous low-tier demonic beasts. However, to avoid dampening the child's enthusiasm, he took a tentative sip. How is it? Ye Xiaoxiao asked, her face alight with anticipation. It's acceptable, but not to my taste. Ye Suifeng replied, picking his book back up. It's merely a beverage for children. Hiki. Ye Xiaoxiao drank the remaining spirit, savoring it as she remarked. But I am still a child. Ye Suifeng shrugged, neither affirming nor denying her statement. I think it's quite good. Ye Xiaoxiao placed the barrel at the corner of the table and continued. I bought 100 barrels to take back for my sister and cousin Yi Huang to try as well. I had initially planned to purchase 1,000 barrels, but someone insisted on paying for me, so I felt a bit awkward. As she spoke, she noticed Ye Suifeng was regarding her with a peculiar expression. How many did you buy? 100 barrels. And how much for each barrel? 50,000 spirit stones. Someone else paid for you? Yes, Ye Xiaoxiao nodded. She was very kind to me. She is a friend I made tonight. Ye Suifeng set down his book once more, rubbing his temples. That friend who paid for you? Make sure to repay her when you get the chance. Also, your monthly allowance will be reduced from 100 million spirit stones to 100. Ye Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Why? She felt disheartened. I went out of my way to bring you a delicacy, and you are cutting my allowance. That is quite a drastic reduction. Once you fully comprehend the reasons behind this, I will reconsider your allowance, Ye Suifeng stated, returning to his book without further discussion. Ye Xiaoxiao pouted, struggling to understand what exactly she had done wrong. Nevertheless, she believed her uncle's decision must have some merit. What to do? What can you do? Just reflect on it, she thought, as she lowered her head and exited the room. After a moment, Ye Suifeng sighed softly and set his book aside. With the commotion she caused, he found it impossible to concentrate on his reading. He acknowledged that he bore some responsibility for Ye Xiaoxiao's behavior. He should not have readily acquiesced to her outrageous demands in the first place. 100 barrels purchased in one go. Such an act is akin to someone storming into a grand establishment and clearing its shelves entirely. Who would engage in such extravagance? Well, there are indeed individuals of that ilk, yet I am unperturbed by the risks associated with such expenditure. Without the assurance of strength, an abundance of wealth often serves merely as a precarious fuse leading one into danger. It seems prudent to allow her to venture forth occasionally, to encounter the harsh realities of the world. Otherwise, one could be doomed to exist solely within their own confines. Ye Suifeng shook his head. Fortunately, this girl possesses a good heart. Her desire to acquire so many items is motivated by the intention of sharing them with Yi Huang and the others rather than mere frivolity. Experience is invaluable. With this thought, Ye Suifeng could not help but recall Yi Huang and the rest. Months have passed, and he wondered how they fared now. He raised his hand, contemplating the use of the Great Road to ascertain their circumstances, but after a moment of hesitation, he lowered it. It is best to let each person tread their own path. Excessive intervention could be detrimental. Let them live out their own brilliance. In the Nine Cities Alliance, within the boundaries of the city of Su, lies the grandest city, Huangye City. At the central Yuan Grand Arena, a figure stands proudly. Surrounding her, several young cultivators lie bloodied on the ground. Before her kneels a valiant young man, his long sword in hand, partially prostrated. The pride of Huangye City is laid bare. Yi Huang sheathed her bloodied sword, her purple cloak billowing dramatically. The young man spat a mouthful of blood, exclaiming in fury, Yi Huang, do not go too far. Go too far? A cold smile graced Yi Huang's lips. Do you recall how you regarded us when we first arrived in Huangye City? Rustic brutes, commoners, lowly beings, wretched scum. Now, to be defeated by the very wretched scum you once scorned. How does that feel? The young man's face flushed with anger and embarrassment. He had heard of Yi Huang's reputation but never imagined she would possess such formidable strength. A dozen young elites from Huangye City, all under 20 and at the foundational stage or beyond, had besieged her, only to be defeated in mere moments, utterly vanquished. Some even fell to their demise on the spot. Even if we had wronged you in the past, you cannot be so ruthless. The youth's eyes were bloodshot. Among the slain were his friends. Ruthlessness is a lesson you imparted to me, Ye Huang replied, stepping closer and producing a small box, placing it before the young man. Upon opening it, he beheld 20 neatly arranged fingers, each belonging to different bodies' thumbs. If you had not treated the people of the Tianluan Palace as mere playthings and tormented them to death, perhaps today would not have unfolded as it has. A short dagger glinted in Ye Huang's hand. The young man gazed at the shimmering blade, a low chuckle escaping his lips. If you harm me, you will never leave Huangye City. Ye Huang's demeanor remained impassive. If I do not harm you, I cannot return to the Tianluan Palace. Scalding blood trickled down the dagger, staining Ye Huang's hands crimson. The youth's gaze, filled with disbelief and an insurmountable terror, gradually drained of color. As the dagger was withdrawn, the young man's body collapsed onto the ground, his blood saturating the box that contained fingers. Ye Huang straightened herself, the gentle breeze tousling the long strands of hair on her forehead. In that moment, she ascended to become the true mistress of the Tianluan Palace. My child. Suddenly, a booming voice reverberated through the air. Ye Huang turned to see a middle-aged man charging forth with immense authority. Behind him, a throng of formidable cultivators followed closely. Upon seeing the young man fallen at Ye Huang's feet, the middle-aged man's eyes filled with crimson fury. You dare to kill him? He bellowed. A violent aura surging towards Ye Huang, a force belonging to the formidable Golden Core stage. Ye Huang stood amidst it, akin to a solitary leaf in the tempest. Who dares to harm my master? Suddenly, a multitude of figures clad in black attire leapt onto the platform, positioning themselves behind Ye Huang to withstand the powerful pressure emanating from the middle-aged man. You all shall perish. The man's eyes bulged with rage, fixated on Ye Huang. Yet she remained unfazed, calmly stating, I can fathom your feelings, but... She produced a sheet of white paper covered in writing. We have signed a death warrant. The middle-aged man gazed at the death warrant, his eyes locked onto the familiar name inscribed upon it, as sorrow and rage gradually consumed his reason. I care not for any death warrant. You have slain my son, my only son. Today, even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive, I shall still take your life. He had gone mad, unleashing all his power as he charged forward. Ye Huang sighed softly. Then you shall have no one to blame. A delicate lavender petal began to drift down from her brow. As she drew her long sword, the petal landed gracefully upon the blade, instantly transforming into a stream of violet light, akin to celestial radiance. Die. At that moment, the middle-aged man was utterly deranged, recklessly advancing towards her. While Ye Huang maintained her composure, she raised her longsword, softly articulating, God-slaying. First Form. Chapter 79, The Beginning. Huangye City. The foremost metropolis within the confines of Su City boasts an expanse several times greater than that of Yinshao City. Viewed from above, it resembles a meticulously constructed cube, nestled upon a fertile plain. However, today, a colossal fissure has emerged from the heart of Huangye City, cleaving the city with a profound gash. In the center of the arena, a middle-aged man stood silently, gazing at the origin of the crack. Beside him, a young girl clung tightly to his arm, her complexion pale as a ghost. She was none other than Ye Suifeng, who had previously participated in the Drunken Dream Conference. Father, is this truly the doing of Ye Huang? Her voice trembled, unable to fathom the immense power required to rend Huangye City asunder. If Ye Huang had unleashed such a strike upon her that day, the consequences would have been dire. The middle-aged man remained silent, merely nodding slightly. At that moment, several formidable figures rapidly descended from the sky, landing beside him, their expressions filled with astonishment as they beheld the immense sword mark before them. Patriarch Nye. One of them stepped forward and inquired, Where are the people from Tianluan Hall? They have departed, replied Patriarch Nye. Fled? No, he shook his head. After slaying the head of the Huang family, she did not leave, but awaited our arrival. The man was taken aback, and then, with a soft sigh, Patriarch Nye responded. I allowed her to leave. What? Another family head exclaimed in shock. How could you let her go? She has so brazenly provoked us in Huangye City. She must pay a price for her audacity. Patriarch Nye turned, his expression impassive as he regarded him. Have you considered Ye Suifeng? The others fell into a stunned silence. Indeed, if his daughter possessed such formidable strength, what of her father? Ye Suifeng had single-handedly unified Yinshao City and established an unimaginable new city. Their delayed arrival was merely to glimpse the character Yi that loomed majestically over Yinshao City. Just a fleeting glance had left them shaken, nearly suffering grave injuries. Such a being was beyond their capacity to confront. After a moment of silence, One individual finally spoke. What of the head of the Huang family? Right here. Patriarch Ye revealed his open palm, displaying a severed thumb nestled within it. This as the others felt a jolt of alarm. It was both a retribution and a warning. Patriarch Ye gazed distantly towards the direction of Yinshao City. Perhaps we shall need to deliver our tributes there from now on. Yinshao City. Boom, boom, boom. 3 resounding strikes of a bell echoed throughout the city. A brand new courtyard slowly opened its grand gates. The plaque above descended, unveiling the words concealed beneath the drapery, under heaven. As the gate swung open, a procession of young individuals clad in pale blue garments formed 4 lengthy lines, entering the courtyard in succession. At the forefront stood a very young girl. Her countenance was solemn, and her expression grave. She was the girl who had narrowly escaped from the singer Li Shinga, known as Xiao Yi. Upon entering the grand entrance, a colossal sculpture, soaring to over 10 zhang in height, stood majestically at the center of the plaza. The sculpture depicted the ruler of Yinshao City, Ye Suifeng. After their arrival, they sat in an expansive arc around the statue, forming a grand semicircle. Salutations to the dean, they exclaimed in unison. Beneath the statue, Yiqian slowly opened his eyes. Sandstone City, located in the western part of the 9-city alliance, is a grand metropolis of considerable stature, comparable to the northern city of Sioux City. The environment here is harsh, yet the people are exceptionally fierce, with practitioners known for their combative nature. Fighting is a routine affair for them. Within Sandstone City, numerous arenas, both large and small, have been constructed solely for the purpose of combat. The Huafeng Arena is the largest among them. Spectators flock to witness the battles, filling the seats to capacity almost every day. It is said that a recently active faction called the True Dragon Pavilion has been making waves. In the audience, 2 burly men, half-naked, were engaged in a spirited conversation. I know, but it seems the leader of the True Dragon Pavilion is just a mere youth, delicate and fair. Like a woman, one of the men remarked. The other replied, why would we want to meet a greenhorn just because he resembles a pretty boy? Here in Sandstone, we respect strength in battle. You wouldn't forsake our traditions to follow that so-called dragon lord and become a coward, would you? Their words dripped with provocation. Not satisfied? Then let us settle it in the arena. That is the way of Sandstone. However, the man who was challenged merely chuckled. May I first inquire why you came to the Huangfeng Arena today? Coward. One man scoffed, turning away. The other laughed heartily, of course. We are here for the Gun King. In just over a month, he has fought his way up from the smallest arena to the Huangfeng Arena. Moreover, he has chosen only the fiercest opponents, each battle leaving him drenched in blood. That is the kind of person we, the people of Sandstone, should follow, not some delicate pretty boy. As tensions rose and a confrontation seemed imminent, a resounding cheer erupted throughout the arena. Gun King! Gun King! The crowd roared enthusiastically, creating a tumultuous wave of excitement. Amidst the clamor, a figure strode into the arena, wielding a long spear, his clothes tattered and stained with large splotches of blood. He emanated an overwhelming aura of battle intent. If you have the guts, call your dragon lord down here to face the Gun King. The burly man bellowed with laughter. Yet, the figure merely smiled, a grin of unbridled confidence upon his face. I fear that is not feasible. For he is indeed our dragon lord. At the southernmost edge of the 9 cities alliance lies a grand mountain range. At the heart of this range stands an imposing archway, rising majestically above the clouds. Inscribed upon it are 4 prominent characters, Tianfu Academy. We have finally returned, Yanxi exclaimed with exuberance. Yiqi now, standing beside her, gazed upon this magnificent scene, her heart filled with emotion. Along their journey, they had traversed numerous locations and encountered a myriad of cultural anecdotes. Now, they had at last reached their destination. Let us proceed, Yanxi said with a smile, taking Yiqi Niao's hand as they ascended a path resembling a celestial staircase. This route, as per the Academy's rules, mandated that all must ascend on foot. As they walked, Yanxi shared insights about their surroundings. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the foot of the mountain gate. From this vantage point, the Academy's entrance appeared even more majestic. We shall go to the Dragon Gate, Yanxi declared, leading Yiqi Niao not through the main entrance, but towards a peculiar small door. Puzzled, Yiqi Niao listened as Yanxi explained. Every newly admitted student must pass through the Dragon Gate, a test to assess their talent and determine their subsequent placement. Do not be anxious. I believe in you. You will undoubtedly enter the 4 Seasons courtyard. Along the way, Yiqi Niao had learned from Yanxi that Tianfu Academy was stratified into levels. In ascending order, there were 5 tiers: the mundane courtyard, the gentleman's courtyard. The Four Seasons courtyard, the celestial courtyard, and the earth and heaven courtyard. Gaining entrance to the Four Seasons courtyard was a testament to extraordinary talent. However, Yi Qingyao was not fixated on this notion, for she believed that all paths lead through the mundane. She stepped forward towards the dragon gate. The chime of 5 bells would signify her entrance into the Four Seasons courtyard. You can do it. Yanxi encouraged from behind. Dong. The first bell rang as anticipated. Yanxi's expression turned tense. She was unsure of what would transpire. Dong. Moments later, the second bell resonated. Do not dwell on it. The so-called talents from the countryside typically garner no more than 2 chimes, came a voice as Guan Mu approached from behind. Yanxi huffed, asserting, she will certainly enter the Four Seasons courtyard. Guan Mu laughed heartily. Do you think anyone can just waltz into the Four Seasons courtyard? If she succeeds, I shall gift you a piece of Earth-grade spirit equipment. Yanxi rolled her eyes and chose to ignore him. Yet, the third bell was still delayed in its arrival. Just as she felt she could no longer contain herself, suddenly, the third chime sounded. Before she could revel in the joy, the fourth followed closely behind. Then came the fifth, the sixth. In a fleeting moment, 9 chimes resonated throughout the entirety of Qinfu Academy. Boom. A tremendous explosion startled Ye Suifeng, who was engrossed in his reading. Frowning slightly, he prepared to investigate the commotion. At that moment, the door swung open, and Gu Yulan entered. Master, the grand meeting has commenced. Chapter 80. The Star of Destiny and the Beast Soul. A magnificent and resplendent firework erupted with a thunderous boom above the Pingyang Pass, illuminating the entire fortress in a kaleidoscope of colors. The streets and alleys brimmed with throngs of people waving the banners of the great deity, their fervor igniting this colossal structure with unparalleled energy. In a room, Ye Suifeng sat by the window, gazing at the sky, which was in a constant state of chromatic transformation. Master, aren't you going to take a look? Asked Gu Yulan, standing beside him. Ye Suifeng withdrew his gaze and shook his head. No, I have no interest. Turning back, he picked up a tome on martial arts and began to read. His allure towards such grand events had diminished considerably, rendering it far less intriguing than the platter of fruit on the table. The competition officially commences today, and the young lady will make her debut, Gu Yulan remarked. Ye Suifeng paused, then replied, go accompany her, and remind her to perform well. I will be watching closely. Gu Yulan nodded obediently and exited the room. Moments later, a knock echoed at the door. Senior, it is I. Come in, he responded. A middle-aged man gently pushed the door open and quietly closed it behind him without a sound. It was Jian Xingquan. Isn't today the grand opening of the event? What brings you here? Ye Suifeng inquired casually. Such matters pale in comparison to those concerning you, Senior. Jian Xingquan bowed respectfully. Ye Suifeng sighed internally. Jian Xingquan was excessively cautious, bordering on servility. He did not particularly favor such demeanor. Interactions were invariably more pleasant when conducted with a sense of casual ease. However, he recognized that this disposition was not easily altered, as it was a product of years of experience in the cultivation world, where lacking survival skills would render one incapable of enduring for long. What is it? Ye Suifeng asked. Jian Xingquan reverently presented a ring. Senior, I have procured some advanced martial arts techniques, as you requested. However, to acquire the most elite practices, one must venture to the eternal winter imperial city. Ye Suifeng nodded and accepted the ring. Upon opening it, he discovered it meticulously contained over 1,000 volumes, all pertaining to the techniques of destiny mages and beast spirit warriors. After exploring these 2 cultivation methods previously, he found himself intrigued by their stark contrast to the southern practices. Destiny mages appeared to be a variant of traditional cultivation infused with unique formations. These formations were remarkable in their ability to connect the practitioner with something known as the Star of Destiny. Through communion with the Star of Destiny, practitioners could refine their bodies and learn spells. Compared to traditional methods, Destiny mages enjoyed a swifter and more convenient cultivation process, albeit one that placed greater emphasis on innate talent. The significance of the Star of Destiny was paramount within this discipline. If an individual's Star of Destiny was feeble, they may never ascend to the status of a Destiny mage. Nonetheless, the Beast Spirit Warriors provided a compensatory pathway for those left behind. This cultivation method is remarkably straightforward yet brutally effective. Practitioners enhance their strength by merging with the souls of demonic beasts and bathing in their blood, thereby augmenting their own capabilities and acquiring a portion of the abilities of the beasts they fuse with. Unlike the fated mages, this approach can swiftly forge individuals of considerable combat prowess. Consequently, in the realm of Everwinter, the number of beast spirit warriors is exceedingly vast. Both of these cultivation methods, distinct from traditional practices, possess significant shortcomings, yet they also hold their own merits. As Ye Suifeng delved deeper into understanding them, he discerned that certain characteristics could potentially be utilized to extend the subsequent phases of the primordial technique. After creating the initial 2 stages of the primordial technique, Ye Suifeng set the matter aside, treating it as a casual endeavor. However, he now saw an opportunity for refinement. Thus, a few days prior, he had instructed Jian Xingqiuan to seek out higher-level techniques, intending to reassess after reviewing them. Stowing away his ring, Ye Suifeng produced a green spirit fruit and offered it to Jian Xingqiuan. Your reward. Jian Xingqiuan hurriedly approached, cradling the spirit fruit with both hands. His curiosity piqued as to its nature. Observing the fruit's elegant, natural patterns and the subtle aura of life it emanated, Jian Xingqiuan's pupils suddenly constricted. This appeared to be a source of destiny fruit, an esteemed spirit fruit. It could prolong life, cleanse the soul, and even reshape one's body. As he gazed at the fruit, his hands began to tremble, fearful that a moment's carelessness might cause it to slip and shatter. Senior, this reward is far too generous. He hesitated to accept the spirit fruit, for such a treasure, even for those in the tribulation stage, is a rare fortune. Take it. It is yours, Ye Suifeng replied, casually retrieving a tome from his storage ring and perusing its contents. While traversing the verdant heights of Qinggu, they not only swept away all demonic beasts of the 6th rank and above, but also gathered a plethora of spirit fruits and herbs of similar stature. Numerous sacred medicines akin to the source of destiny fruit were among their spoils. Ye Suifeng felt that throughout his endeavors, he had been consistently reaping the rewards of the heavenly Dao. Even in nurturing his family, he sensed a certain imbalance in taking advantage of the heavens. Therefore, he resolved to seize the opportunity during his travels to acquire more sacred medicines and beasts, intending to nurture them within the Mirror Lake Garden, thus giving back to the heavenly Dao. Moreover, should he ever crave such delicacies in the future, they would be readily available. Observing the nonchalant demeanor of Ye Suifeng, Jian Xingqiuan, with trembling hands, carefully accepted the source of destiny fruit. The will of the elder, of course, must not be disobeyed. That's enough. You needn't keep coming to me. Go and preside over the assembly. Ye Suifeng began to usher him away. Will you not attend? I have arranged the best seat for you, Jian Xingqiuan replied. Ye Suifeng pondered for a moment. I shall wait until the final battle. He was confident that with Yu Xiaoxiao's current strength, she would undoubtedly reach the end. Following his orders, Jian Xingqiuan exited the room. Moments later, he appeared above a grand arena, descending upon the highest viewing platform. Master Jian and several others promptly greeted him with warmth and reverence. After all, he was the esteemed leader of the Wanbao Pavilion, possessing formidable prowess at the late stage of the transformation realm, a figure of great significance within the Pingyang Pass. Jian Xingqiuan, his expression inscrutable, nodded slightly before taking his seat at the pinnacle, beside a burly man with a full beard. Old Jian, where have you been? You missed the grand festival. The man inquired in a gruff voice. Jian Xingqiuan clasped his fist in apology. I beg your pardon, Master Shi. I was attending to an important guest. It turned out that this man was the administrator of the Pingyang Pass. Master Shi turned slightly, glancing at the empty chair next to Jian Xingqiuan, which seemed to be positioned as if it held even greater significance than Jian Xingqiuan's own. Is that a senior figure from your Wanbao Pavilion? He asked. Jian Xingqiuan shifted his gaze, narrowing his eyes slightly. Master, I believe it would be prudent for you not to concern yourself too much with the affairs of the Wanbao Pavilion. Humph. Master Shi scoffed, yet refrained from pressing further. Those in high positions often possess a deeper understanding of what the Wanbao Pavilion truly represents. Suddenly, a thunderous cheer erupted from within the arena, as the surrounding dozens of platforms began to buzz with excitement. The Divine Gift Conference was officially underway. Chapter 81. A single brick falls within the grand arena of Pingyang. Numerous platforms of varying sizes were arranged in an intricate sequence. Tens of thousands of spectators thronged around the arenas, the air alive with fervent voices and passionate energy. I am number 885, Wolf Sister. What is your number? Inquired Ye Xiaoxiao from a modest chamber. The room was sparsely populated, primarily with youthful individuals, some serious, others brimming with excitement. This was one of the preparation rooms for the participants of the Sacred Shrine Conference. I am number 21, replied the Wolf Maiden, as she meticulously applied a vibrant pigment to her arms. This was no ordinary paint. It was a mystical sand crafted from the essence of various beast bones. Most spirit warriors adorned themselves with this magical sand to enhance their own strength. Why is our numbering so disparate? Ye Suifeng pondered, momentarily taken aback before a realization dawned upon her. I understand now. The selection was random, and this was done to ensure fairness, correct? The wolf maiden hesitated, her expression slightly perplexed. Well, not entirely accurate. In truth, the numbers are assigned based on projected strength to prevent powerful extraordinary beings from encountering each other too early. Ye Suifeng's eyes widened as she processed the implications of her high three-digit number, feeling the weight of the world's disdain upon her. How could there be an 800-plus difference between her and the wolf maiden? This was preposterous. It was clearly a haphazard assignment. The estimated rankings are primarily determined by level and age. You reported your information as being 14 years old and a third-tier, sixth-layer Fate Mage, which is why your ranking is so high, the wolf maiden explained. At that moment, she had finished painting the beast patterns and patted Ye Suifeng's shoulder. Do not be disheartened. We possess strength and need not fear any ranking. There are over 2,000 participants, and this position is commendable. Prepare for battle. Our turn will come soon. Ye Suifeng slumped her shoulders, clearly uncomforted by such reassurances. By the way, wolf sister. She suddenly turned and produced a delicate box from her pocket, presenting it to the wolf maiden. With a hint of embarrassment, she added, last time, you bought 100 barrels of ghost flame wine for me, and upon returning home, I received a severe reprimand from my elders. Thus, I found something special as a token of my gratitude. The wolf maiden paused, recalling the gathering from that day. She had ultimately mustered the courage to part with 50 million spirit stones to procure the wine, as she could not back out after making the promise. She had nearly forgotten about it, not realizing that Ye Suifeng had held on to it so dearly. With a gentle smile, she replied, it is nothing. That was merely a gift from me to you, so do not dwell on it. Oh, just take it. Otherwise, I shall be scolded again upon my return. Ye Suifeng insisted. Suddenly, a horn mounted at the door of the room blared forth an announcement. Number 885, proceed immediately to platform 19 to compete. This was indeed Ye Suifeng's number. I must go now. Do not dawdle, just take it. As she spoke, Ye Suifeng hastily thrust the small box into the hands of the wolf girl and dashed out of the room. Watching her retreating figure, the wolf girl shook her head in resignation. The small box felt surprisingly light, emanating a slight chill. Could it possibly be some kind of toy for girls? The wolf girl pondered, slowly lifting the lid. Suddenly, a wave of frigid air surged through the entire room, causing the temperature to plummet by several degrees. The others present could not help but shiver, casting bewildered glances around. With a snap, the wolf girl abruptly closed the box, a profound shock flickering momentarily in her eyes. She had merely opened it a crack and already glimpsed the white inner core of a demon beast nestled within. For beast spirit warriors, it was the ultimate cultivation treasure. Typically, she relied on a fifth-tier demon beast core for her own training. However, the overwhelming power radiating from this core suggested it was at least of the 7th tier. Furthermore, it aligned perfectly with her cultivation path. Could it be the Icefield Wolf King? At the Pingong Duel Arena, on platform 19, Ye Suifeng stood alone, awaiting her opponent's arrival. Suddenly, a small bird's head poked out from her long hair. The little bird yawned, its eyes half closed, appearing rather lethargic. Ah, you're finally back. The bird suddenly spoke. Ye Suifeng rolled her eyes and remarked, it was just a little wolf. Look at you. You've been sleeping for days. Little wolf. The bird's eyes widened in surprise. My dear lady, that's the Icefield Wolf King, an 8th-tier demon beast. Its power is only slightly inferior to mine. This little bird was none other than the colorful phoenix that Ye Suifeng had tamed on the Qinggu Heights. It had now become Ye Suifeng's most cherished pet. As for her previous favorite, well, the colorful phoenix certainly wouldn't want to know its fate. Huh, didn't you always claim to be invincible against anything below the 9th tier? Ye Suifeng scoffed. In the end, it was I who had to trap it in the dream void for a moment before you could defeat it. The colorful phoenix fell silent. It had not anticipated that. Bolstered by the northern environment, the Wolf King would be so formidable, nearly besting it. Had Ye Suifeng not intervened, it might not have emerged victorious. Reflecting on this, the colorful phoenix could not help but be amazed. A mere foundation-level cultivator had managed to ensnare an 8th-tier demon beast, even if it was only for an instant. That was enough to terrify anyone. Indeed, those under that person's command were not to be trifled with at that moment. On the opposite side of the arena, a robust young man strode onto the platform. Agile. With his arrival, the audience erupted into cheers, clearly recognizing him as a celebrity. Ye Suifeng carefully scrutinized the number plate at his waist, 273. Agili, defeat this little mage. Show her our might. A group of youths, faces flushed with excitement, fervently cheered him on. Agili nodded, a flash of crimson flickering in his eyes as he fixed a menacing gaze upon Ye Suifeng. Among the audience, some unfamiliar with the two began to murmur. Agili, at the tender age of 16, was a third-tier, 8th-level beast spirit warrior. Known for his brutal demeanor and extensive combat experience, he had once torn apart a third-tier ice giant with his bare hands. Ye Suifeng, merely 14, was a third-tier, 6th-level fate mage. There was a noticeable disparity in their credentials. Indeed, Ye Suifeng appeared remarkably youthful and rather frail, leading some to speculate that she might be malnourished. She resembled a mere child, and I doubt she could withstand even a single blow from Agili. The murmurs grew louder, with most spectators expressing skepticism about the slight figure of Ye Suifeng. Come, place your bets. Agili pays 1-1, while Ye Suifeng pays 6-1. Lock in your wagers. Even bets were being placed. I bet 100 spirit stones on Agili. I wager 300 spirit stones. I'm banking on the underdog. I'll place 10 spirit stones on Ye Suifeng. The majority opted for Agili. Suddenly, a striking young woman approached. I bet Ye Suifeng will win. 1,000 spirit stones. It was Gu Yulan. Instantly, a wave of incredulous gazes surrounded her. However, Gu Yulan remained unfazed, turning her attention to Ye Suifeng in the arena. Suifeng, your pocket money depends on you. The battle commenced with the referee's commanding shout. Agili, grinning wickedly, suddenly let out a roar, tearing apart his shirt to reveal a muscular, scar-laden physique. Tremble, insignificant child. I, Agili, will give my all against even the weakest of foes. He bellowed once more. And dark, bristle-like hair sprouted rapidly from his body, glimmering like steel needles. He was transforming into his beast form right from the start. His beast spirit was the earth-violent ape. Ye Suifeng was in peril. The crowd's expression shifted, their concern for the young girl palpable. Ye Suifeng tilted her head, observing Agili as he morphed. Suddenly, a flash of blue light appeared, and a brick engraved with the image of a pig materialized behind Agili. Bang! Blood splattered. Enough of this noise. Ye Suifeng lifted the bloodied brick, ignoring the chaos, and turned to leave the arena. The hulking Agili, having only partially transformed, lay sprawled on the ground, blood staining the platform, unconscious. The audience stared in astonishment, rendered speechless. Was this truly it? Chapter 82. The Divine Elixir. One more chapter? Is he not coming? In the lounge, Ye Suifeng gazed at Gu Yulan, her eyes reflecting a sense of disappointment. I have researched numerous combat techniques, and I plan to showcase them to him. With her head bowed, she felt somewhat disheartened by Ye Suifeng's absence. Over these past few days, she had scarcely rested, immersing herself day and night in the dream void realm, diligently studying methods of combat. All of this was in hopes of demonstrating her efforts to Ye Suifeng. Yet, to her dismay, he had not shown up. The master said he would always be watching over you, Gu Yulan reassured her. He mentioned that you should perform well, and that he would come to the scene during the final battle to cheer you on. This elaboration on Ye Suifeng's intentions instantly rekindled a spark in Ye Suifeng's eyes. Really? I am sure I will make it to the final battle. Did you not see that big fellow today? I knocked him silly with just a brick. As Ye Suifeng rambled on, Gu Yulan could not help but let out a gentle sigh. In truth, she felt that the master had set his expectations too high for Suifeng. After all, she was merely a 13-year-old child. The Divine Gift Conference was still in full swing. Over 2,000 young prodigies from various regions were vying to determine the 30 strongest individuals over the span of 5 days. The top 100 would receive substantial rewards from the Great Lord, while the top 30 would also be bestowed with the precious Divine Elixir, an exceedingly rare and potent spiritual liquid. For the sake of the Divine Elixir, all the youths were giving their utmost, showcasing their most formidable techniques in battle. In this fierce competition, some tasted the bitterness of defeat, while others soared to great heights. The Pingyang House, Wanbao Pavilion, and the Great Heaven Alliance remained dominant, with nearly all participants successfully advancing into the top 100. Among them, several exceptional individuals were gaining fame. Noteworthy were Shi Chong and Liao Huayan from Pingyang House, Ming Untu and Shiri Gone from the Great Heaven Alliance, and Hua Rong and the Wolf Girl from Wanbao Pavilion. All of them crushed their opponents with an invincible presence, regarded as potential candidates for selection by the Great Divine this year. Of course, aside from these renowned figures, some lesser-known prodigies showcased their formidable prowess, emerging as dark horses. Among them, one particularly captivating individual from Wanbao Pavilion was a mere 14 years old, petite and adorable. Yet, Her methods were peculiar. Wielding a brick and accompanied by an amusing-looking monkey, she struck down anyone who crossed her path. Those who had fought against her were nearly knocked senseless, exhibiting sheer brutality. She was almost on par with the wolf girl of Wanbao Pavilion in terms of reputation, earning her the moniker Monkey Girl. Ye Xiaoxiao's small face fell as she approached Gu Yulan, her eyes icy. Sister Yulan, who bestowed this title upon me. I shall make sure that person has an unforgettable dream tonight. Upon learning of this nickname, she was utterly dumbfounded. During her time in Yuxiao City, this young lady was revered as the Celestial Fairy. However, upon arriving at your residence, Ping'ong Pass, she was dubbed the Monkey Girl. Yu Xiaoxiao was incensed and nearly confronted the individual responsible for the insult. Gu Yulan swiftly intervened, explaining that such titles were derived from one's characteristics, and in this place, there was no mention of fairies. Given that she was often accompanied by a monkey, it was only fitting. That monkey is merely an illusion I conjured. It is, in fact, a weapon. Yu Xiaoxiao exclaimed loudly. Gu Yulan, with a resigned expression, replied, yet, no one seems to recognize that. Yu Xiaoxiao fell silent. After a long moment, she huffed in annoyance, fine. I shan't let it bother me. In the ensuing days, the battles grew increasingly intense. The competitors were nearly evenly matched, each exerting their utmost strength. And every encounter was a veritable bloodbath. Particularly fierce was the monkey girl, Ye Xiaoxiao. It seemed that some unseen catalyst had ignited a growing ferocity within her. The louder the crowd cheered her name, the more her rage intensified, even causing some weaker opponents to forfeit in fear. Scholars speculated that the monkey girl's destiny was linked to a form of motivation, suggesting that the more fervent the audience, the more formidable her fighting prowess became. Consequently, her supporters were vociferous in their encouragement during every match. After 5 days, the pool of over 2,000 participants dwindled to just 30. These individuals were the CRME de la CRME, prodigies of extraordinary caliber. The majority were 4th-tier transcendent beings, with only a handful still at the 3rd tier. Among them, Yu Xiaoxiao emerged as the strongest. The vast arena of Pingyang had seen its numerous platforms dismantled, replaced by a singular, magnificent superstage. The 30 strongest competitors now stood at the center, receiving accolades from the Grandmaster, Shi Haojie, along with commendable rewards. Following a speech of encouragement, each participant was bestowed with a substantial quantity of cultivation resources. Finally, the Grandmaster produced a splendid jade platter, upon which rested 30 tiny vials. As the vials made their appearance, the entire arena seemed to hold its breath, eyes ablaze with anticipation, fixated on the jade platter. The vials contained the ultimate treasure, the 1st-tier celestial essence. The wolf girl, equally exhilarated, turned to Ye Xiaoxiao. What purpose does it serve? Although Ye Xiaoxiao had taken part in the competition, she remained unaware of the significance of the 1st-tier celestial essence, the supreme spiritual liquid. The wolf girl whispered, it is a treasure that purifies the soul and cleanses the body's essence, attainable only by the great celestials. Yu Xiaoxiao, puzzled, pointed at Shi Haojie. Isn't he also a great celestial? That is a remnant left by the great celestial, the wolf girl explained. If we can secure a position in the top 10, the great celestial will personally descend and bestow upon us the even more potent 2nd-tier celestial essence. The top 3 will be taken by the great celestial to the divine abode, to embrace transformation. The wolf girl was swept up in excitement. Ye Xiaoxiao blinked, still unsure of what that entailed, yet it sounded remarkably impressive. Shortly thereafter, each of the 30 participants received a vial of 1st-tier celestial essence. Everyone appeared dignified and poised. And soon they learned that the qualification battle for the divine court would commence in just 2 days. That evening, Yu Xiaoxiao returned to her room, played with a little monkey for a while, and then retrieved a bottle of celestial essence. What could it truly be? After a moment of contemplation, she gently opened the vial. Instantly, a refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, soothing to the senses. Ah, indeed remarkable. Ye Xiaoxiao flared her nostrils, finding the aroma exceedingly pleasant. Yet it also evoked a strangely familiar sensation, as if she had encountered it before. After pondering for a while and failing to recall, she shook her head. Never mind. Sister Wolf had mentioned that the celestial essence could be ingested directly, so she resolved to give it a try. Subsequently, Yu Xiaoxiao took the small vial and delicately poured its contents into her mouth. The rich spiritual energy coursed down her throat, instantly dispersing and nourishing every corner of her body. Just then, Gu Yulan entered the room, carrying a basin. Miss, it is time to wash your feet. Yu Xiaoxiao remained silent, prompting Gu Yulan to pause momentarily before placing the basin down and approaching her side. Suddenly, her pupils constricted. A profound shock appeared in her eyes, causing her body to tremble slightly. Miss, you. Ye Suifeng turned, perplexed, and asked, "What is it?" Gu Yulan's expression was complex as she gently enveloped her in an embrace. "Miss, it's nothing. The name Monkey Girl is unpleasant. We shall disregard it. You must not demean yourself over this, even resorting to drinking your foot-washing water." Ye Suifeng? She glanced at the vial in her hand, and then at the basin she used daily for foot-washing. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her, and she understood why she felt a sense of familiarity with the first-tier celestial essence. In an instant, her stomach churned violently. Ugh. Chapter 83. The Celestial Maiden. Is this the celestial elixir? Ye Suifeng held the small vial, a look of intrigue gracing his countenance. Indeed, Gu Yulan replied. It is said that this elixir is a first-tier celestial elixir awarded to the top 30 contestants of the competition. Once the strongest is determined, the Grand Celestial will personally descend, bringing forth the second-tier celestial elixir. Ye Suifeng nodded, realizing that this so-called first-tier celestial elixir was, in fact, the essence of spiritual energy produced by the first layer of the origin tower. The second-tier celestial elixir must surely be the body-tempering liquid sourced from the second layer. This implies that the Grand Celestial possesses a formidable origin tower of their own, undoubtedly at a significant level. Otherwise, within such an expansive divine realm, the supply of spiritual essence would be woefully inadequate. Xiao must be quite disappointed, Ye Suifeng mused, chuckling as he handed the vial to Gu Yulan. Since their departure, the water they used for cleansing had been entirely replaced with the essence of spiritual energy. The food was prepared using the refined essence, thanks to Ye Suifeng's efforts. Otherwise, the two young maidens would not have progressed so rapidly. Yes, she is indeed very disappointed, Gu Yulan confirmed. Ye Suifeng replied with a smile. Please tell her that the recent competition has been splendid. I shall personally attend the upcoming battles. She must continue to strive diligently. With that, Ye Suifeng picked up a book, immersing himself in the vast ocean of cultivation techniques. You haven't disclosed anything, have you? Outside. Ye Suifeng intercepted Gu Yulan, her expression dark with concern. No, not at all. The master didn't inquire further and even praised your recent performance. Gu Yulan quickly assured her. Upon hearing this, Ye Suifeng's expression softened slightly. I knew he must be watching me secretly. Humph. She then turned to Gu Yulan, whispering, the matter of the foot-soaking water must remain between the two of us. No third party can ever know, understand? Gu Yulan blinked in confusion. What foot-soaking water? 2 days later, at the Pingyang Grand Arena. After spending over half a month confined to his chamber, Ye Suifeng finally arrived at the venue, taking his seat at the position prepared by Jian Xingxuan. The Grand Lord, Shi Haojie, cast curious glances toward Ye Suifeng repeatedly, yet Ye Suifeng remained languid, offering no acknowledgement. He was merely a small cultivator in the harmonization phase, not worth his attention. His presence here served two purposes, to witness Ye Suifeng in action and to await the arrival of the Grand Celestial. Cough, cough. Noticing Shi Haojie's gaze lingering, Jian Xingxuan cleared his throat, casting him a warning glance. Shi Haojie shrugged and then rose to his feet. After a grandiloquent speech, the final match commenced. In the first battle, Ye Suifeng made her entrance. Spotting Ye Suifeng in the audience, her heart brimmed with joy. And even the raucous cheers from the arena below became less grating. Her opponent was a member of the Grand Celestial Alliance, Shi Hong, a fourth-tier, second-level destiny mage. The Monkey Girl, we finally meet. Shi Hong crossed her arms, casting a disdainful glance at Ye Suifeng. However, your path of dark horse ends here. Ye Suifeng scoffed. Words like these had echoed in her ears countless times. The two faced off, and the battle commenced. Shi Hong struck first, swiftly swinging her arms as numerous deep gray lines emerged from thin air, rushing toward Ye Suifeng before her. Suddenly, a brick materialized at the back of her head. Anticipated. Shi Hong flashed a wicked smile as gray matter surged around her body, meeting the brick head-on, instantly wrapping around her before shooting upward along the hand that protruded from the blue halo. Ye Suifeng furrowed her brows, hastily retracting her hand and dodging the oncoming gray lines. The brick, under the erosion of the gray matter, fell heavily to the ground with a resounding thud. What is this? Ye Suifeng wondered, raising her hand to discover that a trace of gray substance clung to her skin from when she had closed the dream void gate. This substance appeared to serve no other purpose, yet its weight was profoundly significant. Distracted in the midst of battle? Shi Hong suddenly laughed, a massive gray vortex forming before her. Come forth, she bellowed, and instantly, the vortex unleashed countless fine threads, reminiscent of a beast's fur. The gray substance on Ye Xiaoxiao's hand mirrored this. Subsequently, a tremendous force of attraction materialized out of nowhere. Her body was irresistibly drawn toward Shi Hong. Plunging headfirst into the vortex, Ye Xiaoxiao frowned, swiftly opening the dream void gate and darting to a distant location. However, as soon as she emerged, that same force of attraction returned, relentless as a bone-deep torment. Monkey. Ye Xiaoxiao summoned the little monkey, with blue halos continuously appearing, their figures dancing in the air. Yet, no matter the effort, they could not escape the overwhelming power of the gray vortex. It seems that Shi Hong's fateful star is of the Xian magnetism. On the platform, Shi Haojie stroked his chin, remarking, "The monkey girl is in trouble this time." As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance toward Ye Suifeng. "Master Shi, perhaps you should concern yourself more with the people of Pingong Mansion," Jian Xingqiuan murmured. "Haha." Shi Haojie laughed heartily. "My son Shi Chong, with the beast soul of the mountain giant, fears Xian magnetism the least." His face was alight with pride. The fourth tier, fifth-level beast spirit warrior Shi Chong was the most favored candidate for victory. Jian Xingqiuan snorted coldly, remaining silent. However, he felt a twinge of anxiety. The current situation was exceedingly unfavorable for Ye Xiaoxiao. Of course, it was not that he worried about her defeat. Rather, he was concerned that if she were to lose and provoke the displeasure of the individual beside him, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. He covertly glanced at Ye Suifeng, who remained lazily seated, his countenance unchanged. Jian Xingqiuan, filled with trepidation, once again directed his gaze towards the arena. At that moment, Ye Xiaoxiao's monkey had also become ensnared by the gray substance, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to move. "Ha, monkey girl, your tricks have all been exhausted. It's time to concede." Shi Hong laughed heartily. Ye Xiaoxiao gazed at the fallen monkey and let out a gentle sigh. Yet, a smile graced her lips. "In that case, allow me to unveil something I have recently devised. Uncle, do pay close attention." She stood her ground, abandoning the void gate, and lifted her eyes towards the distant high platform. Her body, drawn by the gray vortex, moved swiftly, ultimately vanishing entirely within its depths. Panic surged within Jian Xingqiuan. "No! Monkey girl!" Ye Xiaoxiao's supporters exclaimed in horror. However, Ye Suifeng wore a faint smile. "So that's how it is. This young lady truly possesses an admirable understanding of the dream void realm." The entire Pingong Grand Arena had fallen silent, as everyone anxiously awaited the ultimate outcome of this battle. What had become of that girl? Suddenly, an enigmatic aura emanated from the gray vortex upon the stage. Shortly thereafter, a colossal white flower slowly emerged from the whirlpool. It boasted 6 petals, intricately intertwined. As it bloomed, the white petals became adorned with a lattice of black lines, while its center was an abyssal black, akin to a chasm. "Beautiful yet eerie. Is that the celestial fairy?" a knowledgeable individual exclaimed, naming the flower. Instantly, a chill ran through the crowd. The celestial fairy, a nightmarish blossom symbolizing eternal dread. How could such a thing manifest here? Suddenly, a melodic chant, accompanied by a soft whisper, emanated from the abyss within the celestial fairy. It was Ye Xiaoxiao's voice. In an instant, countless colossal celestial fairies sprouted upon the arena, enveloping the entire stage, including the terrified Shi Hong. All present found themselves irresistibly captivated by this fantastical spectacle. Yet, Ye Suifeng suddenly cast his gaze skyward. Behind the void, an extraordinarily potent force was approaching. The great heavenly deity? Had they arrived ahead of schedule? Chapter 84. The moon rose at the great arena of Pingong. Upon the arena, countless celestial flowers bloomed in splendid array. Accompanied by a gentle breeze, a subtle fragrance wafted into every corner of the grand arena. Gradually, some individuals of modest cultivation began to gaze vacantly, some filled with inexplicable joy, while others appeared to be engulfed in profound dread. On the high platform, the stalwart Shi Haojie also caught a whiff of this floral aroma. Furrowing his brow, he waved his hand, conjuring a tempest that dispersed the enchanting scent. In that moment, those entranced began to regain their senses, their faces etched with terror. Yet, after a brief clarity, the fragrance began to seep into the air once more. Shi Haojie frowned deeply. If this continued, the spectators would once again succumb to a dreamlike state. "Very well. I hereby declare the victor of this match to be the Monkey Maiden, Ye Xiaoxiao." He finally spoke aloud. However, the celestial flowers upon the stage remained resplendent. "Master Jian, compel her to cease, or I shall intervene personally," Shi Haojie declared in a grave tone, his gaze fixed upon Ye Suifeng. At that moment, Ye Suifeng shifted his attention from the sky. He had become certain that a particularly peculiar presence had just arrived above the arena. It lurked behind the veil of reality, observing the unfolding events. Could it be a great celestial? Ye Suifeng pondered, for in his perception, this entity seemed to possess no more than mid-stage tribulation strength. According to ancient texts, the prowess of a great celestial far surpassed such limitations. He resolved to wait and see. After all, the great celestial would surely descend following the climactic battle. Lord Yi, do observe, Jian Xingquan urged, unable to contain himself as he noticed Ye Suifeng's silence. Should Shi Haojie truly descend into the fray, the matter would transcend mere victory or defeat. Indeed, Ye Suifeng replied. Shishao, I see it now. He understood that she had been eagerly awaiting his cue to showcase her remarkable prowess. With considerable effort, she had devised such an extraordinary creation, and she undoubtedly wished to display it before him. As Ye Suifeng's words resonated, the celestial flowers upon the arena swiftly began to wither and diminish, ultimately vanishing entirely. Only a purple-haired maiden clutching a brick remained, alongside the fallen Shi Hong, bloodied and sprawled upon the ground. Hiki, Yu Xiaoxiao grinned triumphantly at the high platform, as if to say, behold my greatness. Ultimately, with the referee's announcement, the first match concluded with Yu Xiaoxiao emerging victorious. Many exchanged bewildered glances, having been oblivious to how Yu Xiaoxiao had triumphed over Shi Hong, who had seemingly held the upper hand throughout. Yet, as they beheld Shi Hong being carried away, her face a mask of terror, a realization dawned upon some. Perhaps the sudden appearance of the celestial flowers was not coincidental. So the monkey maiden is indeed the celestial flower. Someone exclaimed loudly. This assertion rapidly spread throughout the arena, quickly morphing into a roaring chorus of cheers. Celestial! 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 They shouted loudly, expressing their affirmation and admiration for Ye Xiaoxiao. With a beaming face, Ye Xiaoxiao returned to her preparation seat. Through her diligent efforts, she had triumphed over formidable opponents and earned the approval of her uncle. Most importantly, she could finally shed the moniker of Monkey Girl. Oh, congratulations on your initial victory, said the wolf girl with a smile. You will be fine too. Yu Xiaoxiao chuckled, but suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. By the way, Sister Wolf, have you consumed the first-order celestial liquid we obtained a few days ago? Her large eyes sparkled with curiosity. The wolf girl shook her head, replying, how could I easily partake in such a world-renowned treasure? I need to find an opportune moment to immerse myself, clear my mind, and approach it with reverence. All right, no need to elaborate. It's good that you haven't consumed it. Yu Xiaoxiao interrupted her reverence for the celestial liquid, feeling a sense of relief. Yet, inexplicably, a tinge of disappointment lingered. It seems I am the only one who has consumed the foot-soaking water. Shaking her head, Yu Xiaoxiao produced a small vial and handed it to the wolf girl, speaking mysteriously. Sister Wolf, you should sell that bottle of celestial liquid. What's inside here is far superior. The wolf girl was taken aback. She had thought the celestial liquid was the ultimate treasure in this world. Could there be something even more potent? With curiosity, she cracked open the vial slightly. Instantly, a rich fragrance wafted forth, invigorating her senses and accelerating the flow of her blood. The wolf girl hastily sealed the vial, her expression a complex mix of emotions. She could sense that the contents bore a resemblance to the first-order celestial liquid, yet the energy contained within was over 10 times more powerful. Xiaoxiao, what is this? The wolf girl could not help but inquire. Rest assured, it's nothing too precious. I use this for cooking at home. Yu Xiaoxiao waved dismissively. She was concerned that the wolf girl might consider it too valuable and return it to her. The wolf girl fell silent, first producing an inner core from an 8th-grade demon beast, then casually revealing a liquid even more potent than the celestial liquid, claiming it was for cooking. Xiaoxiao, what kind of family do you come from? The final battle of the Divine Gift Conference was still fiercely underway. After her initial fight, Ye Xiaoxiao faced 2 more opponents, one of whom was a popular contender for the championship, the rising son of the Great Heaven Alliance. However, within the nightmarish domain constructed from the celestial fairy, no one could successfully break free. Yu Xiaoxiao emerged victorious in all her battles, successfully advancing into the top 10. Hu Rong from the Wanbao Pavilion also made it through, winning decisively. Hu Rong was already one of the most favored contenders for the championship. While the wolf girl's powerful performance was quite unexpected, even the pavilion master, Jian Xingquan, felt a bit astonished. Yet only the wolf girl knew the terrifying benefits she had gained from the inner core of the Icefield Wolf King. She was profoundly grateful to Ye Xiaoxiao. But who would have known that in the ultimate battle for the qualification, she would encounter Ye Xiaoxiao? The host proclaimed loudly in the final qualification match. The first round, The wolf girl, Xiang Siyue, faces off against the monkey girl, Ye Suifeng. It is the celestial Ye Suifeng. The host, taken aback by the fervor of the crowd, realized that a mere title had sparked such intense emotions. Initially, the audience had cheered with unparalleled enthusiasm. Nevertheless, he hastily corrected himself and fled the arena. Amidst the roaring cheers, Ye Suifeng and the wolf girl ascended the stage. "Sister Wolf, we meet again," Ye Suifeng said with a smile. "Let us unleash our full strength and engage in a spirited battle." The wolf girl returned her smile, adopting a combat stance. "Sister Wolf." Ye Suifeng suddenly grew serious, locking eyes with the wolf girl. "I sincerely hope you will give it your all." The wolf girl was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of resignation. This girl is far too astute. She has already perceived my intention to hold back. Over the past days, she had genuinely grown fond of this innocent and spirited younger sister. After all, merely obtaining a qualification to the divine abode may not hold such monumental importance. Truly. "Sister Wolf," Ye Suifeng reiterated, "my esteemed master is watching me from the platform. I do not wish for him to think that I have employed any underhanded methods to reach this point. He wants to witness my efforts, and I wish for him to see my determination." Faced with Ye Suifeng's unwavering resolve, the wolf girl remained silent for a moment before finally resuming her battle stance. "Then let us proceed." Her eyes glimmered with an icy blue light, and the dark tattoos on her body began to shimmer ominously. "But you must understand the harsh and painful environment in which I was raised. The nightmares you create have no effect on me." Ye Suifeng gazed at the fierce wolf girl and suddenly smiled. "Who says I can only conjure nightmares?" She gently snapped her fingers. A magnificent flower blossomed suddenly beneath the wolf girl's feet, its petals a pristine white tinged with emerald green, cradling the wolf girl at its center. A refreshing and pure fragrance instantly enveloped the entire arena. Ye Suifeng's lips curled into a subtle smile. The green-white rose is quite a rarity. Chapter 85, The Arrival of the Great Deity. Bang. 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 A dilapidated wooden door was being violently pounded from the outside. Dust from the upper wall cascaded down in response to the forceful impact. In one corner of the room, a little girl, appearing no more than 3 or 4 years old, clutched tightly to her deformed wolf-shaped pillow. Her hair was unkempt and filthy, and her small eyes were filled with confusion and an indelible trace of fear. The relentless knocking continued, and it seemed the person outside was growing impatient. "Please, don't do this. She is our child." Suddenly, a woman's voice faintly echoed from beyond the door. The girl's eyes brightened slightly as she murmured, "Mama. She is a curse. She is a harbinger of disaster." A man's voice thundered in anger. "No, we must leave here today. Please spare her. She is my only daughter." The woman pleaded, her voice heavy with sorrow. "Absolutely not. The village elder has decreed that she must be sacrificed to the mountain deity, or else our village will be plagued by misfortune." The man rejected vehemently, and the furious banging resumed. "I cannot allow you to take her. I simply cannot." The woman seemed to lose her sanity, and soon, the sounds of a fierce struggle erupted. But quickly, with a thud, silence enveloped the outside. The little girl trembled, instinctively clutching her wolf pillow once more. Suddenly, the door was forcefully smashed open, shattering into several pieces and sending dust swirling into the air. A burly man, wielding a bloodied axe, fixed his wrathful gaze upon the girl in the corner. The girl, in a daze, peered past the man and saw a woman, covered in blood, collapsed on the ground, her eyes devoid of life. "Mama," she murmured again. With a grotesque expression, the man advanced, the bloodied axe hanging ominously before the girl, still dripping with crimson liquid. She looked up, her small frame barely able to see beyond the man's waist. "Ada?" A large, rough hand descended from above. Splat. A fountain of blood sprayed against the mud-coated wall, slowly trickling down to create a gruesome mural. Moments later, the little girl emerged from a lowly dwelling, her hands stained with blood, soaking into the now severed wolf pillow. She wandered aimlessly, her expression vacant. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma wafted into her nostrils, gradually clearing her senses. Looking around, she discovered that the area was adorned with blooming green and white roses, stretching endlessly before her. "Awakening your dark desires, Suifeng, is this your new tactic?" The wolf maiden chuckled softly, embracing her arms. Before her, the floral branches swayed and, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a girl with long, crimson hair, Ye Suifeng. "I told you, nightmares hold no power over me," the wolf maiden shrugged. Ye Suifeng regarded her with a complex expression, gently shaking her head. "No. I originally intended to allow you to experience a beautiful dream." The wolf maiden paused momentarily, then shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "It matters not to me. Illusions cannot harm me. Yet, they can harm her, cannot they? Ye Suifeng pointed behind her, and the wolf maiden turned to see an ordinary woman, her demeanor radiating warmth and affection as she gazed upon her. The wolf maiden fell silent. You have never spoken to me about this matter, Ye Suifeng remarked. There is nothing to discuss, the wolf maiden replied, turning her head. Who among us does not harbor a fragment of the past within their heart? Consider it my inner demon. Ye Suifeng sighed, then suddenly chuckled. My parents once told me about it. They said that inner demons are exceedingly difficult to contend with. To evade them is to invite them to cling to you like a persistent shadow. To resist them is to empower them further. The wolf maiden remained quiet for a moment before inquiring, and then? Ye Suifeng shook her head. There is no and then. They mentioned it during a meal, and soon after. They retired for the night. The wolf maiden interjected. So casually? I suddenly wish to meet this parent of yours, the wolf maiden commented. Ye Suifeng's family was indeed a conundrum, and the secret might lie with the parent she often mentioned. They have been quite busy lately and don't meet with just anyone, Ye Suifeng replied, and besides, you must first find your way out of here. The wolf maiden gazed at the endless sea of flowers, chuckling softly. I concede. I admit I underestimated your mastery over this illusion. Here, I find no means to shatter this mirage. Ye Suifeng grinned playfully. This is not an illusion. It is a dream. However, she did not intend to elaborate, for her uncle had advised her never to reveal her true self to others, even if they were exceedingly close. Moments later, in the grand arena of Pingyang, amidst a colossal rose, the wolf maiden slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was clear, her expression serene. The spectators watched with puzzled expressions, uncertain of what had transpired. Only upon the announcement of the results did they realize the victor was Ye Suifeng. In the subsequent matches, Ye Suifeng overcame all adversaries with remarkable prowess, soaring to unprecedented heights. In the final showdown, she triumphed over Shi Chong, the son of the seemingly invincible gatekeeper, securing the top position. She became the dark horse of this divine gift conference. Regarding his son's defeat, Shi Haojie felt no regret. A bit of hardship is beneficial for the youth. Moreover, he was aware that Ye Suifeng was a talented junior from the southern sect. How could she be ordinary? The rankings had been established. Next came the final and most significant segment of the divine gift conference, the sacrificial rite. Shi Haojie personally ascended the platform, constructing a grand altar adorned with an abundance of meticulously selected precious offerings. He then commenced the ritual to the great celestial deity, seeking to invoke his will. Ye Suifeng's consciousness was firmly anchored in the heavens above. Yet, to his dismay, beyond the void, there existed nothing but the already arrived tribulation stage entity, devoid of any other beings or consciousness reaching out. Could it be that the great celestial deity is merely an illusion? As the deity descends, with arms outstretched, Shi Haojie lets out a thunderous roar towards the heavens. Suddenly, the heavens shift and swirl with ominous clouds. A colossal visage, imbued with profound authority, gradually materializes in the sky. It is the face of a bear, adorned with countless auspicious clouds that transform into its flowing fur, undulating like waves. Its gaze is indifferent, surveying all beings below. Bow before the great celestial deity. Shi Haojie is the first to kneel, and within the arena, nearly all present, including those from the Pingyang Pass, humbly prostrate themselves upon the ground. With a powerful breath, the great celestial deity releases 2 streams of white mist from its nostrils. The mist swiftly envelopes the entire Pingyang Pass before gently descending. Ye Suifeng seizes a wisp of the mist, pinching it between his fingers. It is merely a diluted essence of spiritual energy, thousands of times weaker. Yet, for ordinary cultivators, it represents an immense blessing. They bask in the rich spiritual essence, tears of gratitude streaming down, their heads bowing ever deeper in reverence. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a massive black bear paw descends from the heavens, palm facing upwards, landing heavily upon the arena, nearly occupying half of its expanse. The paw gradually unfolds, revealing 10 crystalline vials nestled within its palm. Chapter 86, Are You Frightened? Ye Suifeng felt a profound disappointment. Utterly disheartened, he had presumed that this figure, revered throughout ancient texts and the embodiment of faith for the entire eternal Winter Kingdom, would possess at least the prowess of the highest echelons of this world. Yet, to his surprise, it was merely a fledgling in the tribulation stage. He had fancied he had uncovered the mastermind behind it all. Observing the jet-black bear paw emerging from the void, he acknowledged its darkness. But this so-called dark hand could not manipulate the currents of time itself. Elder, behold, that is the great celestial deity, Jian Xingquan exclaimed, his countenance awash with shock as he beheld the descending force, his body trembling uncontrollably. Ye Suifeng cast him a sidelong glance, utterly at a loss for words. At that moment, Shi Haojie was already reverently presenting 10 luminous vials, cradled delicately in the palm of the great celestial deity. Apart from Ye Suifeng and a few others, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. The second-tier celestial liquid. To them, it was a divine treasure. This is the blessing of the great celestial deity. You must approach it with utmost reverence and dedicate yourselves to your cultivation. After speaking, Shi Haojie personally distributed the second-tier celestial liquid to each individual. Ye Suifeng discreetly opened a vial to inspect its contents. Indeed, this was the very substance she had previously used for her baths. The great celestial deity was rather stingy. At the divine bestowal assembly, the top 3 shall step forward. Suddenly, Shi Haojie proclaimed loudly. Shi Zhong, along with Ming Untu of the Great Celestial Alliance, promptly advanced a step. Ye Suifeng glanced around and hurriedly joined them. Fortunate souls. Shi Haojie beamed with pride as he gazed at his son, then turned his attention to the other 2, exclaiming, "Step into the palm of the great celestial deity. It will personally guide you to the divine realm." The others cast envious glances at them. The top 3 could be personally escorted by the great celestial deity to the divine abode for cultivation. This was likely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hu Rong's face was filled with reluctance, for he had only been bested by Ming Untu by a single move, landing him in 4th place and losing this invaluable chance. "Father, I shall not disappoint you," Shi Zhong declared to Shi Haojie, bowing deeply several times. Filled with anticipation and exhilaration as he ascended into the palm of the great celestial deity, Ming Untu, after bidding farewell to his family, resolutely stepped forward as well. However, Ye Suifeng appeared conflicted, glancing repeatedly at the high platform. What to do? To ascend or remain? Elder? Jian Xingxuan roused the contemplative Ye Suifeng. Is it time? The great celestial deity is about to take Miss Suifeng away. Will you not go bid her farewell? Jian Xingxuan pointed towards the center of the arena. Ye Suifeng exclaimed in realization, a peculiar smile emerging on his face. Ahaha, indeed. I shall go. With that, he rose to his full height and, in an instant, was at Ye Suifeng's side. Uncle! Ye Suifeng exclaimed joyfully, bounding over to embrace Ye Suifeng. The others glanced over curiously. And even the wolf girl cast a look of intrigue. It was the first time she had seen Ye Suifeng's family. It seems that aside from his handsome appearance, there is little else that stands out. You've done quite well. Continue to strive forward, but do not let your sisters outshine you. Ye Suifeng chuckled as he tousled her hair. I certainly won't. When I return, I will surely bring them down one by one, Ye Suifeng declared, waving her tiny fists. At that moment, Shi Haojie suddenly approached. Esteemed Ye, he said, casually clasping his hands together. Your junior must take their leave. We cannot keep the grand deity waiting for too long. Ye Suifeng lifted his gaze, his indifferent eyes causing a chill to run down Shi Haojie's spine. Huh? How long has he waited? I have been waiting for him for half a month, Ye Suifeng replied coolly. Mind your words, member of Wanbao Pavilion, Shi Haojie warned, his brow furrowing. He had always heard from Jian Xingxuan that this was a formidable individual from the southern Wanbao Pavilion, known for his irritable temperament, and should not be provoked lightly. Out of consideration for the security of Pingong Pass, he had always adhered to this advice, even disregarding the lack of respect shown towards him. Yet, at this moment, he could not tolerate such disrespect towards the grand deity. Shi Haojie can no longer remain silent. The southern folk, the grand deity is observing from above. Do not jeopardize your junior's future because of a slip of the tongue and bring trouble upon yourself. Shi Haojie admonished sternly. Ye Suifeng patted Ye Suifeng's small shoulder, urging her to release him. He then stepped forward slowly. As it happens, I wish to greet him, he stated, making his way toward the grand deity's enormous, shadowy paw. You two should leave. This place may not be safe shortly. Ye Suifeng advised the 2 youths perched upon the paw. They were taken aback. After all, they were in the presence of the grand deity. What danger could there be? How audacious! Shi Haojie could no longer restrain himself. The overwhelming force of his combined state erupted on the arena. He unleashed his most powerful technique. A ferocious punch aimed squarely at Ye Suifeng's back. Yet, Ye Suifeng did not even spare him a glance, merely waving his hand backward lightly. Suddenly, Shi Haojie, who was already airborne, felt his pupils constrict. A bone-chilling sense of life and death crisis surged from the depths of his soul, and in an instant, he crossed his arms defensively before him. Boom! A tremendous energy detonated on the arena. A multitude of individuals, including Shi Haojie, were sent flying like petals scattered by the wind, crashing to the ground. In the blink of an eye, only Ye Suifeng and Ye Suifeng remained standing serenely atop the arena. I said, leave, Ye Suifeng stated coolly. Shi Haojie, lying on the ground, let out a muffled groan, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His expression was one of horror. Just moments ago, it felt as though he had been struck by an overwhelming force of nature. He had never felt such fear, even in the presence of the grand deity's will. My son. Sure, Haojia quickly scanned the area, searching for his offspring. However, he soon realized that others were in a similar predicament, merely being flung from the stage without sustaining significant harm. Yet, this revelation only deepened Sure Haojia's terror. What kind of formidable individual could execute such precision in an instant? This is disastrous. On the high platform, Jian Xingqiuan slumped in his chair. What to do? He had once again provoked this terrifying presence. Senior, what on earth do you intend to accomplish? With great effort, he lifted his gaze towards the arena. At that moment, Ye Suifeng had approached the formidable bear, raising his head to meet the imposing bear's visage, a grin spreading across his face. What is the matter? Have I frightened you? Chapter 87. The great deity is struck gazing up at the large bear face above him. Ye Suifeng raised his hand and gently pressed it against the enormous paw. Let us converse, he said. At that moment, the great deity seemed to have finally succumbed to rage. The slender strands of cloud-like fur gradually transformed into a dark hue. An overwhelming fury radiated from that bare visage. It's over. The great deity is furious. Sure Haojia exclaimed, his expression filled with trepidation as he sensed the immense power. The great deity was irreversible. He glanced toward the human figure on the arena, pondering how one could possibly endure the wrath of a god. Either you descend, or I ascend. Yet, Ye Suifeng remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm, devoid of any fear. However, it appeared the great deity had no intention of descending. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, its long fur whipped wildly. Subsequently, the bare paw on the arena began to rise slowly. Ye Suifeng shook his head gently. Today, if you do not clarify matters, you shall not depart. With that, he pressed down forcefully on the colossal paw, exerting tremendous pressure. Boom. The ground trembled violently, causing instability as if the entire Pingong Pass had just quaked. On the high platform, Jian Xingqiuan was utterly astounded. He witnessed Ye Suifeng, with but a single hand, force the great deity down, creating a massive dent in the array-imbued arena, with countless fine cracks radiating from the pit. Senior, are you truly prepared to confront the great deity head-on? Soon, the great deity provided its answer. A fist, as formidable as a mountain, descended from the heavens. Accompanied by a ferocious roar, it aimed toward Ye Suifeng on the arena. Feeling the magnitude of that force, Jian Xingqiuan was nearly paralyzed with fear. It was a god. How could a mere human withstand such might? Yet, Ye Suifeng merely shook his head. Very well. In the face of the colossal fist that obscured the sun, he too clenched his fist and aimed at it, launching a rapid counterattack. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted, sending out a vast wave of energy that blasted away those in proximity to the arena by several dozen meters. When they regained their bearings, they were horrified to see that the cataclysmic fist had shattered into oblivion, and even the massive arm on the arena had snapped in half, dissipating into the ether. In the sky, the great deity's enormous visage had vanished. The entire layer of clouds above had been ruptured, creating a vast gaping hole. At the end of this abyss, the void fractured, forming a pitch-black chasm. Within that void, a comical little bear stared blankly, seemingly in a daze. Ye Suifeng regarded the cub and broke into a smile. The little bear turned and fled. However, as it spun around, it beheld a familiar figure standing before it. Speak, Ye Suifeng commanded. Roar. The bear's form suddenly swelled, resembling a muscular man, and it swung a paw toward him. Ye Suifeng countered with a swift palm strike to its bare face. Bang! The void shattered, and its entire being was instantaneously cast beyond the abyss, crashing heavily into the center of the arena, creating a vast pit. The little bear, dazed and seeing stars, shook its head and beheld the visage that sent a chill through its core. Speak. Before it could react, a fist loomed large before its eyes and struck its face. The sound of thunderous impacts echoed as the little bear obliterated the arena, hurtling several meters away and carving a deep trench into the ground. As it struggled to rise, the fist returned. Speak. Still not speaking? I implore you to. Ye Suifeng grasped the little bear, raining down fist after fist upon its face. He moderated his strength to avoid fatality, yet ensured it experienced profound agony. The onlookers in the arena were utterly astonished. This seemingly endearing little bear was, in fact, their revered deity? And now, their deity was being manhandled by a human cultivator, weeping and sniveling, with no chance to retaliate. What in this world had transpired? Their faith was crumbling rapidly with each of Ye Suifeng's strikes. Still not speaking. Another punch landed squarely on the deity's nose. The little bear could no longer contain itself, exclaiming loudly, "Why don't you just ask me?" Its voice was surprisingly childlike. Ye Suifeng halted his impending strike, gazing at the tear-streaked little bear. "Ah, I forgot to ask. So speak." With that, he lifted the bear by its plush ears and leapt into the sky, taking along the onlooker, Ye Suifeng. The little bear felt a deep sense of sorrow. "Because you forgot, I endured so many blows in vain." Moments later, in a chamber, Ye Suifeng sat by the window, leisurely sipping tea. Two young maidens stood on either side, curiously observing the adorably clumsy little bear before them. "Is it truly the deity?" Ye Suifeng marveled. Who would have imagined that the great deity could be so adorable? A multicolored bird's head emerged from Ye Suifeng's shoulder, glaring at the little bear with hostility, as if fearing its own position was threatened. "I am inquiring about something," Ye Suifeng remarked indifferently. The little bear's expression shifted abruptly, and it hurriedly declared, "I am the great deity." "No, wait, I am not the great deity." "Hold on, what is a great deity?" The three exchanged glances, perplexed. "Are you speaking in riddles?" Ye Suifeng turned to face it. Upon seeing that face, the little bear nearly burst into tears, exclaiming, "I truly do not know what a great deity is. I was merely invited by the Eternal Winter Emperor to complete a task." With the little bear's account, Ye Suifeng began to comprehend the situation. It turned out that within the Eternal Winter Emperor's domain, there existed a bear den. They resided in a realm of secrecy, each individual possessing extraordinary strength, with some exhibiting terrifying powers rivaling those of human cultivators in the tribulation phase from birth. Among them, the most formidable had nearly touched the ceiling of this world. Every 3 years, the Eternal Winter Monarch ventures into the secret realm, requesting the emergence of a select few bears to undertake a task of guidance. Upon completion, they return to the sanctuary, oblivious to the affairs of the world. This little bear, having received the invitation for the first time, was entirely unaware of the moniker Great Celestial Deity. "I know what I know," the little bear murmured weakly, a sense of desolation enveloping its heart. What had once been a peaceful existence had suddenly turned tumultuous with the appearance of this formidable individual, subjecting it to a harsh beating. Had it known, it would have declined the task altogether. After hearing this, Ye Suifeng inhaled deeply. He had not been mistaken. This so-called Great Celestial Deity was indeed a ruse to deceive the masses, orchestrated by the human cultivator known as the Eternal Winter Monarch. "Very well." Ye Suifeng turned, revealing a pristine white leaf with a flick of his fingers. "Do you recognize this?" The little bear paused, gazing at Ye Suifeng in astonishment. "This is a leaf from the tree above my home. How do you possess it?" Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow, realizing that the enlightenment tree was indeed part of the little bear's abode. "Perhaps the tales from that ancient tome were rooted in truth. Where is your home?" Ye Suifeng inquired. "In the secret realm," the bear replied. "And where is that?" "Oh, it's located behind the royal palace in the Eternal Winter Monarch city. If you wish to go, I can guide you." Ye Suifeng pondered in silence for a moment. "Very well, let us embark together." Chapter 88. The great array of the imperial city. A magnificent bird, adorned in a spectrum of colors, soared into the heavens, its expansive wings casting shadows upon the land as it ascended from Pingong Pass, heading resolutely eastward. With a sigh of relief, Jian Xingxuan observed the departing avian creature, feeling an immense weight lifted from his shoulders. Having such a formidable deity in close proximity rendered him perpetually uneasy, as he feared any misstep that might provoke discontent. "Are you truly not allowing your son to accompany the great deity?" Jian Xingxuan turned to his companion, Shi Haojia. "Do not utter that name in my presence." Shi Haojia retorted with a disdainful snort. His expression betrayed his displeasure, and his breath was shallow, evidently affected by the residual tumult of the battle between Ye Suifeng and the great deity. "I refuse to idolize a mere cub that has yet to wean," Shi Haojia declared, his face flushed with indignation. "I shall make time to visit the imperial city and inquire with the Eternal Winter Emperor about this matter." With that, he took his leave, accompanied by Shi Chong. Jian Xingxuan gazed towards the eastern sky, gently shaking his head. "Eternal Winter Emperor? Perhaps whether you can encounter him is an entirely different question." In the lofty expanse, the resplendent bird soared with agility. Upon its back stood 4 figures. Alongside Ye Suifeng and his companions was the visibly shaken wolf girl. As they prepared to depart, Ye Suifeng clutched Ye Suifeng's arm, pleading to bring the wolf girl along, asserting her as a dear friend and a promising future ally. Consequently, Ye Suifeng laid down the terms. The wolf girl could accompany them, but all her needs, including training resources, would be the responsibility of Ye Suifeng. "After all, she belongs to you, not to me." Initially, Ye Suifeng anticipated that this condition would deter Ye Xiaoxiao. However, to his surprise, she readily acquiesced, thumping her small chest in assurance that she would take full responsibility. Thus, the wolf girl ascended aboard the colorful bird, embarking towards the eastern eternal winter imperial city. Do not be anxious. Little color flies steadily, and there is no need to fear falling. Ye Xiaoxiao comforted the wolf girl, who wore a tense expression. The wolf girl glanced at her, managing a strained smile. Her fear stemmed not from the prospect of falling, but rather from the small bear beside her, clutching a milk bowl, an entity of great concern. That was the great deity. Never had she imagined that one day she would find herself seated alongside the legendary great deity. Would you like some? Suddenly, the little bear blinked its eyes and offered the milk bowl to the wolf girl. Instantly, she recoiled in fright, waving her hands in refusal. Oh no, I don't need it. Her words tumbled out in a fluster. Come on, we are all grown-ups now. We have long outgrown milk. Ye Xiaoxiao approached the bear unperturbed. How old are you? The bear, disheartened by the wolf girl's rejection, withdrew its hand, sipping from the bowl while mumbling, I was born just 19 years ago. Still drinking milk at 19? Ye Xiaoxiao exclaimed, astonished. At that moment, Ye Suifeng remarked, the age of demonic beasts cannot be gauged by human standards. At 19, within their family, it would be akin to just 2 or 3 years of age for you. Ye Xiaoxiao, enlightened, gazed at the fluffy bear's head, unable to resist the urge to give it a playful squeeze. Uncle, are we heading to his home? Ye Xiaoxiao inquired. Ye Suifeng nodded. Yes, we need to discuss a matter with his parents. After waiting for over half a month at the Pingong Pass, initially expecting to encounter the mastermind behind Yi Jingguang's demise, they instead found themselves face-to-face with this endearingly naive little bear. Nonetheless, the bear's strength was indeed remarkable. If the ancient texts were not mistaken, its 3 ancestors possessed the capability to orchestrate schemes across the river of time. Even if that were not the case, based on the origins of that white leaf, the individual was undeniably linked to the eternal winter imperial city. The mountains and valleys swiftly retreated beneath their feet. Due to the vast formation surrounding the eternal winter kingdom, the climate here was significantly more temperate compared to the frigid expanse outside the snowy plains. Resembling the winter atmosphere of Yanxiu City, the eternal winter imperial city lay tens of thousands of miles from the Pingong Pass. However, under the full flight of the colorful phoenix, they arrived at a magnificent and imposing city within merely half a day's journey. Its area exceeded that of Pingong Pass by more than tenfold. The entire city rose in a tower-like structure, its central point near